At 9 o'clock in the evening, after a long and arduous day of work, Luo Chuan returned home, dragging his slightly weary body. As was his custom, he entered the bathroom and quickly refreshed himself, wishing to wash away the fatigue and stress accumulated throughout the day. Once refreshed, Luo Chuan comfortably reclined on the sofa, reaching for his phone on the coffee table. With practiced ease, he opened the game he often played. This game, a card-based mobile game themed around Dragon Ball, was his favorite pastime, and he was currently enjoying a promotional version at a mere 0.01 discount. He had been immersed in it for several months, and through relentless dedication, he had climbed to third place on the server's leaderboard, which filled him with pride. As he tapped the game icon, the familiar loading screen appeared before him. However, this time, upon completion, a new update window popped up unexpectedly. Without hesitation, Luo Chuan clicked the Update Now button, and within mere seconds, the update was successfully completed. Upon re-entering the game, another pop-up appeared, clearly announcing, "A brand new character has arrived." And this new character was none other than Super Saiyan 5 Vegito. Luo Chuan's eyes widened as he fixated on the impressively crafted character model on screen. Faced with a new character, Luo Chuan could hardly contain his excitement. He swiftly navigated to the character's lottery interface, and without a second thought, recharged 3 times at 648 yuan each, purchasing a total of 300 lottery tickets, calculating the 0.01 discount. His actual expenditure was merely a little over 19 yuan, equivalent to just one lunch and dinner, a trivial amount. After a series of draws, he was guaranteed to obtain this character. Just as he acquired the character, his phone erupted in blinding light, engulfing Luo Chuan entirely. When the radiance faded, he had vanished, leaving only his phone lying desolately on the ground. The screen displayed a few words, "Wishing you a pleasant journey." Then, the phone went black and began to emit wisps of white smoke in the world of Dragon Ball on Earth. Amidst a dense bamboo grove by a small stream, Luo Chuan gradually regained consciousness. He gasped, feeling a sharp pain in his head. Unable to suppress a wince, as the pain subsided, Luo Chuan smiled. He could hardly believe he had transformed into Vegito, or more precisely, Super Saiyan 5 Vegito from a game. Although I am unsure how I ended up here, since I have arrived, I shall ensure my name resonates throughout the Dragon Ball world. Luo Chuan clenched his fist, his face brimming with excitement. Boom, the entire earth trembled. What is this energy? Luo Chuan turned his gaze in a certain direction, and in an instant, he vanished with a flicker of movement. Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta had sent Moro flying with a punch, yet it had not inflicted any substantial damage. This is futile, it has no effect whatsoever. What is going on? That guy suddenly boasts, yet this is all he can do. Regardless of the opinions or thoughts of others, Vegeta lunged towards Moro, launching a fierce assault. Yet, he could not inflict any damage. As the battle continued, the tide began to turn. Vegeta's attacks gradually started to take effect. Goku, who was observing, suddenly had a realization, knew what technique Vegeta had learned at IT was the spirit separation technique, which could separate energy. He had wished to learn it himself, but had only managed to grasp instant transmission due to time constraints. After several exchanges, Moro sensed a change. "You bastard! What trickery are you employing?" Moro's visage began to age, no longer retaining the youthful appearance he had once possessed. Vegeta, having explained his newfound technique, even engaged in conversation with Goku and the others, which infuriated Moro. After a few more rounds of combat, Moro's energy was noticeably diminished. Damn it! He unleashed a surge of powerful magic, ascending to a nearby spaceship to absorb Sabanlease, having kept a backup of his strength within himself, just in case. Though Vegeta rushed to intervene, it was too late. The rejuvenated Moro easily defeated him. At this moment, Moro had reached his final form. "I will dismantle you once more." Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta, battered yet undeterred, charged at Moro again. However, this time the situation was entirely reversed. Moro effortlessly evaded Vegeta's strikes and even replicated his abilities, launching a colossal explosion that left Vegeta gravely injured. I expected something extraordinary, yet this is all I see. Struck by the attack, Vegeta collapsed, incapacitated. Piccolo, Gohan, and Goku prepared to confront Moro once more, a figure suddenly appeared beside Vegeta. That explosion was quite impressive. Luo Chuan surveyed his surroundings, his gaze landing on Moro. Recognizing Moro, he understood the timeline he was in. Indeed, it was the time-space saga. Another one seeking death. Moro scoffed, dismissing Luo Chuan entirely, perceiving him as weak. With a smirk, Luo Chuan decided to test his new Super Saiyan 5 form against Moro. Ah! With each powerful roar, immense energy erupted from him, golden light radiating, and as the brilliance faded, Luo Chuan completed his transformation. The unique silver-white hair and fur of Super Saiyan 5 astonished Goku and the others in the cosmos. Whis, en route to Earth, suddenly halted. This energy has reached the 11th dimension. Who could it be? With a flick of his staff, he projected an image onto a crystal ball. Gazing intently into the universe, on Earth, just a FOD. Moro indeed sensed the formidable power emanating from Luo Chuan. Yet he was supremely confident in his own abilities. Luo Chuan, having transformed, could hardly believe the extent of his newfound strength. Suddenly, a series of words appear before him. Luo Chuan, Battle Power 460,000. He glanced towards Moro, where similar text was displayed. Moro, Battle Power 300,000. Is this my cheat to have a battle power of 460,000 right after transforming? I wonder how much more I could achieve if I unleashed my full potential or broke through my limits. Before he could ponder further, Moro launched an attack against him. Moro's figure streaked across the sky like a bolt of lightning, moving with such speed that it seemed to transcend the limits of light itself. As Moro reappeared, he was directly before Luo Chuan, his fist erupting with an overwhelming force akin to a raging tempest, aimed straight at Luo Chuan with the intent to obliterate. This blow held the power to rend the very fabric of the world. Yet, in the face of such a ferocious and relentless assault from Moro, Luo Chuan remained calm and composed, showing no sign of panic. Just as the lethal strike was about to land, he swiftly reacted, effortlessly blocking Moro's fierce attack with a single hand. With a resounding thud, the tremendous force collided with Luo Chuan's palm. Remarkably, Luo Chuan merely felt a slight tingling in his hand, without any further discomfort. Clearly, Moro's seemingly devastating blow had failed to inflict any tangible harm upon him. Is this really your strength? If so, I'm thoroughly disappointed, Luo Chuan taunted. You seek death. Moro raised his hand and unleashed a formidable energy wave that engulfed Rashuan entirely. At that moment, Moro's combat power surged to an astonishing 320,000. With a thunderous roar, the explosion reverberated through the heavens, causing the very earth to tremble incessantly. Just as Moro believed he had vanquished his opponent and turned to confront Sun Wukong and the others, a voice echoed forth. Did I permit you to leave? Rashuan seized Moro's wrist, a glint of cold light flashing as he swiftly severed Moro's entire arm. Ah! Moro cried out, clutching the stump of his severed limb as he staggered backward. This is where it ends. You are indeed formidable, but I am significantly more powerful. As he spoke, energy coalesced in the palm of his hand, and with a forceful thrust, he unleashed a super energy wave. Damn it! This is impossible. It cannot be. Moro desperately attempted to defend himself, but the disparity in strength was insurmountable. The energy wave obliterated him completely, commencing its annihilation at the cellular level, rendering any possibility of resurrection futile. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Piccolo, and Gohan, along with the other Z fighters, stood in astonishment, rendered speechless. Had Moro truly been eradicated, it felt as though they were ensnared in a dream. Returning to his usual demeanor, Rashuan waved at Sun Wukong and the others. Could that Scion know us? Come, let us investigate. With this thought, Wukong took the lead and soared forward. Chapter 2 indeed possesses a certain strength. Hello, Sun Wukong, Luo Chuan greeted with a warm smile. Sun Wukong turned his gaze towards Luo Chuan, his eyes brimming with curiosity. As he meticulously scrutinized Luo Chuan from head to toe, he inquired, "Do you know me?" His tone conveyed a hint of confusion and disbelief. Of course. Luo Chuan replied without hesitation, his gentle smile unwavering. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong found Luo Chuan even more enigmatic and circled around him slowly, scratching his head while muttering, "How strange. I truly have no recollection of you, yet you seem to know my identity quite well." At that moment, a figure rushed in. It was Vegeta. He flew close and, like Sun Wukong, examined Luo Chuan with a scrutinizing gaze before scoffing. "Umph. This is the first time I have seen a scion transform into this form." In response to Vegeta's skepticism, Luo Chuan merely smiled lightly and replied at a leisurely pace, "The path I have chosen differs from yours. If we must categorize it by transformation, you could refer to it as Super Saiyan 5. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Luo Chuan. Is Super Saiyan 5 the evolutionary path after Super Saiyan 3? One could interpret it that way. After Super Saiyan 3, there is Super Saiyan 4, and my form is what follows Super Saiyan 4, Luo Chuan elaborated. Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged puzzled glances, wondering why they had never heard of such a transformation. Who exactly was this scion before them? Noticing their continued speculation about his identity, Luo Chuan decided to be forthright. Sharing a fabricated backstory, he explained that he hailed from an alternate timeline and was a good friend of both of them. But an incident led to the destruction of that timeline, and he had inexplicably arrived in this world. While recounting the destruction of his world, he even displayed a sorrowful expression that seemed genuinely heartfelt. Sun Wukong appeared to believe him, patting Luo Chuan on the shoulder, urging him not to be disheartened, while Vegeta and Apos' beliefs remained known only to him. Subsequently, the group gathered in the courtyard of Mr. Satan and Apos' residence to host a grand banquet. In the cosmos, returning to the god of destruction's realm, Beerus paused. "Whis, that energy just reached the 11th dimension, didn't it?" Whis nodded, casting a deep glance towards Earth. "Indeed. But from the energy signature, there is no divine aura, so it cannot be Sun Wukong or Vegeta. Who could it be? I am quite curious. Well, I believe it won't be long before we meet them. Don't you agree, Whis?" In response to Beerus's comment, Whis merely smiled. Days later, in the god of destruction and Apos' realm. "See, I told you we would meet soon. You and Apos, re the one whose energy has reached the 11th dimension?" Beerus scrutinized Luo Chuan. "Whis, have you discovered his origins?" Beerus communicated telepathically with Whis. "No, this individual does not exist in our timeline. He must have come from another one," Whis replied. Beerus and Apos' gaze sharpened instantly. Traversing timelines was indeed a grave offense. "Wait, Lord Beerus. What is it?" "Whis, you know that time travel is a serious crime." "No, just now. The Grand Minister informed me that it's of no concern." "Nanny, you even alerted the Grand Minister?" "Very well, I understand." After concluding their mental exchange, Beerus directly inquired, "You are not from our timeline, are you?" Luo Chuan nodded and recounted the same narrative he had shared with Sun Wukong and Vegeta. "I see. It appears you encountered a time distortion, leading you to our timeline. That and Apos' fine. You may live well in this realm." Thereafter, the three scions commenced their training, with Sun Wukong being instructed by Whis, Vegeta receiving rare tutelage from Beerus, and Luo Chuan training independently. After all, he had familiarized himself with the manga and understood how to cultivate Ultra Instinct. Even without having seen the manga, he knew how to practice Ultra Instinct, as he could perceive instructions on how to achieve it and the methods for destructive training. Initially, he thought this external aid could only gauge others' combat power, but he was pleasantly surprised by its additional capabilities. However, this external aid was not a system. When he encountered Beerus and Whis, he attempted to assess their combat power, but found only question marks displayed, indicating their strength far surpassed his own. 3 days later, on Earth, the three scions and a male and female from Elix's group arrived on Cyril Star. Luo Chuan calmly regarded the two, having no intention of engaging just yet. He preferred to wait for someone named Jiaz to appear before dealing with him. "The person is in that distant mountain. Apologies, but due to our limited strength, we will not accompany you," the woman said, pointing towards the distant mountain with an apologetic demeanor. "That's all right. We can fly there ourselves." The three responded as they soared towards the mountain. Once the three scions departed, the woman began contacting Elix. Soon, they encountered Granola. Previously, Luo Chuan had intercepted all of Granola's attacks aimed at the three scions, thus omitting the scene where Vegeta feeds a Senzu bean to Sun Wukong from the manga. "You scions are destined to perish here today." Granola ascended into the sky, preparing to execute a move, but before he could unleash it, Luo Chuan appeared beside him, delivering a sweeping kick. Granola's reflexes were remarkably swift. He narrowly evaded the strike, but the tremendous impact rippled through his body. You are stronger than I anticipated. But that is of no consequence. It will soon come to an end. Despite Granola and Appo's calm tone, Luo Chuan could sense a deep-seated fury beneath it. With a mere thought, he perceived Granola's combat power. Granola, combat power 900, 000. Luo Chuan was slightly astonished. A power level of 900. 000 indeed marked him as one of the strongest in the universe beneath the gods. You, the strongest in the universe, do possess some strength, Luo Chuan acknowledged. However, he took several steps back, clenched his fists, and began to roar, his energy surging dramatically as he transformed into Super Saiyan 5. It appears you are no ordinary Saiyan. Very well. If this is too easy, avenging the grievances of 50 years ago would be rather dull, Granola replied coldly. His eyes filled with murderous intent. Luo Chuan intensified his energy, witnessing his combat power rise to 910, 000, at which point he ceased his escalation. Luo Chuan's figure flickered like a specter before his opponent. Without hesitation, he swung his left fist forward with a fierce gust of wind. In response to such a rapid assault, Granola nimbly sidestepped, easily evading Luo Chuan's fierce strike and countering with a punch. Luo Chuan, seeing this, immediately crouched down to avoid the blow and seized the opportunity to unleash an uppercut aimed at Granola and Appo's chin. Granola, quick on his feet, raised his arm to block while simultaneously lifting his right leg to deliver a lightning-fast kick to Luo Chuan's abdomen. In a swift and decisive motion, Luo Chuan's right hand shot out like lightning, seizing Granola's ankle with astonishing speed. With a powerful thrust, he hurled Granola through the air, the force of the action sending him soaring. Yet, suspended in midair, Granola remained composed, quickly adjusting his posture before executing a turn, propelling himself towards Luo Chuan like a released arrow. In an instant, the air was filled with the sound of relentless impacts as the two engaged in a breathtaking, close-quarters battle. Each of their strikes was infused with raw power. While their defenses were impenetrable, fists and bodies collided repeatedly, each impact generating a force that seemed capable of tearing the very air apart. Alongside the fierce exchanges, waves of suffocating energy radiated outward, pulsating with intensity. As the two warriors fought with fervor, the once clear sky suddenly darkened without warning. However, just moments later, it appeared as though an invisible hand had swept across the heavens, restoring the light as if nothing had happened. Granola, locked in a life-and-death struggle with Luo Chuan, sensed this abrupt change and understood that someone had activated the Dragon Balls. Yet, consumed by hatred, he thought little of it. The agonies inflicted upon him by the Saiyans over 50 years ago remained vivid in his memory. His singular desire was to annihilate every one of these detestable Saiyans before him. Chapter 3, Slaying Jas, Fury against Frisia. The two swiftly distanced themselves, preparing for the confrontation. In the distance, a spacecraft approached, landing gracefully. A Namekian emerged. Monet, what brings you here? Granola furrowed his brow, casting a displeased glance at the ship, silently cursing the meddling intruder. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Luo Chuan anticipated the ensuing events. He had no desire to relive the past, especially with Goku and his companion arriving as well. After exchanging brief words, he ascended towards another direction, intent on slaying Jas. In the mountains, Erect placed his hands on Jas's shoulders. Good brother, you have become the strongest in the universe. Now, it is time to eliminate those Saiyans in Frisia, and let us not forget that irritating Granola. Just as Jas prepared to act, a voice echoed, "You shall not kill anyone, for you will perish at my hands." Luo Chuan descended from the heavens, directing his gaze at Jas, his mind revealing the opponent's battle power. Jas, battle power 1,000. 000. This was 100,000 greater than Granola's, a testament to the might he had gained as the universe and Appo's strongest. Yet, in Luo Chuan and Appo's eyes, it was insufficient. Another Saiyan? How foolish to present yourself. Erect commanded coldly, Jas, kill him at once. Jas stood silently, his lips sealed, yet his icy gaze was fixed on Luo Chuan, radiating an aura of relentless malice. Memories of a fierce battle with a certain Saiyan flooded his mind, a confrontation that had etched a deep scar of humiliation in his heart. Though this figure before him was not the one who had shamed him, now armed with the power of the universe's mightiest, he felt compelled to eradicate all Saiyans and cleanse his disgrace. In the midst of Jas's tumultuous thoughts, Luo Chuan struck like lightning, swift as the wind, delivering a devastating punch that landed squarely on Jas's cheek. The sound of impact reverberated, leaving a vivid crimson imprint on his face, distorting his features from the force. "How dare you, filthy monkey! I will obliterate you!" Jas roared, his fury igniting like a volcano ready to erupt. Just as he prepared for a reckless counterattack, Rochuan swiftly grasped his neck, tightening his grip. "I am not a scion from Earth. Prepare to meet your demise." The pressure intensified, causing Jas's face to turn purple from asphyxiation, his eyes rolling back. "Jas, what are you doing? You possess the strength of the universe's mightiest, and yet you choose to die at the hands of this monkey." Erek shouted in desperation. "Silence." Rochuan shot a glance at him, unleashing a burst of energy that pierced Erek's skull, splattering blood as his lifeless body crumpled to the ground. "Wretched." Jas attempted to resist, but with a sharp crack, Rochuan snapped his neck and severed his head. Thus, Jas, who had only recently claimed the title of the universe and Apos as strongest, fell. Ignoring the stunned duo, Rochuan held Jas and Apos' severed head aloft, gazing skyward. "Frisia, since you have arrived, why not reveal yourself? Or do you prefer to remain hidden like a coward?" The sky remained eerily silent. Rochuan chuckled. "Does Frisia believe I am attempting to deceive him?" With a gesture, a figure emerged. It was none other than Frisia. "Ah, you have indeed discovered me. It seems you are no ordinary monkey," Frisia remarked, his smile concealing malice. "I despise being referred to as a monkey." "What? Do you intend to strike me? Do you dare?" The next moment, a resounding slap echoed, leaving 5 distinct marks on Frisia and Apos' face. You, Frisia stammered in rage. "Enough of your protests. I have never encountered such unreasonable demands," Rochuan replied. "I initially intended to eliminate Erek, but since you, monkey, dared to attack me, prepare to die." Frisia unleashed a surge of dark energy, but Rochuan chose not to intervene, eager to witness the true strength of Black Frisia. The oppressive aura enveloped the entirety of Cyril's star, causing Goku, Vegeta, and Granola to pale in shock. "That energy belongs to Frisia, correct?" Goku asked uncertainly. "Indeed it is." "What has he done to possess such terrifying power?" Vegeta clenched his fists, fully aware that facing this energy was futile. "Is this energy truly Frisia's? How can he be so powerful?" Granola, astonished, knew all too well what this formidable presence implied. In a flash of black light, Frisia transformed into his black form. "Monkey, I originally intended to confront you in my golden form, but I decided to let you experience despair with this new transformation. You should feel honored." Rochuan assessed Frisia's battle power, which had skyrocketed to an astounding 3,200,000. No wonder he could dispatch Jas in his zombified state. Yet, it was still insufficient. Rochuan elevated his energy, surpassing Frisia slightly at 3,250,000. With blinding speed, he grasped Frisia's neck before the latter could react and delivered another resounding slap, mirroring the previous marks on his face. "You wretched monkey." Frisia retaliated, attempting to break free. But Rochuan matched his energy, maintaining a 5-point advantage. As he blocked Frisia and Apos' kick, Rochuan relentlessly struck him, the sound of slaps echoing through the air. "Let us see you call me a monkey now." With each strike, Frisia's cheeks swelled, until the final slap knocked out 4 of his teeth, which fell to the ground like discarded refuse. Gasping for breath, Frisia was engulfed in humiliation, having never endured such disgrace since mastering this form. "You vile monkey. I will ensure your demise. I swear it." "Enough. Leave." Rochuan declared. "Do not think your newfound power grants you the liberty to act without consequence." With that, he turned away, indifferent to Frisia and Apos' thoughts. As Frisia watched Rochuan's retreating figure, a glint of malice flickered in his eyes. Before he could act, a chill ran down his spine at Rochuan and Apos' words. "I advise against any treachery, or you shall find yourself back in hell." Frisia recognized the gravity of his warning. Rochuan possessed the strength to fulfill such a threat. Frisia rose to his feet, casting a fierce glare at Luo Chuan, using his energy to eliminate the swelling on his cheeks and restore his normal appearance. With a mood reminiscent of a vow to eliminate anyone who crossed his path, he returned to his spaceship and departed from Cyril's star. Oh, what a delightful and exhilarating moment. Luo Chuan beamed with joy, for in his previous life, he had longed to deliver a sound thrashing to Frisia, and in this life, he had finally fulfilled that desire. Chapter 4. The Supreme King's Designated Time and Space Inspector. "The first to arrive, I have returned." With a resounding shout, Luo Chuan soared into view, his face alight with a broad smile, as though he had just come from a delightful adventure. Sun Wukong rushed forward, his eagerness evident. "Luo Chuan, that overwhelming and sinister aura we sensed earlier, Was it Frisia's? His keen eyes fixed intently on Luo Chuan, seeking confirmation of his suspicions from the other's expression and response. Vegeta, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. Though he had already concluded that it was indeed Frisia's presence, he deemed it prudent to verify with the person directly involved. Luo Chuan inhaled deeply before responding slowly. Indeed, it was Frisia. That scoundrel has found a place reminiscent of the hyperbolic time chamber and has diligently trained there for a full decade. He not only possesses a new form, but has also adopted a peculiar name, Black Frisia. I must admit, his strength has grown remarkably formidable. Even I had to exert considerable effort to finally send him away. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Sun Wukong and Vegeta shifted to one of grave concern, as the news struck them like a heavy hammer on their hearts. Frisia now posed an undeniable threat to Earth and the entire universe. With this realization, Sun Wukong clenched his fists, silently resolving, since Frisia has mastered a new form, I cannot remain idle. I must strive harder than ever before, doubling my training efforts to surpass him and safeguard all that I hold dear. Vegeta and Appo's gaze was equally resolute, his proud demeanor now infused with a fierce determination. Granola could not help but smirk at the irony of it all. What did it mean to have exerted considerable effort? He had witnessed Luo Chuan deliver a merciless beating to Frisia. As he pondered this, Granola's self-deprecating thoughts emerged. Ah, what a terrifying creature. To think I once called myself the strongest in the universe beneath the gods. How arrogant of me. At that moment, an unexpected voice rang out. It seems the matter has been resolved smoothly. Everyone turned to see Whis, appearing like a wraith, materializing silently before them. Whis, what brings you here so suddenly? Sun Wukong inquired, his face a mask of confusion. Whis smiled gently, gesturing towards Luo Chuan. Lord Zeno wishes to see you. At this pronouncement, Sun Wukong and Vegeta's faces fell into shock, though their astonishment bore subtle differences that were difficult to articulate. Luo Chuan himself was taken aback by the summons, realizing that the two simpletons were likely acting on the Grand Priest's whims. Acknowledging with a nod, he followed Whis as they departed. Vegeta and Sun Wukong adjusted their emotions and exchanged a few more words before returning to Earth to recuperate. Whis escorted Luo Chuan to the God of Destruction's realm, where Beerus, Old Kai, and King Kai awaited. He and Appo's here. Quickly, take him in. We must and Appo's keep Lord Zeno waiting. Beerus urged King Kai. Understood, King Kai replied. Luo Chuan placed a hand on King Kai and Appo's shoulder, who then recited a spell, and the two vanished. I wonder what Lord Zeno wants with this fellow. Could it be that his identity has been revealed? But the Grand Priest assured me there would be no issues, Beerus mused, biting his fingers and pacing anxiously. Observing Beerus' nervous demeanor, Whis teased, who would have thought our fearless Beerus would be so apprehensive? It's quite a rare sight. The more Whis jested, the more Beerus and Appo's anxiety intensified. Rest assured, Lord Zeno is not the petty type, and we cannot predict his thoughts. Let us simply wait and see. And so it was. In the supreme space, before the gates of Zeno's palace, mere moments after King Kai and Luo Chuan materialized, the grand doors of the palace began to open slowly, revealing the Grand Priest stepping forth. He regarded Luo Chuan and King Kai with a nod. Follow me, he instructed, turning to lead them inside, with King Kai and Luo Chuan trailing closely behind. As they traversed the long corridor to the Grand Hall, they encountered the supreme deity of the universe, Zeno. King Kai immediately knelt in reverence, while Luo Chuan remained still. The guards beside Zeno narrowed their eyes slightly. It and Appo's, all right, it and Appo's, all right, Zeno said with curiosity, his large, bell-like eyes studying Luo Chuan. What does Lord Zeno wish to discuss with me? Luo Chuan asked respectfully. Without speaking, Zeno remained silent, prompting the Grand Priest to elaborate. Having observed your performance on Cyril Star, Lord Zeno has taken a keen interest in you and has arranged a position for you. Luo Chuan was taken aback, as was King Kai. The notion that Zeno would offer him a position felt absurd. He was merely a mortal, not a deity. The Grand Priest exchanged a knowing glance with King Kai, who understood the implication and respectfully exited the palace. He then turned to Luo Chuan with a light smile. It is not solely the gods who can hold positions. In fact, this role would not be suitable for a deity. Your performance has been remarkable, and this position is quite fitting for you. After a brief hesitation, Luo Chuan inquired, may I ask what position it is? The Grand Priest chuckled. You are quite the clever one. Rest assured, this position will bring you no harm. Lord Zeno has appointed you as a time and space inspector. Upon hearing this, Luo Chuan fell into contemplation, noting the resemblance of the title to a team name from a game. You seem to possess considerable knowledge. Indeed. While the name bears similarity to the Time Patrol established by the Kaishin of Time, its essence is quite different. Your primary duty will be to monitor anomalies within the multiverse and time, with the authority to intervene directly, even altering predetermined outcomes. Of course, this may lead to the creation of new parallel timelines, but with this role, such occurrences will be mitigated, allowing you to traverse other timelines. The Grand Priest produced a white bracelet. This was crafted from the egg of the Time Bird. With this, you will be able to navigate time and space without generating any parallel timelines. Luo Chuan considered this for a few moments, his eyes glimmering with resolve as he accepted the bracelet and donned it, officially becoming a time and space inspector. The method of utilizing this bracelet is rather simple. Merely think of your destination to depart. However, the timeline you traverse will be random. To return, simply utter return to the main timeline. I understand. Thank you for the information. Grand Priest. Luo Chuan bowed respectfully. From now on, such formalities are unnecessary, as permitted by Lord Zeno. Yes, thank you, Lord Zeno. Luo Chuan bowed once more. Very well. You may depart, Zeno and Apo's youthful voice echoed. Turning to leave, Luo Chuan exited the Divine Hall and saw King Kai. He approached him and said, Lord Kai, I will not accompany you. I have other places to go. King Kai offered no further inquiries, simply advising, be careful. Before reciting a spell and returning to the god of destruction and Apo's realm. Once King Kai had departed, Luo Chuan silently declared, set forth, and in the next instant, he vanished. The Grand Priest reappeared, remarking, what an impatient little fellow. Let me observe the changes you will bring to the multiverse and time. With that, the Grand Priest disappeared. A once thriving city now lay in desolate silence. Rubble and remnants stand in disarray, as if a colossal, merciless hand had ruthlessly torn through the structures, leaving behind shattered concrete frames and twisted steel rebar, resembling monstrous creatures with outstretched claws. The streets are strewn with fragmented glass, stones, and various debris. The once smooth pathways are cleaved by immense fissures, akin to the gaping maw of the earth itself. Abandoned vehicles lie scattered, some half buried under the collapse of buildings, while others are crumpled together, their surfaces marred by rust and dust, silently narrating the chaos and panic that accompanied the end of days. The once thriving commercial district now presents a scene of desolation, with shop signs precariously dangling, shattered display windows revealing goods strewn across the ground, obscured beneath layers of dust. The vibrant sounds of the past have vanished, replaced only by the howling winds and the occasional crash of falling debris. The air is thick with the scent of decay and dust, while the sky perpetually hangs in a murky gray, resembling a massive leaden slab pressing down upon the city, instilling a profound sense of oppression. What realm of time and space is this? How could it have fallen into such ruin? Luo Chuan pondered as he soared through the air. Upon his arrival in this forsaken city, he sensed an absence of life. Suddenly, an explosion erupted in the distance. Upon further inspection, he detected the presence of combat and hastened his flight towards the source. Chapter 5. Teaching to fish rather than giving fish like 3 shooting stars. The trio raced through the air at an astonishing speed, engaging in a breathtaking chase. After an intense confrontation, they finally descended to the ground. The one-armed man, enveloped in a golden aura, gasped for breath, clearly drained from the pursuit. In stark contrast stood a pair of young individuals, calm and composed, as if they had merely taken a leisurely stroll rather than participated in a fierce chase. Son Gohan, you remain as you were, utterly unchanged. Number 17 remarked with a sneer, his tone laced with disdain. The woman beside him urged, 17, stop wasting time with him. Just eliminate him. And let us find a spaceship to explore the universe. This Earth is dreadfully boring. 17 nodded lazily, responding, all right, I understand. I shall send him on his way shortly. Our previous mercy was not out of compassion, but rather curiosity to see what tricks you might possess. However, we've grown weary of this game, and as you've heard, we are off to the cosmos for new adventures. Thus, today marks your demise. With an icy glare, 17 fixed his gaze on Son Gohan, a chilling aura seeming to penetrate the very soul. Suddenly, 17 sprang into action, crouching slightly before launching himself like an arrow, reaching Gohan in an instant. Even with his utmost focus and vigilance, Gohan could only perceive a fleeting shadow of 17's form. Before he could react further, 17 unleashed a devastating palm strike, akin to an indestructible net, effortlessly tearing through the air with a piercing whistle, aimed directly at Gohan's face. Gohan's expression shifted abruptly, his heart racing with alarm. Yet, years of combat instinctively honed his reflexes, allowing him to propel himself backward with extraordinary speed. In a dazzling display of agility, Gohan managed to distance himself by several hundred meters. Humph, your reflexes are quite sharp, but alas, your true strength is utterly lacking. At that moment, a cold, mocking voice echoed in Gohan's ears. Instinctively, he looked up to find 17 had mysteriously reappeared before him. So close he could almost reach out and touch him. In the next instant, Gohan felt an overwhelming force crash against him. An unrelenting power that sent him hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string. He flew a considerable distance until, just before crashing to the ground, a strong arm caught him, steadying his fall. Upon focusing, he realized it was a young man. Who are you? Gohan asked, his face a mask of wariness. He struggled to break free from the stranger's grip, but no amount of effort could budge him. Ah, well, like you. I am also a scion. It's truly surprising how weak the son of Goku is, the young man, named Luo Chuan, said with a hint of regret. At that moment, Gohan comprehended the dire nature of his surroundings. It was a future filled with despair. The tragic conclusion loomed before him. Gohan would perish in battle, leaving only the young Trunks to survive, fueled by the anguish of Gohan's death to transform into a Super Saiyan. Hearing the mention of his father's name, Gohan felt a wave of confusion wash over him. He fixed his gaze on the unfamiliar man, desperately searching his memory for any trace of him, but found nothing. Do you know my father? But why have I never seen you before? Gohan asked, furrowing his brow in bewilderment. In response to Gohan's inquiry, Luo Chuan merely smiled, offering no explanation. He then turned his attention to the nearby androids 17 and 18, calling out in a teasing manner, "Hey, you two, you're blocking my path. Kindly step aside. I intend to take Son Gohan away from here." With a wink, he maintained his enigmatic smile. The once handsome face of 17 contorted with rage, his eyes wide with fury. "Who do you think you are to speak to me like that?" With a furious shout, he raised his hand, unleashing a blinding energy wave that shot forth like lightning. However, Luo Chuan merely clicked his tongue, seemingly unfazed by the unfolding events. As the energy wave surged toward him, he calmly waved his sleeve, a powerful force erupting to collide with the wave. With a thunderous boom, the energy wave ricocheted back at an even greater speed, vanishing into the horizon. Then, Luo Chuan narrowed his eyes, exuding an overwhelming aura that surged like a tempestuous sea towards 17 and 18. In an instant, they felt as though a mountain had struck them, and their bodies involuntarily flew backward. They traced long arcs in the air before crashing to the ground thousands of meters away, stirring up clouds of dust. After repelling 17 and 18, Luo Chuan wasted no time. With a thought, he activated instant transmission, disappearing from the scene with a bewildered Gohan. By the time 17 and 18 managed to rise from the ground, covered in dirt, they returned to the battlefield only to find it completely deserted, with no trace of Luo Chuan or Gohan. Furious, 17 unleashed a fit of rage, wreaking havoc around him, plunging the scene into chaos. Meanwhile, in a distant temple. "This is the temple. Why have you brought me here?" Gohan asked, his expression filled with confusion. Luo Chuan smiled gently, his tone resolute. "It's simple. I intend to train you, to make you stronger so that you can defeat those two terrifying androids." Gohan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Me? Is that even possible? Those androids are far too formidable. If it weren't for the people I need to protect, I would have succumbed to despair long ago." Luo Chuan had assessed their combat powers. Gohan at 600 million, 17 at 650 million, and 18 at 630 million, each surpassing him, and the androids possessed infinite stamina. Feeling no fatigue whatsoever, "Fear not, follow me," he said, turning toward the room of spirit and time. The temple was now neglected, the flora withered, yet the room of spirit and time remained operational. After a moment's hesitation, Gohan decided to follow, realizing he stood no chance against the opponents. If they wished to kill him, they would have already acted. As he traversed the corridor and approached the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber, Luo Chuan gently pulled the doorknob, and the door creaked open. "What manner of place is this?" he pondered, as he noted the unusually higher temperature and humidity. Even the force of gravity seemed to be several times greater than that of the outside world. Gohan surveyed the immaculate white expanse. "Are you unaware?" Luo Chuan inquired, perplexed. How could this be? Even if Goku had succumbed to heart disease, surely Piccolo or Tin Shinhan would be aware. Gohan shook his head, a sorrowful expression crossing his face as he stammered. "Since my father passed away from heart disease, mere months later the androids appeared. Their overwhelming power led to the deaths of Uncle Vegeta, Uncle Krillin, and Piccolo, among others. Meanwhile, due to my negligence in training, I have yet to attain the level of power that my father and Vegeta once possessed. Although Luo Chuan had viewed the anime, it had been quite some time, and he was only vaguely familiar with the storyline. He had not anticipated such a tragic sequence of events. Very well, I shall train you diligently from now on. The time ratio in this chamber is 1-to-1. A single day outside equates to a year within. Additionally, we have a stockpile of provisions. So brace yourself, my training will not be a leisurely endeavor. Luo Chuan said with a smile, patting Gohan on the shoulder. In truth, Luo Chuan had the capability to eliminate the androids directly. However, he pondered the potential emergence of formidable foes in his absence. Thus, he believed it wiser to teach Gohan how to fish rather than simply providing him with fish. He would impart as much knowledge of training techniques from Goku and Vegeta as possible to Gohan, and the extent of his learning would ultimately depend on his own efforts. For reasons unknown, Gohan felt a shiver run down his spine, yet he took a deep breath, his gaze resolute, signaling his understanding. Thus began Gohan's rigorous training within the hyperbolic time chamber. Chapter 6, Altered Conclusion. Several hours had elapsed since Gohan entered the hyperbolic time chamber, and twilight had begun to descend. Within the subterranean shelter, nestled 300 meters beneath Capsule Corporation, Trunks paced restlessly, his visage etched with concern. It and Appos, late. Why hasn't Gohan returned yet? Bulma, her countenance bearing the subtle etchings of time, yet still retaining her allure, offered solace. Don't fret, Trunks. Gohan will be fine. He is the son of Goku, after all. Yet, I can't help but worry about Gohan, considering the immense power those androids possess, Trunks lamented. Bulma fell silent, a wistful longing in her eyes. If only Goku and Vegeta were here. Alas, even Piccolo is gone, rendering the Dragon Balls mere inert stones. Enough, now? Cease your fretting, Bulma urged. Perhaps Gohan has returned to Chi-Chi's residence. We shall see him tomorrow. Now, get some rest. All right, Mother, Trunks acquiesced, retiring to his chambers after his ablutions. While Bulma retrieved her goggles from a drawer and resumed her research in the laboratory. The following afternoon, around 3 or 4 o'clock, the doors of the hyperbolic time chamber swung open, revealing Rowan and Son Gohan. Thank you, Mr. Rowan, Gohan expressed, bowing deeply in gratitude. Within the hyperbolic time chamber, he had indeed grown stronger, surpassing his limitations, driven by his rage. Very well, go now, Rowan said, patting his shoulder. Vanquish them with your newfound strength. And let those androids know your might. Yes, I understand, Gohan affirmed, soaring away from the temple. Watching Gohan and Appo's departure, Rowan mused upon a comment he had encountered in a previous life while watching Dragon Ball Super. If Gohan dedicated himself to martial arts instead of academics, even Jiren would tremble. The sentiment held a certain truth, as exemplified by this timeline's Gohan. Despite a period of stagnation, his growth within the past year had been nothing short of meteoric. Rowan strode to the edge of the temple, gazing down upon the impending conflict. Below lay a city, once vibrant and bustling, now reduced to ruins. In the skies above, Android 17 unleashed a relentless barrage of energy blasts, each impact detonating in a cataclysm of fire and smoke, engulfing the city in an inferno. After his furious assault, Android 17 ceased his attack, yet his rage remained unabated. He cursed incessantly. Damn it. Damn it. Where have Son Gohan and that bastard gone off to? Hide then, but don't ever let me find you. If I do, I'll tear you limb from limb. Arg. His enraged roar sent shivers down the spine. Since Rowan had spirited Gohan away to the temple the previous day, Androids 17 and 18 had been searching, yet they had found no trace of them. Android 18 interjected calmly. Enough, 17. Since we cannot find them, let us abandon the search. Instead, let us seek out a spaceship and obliterate this planet. Would that not be simpler? Her tone was nonchalant, as if the destruction of a planet were a trivial matter. Humph. Fine, then, Android 17 reluctantly conceded. Despite his superior combat prowess, he was still bound by familial ties to his sister, Android 18. As they turned to depart, a thunderous explosion reverberated behind them, sending a shock wave of smoke billowing in all directions. As the smoke cleared, a figure emerged from the haze, Son Gohan. Unable to sense the androids and Appo's energy signatures, Gohan had tracked them by observing the anomalous explosions in the surrounding environment. A simple yet effective method, given the android's penchant for wanton destruction. Ha ha ha, 18. It appears we won and Appo's be leaving just yet, Android 17 sneered, his countenance transforming from frustration to a malevolent grin. I shall personally obliterate this insolent brat. Android 18 waved dismissively. Do as you please, but be quick about it. My patience is wearing thin. With his sister's approval, Android 17 vanished in a blur. Hurtling toward Gohan, he launched a punch, aiming to strike him. But Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan, seizing Android 17's wrist and flinging him away. Gohan and Appo's strength had increased significantly. He clenched his fists, realizing that everything that had transpired since Mr. Rowan had rescued him was not an illusion. Not bad, Son Gohan. Android 17 taunted. I didn't expect you could retaliate, but it ends here. He unleashed a barrage of energy waves, erupting into maniacal laughter, which abruptly ceased as Gohan evaded every blast and appeared before him. With a resounding impact, Gohan's fist slammed into Android 17's abdomen. The android's eyes widened as he stumbled backward, clutching his stomach. A swift kick sent him hurtling through walls, burying him beneath the rubble. What? Android 18 exclaimed in disbelief, abandoning her indifference and attacking. Android 17 emerged from the debris, shouting, Don't interfere, 18. He gathered all his energy and unleashed his most potent attack. However, Gohan deflected the blast with a wave of his hand and unleashed a Masenko. The potent energy beam obliterated Android 17, leaving Android 18 in shock. Shikuden and Appo's believed that Android 17 was dead. Gohan approached Android 18. You bastard! She shrieked, lunging at Gohan. Yet, she was no match for him. After a brief exchange, Gohan vanquished Android 18. I did it. I finally avenged everyone, Gohan whispered. The years of hatred had been like thorns piercing his heart. With his vengeance complete, he felt a weight lift from his soul. The anger and pain that had consumed him dissipated with the demise of his enemies. Tears streamed down his face as he wept. From the temple above, Rowan sighed. This timeline's Gohan had endured far too much. Yet, he was satisfied with the outcome. Son Gohan, I look forward to our next encounter. He waved toward Gohan's location, muttering. Time to depart. Rowan vanished. He could not remain in this timeline indefinitely. He had imparted all he could to Gohan. His future growth depended on his own efforts. Gohan, having wept for a while, wiped away his tears and gazed up at the sky, sensing that something was missing. Chapter 7. The early breakthrough to Super Saiyan in a certain timeline on Earth, Goku engaged in a fierce battle with the rejuvenated Namekian, Shrag. With a mighty roar, Shrag charged at Goku like an ancient behemoth, each heavy footfall causing the ground to tremble, dust rising and stones scattering. Yet, Goku displayed no hint of fear. He lightly propelled himself off the ground, darting forward like a bolt of lightning to meet Shrag head-on. In the blink of an eye, the two collided with tremendous force, igniting a fierce melee. Their fists and feet intertwined, each impact resonating with a series of deep, thunderous sounds that echoed across the battlefield. Shrag relied on his height and reach, unleashing powerful blows that swept through the air, each strike imbued with immense force, attempting to subdue Goku with overwhelming might. However, Goku's agility was remarkable. He evaded Shrag's relentless barrage with the grace of a slippery eel, dodging left and right, soaring up and down. At times, he would sidestep a ferocious punch. At others, he would duck under sweeping kicks, and occasionally, he would leap high to escape crushing blows. Moreover, Goku seized fleeting opportunities to counterattack, his strikes swift as a tempest, landing relentlessly upon Shrag's formidable frame. Despite the ferocity of Goku's onslaught, Shrag's muscles were as tough as steel, rendering ordinary attacks nearly ineffective. Yet, rather than deterred, Goku grew increasingly emboldened. As the battle raged on, Shrag's eyes widened with a sudden surge of power, and in an instant, he grasped Goku's arm tightly, exerting all his strength to hurl him away like a cannonball, sending Goku flying thousands of miles. Reacting with remarkable speed, Goku twisted midair and landed gracefully several dozen meters from his original position. Before he could catch his breath, Shrag launched another assault, gathering formidable energy between his hands. In mere moments, a dazzling green energy sphere formed, radiating with blinding light. Behold the might of my attack! Shrag bellowed, propelling the sphere towards Goku with ferocious intensity. The energy sphere sliced through the air with a deafening roar, distorting the space around it, its ferocity instilling dread. Faced with such a powerful strike, Goku's expression turned grave, yet he showed no sign of retreat. Drawing a deep breath, he planted his feet firmly. Resembling a steadfast pine rooted in the earth, he swiftly positioned his hands at his sides, channeling a torrent of energy that surged within him. Kamehameha! With a cry, Goku thrust his palms forward, unleashing a tumultuous wave of blue energy that surged directly towards Shrag's oncoming sphere. In an instant, blue and green light collided midair, reminiscent of two meteors crashing together, erupting in a dazzling display of sparks. A thunderous explosion followed, shaking the very fabric of the surroundings. A cataclysmic detonation that sent shockwaves rippling outward, raising clouds of dust and debris, creating a vast crater in the ground, the scene a testament to sheer devastation. As the intense light and shockwaves spread, rocks and dust were blown away, forming a massive circular pit. Caught in the aftermath of the explosion, Goku was propelled backward, crashing heavily onto the ground. Though Shrag also felt the backlash, he quickly regained his footing and lunged at Goku once more. This time, Shrag unleashed one of his signature moves, the Death Entanglement. Countless green energy tendrils sprang forth from around him, slithering towards Goku like venomous serpents. Caught off guard, Goku found himself ensnared by several tendrils. With a powerful tug, Shrag pulled Goku close, raising his knee to deliver a crushing blow to Goku's abdomen. Goku gasped, blood spilling from his lips, yet his eyes remained resolute. Channeling his inner strength, he unleashed a powerful surge of energy, breaking free from Shrag's grasp. On a towering cliff overlooking the battlefield, Lo Chuan stood silently, his gaze fixated on the fierce struggle below. The battle between Goku and Shrag had escalated to a fever pitch, both warriors exchanging formidable blows in a breathtaking display of skill. So that is how it is, Lo Chuan murmured, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Observing the unfolding events, he realized that it would not be long before Goku transformed into a pseudo-Super Saiyan. Suddenly, the tide of battle shifted, seizing a fleeting opportunity. Goku struck while Shrag was momentarily distracted, closing the distance with blinding speed and unleashing a barrage of relentless close-range attacks. Goku's fists rained down upon Shrag's body like powerful cannonballs, each strike echoing with a resounding thud. Initially caught off guard, Shrag was forced to retreat, but as a seasoned warrior, he quickly regained his composure and retaliated, plunging them back into a heart-pounding melee. The two combatants exchanged blows at a dizzying pace, their figures blurring in the air, the sound of their strikes ringing out like a symphony of combat. As the fierce struggle continued, the surrounding terrain succumbed to severe damage, pockmarked ground, shattered boulders, and swirling dust creating a chaotic scene. As time wore on, Goku began to feel the strain, while Shrag and Appo's strength seemed inexhaustible. Noticing Goku and Appo's fatigue, Shrag smirked, exuding confidence. "Scion, you remind me of another I encountered, yet your power pales in comparison." With that, he intensified his assault. Bang! Goku was sent flying, crashing through numerous ruins. Shrag approached, lifting Goku and pummeling him mercilessly, each punch heavier than the last. Gasping, Goku coughed up blood, his consciousness fading. Just as Shrag prepared to deliver a decisive blow, images flashed through Goku's mind, his friends, family, and the Earth he vowed to protect. These visions ignited a latent potential within him, a surge of unparalleled power coursing through his veins. "Here I come. Let me lend you my strength," Lo Chuan remarked, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Sun Wukong suddenly roared towards the heavens, his pupils vanished as he momentarily lost consciousness. His hair stood erect, transforming into a deep shade of purple-black, while his muscles slightly swelled. He was engulfed in a blazing golden aura, his skin taking on a yellowish hue. Yet, the metamorphosis of Sun Wukong was far from complete. Hidden in the shadows, Luo Chuan infused him with a surge of energy, causing Wukong's aura to swell once more. In an instant, a radiant golden light enveloped him, restoring his awareness and enabling his transformation into a Super Saiyan. However, at this moment, Sun Wukong was consumed by fury, a primal urge to annihilate coursing through him. The Super Saiyan had finally awakened. Shrag was taken aback by Wukong's sudden transformation, yet he quickly regained his composure. What difference does it make, even in this form?" he scoffed. Under the aegis of his Super Saiyan transformation, Wukong's power underwent a qualitative leap. His speed was astonishing, rendering Shrag barely able to perceive his form. Wukong's strikes became increasingly ferocious, each blow eliciting anguished cries from Shrag, attempting to retaliate with energy waves. Shrag found his efforts effortlessly sidestepped as Wukong closed in, delivering even more devastating blows. Wukong soared high into the air, reverting to his normal state as he gathered a colossal blue-white energy sphere above his head. "Spirit Bomb!" Wukong bellowed, launching the energy sphere towards Shrag. Terrified, Shrag gazed at the descending spirit bomb, desperately channeling energy in a futile attempt to withstand the impending impact. However, the spirit bomb's might was overwhelming. shattering Schlag's defenses in an instant. With a resounding explosion, Schlag was utterly consumed by the energy. Schlag and his spacecraft were reduced to ashes in the wake of the cataclysm. Having dealt with Schlag, Wukong turned his gaze towards a device in the atmosphere that was continuously releasing a peculiar gas. Just as he prepared to destroy it, the machine erupted in a tremendous explosion. As the gas dissipated, sunlight broke through, melting away the cold. Wukong stroked his chin, recalling a vague silhouette he had glimpsed earlier. Coupled with the indistinct energy that surged into him during his transformation, causing him to furrow his brow. Luo Chuan, concealed in the shadows, smiled faintly. Acknowledging the perceptive nature of this timeline's son Wukong. Just as he was about to embark on his journey to the next timeline, he suddenly looked up towards the sky. Within his perception, a spacecraft was approaching Earth from the cosmos. Chapter 8. Ignorance of Mortality Within a Spaceship Traversing the Cosmos. The imposing figure of the Kurdish king sat contemplatively in his chair, scrutinizing the documents in his hands, his eyes narrowing with a glint of coldness. This scoundrel possesses such precious information, yet chooses not to share it with me. It appears he is courting death. The documents revealed the astonishing news of Schlag's rejuvenation on Earth. Evidently, there were spies from the Kurdish king embedded within Schlag's legion, though unbeknownst to him. Schlag had already met his demise. While the Kurdish king no longer held sway over their collaboration, this revelation piqued his interest, prompting him to journey to Earth for verification. If true, he too would seek to make a wish. How long until we reach Earth? The Kurdish king inquired. The operator of the spaceship glanced at the time and replied, approximately 5 minutes remain. Nodding in acknowledgement, the Kurdish king turned his gaze towards the approaching azure planet. A mysterious smile gracing his lips. Wow, Goku, you are simply incredible. What was that form you displayed earlier? Such terrifying power, Krillin exclaimed. His excitement palpable as he reveled in Goku and Appo's prowess, as if he himself had triumphed over Schlag. Beside him, Piccolo furrowed his brow, his eyes fixed intently on Goku, seemingly trying to decipher the secret behind his newfound strength. After a moment, Piccolo hesitantly asked, "Old son, what exactly was that?" However, before he could finish, Goku interrupted him with a shake of his head, sighing honestly, "I'm not entirely sure what just happened. I felt an unprecedented surge of power within me. And then my body transformed on its own." He scratched his head, bewilderment etched across his face. Just as Goku grappled with his confusion, a familiar voice resonated in their minds. "Goku, it seems you have ascended to the status of a Super Saiyan." It was the North Kai communicating through telepathy. Upon hearing the term Super Saiyan, Goku paused, his eyebrows raised in intrigue, pondering, Super Saiyan? What could that possibly be? The North Kai proceeded to elucidate the origins of the Super Saiyan. After absorbing this information, Krillin gasped in astonishment. If that is the case, Goku has become the universe's ultimate warrior. However, the North Kai and Appo's subsequent words fell upon Krillin like a bucket of cold water. You are too naive. There exists a truly vile individual in the universe who surpasses even Goku in strength. Before he could elaborate further, the North Kai noticed Goku and the others gazing skyward. Adjusting his perspective with a twitch of his antennae, they beheld a colossal spaceship descending, its hatch opening to reveal a cadre of soldiers, led by the formidable Kurdish king himself. So this is Earth. Not bad at all. It could fetch a handsome price. No, I must keep it for my collection. The thought of the legendary Dragon Balls, such extraordinary artifacts, made him chastise himself for even entertaining the notion of selling them. Observing the surroundings, he noted the unmistakable signs of battle. Hey, you must be Earthlings. Tell me, where are the Dragon Balls that Schlag utilized? The Kurdish king's icy gaze swept over Goku and his companions. Krillin gulped, his expression grave. Goku, this fellow does not come with good intentions. Are you an accomplice of Schlag? Goku inquired. The Kurdish king scoffed dismissively. Accomplice? To me, he is nothing but a waste. Enough of this idle chatter. Hand over the Dragon Balls. Goku replied with a smile. I'm afraid I can't give you the Dragon Balls. Once used, one must wait a year before they can be summoned again. The Kurdish king scrutinized Goku, noting the unwavering expression and gaze, realizing he was not being deceived. However, he was not deterred. He mused that if he exterminated all life on this planet, the Dragon Balls would eventually belong to him. You, and you. He pointed to 4 individuals, commanding them to lead their forces in the slaughter of all Earthlings. Just as these 4 prepared to act, Goku launched an attack, not against them, but against the Kurdish king himself, adhering to the principle of capturing the leader first. You fool! How dare you lay a hand on me? The Kurdish king's expression darkened. Fool? I believe the fool here is you. With that, Goku harnessed his energy, transforming into a Super Saiyan, rapidly unleashing a Kamehameha wave, which erupted with a thunderous roar, illuminating the vicinity in a brilliant blue light, causing the spaceship to malfunction. As the explosive radiance faded, the disheveled Kurdish king emerged, his minions rendered severely incapacitated. Your hair color. Could it be that you are? Yet before the Kurdish king could finish his thought, Goku unleashed another Kamehameha, this time with even greater ferocity. Super Saiyan. The beleaguered Kurdish king found himself utterly defenseless, succumbing to the blast. Exhausted and panting heavily, Goku reverted to his normal state, realizing he was still unaccustomed to the overwhelming surge of energy. It seemed the bloodlust inherent in the Super Saiyan form had taken its toll on him. Nevertheless, Luo Chuan, concealed in the shadows, had no intention of intervening. He knew Goku would eventually purge that murderous intent. It was merely a matter of time. Having watched the spectacle unfold, he decided it was time to depart. In an instant, Luo Chuan transported himself to the rooftop of a tall building. With a thought, he uttered, returned to the main timeline, and vanished. Chapter 9. Sparring with the God of Destruction, Part 1. In the vast expanse of the universe, on Earth, the sun shone brightly today. Luo Chuan emerged from the hotel, his handsome features having nearly led the receptionist to his room the previous night. Fortunately, she maintained her composure. After all, he was a staunchly straight man. He jested that he had never experienced romance in his past life, and deemed it improbable in this one. Wandering aimlessly, he exited the bathing center 2 hours later. Feeling refreshed, it was time to engage in training in the realm of the God of Destruction. Before that, however, he decided to procure some food to bring along. If one were to inquire about the source of his funds, they would discover that it was the generosity of kind-hearted individuals. He strolled toward the food street, and, after half an hour, emerged with numerous bags filled with delectable treats. Finding a secluded corner, he executed a sudden movement and vanished. In the realm of the God of Destruction, Sun Wukong was engaged in combat with Whis, while Vegito practiced his Ultra Instinct. In an instant, Luo Chuan appeared. Hey, everyone's here. Come and enjoy the feast. He greeted them, placing the abundant array of food on the ground. Beerus sniffed the air, his eyes gleaming with delight. Approaching the food, he opened a bag to reveal sausages, purely traditional, devoid of any technological enhancement. He seized one and began to savor it. Spicy and delightful, he exclaimed, though his hands moved swiftly to prevent anyone from claiming the entire bag. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Whis joined in the feast. Approximately an hour later, all the food Luo Chuan had brought was consumed. Satiated, Beerus stretched and licked his lips, turning to Luo Chuan. Feeling full? How about a post-meal activity? Luo Chuan looked at Beerus in surprise, contemplating for a fraction of a second before nodding. He was eager to witness Beerus's strength, having heard rumors that his power was bolstered by late-game enhancements. Oh, Vegeta is in for an entertaining show, Sun Wukong exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Vegeta nodded, his gaze intensely fixed on the two. Whis observed them thoughtfully, contemplating Beerus's foresight. This line of thought stemmed from a prior incident only known to the gods, which would soon be divulged by the Grand Minister. Luo Chuan and Beerus faced each other in an expansive arena, an invisible pressure enveloping the space between them, causing the ground to tremble beneath their formidable energy. Suddenly, without warning, Beerus moved, disappearing from his spot and reappearing behind Luo Chuan, launching a seemingly simple yet powerful punch aimed directly at the back of Luo Chuan and Appos' head. Luo Chuan, however, seemed to have anticipated Beerus and Appos' move. He swiftly tilted his body aside, narrowly evading the strike. Reacting swiftly, he spun around, raising his left leg high and delivering a fierce kick toward Beerus's abdomen, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound. Beerus, unfazed, crossed his arms defensively, bracing himself to absorb the force of Luo Chuan's powerful strike. A resounding crash echoed as their forces collided, unleashing a brilliant burst of sparks. Though Beerus successfully blocked the kick, he had underestimated Luo Chuan's strength. The tremendous impact caused Beerus to slide back several meters, leaving deep marks on the ground. Quite interesting, Beerus thought, an exhilarating glint flashing in his eyes as he steadied himself. Without hesitation, he launched into a ferocious barrage of attacks. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a dazzling purple lightning bolt, hurtling toward Luo Chuan at breathtaking speed. In mere moments, the purple lightning surrounded Luo Chuan from all directions. With a thunderous onslaught, Beerus unleashed a relentless series of punches, each blow accompanied by a fierce gale, powerful enough to obliterate a planet. The frequency of his strikes was astonishing, leaving Luo Chuan with no opportunity to evade. Yet, undeterred by the onslaught, Luo Chuan's golden aura flared intensely, enveloping him like a blazing inferno. This formidable energy formed a protective barrier, allowing him to withstand Beerus's tempestuous assault. However, Beerus was far from finished. With a disdainful huff, he propelled himself forward like a cannonball, resuming his relentless assault, his fists continuing to rain down upon Luo Chuan with unyielding ferocity. This time, Luo Chuan did not defend. Instead, he raised his fists, countering the storm of blows. Bang, bang, bang. Each collision of their fists resonated like thunder, shaking the very fabric of their surroundings. As they battled, the ground beneath them began to crack under the immense pressure, spiderweb-like fractures spreading rapidly in all directions. Strangely, these newly formed fissures began to heal almost instantaneously, as if endowed with some mystical regenerative ability. Suddenly, Luo Chuan let out a fierce shout, his muscles tensing as he summoned his inner energy, forcing Beerus back several steps. After repelling his opponent, Luo Chuan channeled his vast energy, causing his aura to surge, transforming into Super Saiyan. Oh! Beerus and Apos' deep-set eyes widened in astonishment. This newfound energy approached the ninth dimension. Before Beerus could react further, Luo Chuan vanished and reappeared directly above him, fists clenched and poised to strike with immense force. In response, Beerus crossed his arms atop his head, bracing for the impending cataclysmic blow. As Luo Chuan's fist, imbued with boundless power, collided with Beerus's crossed arms, a colossal wave of energy erupted from their point of contact, resembling a cataclysmic storm. The surrounding asteroids and debris were obliterated, reduced to cosmic dust within the boundless realm of destruction. As the explosion subsided, both Beerus and Luo Chuan emerged relatively unscathed. Are you planning to reveal your strength gradually? Beerus chuckled. Indeed, Luo Chuan replied with a smile. Lord Beerus, are you not also gradually augmenting your energy? Moreover, is it not the very essence of sparring that it becomes enjoyable in such a manner? Indeed, there is some truth to your words. Very well, let us commence our second round. Luo Chuan has transformed into Super Saiyan 2, and Lord Beerus has correspondingly increased his energy. The second round of battle is about to begin. Chapter 10, Sparring with the God of Destruction, Part 2. Upon seeing this, Luo Chuan's gaze sharpened, and a formidable aura emanated from him. Having transformed into his Super Saiyan 2, his speed and strength surged exponentially, akin to lightning as he vanished from his original position in an instant. In the mere span of a second, Luo Chuan reappeared behind Beerus, launching a powerful fist towards Beerus's back, a strike imbued with overwhelming force. However, as the god of destruction, Beerus's prowess was far from trivial. Just as Luo Chuan and Apos' fist was about to make contact, Beerus evaded with astonishing speed, leaving behind only a blurred afterimage, thus rendering Luo Chuan and Apos' fierce assault completely ineffective. Not only did Beerus effortlessly evade Luo Chuan's onslaught, but he also seized the opportunity to counterattack. He clasped his hands together before his chest, continuously gathering immense energy. Soon, a glowing orb of purple energy began to take shape between his palms, expanding rapidly. When the energy sphere reached its peak concentration, Beerus unleashed it with great force, hurling it towards Luo Chuan. In response to the oncoming energy sphere, Luo Chuan inhaled deeply and thrust his hands forward, releasing a tremendous energy wave that raced towards Beerus's projectile. In an instant, the two attacks, each brimming with terrifying energy, collided midair, resulting in a brilliant explosion of light that momentarily blinded onlookers. The clash of these two formidable forces generated shockwaves that radiated outward, distorting the very fabric of space, threatening to shatter it entirely. From a distance, Sun Wukong watched the breathtaking duel unfold, his mouth agape in astonishment. Wow! Luo Chuan can hold his own against Lord Beerus like this. Could it be that Lord Beerus is deliberately going easy on him? Not at all, Kakarot. Lord Beerus is fighting with all seriousness, Vegito interjected, his eyes fixed intently on the combatants. As Luo Chuan and Beerus emerged from the radiant explosion, they soared into the sky, engaging in an intense melee. After a series of spectacular exchanges, they quickly distanced themselves from one another. Truly remarkable, Beerus is indeed unfathomable. Luo Chuan mused inwardly. Yet, this only fueled his competitive spirit, driving him to test his limits further. He erupted with an even more intense aura, his hair elongating to his waist, eyebrows vanishing, and his visage transforming into a more menacing form as he ascended to Super Saiyan 3, barely crossing into the 10th dimension. Beerus smirked, matching Luo Chuan and Apos' newfound power with his own. At this moment, Luo Chuan possessed the qualifications to vie for the position of a candidate for the god of destruction in other universes. Suddenly, Luo Chuan charged at Beerus with blinding speed. His right fist clenched tightly, accompanied by a rushing wind as he aimed a devastating blow at Beerus's face. The strength behind this punch was enough to annihilate a planet, distorting the surrounding space. Yet, Beerus remained unfazed, effortlessly dodging to the side. He extended his right hand, fingers curled like a razor-sharp claw, aiming for Luo Chuan's chest. Though this movement appeared casual, it concealed tremendous force, capable of being fatal to others. However, Luo Chuan deftly sidestepped Beerus and Apos' attack, countering with a knee strike aimed at Beerus and Apos' abdomen, but Beerus effortlessly blocked it with one hand. With each powerful strike, the air whistled and their silhouettes intertwined, creating a flurry of motion that left behind mere afterimages, as if countless versions of themselves were battling simultaneously in the sky. Luo Chuan's punches were fierce and forceful, each accompanied by the sound of slicing wind, while Beerus's strikes were sharp and relentless. Suddenly, Beerus identified a flaw in Luo Chuan's offense. He launched a powerful punch that landed squarely on Luo Chuan's shoulder, sending him hurtling away like a cannonball, crashing through several planets before finally halting. Haha, Beerus laughed heartily. That felt good. Now, I shall unleash my true strength. Without further ado, he erupted with an even more powerful energy, transforming into Super Saiyan 5 in full power mode. Now, this is interesting. Purple ethereal flames ignited around Beerus as the golden and purple energy fields clashed, causing the god of destruction realm to tremble. Nearby planets could not withstand such immense energy and began to explode. It was evident that the ensuing battle had escalated into a fierce confrontation. Swish, swish. This time, they moved beyond mere close-quarters combat, unleashing energy waves at one another. Luo Chuan clasped his hands together before his chest and thrust them forward, sending forth a golden energy wave towards Beerus. This wave, several meters in diameter, tore through space, emitting a sizzling sound. Beerus, unfazed, gathered energy between his hands, forming a purple energy sphere, which he then propelled forward. The purple sphere collided with the golden energy wave, resulting in a violent explosion, the shockwaves incinerating everything in their vicinity. The exchange of energy waves did not conclude the battle. Instead, both combatants unleashed a torrent of energy waves, intertwining gold and purple blasts that erupted continuously in the sky, enveloping the entire god of destruction realm in a cataclysmic display reminiscent of an apocalyptic event. As the fight progressed, both warriors reached an unfathomable level of power, leaving the god of destruction realm riddled with devastation, fissures in space visible everywhere, and countless meteor fragments soaring through the sky. Just as they prepared to deliver their final blows to determine the victor, a blue figure suddenly appeared between them. It was Whis. With a gentle wave of his hands, Whis dissipated the immense energy unleashed by Luo Chuan and Beerus. He bore a smile, yet his eyes conveyed a hint of reproach. Gentlemen, if this continues, the universe will face annihilation. It is time to cease this. Whis's voice was calm and gentle, yet it resonated with undeniable authority. Luo Chuan and Beerus exchanged glances, understanding that should their battle persist, the consequences would indeed be dire. Ah, I'm feeling lightheaded. My apologies. But I've digested enough for now. I'm starving. Whis, please prepare a meal. I'll go take a shower first, Luo Chuan stated before turning to leave. Whis watched Beerus depart, a knowing smile gracing his lips. In the king's palace, the two kings observed a series of universes laid out like a sand table. The modern timeline king looked up at the Grand Priest. So, Grand Priest, has the time been set? Indeed, what time is it? The future king inquired with curiosity. The Grand Priest smiled, unhurriedly replying, the time has been set for tomorrow. Upon hearing this, the two kings clapped their hands in delight. Then let us notify everyone to prepare, and I would appreciate it if you could expand the arena afterward. With so many participants, it should be even more entertaining. Understood. The Grand Priest replied before departing. Chapter 11, 16 Universes, the Second Power Tournament, Destruction God Realm. The diligent cultivator, Luo Chuan, opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. Excellent, he mused inwardly, I have progressed another step. Whis turned to look at Luo Chuan, a soft smile gracing his lips. It seems you have indeed comprehended the ultimate freedom. Luo Chuan, not one to conceal his achievements, readily admitted it. After all, with Whis's strength, discerning the truth was hardly a challenge. Little did Whis know that Luo Chuan had not only mastered the ultimate freedom but had also successfully cultivated the techniques of the god of destruction. Perched upon a broad tree, Beerus cast a surprised glance at Luo Chuan. Suddenly, a swirling vortex appeared, and a figure stepped through, none other than the enigmatic Grand Minister. Sensing the commotion, Sun Wukong and Vegeta, who were diligently training, halted their activities and rushed towards the Grand Minister's location. Beerus, initially resting on the tree, was taken aback by the Grand Minister's arrival and swiftly approached him, bowing deeply in respect. Not only in the realm of the seventh universe, but the projections of the Grand Minister also manifested across other universes. These projections were vividly clear, akin to the Grand Minister being present in person, instilling an unprecedented sense of pressure among the deities of various universes. The Grand Minister surveyed his surroundings before speaking in a tone that was both commanding and serene. By the decree of Lord Zeno, the second power tournament is about to commence. I urge the deities of the 16 universes to promptly select your finest contestants and have them arrive at the Void Realm by tomorrow for the competition. It is mandatory for all participants from the 16 universes to compete without exception. As his words echoed, the Grand Minister stepped back into the vortex, vanishing without a trace. Upon hearing this news, Luo Chuan stood in stunned silence, his mind a blank canvas. 16 universes? How could this be? Hadn't he always known there were only 12? This revelation left Luo Chuan bewildered. In contrast to Luo Chuan's astonishment, Sun Wukong and Vegeta appeared particularly exhilarated. For these battle-hungry Saiyans, the prospect of clashing with formidable opponents from various universes was undeniably thrilling. Such fierce battles would not only reveal their true strength but also present opportunities to surpass their limits and enhance their prowess. Meanwhile, Beerus sighed in exasperation, lightly massaging his forehead. He had long anticipated this day, though he hadn't expected it to arrive so swiftly. His thoughts were filled with curses directed at certain individuals. Whis. What on earth is happening? I distinctly remember that the universe consisted of only 12. When did an additional 4 emerge? Luo Chuan, perplexed, furrowed his brow, a flicker of inspiration flashing through his mind. To ensure clarity, he decided to consult Whis. Whis, in his unhurried manner, explained. You are unaware that during the first power tournament, number 17 wished for the revival of all the universes erased by Lord Zeno. Consequently, those previously extinct universes were restored. Luo Chuan nodded in understanding, albeit with a hint of contemplation. However, Whis continued, but that is not the crux of the matter. The key point is that upon learning of the events that transpired during the first tournament, the 4 revived universes collectively approached Lord Zeno, requesting a new tournament. It seems Lord Zeno deemed the number of 16 universes to be rather excessive, yet he graciously acquiesced. Upon hearing this, Luo Chuan and Imp Appo's expression shifted to one of enlightenment. Despite having had suspicions, the truth laid bare before him was still somewhat hard to grasp. Lord Beerus, I have a proposal. Sun Wukong suddenly raised his hand. Spit it out quickly, Beerus retorted, his irritation palpable. Sun Wukong scratched his head, grinning sheepishly. How about we maintain the same lineup as the first tournament? With Luo Chuan replacing Master Roshi? Sun Wukong had his reasons. During the first tournament, Master Roshi had nearly perished, and he wished to avoid any mishaps this time. Luo Chuan had no objections, and so the group made their way to Earth. The following morning, all the summoned warriors convened at Capsule Corporation. The lineup had changed from the first tournament, now including Luo Chuan, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, number 17, number 18, Son Gohan, Piccolo, Broly, Gamma 1, and Frieza. Krillin, Tien, and Master Roshi had been replaced, and as for Fat Bu, he was once again asleep. Gamma 1, created by the grandson of Dr. Gero, was notably powerful. Yet Luo Chuan regretted that he had not participated in this narrative. With Whis' assistance, they traveled to the Void Realm. Upon their arrival, they found several contestants from various universes already gathered at the arena. 5 minutes later, all 16 universes contestants were present, totaling 160 individuals. From above, the arena appeared densely populated. The structure of the arena remained unchanged from the first tournament, though its size had expanded to several times that of Earth. All the gods of destruction, angels, and Kaioshians returned to their floating spectator seats. The Grand Minister emerged, hovering in the air, his profound gaze fixed upon the contestants below. He then spoke in an extraordinarily calm yet unequivocal manner. Participants, this will be a melee among you 160. The time limit is 1 hour. And the rules remain unchanged. The use of any means to restore stamina or heal injuries is prohibited, and flying is not allowed, except for those races naturally endowed with wings. Furthermore, you may employ any attacks to defeat your opponents, but you must be cautious not to take any lives. Fusion is also permitted. After a brief pause, the Grand Minister continued, as for the consequences of failure, I trust you are all well aware. Just as in the first tournament, should any universe lose, it, along with its contestants and God of Destruction, will be ruthlessly erased by Lord Zeno. I will evaluate the losing universes, and the lower the score, the lesser the chance of revival. Should the eventual victor inadvertently revive a universe with a low score, Lord Zeno will show no mercy. With that, the Grand Minister returned to the side of the two Zenas. Both Zenas raised their hands, simultaneously declaring the tournament to commence. In an instant, the arena erupted into a kaleidoscope of colors. Chapter 12. Behold your own demise. I know that no matter how much I say, it will be futile. Let everyone employ their own tactics until the end. With a subtle smile, Captain Son Gohan uttered these words. Son Goku, Vegeta, Lochuan, Broly, and Frieza each departed. Whoosh. Boom. Energy blasts rained down, scattering them, while several competitors from unknown universes rushed forth. Lochuan strolled amidst the myriad of energy attacks whenever an energy blast approached. He merely waved his hand to deflect it effortlessly. He recognized many familiar anime characters, but those from other universes remained absent. At that moment, a stunning scene unfolded. A cerulean energy sphere hurtled toward him with astonishing speed. Lochuan nonchalantly waved his arm, sending the energy sphere careening away, transforming into countless radiant sparks that dissipated in the air. Almost simultaneously, two figures materialized unexpectedly, two individuals who bore an uncanny resemblance. Undoubtedly, they were twins. They were tall and imposing, with stern and resolute expressions, exuding an innate aura of authority. On the audience's side, the God of Destruction of Universe 1, Innate, allowed a barely perceptible smile to grace his lips. He murmured to himself, the contestant from Universe 7 is truly unfortunate to encounter the troublesome duo of OG and Ode here. This pair of twins was no ordinary characters. Their prowess was formidable, placing them firmly among the top 3 in the highly skilled Universe 1. Brother, look, he just effortlessly deflected our attack, Ode exclaimed, his face alight with astonishment and excitement. In contrast, the elder brother OG appeared considerably more composed. He scrutinized Lochuan with a calm demeanor, attempting to detect any signs of powerful energy fluctuations, only to be met with disappointment. The individual before him emitted no significant energy waves, suggesting that his strength was likely not formidable. As for why he could repel their combined energy sphere, OG chalked it up to mere coincidence, as they had only tested the waters without revealing their full strength. Hee. Leave this fellow to me, Ode proclaimed confidently, believing that dealing with Lochuan would be a trivial matter. OG nodded slightly, refraining from further commentary, silently expressing his trust in his brother Ode and Appo's capabilities. With a swift motion, Ode shot toward Lochuan like an arrow released from a bow, his right fist raised, slicing through the air with a fierce wind as he aimed a powerful strike at Lochuan's face, intending to knock him off the stage with a single blow. However, Lochuan remained remarkably composed, subtly sidestepping the attack in a manner that caught Ode off guard. In the blink of an eye, Lochuan's left leg shot up, delivering a fierce kick aimed at Ode's abdomen. Though surprised that his attack had been evaded, Ode reacted swiftly, extending his left hand to block Lochuan's kick with precision. Seizing the opportunity, he retaliated with a brutal right hook aimed squarely at Lochuan. Lochuan, perceiving the impending strike, raised an arm to block Ode's punch. The moment their fists collided with a resounding thud, it echoed like thunder, sending shockwaves rippling through the air, dispersing it violently in all directions. Through this clash of strength, Lochuan distinctly sensed Ode's formidable power. Observing that Ode's combat power stood at 2,300 quintillion, he recognized that, in the past, this would have rendered him invincible on Earth. Yet, that was merely a remnant of the past. In his ordinary state, Lochuan's combat prowess vastly surpassed that of Ode. Suddenly, Ode leaped high into the air, gathering a cerulean energy sphere in his hands and launching it toward Lochuan. Lochuan teleported to evade the energy sphere, but Ode did not relent. He unleashed a barrage of energy blasts from the air, creating a dense curtain of energy projectiles that descended upon Lochuan. Unfazed by the onslaught, Lochuan appeared as though he were intimidated, yet in the next instant, the energy blasts erupted, revealing that he had dismantled Ode's attack with sheer force. Seizing the moment of explosion, OG charged forward, leaping high and raising his right leg to deliver a powerful downward kick aimed at Lochuan's head. He misjudged the situation. This opponent was not to be underestimated. Lochuan smirked and retaliated with a punch aimed at OG's leg. OG felt the immense power behind Lochuan's fist and instinctively twisted his body mid-air to evade the blow while simultaneously aiming a kick at Lochuan's chest, expecting a direct hit. He was taken aback when his leg passed through what turned out to be an illusion. "Brother, be careful," Ode warned, though his caution came a moment too late. Lo Chuan appeared behind OG, seemingly nonchalant, delivering a swift kick that left OG no time to defend himself, sending him hurtling through the air for thousands of meters until his brother caught him to halt his fall. "Brother, are you all right?" Ode inquired with concern. OG shook his head. While he felt discomfort, he was uninjured. Gazing at Lo Chuan from a distance, he sensed that he had not yet unleashed his full potential, still concealing his true strength. OG exchanged a knowing glance with Ode, who understood immediately. They vanished, not to attack Lo Chuan but to distance themselves from him. A wise decision. Lo Chuan chuckled softly, choosing not to pursue them as he leisurely departed. However, moments later, a green energy enveloped him. Emerging from the shadows was Frost from Universe 6. "At last, I and Apo's VE got you, detestable scion," Frost seethed, his gaze fixed on Lo Chuan. Though he was not Goku or Vegeta, his animosity toward any scion was unwavering. Frost produced a small vial, placing it on the ground, and with a flourish of his hands, the green energy drew Lo Chuan into the vial. Indeed, this is the magic seal wave, which Master Rashi employed during the first power tournament. I have secretly practiced this technique, believing it quite effective. I never anticipated it would come in handy this time. I have prepared numerous vials to imprison all from Universe 7. As he sealed the vial, reveling in his triumph, cracks suddenly appeared on its surface, followed by a blinding flash as a figure burst forth, landing on the ground. The one who emerged was none other than Lo Chuan himself. "Unexpectedly, you have pilfered a technique from our Universe 7. I must admit, that is somewhat clever, but it ends here," Lo Chuan remarked, brushing off the dust from his attire. "How could this be? How do you?" Frost stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. "Oh, did you not know? In addition to requiring a vial or similar container, one must also possess a sealing talisman. Otherwise, how could one seal anything?" Lo Chuan grinned, explaining the oversight. "Nanny?" Frost, for the first time, realized the necessity of a sealing talisman, wondering why he had not observed the old man using one during the first power tournament. "Look at you, bringing about your own demise. Why choose me of all people?" As he spoke, Luo Chuan's figure swayed, and in the enlarged pupils of Frost, his body was struck with tremendous force, soaring off the stage in a graceful arc. Upon returning to the audience, Frost fainted from the pain. Luo Chuan had shown no mercy, delivering a blow that unleashed the utmost power of his normal state, given the opponent's physical resilience. It was only natural that he succumbed to unconsciousness. With a clap of his hands and a whistle, Luo Chuan turned and departed. Chapter 13. I surrender the supreme Kai of the first universe, Innate, cleared his throat softly, feeling a sting of embarrassment. He had not anticipated that this contestant from the 7th universe possessed such formidable strength. The 6th universe's Kampa cast a cold glance at the unconscious Frost, uttering two dismissive words, "Useless," on the arena. Frisia squinted, cursing quietly. What an imbecile. Earlier, he had engaged in a conversation with Frost. Though their dialogue had been far from amicable, he had persuaded Frost to ambush Lo Chuan by discussing the cultivation of the golden form. Yet he had not expected Frost to be so ineffectual. "It seems I must wait for another opportunity. The humiliation you have inflicted upon me, wild monkey, shall be repaid in due time." With a flicker, he vanished. In another part of the arena, Son Gohan was locked in a fierce confrontation with Dua from the 5th universe. A series of thunderous collisions echoed as they exchanged blows, each punch imbued with immense power, tearing through the surrounding air. However, after an intense exchange, it became evident that Dua was gradually falling behind, retreating repeatedly until he barely managed to stabilize himself. At that moment, a tingling sensation coursed through his hands, nearly robbing him of sensation. Dua contemplated, "If this continues, I will undoubtedly be defeated." He swiftly decided to shift his focus, seeking out other opponents. Just as Dua turned to leave, a brilliant wave of energy surged towards him, striking him squarely in the back. The immense force propelled him away, and with a resounding crash, Dua shattered several massive stones that had been left from the battle. The rocks disintegrated into countless shards, scattering in all directions. It was not until he was nearly 100 meters from the edge of the arena that Dua managed to halt his momentum, crashing heavily to the ground. Son Gohan gazed in astonishment at the cloud of smoke that enveloped the area. From within emerged a tall figure clad in a beige martial arts uniform, standing out distinctly. The man appeared to be around 2 meters tall, exuding a palpable sense of pressure. Most strikingly, he sported a unique Mohican hairstyle, exuding a strong sense of individuality. Oh, it seems this strike lacks a touch of power, the man mused, furrowing his brow. He then raised his gaze to Son Gohan, and in that instant, their eyes met, sparking an invisible collision of energy. Wow! A light exclamation escaped Krima's lips as his previously calm eyes suddenly radiated with intensity, a smile of sheer delight gracing his features. I never expected to encounter someone here who matches my strength and possesses untapped potential. No wonder my father often advised me, and Appos, there are heavens beyond the heavens. And people beyond the people and Appos. Do not become arrogant due to temporary achievements, he reflected. Hey, I sense your extraordinary abilities. Come, let us engage in a fierce battle. Before Gohan could respond, Krima, unable to contain his eagerness, launched his attack. With a powerful stomp, he propelled himself towards Son Gohan, his fist clenched tightly, creating a gust of wind that seemed to carry the weight of countless tons as he aimed a devastating blow towards him. In the face of such a fierce assault, Son Gohan remained unfazed, displaying remarkable composure. Just as Krima's fist was about to connect, Gohan gracefully evaded, moving like a specter, slipping aside from the thunderous strike. However, Krima was equally quick. Recovering seamlessly, he executed a fluid spin and unleashed a sweeping kick that sliced through the air with a howling sound, targeting Gohan and Appos' midsection with lethal intent. Gohan, sensing the imminent danger, crossed his arms with lightning speed to shield his waist, absorbing the brutal force of the sweeping kick. Is that all you've got? Krima scoffed. With a swift motion, he created distance between them, seemingly crafting an aura of intimidation. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes, channeling the latent energy within him. A powerful surge erupted from his core, coursing through his body like a volcanic eruption, enveloping him in a dark, fiery aura. The next moment, Krima's gaze locked onto Gohan, his leg muscles tensed as he propelled himself off the ground, leaving deep impressions in the solid arena floor. He charged towards Gohan, his speed blurring his form into a streak of light. In an instant, he was upon Gohan, his fist clenched tightly, veins bulging. As he prepared to unleash a blow of immense power, the surrounding energy coalescing around his fist, making it seem unstoppable. Faced with such a fierce onslaught, Gohan could not afford to be complacent. He quickly raised his arms to block the impending strike. When Krima's fist collided with Gohan's arms, it produced a sound akin to thunder, reverberating throughout the arena. Following this, a massive wave of energy radiated outward from their clash, tearing the air apart and creating visible shockwaves. The small stones scattered across the arena were obliterated by the force of the shockwave, transforming into countless tiny fragments that filled the air. Gohan felt an overwhelming force surging through his arm, forcing him backward. His feet scraped against the arena floor, carving deep grooves as dust erupted around him. Yet Krima offered no respite. Seizing the moment, he closed in once more, raining down a barrage of punches and kicks upon Gohan. Under the relentless assault, Gohan shouted, transforming into his mysterious form. A brilliant white aura enveloped him, boosting his speed and strength to unprecedented levels. With a flash of determination, Gohan seized Krima and Appos' hands, lifting him effortlessly before slamming him into the ground. The impact created a massive crater, and Krima awkwardly pulled himself from the rubble. Huh, you truly are remarkable. Not only do you possess greater potential than I, but your strength surpasses my own. You are indeed superior, Krima exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Gohan remained silent, sensing that Krima had more to say. Indeed. The next words took him by surprise. I surrender. With that, he propelled himself off the arena. Gohan glanced towards the audience, realizing that this individual hailed from the 12th universe. What a peculiar person, he remarked, scratching his head, unable to comprehend Krima's thoughts. Chapter 14. In the Face of Power. A group attack is merely a joke. Seated upon the divine throne, the Omni King turned to the Grand Priest and inquired, "Pray tell, which universe do you believe shall be the first to vanish?" The Grand Priest feigned contemplation, noting, "Time has scarcely elapsed 10 minutes, none appear fatigued yet." In comparison to the inaugural tournament, the strength of the 12 universes has seen some enhancement, thus rendering it challenging to predict. Oh, the Omni King pouted slightly, displaying a hint of displeasure. The Grand Priest chuckled and conjured 2 candied hawthorns. The 2 Omni Kings took the treats from the Grand Priest's hands, relishing the sweet delight. Turning his gaze towards the arena, the Grand Priest surveyed several universes, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as the first signs of disappearance approached. In the arena, Gohan engaged in fierce combat with other contestants, the air crackling with the sound of colliding fists and surging energy. Nearby, within the 6th universe's vicinity, A breathtaking battle unfolded. Super Saiyan 3 Kale and Super Saiyan 2 Caulifla stood united against the formidable Super Saiyan God Vegeta. Vegeta effortlessly deflected the sisters' relentless assault, a mocking smile gracing his lips as he taunted, "What's the matter, you two little girls? Though you've shown growth, your power is still quite lacking. Should I show mercy and allow you to fuse to fight me?" His derisive words struck like a dagger, igniting fury within Kale and Caulifla. Kale's beautiful eyes seemed ablaze with an inferno of rage as she shouted, "Vegeta, you arrogant fool. Do not underestimate us sisters." No sooner had she spoken than an overwhelming aura enveloped her, a dazzling golden light radiating from her being. In an instant, her speed surged, transforming her into a bolt of lightning as she rocketed toward Vegeta. In the blink of an eye, she was upon him, unleashing a flurry of ferocious strikes, each punch laden with colossal power, causing the air to vibrate ominously. Caulifla, undeterred, concentrated her energy, every muscle taut, as if ready to unleash boundless strength. Under this newfound power, her already formidable prowess soared to new heights. Following closely in Kale's wake, Caulifla launched a fierce counterattack from another angle. Together, they formed a seamless web of strikes, making it nearly impossible for their opponent to defend. Yet, in the face of such a fierce combined onslaught, Vegeta displayed no sign of fear. Instead, he simply scoffed, summoning forth a potent divine aura that ignited in brilliant crimson flames. His gaze sharpened, locking onto the sisters' relentless barrage. In a flash, he darted between their strikes with astonishing agility, evading their attacks with ease. In a heartbeat, Vegeta appeared behind Kale, raising his hand and delivering a seemingly gentle slap to her back. However, the impact was tremendous. Kale felt an overwhelming force propel her forward uncontrollably, tumbling to the ground and creating a crater upon landing. "Sister," Caulifla gasped, concern flooding her heart, yet she understood that this was no time for distraction. She steeled herself, channeling her fury as she launched herself at Vegeta. Vegeta regarded Caulifla's approach with a cold smirk, effortlessly blocking her punch with a casual lift of his arm. With a swift twist of his wrist, he seized her arm and hurled her away. At that moment, Kaba intervened, catching Caulifla. "Master, your strikes are rather ruthless," he remarked. Vegeta scrutinized Kaba with a steely gaze. "I merely wish to assess your strength and gauge your growth," he replied, before launching an attack against Kaba. Meanwhile, Rashi found himself cornered by a throng of competitors from the 9th and 4th universes. Observing this from the stands, Beerus rose, pointing at the gods of destruction from those universes, exclaiming, "Laura, Quitella, is this not a tad excessive?" "Ah, Beerus, I did not quite catch that." The mouse-like destroyer Quitella feigned ignorance, placing a hand to his ear. Laura, the supreme Kai of the 9th universe, smirked coldly. He had previously conspired with Quitella. One despised Beerus, while the other sought redemption in this tournament, leading to their collusion. They surrounded Rashi, deeming him the weakest link, an easy target to eliminate first. Yet Rashi remained composed, exuding an air of calm confidence. "You ought to realize that a group attack will not suffice to eliminate me, do you?" he queried, smirking. "What? Do you believe you possess the strength to contend with us all at once? Ridiculous. Clearly, I am the weakest of the 7th universe." The competitors from the 2 universes chattered among themselves, asserting, "He must be terrified of our numbers. Hasten to eliminate him." "Who told you I was weak?" Rashi declared, transforming into Super Saiyan 4. While Super Saiyan 3 would have sufficed, he sought to display his true power. With a surge of energy, he propelled himself toward the adversaries like a cannonball. Each punch and kick he delivered resonated with the force capable of shattering mountains. Opponents fell before him. Some sent flying off the stage, while others writhed in anguish on the ground, incapacitated. Before long, out of the 20 competitors from the 2 universes, nearly a dozen lay sprawled, unconscious, while the remaining participants hastily retreated to the stands. Returning to his normal state, Rashi tossed the unconscious competitors off the stage, unimpeded, as his earlier display of speed and power had instilled a sense of trepidation among the others. All the gods of destruction turned their attention to Rashi, sensing that his power had nearly reached the 10th dimension. Laura's expression darkened, realizing he had underestimated his opponent, while Quitella trembled with rage, unable to voice his frustration. "Curse you, Laura. This is all your fault," he seethed, glaring at the supreme Kai of the 9th universe. Having dispatched the competitors back to the stands, Rashi clapped his hands, a smile gracing his lips as he uttered 2 simple words, "Goodbye." The high priest stepped forward and announced, "All participants from the 9th universe and the 4th universe have been eliminated. The overall score for the 4th universe stands at 173, while the 9th universe has an overall score of 1. 0, which is deemed insufficient. Thus, Lord Zeno shall erase both of your universes with no chance of revival. The Supreme Kai of the 9th universe, Laura, and the Supreme Kai of the 4th universe, Katra, were struck with astonishment, desperate to plead their case. But it was too late. As the two Zeniths raised their hands and clasped them together, the two universes vanished into oblivion. It was truly terrifying. Luo Chuan feigned a gesture of reassurance, patting his chest. While watching the anime, he had not perceived the significance of the Zenith's clasp. But now it was evident that it held immense power, derived from the supreme laws of existence. Knowledge he owed to an enigmatic textual enhancement. Chapter 15. Your confidence is excessive. Luo Chuan exhaled a gentle breath, gracefully maneuvering through the relentless barrage of attacks that assailed him from all directions. Meanwhile, on the side of the 11th universe, Tuapa furrowed his brow and inquired of Jillian, "What are your thoughts on that individual we just witnessed?" Jillian slowly withdrew his gaze from the battlefield ahead, his eyes reflecting a deep calmness. After a brief moment of contemplation, he replied, "As it stands, this person has yet to fully reveal their true strength. However, judging by their current performance, their power likely rivals my own." Upon hearing this, his posed face contorted in shock, exclaiming, "What? That individual possesses such formidable strength?" It should be noted that since the conclusion of the previous power tournament, Jillian has diligently honed his skills to reach new heights. Thus, to hear such a remark from him left his utterly astonished. In response to his Po's astonishment, Jillian maintained a serene demeanor, nodding to affirm the veracity of his statement. He continued, "Moreover, my observations suggest that aside from this person, several competitors from other universes are also deliberately concealing their true capabilities. Therefore, we must similarly retain some hidden cards and reserves." Having conveyed this, Jillian's expression remained impassive. Yet a glimmer of vigilance in his eyes revealed the significance he attributed to this matter. Tuapa and the others nodded in understanding, acknowledging Jillian's intent. In the audience, the god of destruction from the 8th universe sat poised, his hawk-like gaze sweeping across the arena. Yet, his peripheral vision discreetly darted towards the 7th universe and Apos, Beerus, who wore an inscrutable expression, his lips slightly pursed and subtly upturned, leaving one to wonder what thoughts occupied his mind. Within the combat zone of the 8th universe, a tall, middle-aged man with enormous wings wore a confident smile. Suddenly, he launched himself into the air, delivering a kick with the speed of lightning towards a competitor from the 2nd universe. The sound of a dull thud resonated as the unfortunate opponent was sent hurtling away like a cannonball. Following this, the man slightly parted his lips as if issuing a command. Subsequently, several other competitors from his universe swiftly returned, encircling him as temporary guardians. Surprisingly, after executing this series of actions, the middle-aged man closed his eyes without hesitation, lying flat on the ground as motionless as a plank of wood. Before long, a soft snoring sound emerged, indicating he had drifted into slumber. "Nanny, Nanny, Grand Minister, what is he up to?" the Grand King exclaimed, his eyes widening as he pointed a pudgy finger at the slumbering figure on the stage, his face a portrait of confusion. The other Grand King mirrored his expression, both casting curious glances towards the Grand Minister, awaiting a reasonable explanation. With a gentle smile, the Grand Minister replied at a leisurely pace, "Do not fret, Your Majesty. This contestant is not truly asleep. Rather, he is utilizing this method to accumulate power within himself, thereby facilitating a transformation and enhancement of his abilities." Upon hearing this, the two Grand Kings nodded in partial understanding. Although they did not fully grasp the explanation, they chose to trust the Grand Minister's words. Approximately 5 minutes passed, and suddenly, a deep humming sound reverberated throughout the arena, accompanied by a subtle tremor beneath their feet. This unexpected disturbance immediately heightened the alertness of all the experts present, who turned to face the source of the sound, the 8th universe. In an instant, a dazzling light erupted without warning. The brilliance was blinding, reminiscent of the sun, making it nearly impossible to behold. The man's previously shut eyes began to open slowly, as if awakening from a long slumber. As he stood upright, his appearance had transformed dramatically. He appeared significantly younger, his once weathered features now radiating youthful vigor. Furthermore, the wings that had previously adorned his back were now conspicuously absent, as if they had never existed. Dan Kuan-Air's lips curled into a subtle smile as he murmured, "It has been far too long since my last transformation. I truly miss this feeling." With this thought, a spark of vitality ignited in his eyes, filling him with exuberance. His gaze casually swept across the arena, landing on several teammates besieged by fierce attacks from their opponents. Without a moment's hesitation, he darted forward like a bolt of lightning. In a heartbeat, the sound of muffled collisions echoed as numerous competitors from various universes were sent sprawling from the arena, akin to kites severed from their strings. After effortlessly dispatching these foes, Dan Kuan-Air's attention swiftly turned towards a specific direction. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished into thin air, only to reappear directly in front of Luo Chuan. Faced with Luo Chuan's proximity, Dan Kuan-Air wasted no words. He unleashed a powerful punch, the force of which surged towards Luo Chuan's face like a tempest. Luo Chuan, taken aback by the sudden aggression, instinctively sidestepped the blow, though the punch's wind left a faint mark across his cheek, akin to a delicate cut. Dan Kuan-Air raised an eyebrow, noting that despite not exerting much power, the individual from the 7th universe managed to evade his strike without transforming, indicating that the energy he had previously unleashed was not his full potential. Since you choose to withhold your true strength, do not blame me for your elimination. Blame yourself for being too reckless, he thought, a grin spreading across his face as he clenched his fists, an aura of power radiating from him. With a low growl, Dan Kuan-Air's energy swelled rapidly, illuminating the arena with a brilliant glow as he unleashed his full might. Luo Chuan's mind raced, revealing Dan Kuan-Air's battle power before him. Dan Kuan-Air. Battle power, 280,000. This level of power was manageable even without transforming into Super Saiyan 5. Thus, Luo Chuan instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 4 at full capacity. Dan Kuan-Air charged at Luo Chuan, his right fist enveloped in dark energy as he struck down fiercely. Luo Chuan braced himself against the blow, simultaneously sweeping his left leg towards Dan Kuan-Air's waist. Reacting swiftly, Dan Kuan-Air raised his left arm to block, resulting in a thunderous impact that reverberated through the air, causing nearby boulders to disintegrate into dust. You possess some skill. Luo Chuan's energy surged within him, erupting in a golden blaze as he gathered energy orbs in his palm, unleashing them like a torrential downpour upon Dan Kuan-Air. In such close proximity, evasion was futile. Dan Kuan-Air could only conjure a black energy shield. The energy orbs collided against the shield, erupting in a dazzling display of light, the shockwaves creating massive craters in the ground. With a sudden thrust, Dan Kuan-Air propelled the shield forward, unleashing a powerful wave of energy towards Luo Chuan. Luo Chuan's eyes narrowed as he swiftly kicked out, vanishing from sight only to reappear behind Dan Kuan-Air, raising his right fist high, channeling all his strength into a devastating blow, which struck Dan Kuan-Air squarely in the back. Dan Kuan-Air winced in pain, staggering forward as he coughed up blood. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he spun around, seizing Luo Chuan and Appo's fist and forcefully tossing him into the air. With his legs bent, Dan Kuan-Air propelled himself upwards, his right knee raised high, enveloped in dark radiance, crashing into Luo Chuan's abdomen. In midair, Luo Chuan smirked, raising his hand to unleash another wave of energy. Dan Kuan-Air crossed his arms to withstand the impact of the energy wave, and with a resounding explosion, he collapsed to the ground, creating a crater, while Luo Chuan landed gracefully. How could this be? Both of us are of the 10th dimension. Why are you so formidable? Dan Kuan-Air, in a state of disarray, struggled to rise from the pit. The god of destruction from the 8th universe wore a grim expression, having anticipated that their universe's ace, Dan Kuan-Air, would easily handle the opponent. He was taken aback by the depth of this contestant and Appo's strength. On the arena, you have become overly confident. If you had chosen someone else, it might have been different. But you specifically chose me. I truly wonder what thoughts occupy your mind. Enough of this. I do not wish to engage in further banter. Since you have selected me as your opponent, you should be aware of the outcome, whether you descend on your own or I shall send you down. Luo Chuan's words resonated with an overwhelming authority. Dan Kuan-Air's expression darkened. Did this fellow truly believe himself invincible to utter such arrogant declarations? Just as he prepared to make a move, Luo Chuan's hand rested upon his shoulder, and he heard his voice whispering in his ear. It seems you have chosen the latter option. In that case, allow me to escort you down. As soon as the words left his lips, Luo Chuan effortlessly lifted him and tossed him aside, swiftly following with a powerful kick. Bang! Dan Kuan-Air's eyes widened in disbelief, his body stiffening before he was propelled away. In the next instant, Luo Chuan teleported to the remaining 4 competitors from the 8th universe. With a series of thuds, these 4 contestants suffered similar devastating blows and were sent flying. Once all the competitors from the 8th universe returned to the audience, the Grand Priest stood forth to announce the scores. All participants from the 8th universe had been eliminated, receiving an overall score of 2. 33, which was deemed insufficient, rendering them ineligible for revival. According to the Grand Priest, only a score of 3 or above is considered passing. Upon concluding the announcement, the Omni King raised his hand, and the 8th universe vanished. In a mere 15 minutes, 3 universes had already been erased, illustrating the elevated caliber of the second power tournament compared to the first. Chapter 16. The Divine Attention. This time, Luo Chuan did not revert to his usual state. Instead, he leaped onto a large boulder, surveying his surroundings while stroking his chin. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. The more he contemplated it, the more credible the notion seemed, causing an involuntary smile to grace his lips. In essence, his thought was quite simple: to expedite the process by eliminating those competitors he perceived as weak, leaving only those of moderate to high strength. Without hesitation, he acted upon his idea, vanishing in a flash. Like a golden meteor, Luo Chuan darted between various contestants across the universes. Occasionally, the sounds of intense collisions and explosions echoed, with corresponding fighters being hurled from the arena. "You scoundrel, let us deal with him first." Several competitors, whom he deemed relatively weak, banded together to confront him. However, their efforts were in vain, for Luo Chuan and Apos' prowess was undeniable. Meanwhile, those of moderate to superior strength refrained from intervening, having discerned Luo Chuan and Apos' intentions. Vegito, engaged in battle with a contestant from the 13th universe, was at a loss for words. He had never anticipated Luo Chuan would take such action. Indeed, it had not even crossed his mind that such a strategy was possible. In another region, Frisia had eliminated a contestant from the 1st universe and another from the 10th. How has that wretched wild monkey grown so powerful? Frisia cursed under his breath. He had been vigilantly watching Luo Chuan, hoping to find a flaw for future retribution, only to discover that his strength was only increasing. In frustration, Frisia resolved to return to training diligently after the tournament, unaware that no amount of effort would allow him to catch up to Luo Chuan. Nearby, amidst a pile of rubble, the sisters Caulifla and Kale from the 6th universe stood face to face with Broly. Having exhausted considerable energy in their previous battle against Super Saiyan God Vegeta, they were recuperating after being rescued by Kaba. Unbeknownst to them, Broly had fought his way near their location. After eliminating his opponent, he turned his attention to them. "Sister, what should we do next?" Kale asked, her expression grave. Her instincts warned her that this man was formidable. Even if she transformed into her irrational state, she doubted she could defeat him. "It seems there's no choice," Caulifla replied. "I had hoped to regain my strength, but it seems impossible now. Kale, my dear apprentice, let us fuse once more." Caulifla produced a pair of Patera earrings. Tossing one to Kale. Nodding earnestly, Kale donned the earring on her right ear, followed suit by Caulifla. They were soon drawn together, a radiant green light enveloping them, thus. Kefla emerged. "Ah, it is you," Broly exclaimed upon seeing Kefla, recalling Goku and Apos' words. Goku had mentioned that 2 female scions from the 6th universe could fuse to create an immensely powerful warrior, and indeed, Kefla appeared formidable. "Wow, huh?" Kefla transformed into Super Saiyan 2, her powerful aura rising like a beacon in the darkness. Broly, not to be outdone, gathered his energy and transformed into his Super Saiyan form, his hair a striking gold. "Wow, another fusion transformation. Impressive," exclaimed Zeno, clapping his hands in delight at the spectacle. "But that contestant from the 7th universe is quite remarkable too." Zeno pointed at Broly. The Grand Priest glanced at Broly, smiling but saying nothing. On the arena, Kefla launched the first attack, her form shooting toward Broly like an arrow. Her right fist, enveloped in green light and imbued with the power to shatter space, struck out. Broly, undaunted, met her with a wild grin, swinging his enormous fist to counter. Boom! The 2 fists collided, sending shockwaves radiating from the point of impact, cracking the arena floor and sending debris flying. Kefla utilized the recoil to leap back, her legs swiftly alternating in midair as countless fiery leg strikes rained down on Broly. Yet, he remained steadfast, his hands blocking each attack with the precision of steel, each clash erupting in brilliant sparks and thunderous noise. Suddenly, Broly threw his head back and roared, his aura swelling exponentially. He charged forward like a rampaging bull, unleashing a series of ferocious strikes. Each punch bore the force to cleave mountains, the air splitting with a piercing whistle. Kefla swung her hands in a desperate defense against Broly's onslaught. "Try this," she shouted, seizing the moment between Broly and Apos' attacks to unleash an energy wave. "Energy impact," she cried, propelling the wave forcefully toward Broly. Fearless, he extended his hands and caught the energy wave, which surged violently in his grasp, attempting to escape his hold, hissing menacingly. Broly, however, remained unfazed, his eyes wide. Muscles taut. With a fierce roar, he lifted the energy wave upward, sending it deep into the void. White smoke billowed from his hands. It seems this form cannot defeat you. Then I shall surpass my limits, Kefla proclaimed, her aura erupting in a jet-like ascent. The intense energy caused the entire void to tremble, her hair extending to her waist, eyebrows vanishing as she transformed into Super Saiyan 3. Kefla cast a glance at Broly, her immense energy forcing him to retreat several steps. Impressive. Broly clenched his fists, refusing to yield as he too transformed, a torrent of green energy surging forth. His golden hair shifted to a deep emerald, slightly lengthening, muscles bulging, towering nearly 3 meters tall. With this transformation, all divine beings turned their gaze toward Kefla and Broly. The power of these two had reached a profound level, capturing the attention of the gods. The second bout between Kefla and Broly was about to commence. Chapter 17 unfolds into a confrontation of extraordinary prowess. Broly, with his robust and agile stature, radiates a green aura that dances around him like ethereal flames. His muscles are taut, each contour brimming with explosive power, and his eyes gleam with untamed ferocity. He gazes at Caulifla, and with a sudden thrust against the ground. The earth trembles beneath him as he vanishes from sight. Caulifla's eyes widen in shock, her senses instantly heightened as an energy surge envelopes her like tumultuous waves, forming a brilliant halo around her. In an instant, Broly's lightning-fast figure reappears above her, and without hesitation, he swings his right arm, delivering a powerful punch enveloped in vivid green light, descending like a mountain upon her. Caught off guard by such a rapid assault, Caulifla instinctively crosses her arms in front of her, bracing herself against the impending impact. A thunderous crash resounds, causing the very world to shudder. The shockwave from their collision spirals outward like a violent tempest, warping the arena beneath them as a deep crater forms, with cracks sprawling like a spider's web. Caulifla is propelled backward, akin to a cannonball, her feet carving deep furrows into the solid ground, stirring clouds of dust. After sliding several hundred meters, she finally stabilizes her stance. Though she successfully withstood Broly's strike, an unprecedented pressure and excruciating pain envelop her entire being. Gritting her teeth, she muses to herself, the power of this scion from Universe 7 is indeed remarkable, far beyond imagination. However, Caulifla is not one to yield easily. With a sharp, resonant cry, she extends her arms, gathering red energy into numerous orbs that flicker with red and green brilliance. Once a sufficient number coalesce, she forcefully flings them toward Broly. In an instant, the energy orbs transform into streaks of light, soaring through the air with cataclysmic intent, distorting the surrounding space. Feel the force of my technique, ha! Crushed energy balls. Caulifla exclaims fiercely. Observing this, a wild grin creeps across Broly's face. He inhales deeply, unleashing his green aura as the energy orbs approach. In a moment of fierce determination, he clenches his fists, his muscles bulging like steel as he unleashes a barrage of punches toward the oncoming orbs. Each punch carries devastating might, and upon collision, they erupt into a dazzling display of light, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. Those seemingly indomitable energy orbs shatter like fragile glass under the force of Broly's iron fists, disintegrating into countless fragments, reminiscent of fireworks illuminating the night sky before fading into nothingness. How is this possible? Caulifla gasps in disbelief, her eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Yet before she can regain her composure, Broly charges forward once more, embodying the ferocity of a raging bull. His presence radiates an overwhelming aura as he surges ahead with lightning speed, creating a fierce gale in his wake. As he approaches, a flurry of rapid punches rain down upon her like a torrential storm, each strike infused with fearsome energy that tears through the air, forming visible whirlwinds. Faced with Broly and Appo's relentless onslaught, Caulifla can only muster her utmost effort to defend herself, her figure flickering as she attempts to evade his lethal blows. Despite her agility, she struggles to keep pace with Broly's ferocious attacks. A few punches graze her, sending piercing pain coursing through her body, slowing her movements. As she narrowly dodges a powerful uppercut, her eyes sharpen, and she spots an opening. Swiftly, she maneuvers behind Broly, palms together, channeling energy into a brilliant red-green beam aimed at his back. This beam, swift and potent, is one of her ultimate techniques, known as Heavy Strike. Broly senses the imminent danger but remains unflustered, bracing himself to absorb the impact. Muscles tensed, he meets the beam head-on, and a fierce clash ensues. The two energies colliding with crackling intensity, momentarily locking in a stalemate. Seeing this, Caulifla intensifies her energy output. Yet, with a primal roar, Broly unleashes his power, gradually pushing the beam back. "Nanny!" Caulifla exclaims in astonishment as the reversed beam engulfs her, launching her violently against the arena floor, creating a deep crater and scattering debris. "Humph!" Broly scoffs, brushing off the singed spot on his shoulder. Though it stings, it is but a mere scratch to him. He regards Caulifla, who lies distantly, not immediately pursuing her but instead standing resolutely, his green aura blazing as if declaring his invincibility to the void. Caulifla rises, wiping the blood from her lip. "You are indeed formidable, but I shall not be defeated so easily," she proclaims, her body trembling as energy surges within her, more intense than before. The arena is enveloped in this potent energy as fierce winds howl and debris swirls. Broly furrows his brow, sensing the escalating energy emanating from Caulifla. His caution peaked. "This one is truly tenacious," he mutters under his breath. Caulifla raises her hands high, a colossal energy sphere slowly forming between them. The sphere shifts in color, transitioning from red to a dark crimson, crackling with tendrils of lightning, destabilizing the very space around it, as if on the brink of collapse. "This is my final move. Brace yourself." Gigantic crushed sphere. She bellows, expending all her strength to hurl the immense energy sphere toward Broly. As it travels, the sphere enlarges, uprooting the ground beneath it, creating a vast chasm, shaking the entirety of the void. Broly gazes at the oncoming energy sphere, inhaling deeply as he raises his own hands, rapidly gathering energy to form a massive green energy ball. "Planet Crusher!" he roars, launching his colossal green orb in response. At the moment the dark crimson energy sphere collided with the green energy orb, the entire world seemed to descend into an eerie silence, swiftly followed by a thunderous explosion. A brilliant light instantaneously illuminated the entirety of the void realm, as colossal shockwaves radiated outward from the two figures, sweeping many less formidable competitors off the stage. The chaotic sky of the void realm was rent asunder by the explosive energy, leaving behind gaping fissures. As the brilliance gradually faded, one could see Broly kneeling on one knee, his hands pressed against the ground, gasping for breath. It was evident that Broly still held the upper hand. Conversely, Caulifla had exhausted her energy, leading to the dissolution of their fusion and her subsequent elimination by the explosion. Kappa glanced at Caulifla and Kale, remarking, "You both performed admirably." The sisters remained silent. On the stage, those who survived the recent upheaval were undeniably true masters. Thus, the ensuing battles would be a contest of strength among these elite fighters and those concealing their true power. Chapter 18. The Eruption of Brilliance. Shocking the gods of the seventh universe, half an hour had elapsed, and the number of participants remaining on the arena was dwindling. The two Omni Kings perused their divine tablets, which displayed the count of contestants from each universe. Universe 1 had 3 participants. Universe 2 also had 3. Universe 5 had 2. Universe 6 had 4. Universe 7 boasted 10. Universe 10 had 3. Universe 11 had 3. Universe 12 had 2. Universe 13 had 4. Universe 14 had 3. Universe 15 had 4. And Universe 16 had 3. From these numbers, it was evident that no one from Universe 7 had been eliminated. The forthcoming battles promised to be even more exhilarating. As the Omni King remarked, those who have concealed their true power are beginning to reveal themselves. The Grand Minister chuckled in response. In the area occupied by the contestants from Universe 13, a female participant among 3 males tossed her hair and cast a glance toward Universe 7. "I feel that those eliminated by the contestants from Universe 7 are utterly useless. If you all had exerted a little more effort, Universe 7 would not have so many participants remaining." The eliminated contestants from the various universes seethed with indignation. For only those who had clashed with Universe 7's fighters truly understood that they were virtually monsters in their own right. "I intend to confront the contestants from Universe 7 and assess their capabilities." "What about the 3 of you?" Riamphi inquired, looking at her companions. "I will accompany you," declared a young man with brown hair and a single eye, an alien of notable appearance. "Gyna, this time we shall eliminate the contestants of Universe 7. Allowing the eliminated ones to witness what true strength looks like." Agreed. The two charged toward the fighters of Universe 7, while the remaining 2 participants headed toward Universe 2. Others from the various universes began to take action as well, with several heading toward Universe 7, including the twins from Universe 1, a contestant from Universe 10, and 2 from Universe 15. Gohan, Broly, Piccolo, and Gamma 1 faced off against their selected adversaries. In an instant, the battles erupted, with combatants weaving through one another, accompanied by the sounds of intense clashes and explosions. Goku, Frieza, Vegeta, along with siblings androids 17 and 18, similarly encountered their opponents, engaging in fierce confrontations that ranged from one-on-one duels to two-on-one skirmishes. Unexpectedly, Goku and his allies had become the center of attention. "You still have time to watch the spectacle without assisting," a youthful voice remarked as a young man appeared 10 meters away. This individual, named Yell, hailed from Universe 1. Rachuan cast a glance at him and smiled. "None of us from Universe 7 have yet to showcase our true capabilities. Whether that transpires depends on the strength of our opponents." Yell responded with intrigue. "So, this form of yours is not your true strength? Allow me to draw out your real power." With that, Yell surged with energy, his power escalating dramatically before he halted. Rachuan assessed his combat power, noting it at 35 million. In the 10th dimension, he was indeed a minor powerhouse, yet to Rachuan, he paled in comparison. Rachuan unleashed a golden aura, igniting with full force as his combat power soared to an astonishing 42 million, far surpassing Yell. As Yell sensed the overwhelming energy emanating from Rachuan, his expression hardened. Realizing the true ferocity of his opponent, he cried out, charging at Rachuan like a ravenous wolf, his earlier shout seemingly a motivational cheer. His rapid-fire punches and kicks surged toward Rachuan, yet the latter merely shook his head dismissively. At the moment of impact, Rachuan vanished, transforming into a streak of golden lightning. A moment later, a scream echoed as Yell was struck by an insurmountable force, sent flying like a kite severed from its string, crashing down and landing heavily, unconscious. Rachuan swiftly moved before Yell, lifting his unconscious form and unceremoniously tossing him off the arena. Once this foe was dealt with, the last 3 contestants from Universe 16 coordinated an attack against him. However, their ambush proved futile. Rachuan deftly evaded their strikes with a serpentine maneuver and retaliated with 3 swift kicks. Though the trio possessed some skill, they could only manage to block, leaving their arms numb and feeling dislocated. "Do you truly think I am lenient?" Rachuan and Appo's demeanor remained calm, yet his tone was icy. Those who dared to ambush him would face the consequences. In an instant, 3 resounding impacts echoed as the contestants simultaneously screamed in agony, their arms broken as they returned to the stands. With Universe 16 eliminated and a score of 3 deemed acceptable for revival, the Grand Minister and Omni King executed their decree, erasing Universe 16 from existence. Rachuan leaped onto a stone and proclaimed, to all from Universe 7, "Now is the time to reveal your true strength, allowing them to witness the might of our universe. This guy just loves to give orders. Why should we listen to him?" Vegeta remarked with a hint of pride. Yet, despite his words, he could not suppress the urge to unleash his full power. Thus followed Goku's Ultra Instinct, Frieza's Black Gold form, Gohan's Beast form, Broly's full power, Piccolo's Orange form, and the explosive states of androids 17 and 18, along with Gamma 1. This marked the first grand display of Universe 7's prowess. The energy they emitted was unrivaled in the 10th dimension, prompting the gods to rise in astonishment as they beheld the contestants from Universe 7. When did the power of the 10th dimension become so commonplace? In our universes, at most 2 or 3 possess such strength, yet Universe 7 boasts 10. How are we to contend with this? While Beerus maintained a facade of composure, his mind was in turmoil, astonished at the emergence of so many formidable mortals in their universe, completely unbeknownst to him as the god of destruction. He glanced toward Whis, who merely smiled in return. Chapter 19. The disappearance of yet another universe following the exhibition of prowess by the competitors from the 7th universe, their adversaries, once tense, now unleashed their utmost strength. However, when compared to Goku and his companions, they still fell slightly short. As for Luo Chuan, he patiently awaited the actions of Jiren from the 11th universe, along with another universe and Appo's contestants, who had thus far concealed their abilities. It could be said that these 2 universes had hardly engaged since the commencement of the tournament. Yet, certain fighters were unwilling to let him linger in anticipation. For instance, the contestants from the 10th, 14th, and 15th universes banded together to confront Luo Chuan. Among them, only one from the 15th universe took action, while another remained, a fighter whom Luo Chuan deemed worthy of his weight. These competitors began to reveal their true capabilities, with one fighter's combat power reaching an impressive mid-high level of the 10th dimension. Luo Chuan maneuvered like a slippery eel, deftly evading their attacks by mere inches. Meanwhile, The beastly Gohan was engaged in combat with the twin warriors from the first universe. Their impeccable coordination momentarily placed Gohan at a disadvantage. A fierce onslaught from Oda, featuring a series of aerial kicks, was met with Gohan and Appo's defensive maneuvering. As Oda landed, he executed a sweeping kick, to which Gohan responded not by jumping away but by countering with a kick of his own. A resounding clash ensued as Oda felt a sudden numbness in his leg. Quickly retreating to inspect the swelling on his calf, Oge, in the meantime, unleashed a barrage of energy blasts reminiscent of a Prince and Appo's tactics, akin to a torrential downpour. Gohan, with a mighty shout, conjured a protective barrier, emerging unscathed amidst the ensuing explosions. Clearly, we need to use that technique, brother, Oda suddenly proposed to Oge. Without hesitation, the duo ignited their auras, joining hands as they radiated brilliance. As their energies fused, the combined warrior, Ogade, materialized. Ogade launched a rapid succession of kicks at Gohan, who adeptly blocked them, seizing the opportunity to deliver a powerful kick to Ogade's chest, sending him flying. Ogade, recovering from his flight, raised his hands, gathering a sphere of energy that expanded rapidly. With a mighty roar, he hurled the energy sphere towards Gohan, who bent his legs in preparation, gathering strength. Just as the sphere was about to strike, Gohan vanished like a flash of purple lightning. The explosive impact left a massive crater on the arena floor. In the next moment, Gohan appeared behind Ogade, his right fist clenched, shimmering with purple light, as he unleashed a devastating blow aimed at Ogade's nape. Sensing the attack, Ogade swiftly dodged to the left, narrowly avoiding Gohan's fist, the force of which rustled his hair. Seizing the moment, Ogade spun around, his hands weaving intricate energy patterns that formed a complex net aimed at ensnaring Gohan. Gohan, with a mighty push, sent his energy shield hurtling towards Ogade, the shield swirling and absorbing energy from Ogade's net, rapidly enlarging. In response, Ogade clasped his hands together and forcefully spread them apart, unleashing two massive beams of energy that surged towards the incoming shield. The resulting collision ignited an even more ferocious explosion, the shockwave forcing both Gohan and Ogade several steps back. Yet Gohan did not relent. Using the momentum from his retreat, he spun in midair, his legs resembling whirling propellers, glowing with purple energy as he aimed another kick at Ogade. Caught off guard, Ogade could only cross his arms defensively. Gohan's legs struck Ogade's arms with a dull thud, the immense force carving deep grooves into the arena floor, sending Ogade sliding backward for several hundred meters. Humph! Gohan grunted, increasing his speed, leaving behind a trail of afterimages as he unleashed a flurry of punches, each infused with tremendous power, raining down upon Ogade like a torrential storm. Ogade crossed his arms, bracing himself against each blow, gritting his teeth as the force reverberated through his arms. Yet, leveraging his formidable strength, he managed to seize Gohan's fist and, with a powerful thrust, sent Gohan sprawling. Regaining his balance mid-air, Gohan landed firmly, inhaling deeply as his aura surged once more. With a fierce roar, he charged at Ogade, who, undeterred, met him head-on, muscles taut as they clashed. The arena trembled beneath their exchanges of fists and kicks, reverberating with a profound resonance. Gohan deftly sidestepped, landing a powerful elbow strike against Ogade's back. Ogade staggered forward, quickly regaining his stance to retaliate with a straight punch aimed at Gohan's chest. Gohan, grasping Ogade's fist, twisted it forcefully, eliciting a pained response from Ogade, who swiftly retaliated with a knee aimed at Gohan's chin. Forced to release his grip, Gohan tilted back to evade the strike. Thus, the battle raged on, neither willing to yield. Gohan's assaults grew increasingly ferocious, infused with primal instinct and a fierce determination to bring Ogade down, while Ogade adeptly countered, utilizing the strength of their fusion to respond with counterattacks of his own. As the conflict progressed, both warriors bore the marks of battle. Gohan's attire was tattered, his gaze wild, while Ogade's earlier ease had transformed into labored breaths, bruises and scrapes adorning his body. It's time to conclude this, Gohan resolved internally. He suddenly leaped back, distancing himself from Ogade. He swiftly gathered energy at his waist, forming an expansive blue energy wave, distorting the air around him. Super Kamehameha! Gohan bellowed, thrusting his hands forward as the wave surged forth like a tidal wave toward Ogade. Feeling the overwhelming power, Ogade and Appo's expression turned serious. He braced himself, attempting to withstand the formidable attack with outstretched arms. Upon contact, the energy wave erupted in blinding light and thunderous roars. Ogade slid backward, carving trenches into the arena floor, yet he persevered, refusing to be overwhelmed. Seeing this, Gohan intensified his energy output. The Super Kamehameha grew increasingly potent, and finally, Ogade could no longer withstand the overwhelming force. His hands gradually pushed apart as the energy wave collided with him. Ogade cried out as he was engulfed by the energy wave, hurled off the stage and back to the audience, reverting from his fused state. Gohan exhaled deeply, the battle having drawn significantly from his reserves. And he resolved to tread carefully in the ensuing encounters. After all the contestants of the first universe were eliminated, the Grand Priest, as usual, announced the results, only to be obliterated by the Omni King. The score for the first universe stood at 3-6, allowing for potential revival. The scene shifted back to Luo Chuan, who was firmly pressing a contestant from the 10th universe into the ground with one foot. With the remaining universes dwindling, it was time for my personal showcase to commence. Luo Chuan smiled broadly, revealing an expression of immense confidence. Chapter 20 serves as my stepping stone. I possess the audacity to be reckless. The other competitors surrounding Luo Chuan dared not exhibit the slightest negligence as they fixated on him. In the next moment, their pupils dilated, and they were propelled out of the arena, their minds echoing a singular question. Why could they not perceive the opponent's attacks? Luo Chuan's figure flickered once more, followed by a series of muffled thuds as these contestants were sequentially knocked off the stage. However, two individuals remarkably evaded his onslaught, catching Luo Chuan somewhat off guard. These were the competitors from the 10th and 14th universes, both of whom bore severe injuries, having exerted every ounce of their strength to withstand the tremendous force of Luo Chuan's assault. In the audience, the gods of destruction from the 10th and 14th universes wore grim expressions. The situation appeared dire. Unfortunately, the outcome was inevitable. No matter how fiercely these two fighters struggled, they could not escape elimination. Luo Chuan stepped forward, instantly arriving before the two competitors. In the midst of their terror-stricken gazes, he placed his hands on their abdomens and unleashed his power. Their eyes widened in shock as they coughed up blood and were sent flying, landing gracefully outside the ring. Consequently, the competitors from these two universes were entirely eliminated, resulting in both kings erasing their presence, with their scores resting at 3-6. At that moment, Luo Chuan turned to the spot where he had just struck, only to find the competitor had vanished. He stretched his limbs, letting out a low growl as a potent golden aura erupted, instantly transforming him into Super Saiyan 5. The energy radiating from this form generated a tempest that swept across the entire arena, causing the very realm of nothingness to tremble. Upon revealing this transformation, all competitors, save for those from the 7th universe, felt their spirits plummet. He was overwhelmingly powerful. Yet, a select few true warriors regarded him with gleaming eyes. Wow, how impressive. What transformation is this? It looks magnificent, exclaimed King 1, his eyes sparkling as if he had discovered a new toy. Indeed, it not only appears striking but also emanates an aura of immense strength, King 2 echoed, displaying a similar expression. The Grand Priest, stroking his chin in contemplation, suddenly broke into a smile. I have yet to witness such a transformation. However, I inquired earlier, and Luo Chuan himself referred to it as Super Saiyan 5. Is that so? Tell me, Grand Priest, do you believe he can last until the end? King 2 inquired with curiosity. Well, that remains uncertain, the Grand Priest responded vaguely. Smiling enigmatically, King 2 nodded, seemingly comprehending, and continued to observe the battle. Transformed into Super Saiyan 5, Luo Chuan darted toward the other competitors, launching his attacks. In response, they unleashed their utmost powers. Some who had been adversaries now joined forces against him. Yet, the energy they emitted and their assaults appeared feeble in his eyes. Their strikes, swift as lightning, were beyond their grasp. With a flurry of collisions and explosions, more competitors faced elimination, even colliding with those engaged in battle with Sun Wukong and his companions. This chaotic display prompted Sun Wukong and his allies to express their frustration, despite being their opponents. Luo Chuan seemed to be recklessly rampaging. Minutes later, those competitors were swiftly eliminated. The adversaries battling Sun Wukong were indeed formidable, yet none could rival Luo Chuan. Not even Sun Wukong himself, blessed with the protagonist's aura, could match Luo Chuan's might. Furthermore, Luo Chuan had declared that the forthcoming segment would be his personal showcase, leaving no room for Sun Wukong and others to intervene. After dispatching these opponents, he surged toward the remaining competitors. At this point, Luo Chuan resembled a famished wolf, ready to pounce on any prey in sight. As time passed, only 20 minutes remained until the hour mark, and Luo Chuan had already eliminated competitors from the 2nd, 5th, 13th, and 12th universes. Following the procedure, King clasped his hands, causing these 4 universes to disappear. The 2nd and 5th universes failed to achieve a score of 3, rendering them incapable of revival, while the 12th and 13th universes surpassed the threshold, allowing for their potential resurgence. Thus, only competitors from the 11th, 15th, 3rd, 6th, and 7th universes remained on the stage. Notably, the 7th universe stood out, having not lost a single contestant. However, both Broly and Gohan found themselves in less than favorable conditions due to excessive exertion. The 3rd universe's survival hinged on the final warrior, Aniraza's formidable prowess. Aniraza regarded Luo Chuan with a few glances, opting not to engage him but instead targeting Gohan and Broly, demonstrating a level of cunning by choosing easier prey. Regrettably, no matter how swift Aniraza was, it could not outpace Luo Chuan. The moment it initiated its assault, Luo Chuan vanished, effortlessly deflecting its attack. I say, big guy. In my personal showcase, you are merely my stepping stone, to be defeated by me, Luo Chuan declared, seemingly addressing Aniraza, yet conveying to all other competitors that they were merely tools for his advancement. How audacious. What do you think, 11th universe? Questioned a man from the 15th universe, sporting a crew cut and a beard, as he glanced at Jiren. Jiren merely cast him a sidelong glance, remaining silent. I initially intended to battle you first, but it appears I must place you second, the man stated, preparing to depart when he was abruptly halted by his severely injured comrade. Vorn, be cautious. Do not underestimate him, warned the individual named Vorn, offering his companion a reassuring gaze as he swiftly positioned himself near Luo Chuan. With age comes bravado, and he proclaimed, "You are far too arrogant to think I would be your stepping stone." As he spoke, he unleashed his true might, creating a disturbance rivaling Luo Chuan's transformation into Super Saiyan 5. Luo Chuan displayed a hint of surprise. This individual possessed a combat power exceeding 1 million, reaching 11.03 million. Among all Luo Chuan had encountered, he was the most formidable, even earning Jiren's respect. However, Jiren remained unfazed, with only 3 individuals on his mind: Luo Chuan, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta. Who would have thought you were concealing such strength? Luo Chuan remarked, his brow furrowing slightly. What an amp, Appos, is this? Are you frightened? Where has your earlier arrogance disappeared to? Vorn taunted, interpreting Luo Chuan's expression as fear. In response, Luo Chuan flashed a broad grin, revealing his gleaming teeth, and then elevated his energy to full power, the resulting aura causing the very fabric of the realm to warp slightly. His combat power soared to 15.8 million. And with a flicker of movement, a crisp sound of a slap echoed as a clear imprint appeared on Vorn and Appos' face. Arrogant? That is simply because I possess the capital to be so, Luo Chuan declared nonchalantly, yet his words radiated undeniable dominance. Vorn and Appos' expression darkened immediately. He realized that he had merely been careless, for no one had dared strike him in such a manner aside from the gods of destruction. This incident revealed that despite Vorn's considerable strength, he was oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Chapter 21. Conclusion of the Conference. Part 1. Damn brat. I will dismantle you. Fune roared, stomping his foot with ferocity, propelling himself towards Luo Chuan like a cannonball, his right fist aimed directly at Luo Chuan's face. In response, Luo Chuan raised his own right fist to meet Fune's attack. The 2 fists collided with a resounding thud, echoing like the toll of a great bell, shaking the arena and causing the stone floor beneath them to shatter into countless fragments. Luo Chuan felt an overwhelming force surge through his fist, yet he grounded himself firmly, successfully absorbing the blow, veins bulging on his arm like serpents. Fune, realizing that his previous strike had yielded no advantage, felt a chill run up his spine. With a roar akin to an enraged lion, he raised his left leg, the bent knee resembling an immense hammer, and struck fiercely at Luo Chuan's abdomen. In the blink of an eye, Luo Chuan's reaction was swift. Almost instantaneously, his left arm descended to shield his abdomen. Fune's powerful knee collided solidly against Luo Chuan's iron-like arm, producing a dull sound reminiscent of thunder, reverberating through the air. Although Luo Chuan successfully blocked the attack, the sheer force caused him to lean back slightly. Seizing the momentum from the impact, Luo Chuan swiftly pivoted, his right leg striking like a bolt of lightning. Propelled by a fierce gale, aimed at Fune's head. Faced with this sudden and rapid assault, Fune dared not hesitate, hastily raising his right arm to defend himself. Another sharp crack echoed as Luo Chuan's powerful sweep connected with Fune's arm, causing a wave of pain to shoot through it, akin to being pricked by 1,000 needles. Fune staggered several steps to the side, barely managing to regain his balance. Before Fune could catch his breath, Luo Chuan pressed his advantage, executing a graceful flip in midair before unleashing a flurry of punches. Each strike carried an overwhelming force, accompanied by the sound of whistling winds. As the air around them crackled as if a multitude of firecrackers had detonated simultaneously, creating a terrifying spectacle. Fune, filled with dread, retreated rapidly, frantically swinging his arms in a desperate attempt to block Luo Chuan's relentless onslaught, internally lamenting his predicament. He had never anticipated Luo Chuan's ferocity would be so formidable, leaving him momentarily flustered. Nevertheless, Fune, a seasoned warrior, quickly steadied his trembling heart, keenly observing Luo Chuan's movements in search of an opening to counterattack. At that moment, a slight gap appeared in Luo Chuan and Appo's assault, an ephemeral opportunity that Fune seized without hesitation. He bent low, narrowly evading a heavy punch from Luo Chuan, then lunged forward, arms wide like a ravenous tiger, and locked onto Luo Chuan's waist, using his strength to throw him to the ground. With a resounding crash, Luo Chuan's back hit the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, as if a miniature sandstorm had swept through. However, Luo Chuan did not succumb to panic. Instead, he swiftly bent his legs upon landing, exploding with spring-like force to deliver a powerful kick to Fune's chest. The blow was tremendous, causing Fune to emit a deep groan as he was sent flying backward, akin to a kite severed from its string. As a series of crashing sounds echoed, the massive stones in his path shattered into countless pieces. Fune crashed heavily into a pile of rubble, a cloud of dust enveloping him. Yet, before long, he gritted his teeth against the searing pain coursing through his body and clambered up from the debris, his eyes fixed intently on Luo Chuan, filled with fury and defiance. Taking a deep breath, he shouted, charging at Luo Chuan like an arrow released from a bow. This time, Fune's attacks became frenzied, embodying a reckless abandon. However, this reckless approach left him exposed, unable to withstand Luo Chuan's fierce punches, each strike swift as lightning and heavy as a mountain, forcing Fune to retreat step by step. Fune, undeterred, relied on his robust physique and indomitable will to withstand Luo Chuan's onslaught, seeking opportunities to counterattack. He alternated between throwing punches and delivering kicks, each attempt aimed at breaking Luo Chuan's rhythm. Enough. This is tedious, Luo Chuan remarked with a look of indifference. What do you mean? Fune blurted out, only to comprehend the meaning in the next instant. Boom. His body jolted violently as excruciating pain enveloped him. He attempted to resist the agony with sheer will, but the pain exceeded his expectations, and he rolled his eyes back, collapsing to his knees, unconscious. Luo Chuan had unleashed 80% of his strength in that punch, a force far beyond Fune and Appo's capacity to withstand. Observing Fune lying unconscious, Luo Chuan delivered a light kick to his ribs, sending him tumbling out of the arena. Luo Chuan had no intention of humiliating him. He simply lacked the energy to engage further, and how others perceived it was inconsequential. His gaze shifted to the last battered contestant from the 15th universe. Sensing Luo Chuan's attention, the contestant shuddered and declared, "I concede," before jumping off the stage. With that, the 15th universe was entirely obliterated, erased by the Omni King, scoring a 3.8, the highest rating thus far. As the 15th universe vanished, Luo Chuan's focus turned to Aniraza of the 3rd universe. Aniraza, feeling Luo Chuan's gaze, roared defiantly, as if to challenge, "Do you think me easy prey?" It soared into the sky, raising its arms to gather its energy into a massive ball, hurling it down at Luo Chuan. Similar to the first power conference, but this time directed solely at Luo Chuan. The crimson energy sphere plummeted like a meteor. Luo Chuan moved with agility, leaping to meet the energy sphere with a punch just as they collided, resulting in a massive explosion that engulfed him. Aniraza grinned, believing it had finally defeated Luo Chuan, only to be astonished as Luo Chuan emerged unscathed from the blast, delivering a punch that distorted Aniraza's face. The colossal creature staggered several steps back. Luo Chuan unleashed a powerful energy wave, a golden torrent surging towards Aniraza. It activated its shield in a futile attempt to resist, but Luo Chuan's energy was beyond its capacity to withstand. The shield shattered within moments, and the energy wave struck, resulting in a tremendous explosion that obliterated its core, forcing Aniraza to separate from its form, sending the 3rd universe's participants flying off the stage. Thus, the 3rd universe was also eliminated, scoring a mere 2.9, falling just short of a 3, regrettably unable to resurrect. Next up were Hit from the 6th universe and Jiren from the 11th universe. Luo Chuan was determined to conclude the conference single-handedly. Chapter 22, The Conclusion of the Tournament, Part 2. In the arena, Hit from Universe 6 approached Roken. I am aware that I am not your match. Yet I wish to ascertain the extent of our disparity, Hit declared, his gaze intense as it bore into Roken. Very well. I too am eager to witness the prowess of your time skip, Roken replied. Without hesitation, Hit unleashed his time skip, appearing before Roken in an instant, delivering a powerful punch. Just as the fist was a mere paper's breadth away from Roken, he evaded by tilting his head and countered with a knee strike. Boom. Hit staggered back, astonished. He had anticipated a mere 20 seconds of combat, yet it had been thoroughly countered. Indeed, Roken was formidable. Since the conclusion of the first tournament, Hit had devoted time to honing his skills, resulting in remarkable growth. Swish. Swish. The two figures danced across the stage, their movements a blur as fists and feet collided with increasing velocity, mesmerizing the onlookers. Suddenly, Hit leaped, his body twisting midair, legs spinning like a pair of whirling wheels. Aiming a kick at Roken's head, Roken pushed off the ground with explosive force, propelling himself upward like a rocket. Evading Hit's kick while delivering a punch aimed squarely at Hit's chest. Caught in midair, Hit could not evade the blow. Crossing his arms in a futile attempt to shield his chest, the immense force sent him hurtling away, his body sliding across the arena before he regained his balance. Upon landing, Hit's expression turned grave. He resolved to unleash his ultimate technique, Time Domain. This technique was a manifestation of his training and newfound understanding. In an instant, a wave of temporal energy radiated from Hit, enveloping both him and Roken. Within this time domain, the flow of time slowed to a near standstill, leaving only Hit's movements unaffected. Roken, however, felt as though he were mired in a quagmire. The more he struggled, the deeper he sank. Yet, he remained calm, focusing his mind to break free from the constraints of the time domain, attuning himself to the flow of time in search of a flaw. After a fruitless search, with no external cues to guide him, Roken resolved to shatter the barrier through sheer force. He summoned the energy within him, producing a low humming sound that intensified. Initially subtle, the vibrations grew more pronounced until, with a crack, the time domain shattered. With the barrier broken, Roken surged forward, his speed reaching its zenith as he traversed the space between them, arriving before Hit. Startled, Hit had no time to evade as Roken's right fist struck his abdomen with tremendous force. The punch bore down like a mountain, overwhelming Hit with a wave of power that obliterated his balance and consciousness, sending him flying backward. Upon Hit's departure from the arena, his time domain dissipated entirely, and he soared out of the stage, tracing an arc through the void before vanishing into the abyss. Observing from the sidelines, a sigh escaped from Hit as he gave a thumbs up to Beerus from Universe 7, seemingly acknowledging the hidden depth of their fighters. The score for Universe 6 stood at 3-7, destined for erasure upon resurrection by the Omni King. Now, only 2 universes remained in the arena. Roken, I wish to face Jiren. Would you concede him to me? At some point, Goku had approached Roken, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Goku's eagerness was palpable, particularly with Jiren as the final opponent, a match he had longed for since their previous encounter. This was an opportune moment indeed. Vegeta too regarded Roken with fervent intensity. However, Roken coldly shook his head. Perhaps next time. After all, I have declared this my personal showcase, and you are not permitted to intervene. Otherwise, do not blame me for my wrath. His tone was gentle, yet both Vegeta and Goku felt a chill run down their spines. Understood, Goku sighed, a hint of regret in his voice for not being able to battle Jiren, left only to watch. Vegeta scoffed, turning his gaze away from Roken. Roken approached Jiren, halting a meter away, their eyes locking, the energy around them clashing and resonating, causing the arena to tremble. You are, aside from Goku and Vegeta, the most noteworthy opponent. You are indeed strong, Jiren stated flatly, his expression devoid of emotion. Roken waved dismissively. Let us forego the pleasantries. You two are formidable. Time is of the essence. So let us engage in a true battle. Show me the extent of your prowess, the one hailed as the strongest mortal. Before Roken finished speaking, he had already launched into action, delivering a flurry of strikes. Bam, bam, bam. Jiren parried each of Roken's attacks, the air crackling with explosive sounds, the arena quaking beneath their ferocity. Again, Roken surged forward like a leopard pouncing on its prey, fists clenched, propelled by an unstoppable momentum aimed directly at Jiren and Appo's face. Steady in his stance, Jiren crouched low, his muscles tensed as he unleashed 2 powerful punches, meeting Roken's onslaught head-on. In an instant, their fists collided, akin to meteors crashing within the arena, producing a thunderous sound that echoed through the void. as if the very fabric of reality were being torn asunder. The tremendous shockwave radiated from the two combatants, causing the arena's stone floor to shatter under the immense pressure, scattering debris like shrapnel. Roken felt an overwhelming force reverberate through his fist, his body quaking slightly as he stood firm on the crumbled ground, akin to a rock amidst a raging storm. Jiren, too, felt the impact, a slight numbness coursing through his arms, yet his face remained stoic, igniting a fierce determination within him. Humph! Jiren snorted, swiftly raising his left knee, driving it forward with explosive force toward Roken's abdomen. This strike was as swift as lightning, a thunderous force, as his knee cleaved through the air with a sharp whistle. Roken's eyes sharpened. He countered instinctively, his left arm descending, muscles taut as steel, forming a solid defense before his abdomen. Jiren's knee collided with Roken's arm, producing a dull thud akin to a hammer on an anvil, forcing Roken to slide back several feet, his feet carving deep grooves into the shattered ground as sparks flew from the friction of his soles against the debris. Yet, Roken was undeterred. Harnessing the momentum of the impact, he leaped upward, executing a backflip, his right leg slicing through the air in a vicious arc, akin to an axe. Aiming for Jiren's head, Jiren reacted with remarkable speed, raising his hand to deflect the blow. Roken's kick struck his arm with a resounding crack, causing Jiren to sway slightly. The exchange intensified, the battle escalating to a fever pitch. Roken unleashed a fluid series of punches, each strike imbued with immense power and finesse, targeting vital points and deftly feinting, causing the air around them to crackle as though fireworks erupted in the chaotic void. Chapter 23. The conclusion of the Grand Assembly, Part 2. As time passed, the battle between the two intensified, reverberating through the boundless void of the realm of nothingness with a series of earth-shattering roars and dazzling lights. The explosive effects resembled magnificent fireworks, illuminating the dark expanse and leaving onlookers momentarily entranced. Meanwhile, the once unyielding arena began to crack under the tremendous force, sending shards flying in all directions. Witnessing this, Sun Wukong and his companions hastily sought a relatively safe corner to avoid being swept away by the impending storm. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed through the air. Boom! It was the sound of their fists colliding with immense force. In that instant, a fierce gale erupted, forming a powerful cyclone. Both combatants were thrust backward by the impact, staggering for dozens of steps before regaining their footing. Aha! What a thrill! Luo Chuan laughed heartily, his eyes gleaming with excitement and fervor. Before his words could fade, he surged toward Jillian. Reacting swiftly to the oncoming threat, Jillian clenched his left fist and thrust it forward with fluid grace, the speed of his punch reaching an unparalleled peak, arriving at Luo Chuan's chest in the blink of an eye. However, Luo Chuan chose to absorb the blow rather than evade it. In a split second, another dull thud resounded. Bang! Jillian and Appo's fist struck Luo Chuan and Appo's arm with tremendous force. In that moment, Luo Chuan felt an overwhelming power crashing over him like a tidal wave, involuntarily propelling him backward, his body tracing a long arc through the air, accompanied by a fierce rush of wind. Jillian raised his hand and unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, each one detonating upon contact. A series of explosions echoed in the air, and when the brilliance of the blasts faded, Luo Chuan was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, Jillian turned and delivered a fierce kick. Luo Chuan's fist collided with his foot, creating a powerful shockwave that rippled outward, shaking even the audience. Swish! Swish! Two streaks of light, one white, one red, darted through the realm of nothingness, each collision resonating like the roar of an ancient beast, stirring the chaotic energies of the void into a frenzy. Boom! A colossal sound erupted as the two streaks of light collided like celestial bodies, unleashing a devastating shockwave that rippled outward. Both fighters landed on the arena, which sank slightly under their weight. Jillian exhaled softly, his energy surging in a crimson glow as he activated full power. Wow, such power! His battle strength has reached 60 million. In his eyes, he observed his opponent and Appo's power escalating until it stabilized at 86 per million, nearing the 11th dimension. Luo Chuan had to concede that his adversary was formidable for some reason. He felt exhilarated. This was the essence of the Scion's love for battle, known as a warrior race. Luo Chuan realized this and, without overthinking, began to amplify his own energy, pushing it to the limits of his potential. Indeed, he had achieved this form through training, instantly balancing his strength with Jillian's. Jillian narrowed his eyes, surprised that his opponent had caught up so quickly. This could be the most tenacious rival he had ever faced, as well as the strongest. Luo Chuan charged forward. Appearing suddenly behind Jillian, his right fist enveloped in a brilliant white aura, striking like lightning towards Jillian and Apos' back. Jillian sensed the impending attack and slightly shifted his body, evading much of the force, yet Luo Chuan's punch still grazed his shoulder, drawing blood. Frowning, Jillian spun around and delivered a sidekick, the gust from his leg slicing towards Luo Chuan like a blade. Luo Chuan crossed his arms in defense but was still forced back repeatedly, leaving a long trail on the ground. Once he regained his balance, he unleashed a rapid succession of punches towards Jillian, each strike resembling a storm. While Jillian retaliated with equal fervor, the sound of their fists clashing echoed like thunder, reverberating through the air. The two figures flickered amidst the intertwining shadows and light, their speed so swift it was difficult to follow. They battled fiercely in the void, distorting the fabric of nothingness, and as time wore on, both began to show signs of injury. Hey, Jillian, continuing this way is merely a waste of time. It's time for us to determine the victor. Luo Chuan's booming voice rang out. Jillian glanced at the timer stone pillar. Indeed, time was running short. All right, Jillian agreed, eager to ascertain just how powerful this opponent truly was. Luo Chuan harnessed divine energy, and particles emerged within his white aura, signifying the use of divine power. While his battle strength soared into the 11th dimension, Jillian, in response, unleashed his ultimate form, his power also reaching the 11th dimension. Whoosh, whoosh. They propelled themselves toward one another, and the sound of their bodies colliding filled the air. Luo Chuan and Jillian's strikes were razor-sharp, fueled by a singular determination to overpower one another, delivering each blow without mercy. Super Kamehameha. Super Crimson Wave. The white energy wave collided with the flame-like red energy wave, triggering an explosion capable of obliterating the cosmos, illuminating the entire realm of nothingness. The surrounding space began to fracture under the immense energy, black rifts appearing like gaping wounds, devouring everything in their vicinity. Neither Luo Chuan nor Jillian showed any intent to withdraw. They continuously infused their energy into their waves, striving to overwhelm the other. Their bodies trembled slightly under the tremendous pressure. As they injected more energy, the two waves rapidly expanded, the force of their collision growing increasingly powerful. The arena was utterly destroyed, reduced to ruins drifting through the void, while Sun Wukong and his companions, finding no stable ground, retreated to the audience area. With more rifts forming in the space around them, the entire realm of nothingness seemed to teeter on the brink of collapse. The Grand Priest glanced at the void, snapped his fingers, and began to mend the fractures. He had not anticipated that the might of these two warriors could induce such rifts in the fabric of nothingness. In the midst of this fierce energy clash, both fighters sustained even greater injuries. Blood trickled from the corner of Luo Chuan's mouth, and his once bright aura dimmed, while Jillian's deep red energy began to exhibit unstable fluctuations. Yet, neither showed any sign of ceasing their onslaught. Fully aware that this battle had reached a critical juncture, retreat meant defeat. Dragon Fist. Luo Chuan bellowed, his aura surging dramatically as all of it converged upon his right fist. His arm bulged with muscle, brimming with boundless power, and a golden dragon flickered along his forearm, emanating roars. Sensing the overwhelming force, Jillian and Apos' expression grew serious. But he did not falter. Instead, he focused intently, preparing to confront Luo Chuan's impending strike. Luo Chuan arced through the air and dove toward Jillian, his right fist, imbued with the dragon's phantom, crashing down with ferocity. Jiren unleashed his full power, the deep crimson energy converging upon his hands, and then struck with a resounding boom. Another tremendous sound erupted as Luo Chuan's dragon fist collided with Jiren's fist. The energy released from this clash surpassed any previous encounter in magnitude. The entire realm of nothingness trembled under this force, and the once repaired space shattered anew like a mirror, with cracks rapidly spreading in all directions. Under the immense pressure of this force, Jiren and Apos' body began to slowly retreat, yet he stubbornly resisted Luo Chuan and Apos' onslaught. Observing this, Luo Chuan roared in fury, intensifying his strength. The dragon on his right arm became more vividly pronounced, emitting a deafening roar before lunging forward, breaking through Jiren's double fists and crashing directly into his chest. Jiren's body was sent flying backward like a kite severed from its string. He coughed up blood, his eyes wide in disbelief, unable to fathom that he had once again succumbed to the might of the seventh universe. Luo Chuan, having expended a considerable amount of energy with this strike, felt his body sway in the air before gradually descending to the ground. As Jiren was propelled off the stage, he reached out in a desperate attempt to grasp the edge, but his fingers merely grazed the corner of the platform, ultimately leading him to plunge into the endless abyss. With all competitors from the 11th universe eliminated, the score was announced as 4-2, eligible for resurrection. After the Grand Priest's proclamation, Zeno made one final gesture, and the universe vanished. Luo Chuan exhaled, not feeling elated but rather sensing his own inadequacies, for in the last moments of their confrontation, he had employed a fragment of his ultimate power, which was what ultimately led to Jiren's defeat. Now, the victor of the tournament, please state your wish. The Grand Priest approached Luo Chuan, waving his hand to reveal 7 Dragon Balls, each the size of a planet, suspended in the void. The Grand Priest invoked the divine language to summon the eternal dragon. Luo Chuan, witnessing the magnificent creature for the first time, was greatly astonished. Without a moment's hesitation, he declared, "Revive the universes that have met the score requirement." Having counted 10 qualifying universes, he realized this meant the 12th universe would no longer exist. The Grand Priest conveyed Luo Chuan and Apos' wish, and the eternal dragon and Apos' eyes glowed red. Moments later, it unleashed a mighty roar. Its colossal form transformed into radiant light and vanished, while the 7 Dragon Balls scattered across 2 universes. With the wish granted, the second power tournament came to a close. Chapter 24, Gogeta as a little brother. 2 days after the conclusion of the power tournament, the Grand Priest summoned all the deities once more to commence the ranking of the 10 universes. This time, Luo Chuan accompanied them. After more than 2 hours of deliberation, the order was finally determined. The positions of the 7th and 6th universes remained unchanged, while the order of the other universes shifted. The stability of the 7th universe was a result of Luo Chuan's advocacy, as he argued that the name had become a matter of habit. The unchanged position of the 6th universe was also secured through Luo Chuan's efforts. Once the rankings were finalized, each deity returned to their respective universe. On Earth, Luo Chuan indulged in delightful feasts and relaxation for several days before journeying to the realm of the destroyers to train. Upon his arrival, he witnessed a battle between Sun Wukong and his son. After observing for a while, Luo Chuan found a quiet spot to sit cross-legged and began his training, guided by the written instructions that appeared to him. Before long, he delved into profound levels of cultivation, undistracted by the intensity of Wukong's fight. Time seemed to stand still in his training. When Luo Chuan finally opened his eyes again, he exhaled deeply, a flicker of joy illuminating his gaze. This session of training had granted him complete mastery over divine power, rendering him no longer reliant on the ease of the previous tournament. Standing up and stretching, he felt a refreshing sensation wash over him. Sensing the absence of others in the destroyer realm, he surmised that everyone had likely gone to Earth. However, Luo Chuan had no intention of returning to Earth. He yearned to explore other parallel worlds. With a thought, he vanished from sight. In a certain timeline of Dragon Ball GT, Gogeta, the fusion of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, had successfully vanquished the Super One-Star Dragon, maintaining his form without dissolution due to time constraints. One day, while training, Gogeta suddenly opened his eyes, sensing a presence in a particular direction, and he instantly teleported away. When he reappeared, it was in a desolate wasteland. The aura he had previously sensed emanated from that direction. Scanning the surroundings, he spotted a figure standing in the distance and approached, instinctively aware that the energy belonged to this individual. After taking several steps, Luo Chuan turned around. Upon seeing Gogeta and Apos' face, a look of astonishment crossed his features. How could it be Gogeta? Shouldn't it be Sun Wukong or Vegeta? As he pondered this, Gogeta spoke, his voice echoing with dual tones. Who are you? Why have you summoned me here? Luo Chuan was about to explain his origin, but suddenly paused, a thought crossing his mind. I am here to recruit you as my little brother. Gogeta was taken aback, struggling to grasp Luo Chuan and Apos' meaning. Yet, before he could respond, Luo Chuan had already made his move, eager to gauge Gogeta's strength in this timeline. Just as Luo Chuan's fist was about to strike, Gogeta instinctively raised his hand to block it. Although he managed to defend, the force was overwhelming, sending him retreating over 100 meters before he finally stabilized. Gogeta was stunned. This unknown individual had the ability to push him back, a feat not easily accomplished. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow, feeling an odd familiarity in the aura. Yet he had never encountered this person before. What could this mean? It was no surprise that he felt a sense of familiarity, for after all, he was Vegito, embodying the essences of both Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Disregarding these distractions, he shifted into his Super Saiyan 2 form, preparing to counterattack, reflecting the power Luo Chuan displayed. His combat prowess hovered around 300 quintillion. Gogeta's speed was remarkable. In an instant, he was before Luo Chuan, throwing a punch. However, to Luo Chuan, the blow appeared sluggish, allowing him to evade while delivering a kick that sent Gogeta soaring. Though he narrowly avoided the full force of the attack, the kick left his arms numb. Hey, if you don't and oppose, to show your true strength, I might just obliterate the earth. Luo Chuan grinned at Gogeta. Gogeta frowned. This individual was oddly unsettling. If it had been anyone else, he would have transformed into Super Saiyan 4 and overwhelmed them by now, but this person. If you can defeat me, I shall reveal my origins. Otherwise, you shall become my little brother. What say you? Not a chance. Gogeta immediately transformed into Super Saiyan 4, his released energy causing the very ground to tremble. In that moment, his power reached the 10th dimension, albeit just barely entering it. While Luo Chuan needed no transformation at all, Gogeta unleashed the Big Bang attack, hoping to annihilate Luo Chuan, only to find that the man before him could only be described as monstrous. Luo Chuan's fist collided with the energy wave, resulting in a thunderous explosion that formed a massive elliptical shield of light. After more than 10 seconds, the shield dissipated, revealing a colossal crater with a diameter of 1,000 meters. In the center of the pit stood Luo Chuan, completely unscathed. What? Gogeta gasped in disbelief. Even he could not emerge from such an explosion unscathed. Now that it's over, it's my turn, Luo Chuan said, appearing before Gogeta in an instant, seemingly lightly striking out with his palm. Yet, to Gogeta, it appeared terrifying. He summoned all his strength, even employing the Kaioken, and swung a punch. Bang. Unfortunately, he was no match for Luo Chuan, who effortlessly sent him flying, causing him to spew blood mid-air. He traveled thousands of miles, crashing into a mountain and carving a long trench in the ground before finally coming to a halt against a rock wall. Even after stopping, Gogeta could not contain the surge of blood, coughing up another mouthful. Being my little brother is hardly a loss for you. I shan't burden you with any tasks, and I can help you grow stronger, even to the level of Super Saiyan 5. Luo Chuan's voice resonated as Gogeta looked up to see him hovering above, gazing down. Is what you say true? Indeed, I shall not impose any duties upon you. No, I mean, can you truly make me stronger? Absolutely. If I deceive you, I shall be a dog. Before Luo Chuan could finish, Gogeta suddenly knelt on one knee, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. Elder brother, please accept my humble bow. To Luo Chuan's surprise, Gogeta actually performed a bow. His lips twitched. This was not what he had envisioned. He had anticipated more resistance and the use of greater abilities. After the bow, Gogeta swiftly approached Luo Chuan, his eyes gleaming with determination. Elder brother, now that I am your little brother, when will you teach me how to transform into Super Saiyan 5? This timeline and oppose, as Gogeta had no other passions, his sole interest lay in becoming stronger. He had tried various methods to break through his limits without success. Thus, upon hearing the promise of increased strength and achieving Super Saiyan 5, he had unhesitatingly pledged allegiance to Luo Chuan as his elder brother. Had Luo Chuan mentioned this sooner, Gogeta would have pledged allegiance earlier, avoiding the unnecessary battle altogether. There's no rush. First, I will take you to explore other timelines, and then I shall teach you, Luo Chuan replied. Upon hearing this, Gogeta's expression fell, but it was soon replaced by astonishment. Other timelines? Does that mean elder brother? Indeed, just as you imagine. Now, place your hand on my shoulder, and I shall take you on an adventure. A glint of excitement sparked in Gogeta's eyes as he placed a hand on Luo Chuan's shoulder. With a mere thought, they vanished from the wasteland. Chapter 25, Temporal Battles. Advancing further upon a magnificent luxury cruise ship, Beerus concentrated and formed an enormous energy sphere, having neither savored delectable pudding nor encountered the god of Super Saiyans. He contemplated the destruction of Earth instead. Impatiently, he urged Whis to hurry, who finally approached him, sushi in hand. Let us annihilate this planet and return. It's truly a waste of my time, he remarked. Very well, but please wait a moment, Whis replied, vanishing briefly to pack sushi from the restaurant. Beerus, feeling somewhat exasperated, waited, and as Whis returned with the sushi, he was about to unleash his energy sphere when suddenly a potent aura surged into the sky. Beerus slowly lifted his gaze to the distance, spotting two men standing 100 meters away. The Z warriors below also looked up, recognizing the immense aura emanating from one of them, who had a tail and red fur. Cyberman, Yamcha exclaimed. Cyberman? It's uncertain whether he is friend or foe. His aura far surpasses that of Goku, Master Roshi remarked, concern etched on his face. Beerus's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and the energy sphere behind him vanished. Could he be the god of Super Saiyans? He pondered. No, gods do not possess an aura, yet his strength undeniably reaches that level. Fascinating, he mused, glancing at Gogeta with curiosity. Indeed, the individuals who appeared were Rakuin and Gogeta. They had arrived in this timeline earlier and witnessed Vegeta's performance. Gogeta felt somewhat awkward, while Rakuin explained Beerus's background to him. Understanding Beerus's origins, Gogeta felt undeterred. Rather, he yearned to engage with the deity in battle. I am not the god of Super Saiyans. I am Gogeta, and this transformation is known as Super Saiyan 4. Gogeta introduced himself, leaving the warriors on the ground exchanging puzzled glances, particularly Vegeta, who had never heard of this transformation and found Gogeta's name peculiar. Oh, I see. What a pity. I am searching for the god of Saiyans, not you. Beerus expressed his disappointment, confirming that Gogeta was not the god of Super Saiyans. He was solely interested in battling the god, as his prophetic dreams hinted at A and Amp, Appo's formidable enemy, and Amp, Appo's, to be labeled as such. He was eager to witness their strength. Although Gogeta's power had reached the divine level, equivalent to the 10th dimension, Beerus remained uninterested. At that moment, Rakuin spoke up. Lord Beerus, there is no god of Super Saiyans in this world, but I know how to transform into one. However, Beerus scrutinized Rakuin, narrowing his eyes. However, what? You must demonstrate your prowess as a god of destruction, as this young man wishes to challenge you. Beerus contemplated for a few seconds. Very well, but if you deceive me, I shall obliterate you. Rakuin gestured an okay sign. Thank you, brother. Go forth. Whether you grasp anything depends on you. In an instant, Gogeta vanished from sight, reappearing before Beerus, launching a fist imbued with searing energy towards Beerus's face. Beerus raised his arm effortlessly to intercept the blow. With a thunderous clap akin to a muffled thunder, the ocean erupted into towering waves, water splashing hundreds of meters high, while the surrounding air crackled with the force, creating visible shockwaves that dispersed the distant clouds. Beerus, feeling the impact of the punch, exhibited a flicker of surprise. He abruptly swung his arm, flinging Gogeta away, then propelled himself like a released arrow towards the scent-flying Gogeta. Gogeta swiftly flipped midair to regain his balance, inhaling deeply to amass energy before thrusting his palms forward, unleashing a torrent of red energy waves rushing toward Beerus. In response, Beerus swirled his right hand, forming a purple energy sphere, then pushed it forward. The powerful sphere collided violently with Gogeta's red energy wave above the ocean. For an instant, the sky was engulfed in radiant light, where purple and gold intertwined, clashed, emitting a deafening roar that seemed capable of shattering the very fabric of existence. The ocean swirled as if controlled by an invisible hand, forming massive whirlpools, while countless marine creatures caught off guard were reduced to oblivion by the overwhelming energy surge. The shockwave from the energy clash radiated outward, compressing the ocean surface by several meters, creating a colossal circular depression. Gogeta roared, amplifying his energy output, the red glow intensifying as he gradually pushed back the purple energy. Observing this, Beerus snorted in disdain, slightly augmenting his own power. With a single hand push, the once suppressed energy sphere rapidly expanded, resembling a ferocious tsunami, swallowing Gogeta and Appo's red energy wave and advancing towards him. The explosion illuminated the surroundings brighter than the sun, vaporizing the ocean into thick mist that enveloped the battlefield. As the light faded, Gogeta endured the explosion of the energy sphere. Ugh. Athe. Gogeta, fervently increasing his energy, soon reached full power mode. Witnessing Gogeta radiating intense heat, Beerus suddenly grinned. I've changed my mind. You may be more entertaining than the so-called god of Super Saiyans. A violet glow enveloped Beerus. Gogeta's expression turned grave as he felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him. This was the essence of divine power. It felt like an insurmountable mountain. At that moment, Beerus clasped his hands together, slowly drawing them apart as a deep purple energy orb, the size of a tennis ball, gradually formed between them. Although seemingly small, it contained immense destructive energy. With a flick of his wrist, Beerus hurled the deep purple energy orb towards Gogeta with the intent to annihilate. Gogeta swiftly retaliated, unleashing the Kamehameha wave. As the energy waves collided with the destructive orb, an intense light enveloped the world. Then came an earth-shattering sound, reminiscent of the universe and Amp, Appo's birth, as shockwaves spread forth, instantly vaporizing the ocean, revealing the seabed, which was also violently fractured by the immense power, with magma surging forth and mingling with the seawater, creating a hissing sound that transformed the ocean surface into a hellish scene. Under the overwhelming impact, Gogeta was involuntarily propelled backward, his arms aching as if being torn apart by the force. Yet, he gritted his teeth, enduring the pain to regain his stance. Stomping down on the ocean surface to unleash a torrent of waves, stabilizing himself once more. Beerus, observing Gogeta being pushed back, wore a smile as he appeared above Gogeta in an instant, his right fist raised high, imbued with destructive power, aimed at Gogeta's head. Gogeta gazed upward, unflinching, crossing his arms above his head to absorb Beerus's punch. Yet, the force unleashed was beyond imagination, and Gogeta rapidly descended, his feet sinking into the seabed, while the surrounding waters surged in a colossal circular wave, radiating outward. Vegeta felt as though his arms were burdened by the weight of a great mountain, his body sinking deeper into despair, yet the indomitable spirit within him soared ever higher. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, a peculiar light flashing within them. For in that moment, he comprehended the divine power amidst Beerus's destructive energy. The aura surrounding Vegeta transformed once more, the once crimson flames now interspersed with shimmering, granular light. Each particle, though few, sparkled like stars, emanating a formidable presence. He thrust his hands upward with great force, unleashing a powerful surge from within that sent Beerus hurtling backward. Indeed, to grasp the divine power amidst my destructive energy is no small feat. However, do you truly believe this will enable you to vanquish me? Beerus scoffed, as the destructive energy emanating from him surged forth anew, even more potent than before. Behind him, orbs of deep violet energy materialized, hurtling toward Vegeta like shooting stars. As these energy spheres traversed the space, they tore through reality, leaving behind jagged purple rifts, reminiscent of cosmic wounds, radiating an aura that inspired dread. Vegeta took a deep breath, merging his divine power with his own energy to unleash a hundredfold super-explosive wave. Just as the two assaults were poised to collide, Rochuan and Whis appeared, neutralizing their energies. Had their forces truly met, not only would Earth have been obliterated, but the very fabric of the universe itself would have unraveled. Vegeta gasped for breath, energy depleted, reverting to his ordinary state. Beerus observed Rochuan, his eyes glimmering momentarily before he turned to Whis and uttered a simple command: "Let us depart." Whis nodded to Rochuan, escorting Beerus back to the God of Destruction's realm. In this time and space, Beerus was considerably weaker than his counterpart from the hyperdimensional realm, though still formidable, for he possessed the ability to mend his own flaws. Chapter 26. Grave Injury. The safest place here, the God of Destruction, is truly unfathomable. Vegeta forced a smile, feeling that even with his mastery of divine power, he would not stand a chance against the God of Destruction. Though I have failed to help you comprehend Super Saiyan 5, you have grasped divine power, which is equally significant. So, what are your plans? Will you accompany me or return? Lo Chuan inquired. Vegeta pondered seriously before responding, "I will accompany you for now. Once I achieve Super Saiyan 5, I shall return." "Do you truly wish to stay with me? Do you not long to reunite with your friends and family?" Lo Chuan asked. At the mention of friends and family, Vegeta lowered his gaze, and a flicker of sorrow crossed his eyes. Lo Chuan noticed this and realized that something must have transpired in that timeline. "Very well. You may accompany me temporarily. Let us explore other timelines together," Lo Chuan decided. Vegeta nodded in agreement. Lo Chuan silently murmured the command to depart, and they vanished. As for the future developments in this parallel timeline, that remained uncertain. On planet Namek, the iconic battle between Super Saiyan Goku and the omnipotent Frieza was unfolding. Just as Goku was mercilessly overpowering Frieza, an unusual aura suddenly emanated from Frieza. Goku swiftly retreated. Unbeknownst to him, a sphere had appeared on Frieza's chest. Dragon Ball," Goku exclaimed, gazing perplexedly at the sphere. Indeed, it was a Dragon Ball, yet it differed from the ones he was familiar with. The Dragon Ball embedded in Frieza and Appo's chest enhanced his energy, causing a transformation. His eyes turned crimson as he roared and charged forward at a speed that even Goku could not perceive. With one hand, Frieza seized Goku by the neck and lifted him off the ground. "What is happening?" Goku struggled as Frieza's grip tightened, and he reverted from his Super Saiyan form, his complexion turning purple. Not far above them, a portal opened in the void, and Goku along with Trunks emerged. They had arrived in this distorted timeline, and upon witnessing the scene before them, Trunks shouted, "This is bad. If the history here changes, we will be in deep trouble." As Trunks spoke, he dashed towards Frieza, who was preparing to deliver a lethal blow. Trunks struck Frieza on the back of the neck, but it had no effect. In retaliation, Frieza hurled Goku away and grabbed Trunks by the arm, flinging him into a rock. Super Saiyan Goku quickly regained his breath, and at that moment, Another Goku who had arrived with Trunks teleported behind Frieza and kicked him away. Another me? Super Saiyan Goku exclaimed in confusion. In that instant of bewilderment, Frieza charged at Super Saiyan Goku, sending him flying. While the two were engaged in a fierce battle, Lo Chuan and Vegito watched with great interest from a higher vantage point. Brother, what is that on Frieza? It resembles a Dragon Ball, but the malevolent aura it emits is even stronger than that of the evil dragon from my timeline. Lo Chuan contemplated, recalling a memory from his past life. After several moments, he concluded, if my memories serve me correctly, we must have arrived in the Dark Demon Realm Dragon Ball saga. The sphere on Frieza's chest was indeed a Dragon Ball, albeit a Dark Dragon Ball. Dark Dragon Ball. That name feels unsettling, he mused. At that moment, both Goku and the other Super Saiyan Goku unleashed the Kamehameha wave, but Frieza's muscles swelled, blocking their attack. Fortunately, Trunks executed a surprise attack, cleaving Frieza in two. The Dragon Ball fell to the ground. Trunks, how could you intervene? That was just getting exciting. Goku lamented. Sorry. Trunks scratched his head sheepishly. As they conversed, a woman's voice interrupted. Thank you for helping me gather the Dark Dragon Balls. I shall gladly accept them. A tall woman and a muscular man appeared before them. Tawa, it was indeed your doing, Trunks shouted, rushing towards them without a second thought. Only to be restrained by Tawa and Appo's magical power. This is the power of the demon god, truly formidable. Let us go, Mira, Tawa commanded. Yes. Just as Tawa was about to use her demon god power to leave, an attack suddenly interrupted her spell, and it was not from Trunks. Leaving so soon? At the very least, leave the Dark Dragon Ball behind. Lo Chuan and Vegeta materialized before them. Upon seeing Vegeta, Goku instinctively called out his name. Puzzled as to why Vegeta was present, Vegeta nodded at Time Patrol Goku. Be cautious. Tawa and her companion are not to be underestimated. Mira regarded Lo Chuan and Vegeta with keen vigilance. Who are you? Tawa asked, her tone tense. For some reason, the young man exuded an overwhelming pressure. One he had not felt even in the presence of Lord Mechikabura. Who I am is inconsequential. What matters is that you hand over that Dark Dragon Ball. And I shall let you leave, Lo Chuan replied with a gentle smile. Do you truly think I would give you the Dark Dragon Ball? Tawa scoffed. Oh. Do not speak too soon. You will indeed give it to me. In an instant, Lo Chuan struck, and with a soft thud, Mira, both a guard and subordinate, disintegrated into a puddle of blood in the air. Tawa found herself grasped by Lo Chuan, her Dark Dragon Ball falling to the ground, where Vegeta picked it up. Lo Chuan tossed her aside like refuse, and she crashed heavily onto the ground. With a cough, Tawa spat several mouthfuls of blood, nearly losing consciousness. But she steadied herself through sheer will. How could this happen? She thought in confusion, unable to comprehend why the power of the demon god failed to defend against his attack. You will pay for this. After uttering a fierce threat, the injured Tawa activated her demon god power and vanished from this timeline. Brother, this is for you. Vegeta handed the Dark One-Star Dragon Ball to Lo Chuan, who gently stroked it, calming the dark energy within with his own. Though he had not intended to intervene, a sudden desire arose within him, prompting him to seize the Dark Dragon Ball. Since history has been amended, there is no longer a need for us to remain here. With that, Time Patrol Trunks and Goku flew towards the portal. Lo Chuan and Vegeta followed suit. Trunks and Goku halted, watching Lo Chuan and Vegeta with suspicion. But upon seeing the Dark Dragon Ball in Lo Chuan and Appo's possession, they relaxed slightly. Are you intending to give us that sphere? Trunks asked. Lo Chuan paused, taken aback by the boy's assumption. No, this item is safest in my possession. I wish to return with you to the Time Nest to meet the Supreme Kai of Time. Trunks frowned, about to voice an objection, but Lo Chuan interrupted him. Enough of your doubts. Should I wish to act against you, you would stand no chance of resistance. Indeed, my brother speaks true, so do not overthink it, Trunks. Vegeta concurred. Trunks contemplated this carefully and found the logic in their assertions. He chose to remain silent, and the four of them traversed the portal to the Time Nest. Chapter 27. The Mob and the Restoration of Young Mechikabura in the enigmatic and ancient repository of time. A colossal table lay quietly, upon which rested a weathered historical scroll, exuding an aura of antiquity, laden with the memories of ages and countless untold tales. Suddenly, the once smooth surface of the scroll began to quiver gently, and a pitch-black aperture materialized silently. Moments later, Trunks and his companions emerged through the portal. Curiously, Archuan surveyed his surroundings, astonishment gleaming in his eyes. Everything around him mirrored the game scenes he had once traversed. The exquisitely carved stone columns and the faintly glowing runes on the walls evoked a sense of both familiarity and strangeness. Just then, a figure hurriedly entered. It was the Kai of Time, Kane. "Trunks, how have you returned so swiftly? What transpired in that historical episode?" Kane inquired with urgency as she approached, but her words faltered upon noticing Chuan and his companion. "Are you not going to explain?" Kane's voice bore a tinge of reproach, as if awaiting a reasonable justification from Trunks. Faced with her questioning gaze, Trunks found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He opened his mouth, intending to articulate something, yet found himself unable to elucidate the situation. After all, bringing Chuan and others to the repository was indeed an impulsive decision, one that could not be easily clarified. "Please, do not be so furious, my Lady Kai," Chuan interjected, a broad smile adorning his face as he stepped forward, extending his right hand in a gesture of amicable greeting towards Kane. Initially, Kane's visage was one of ire, but as her gaze fell upon the bracelet adorning Chuan's hand, an inexplicable glimmer flickered in her eyes. After a brief pause, she reciprocated the gesture, their hands meeting briefly. In that fleeting moment of contact, it was as though Kane perceived the entirety of Chuan and Appo's essence, instantly comprehending the profound nature of the individual before her. "Very well, I shall overlook this incident this time. However, should you wish to bring others in the future, you must inform me beforehand," Kane stated solemnly, her gaze fixed on Trunks. "Understood, my Lady Kai," Trunks nodded in acknowledgement. Then, Kane redirected her attention to Chuan, inquiring, "So what brings you here today?" "Nothing of particular consequence, merely a desire to make your esteemed acquaintance, and to discuss certain matters regarding Mechikapura," Chuan replied nonchalantly, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "Oh, is that so? Wait, did you just say Mechikapura?" Initially, Kane appeared indifferent, but upon hearing the name, she was jolted, her expression transforming into one of incredulity. "Are you certain you just not?" Kane's piercing gaze sought truth in Chuan's countenance, yet he maintained his serene smile, offering no clues. "But I had sealed him away," Kane pondered aloud, prompting Chuan to recount the tale of the demon realm from his previous life. "Is that so? You may accompany the time patrol. I will inform the others shortly," Kane declared. "Thank you kindly," Chuan replied. After resting in the repository for several hours, yet another historical anomaly arose, compelling Chuan and his companions to venture forth. Days later, in the mysterious and shadowy Dark Demon Realm, the atmosphere in the Dark Palace was so tense it felt palpable. That cursed individual has already acquired 4 Dark Dragon Balls. Meanwhile, we have barely managed to gather 3. Who is this sudden upstart, and how possesses he such formidable strength? Taoist seethed, slamming her palm upon the iron table, causing the items atop to rattle violently. Nearby, Mira stood silently, his countenance shrouded in gloom, a stark contrast to his former self. Yet, despite this transformation, he remained powerless against their formidable adversary. On the other side, another subordinate, Finn, stood like a statue, lost in thought. At that moment, Dapla from a parallel dimension entered the room, observing Tao's fury and Myra's silence. "Sister, do not be so irate. While the situation is dire, we are not without recourse. We have successfully captured that woman by harnessing her latent powers. We can also rejuvenate Lord Mechikapura," Dapla suggested, gently patting Tao's shoulder in an attempt to soothe her. "But brother, I cannot abide this. That fiend is utterly despicable," Tao exclaimed, her frustration boiling over. Just as Dapla prepared to respond, a voice echoed through the minds of the 3. It was the summons of Lord Mechikapura. Upon arriving at his location, they found other demon gods present. Mechikapura coughed a few times and proclaimed, "The time patrol has arrived. You must obstruct them. I require the Kai of Time to employ her temporal powers to restore my youth." At that moment, the Kai of Time appeared drastically altered. Her eyes were crimson, emanating a red aura of malevolence. The reason for her capture by the Dark Demon Realm was partly attributed to Chuan, although he could have saved her. He chose instead to assist the Dark Forces, motivated by curiosity regarding the potential strength of a rejuvenated Mechikapura. After all, without the Dark Dragon Balls, restoration could only be achieved through the manipulation of time. Understood. The demon gods acknowledged their orders and departed. Minutes later, the 2 factions converged. Chuan surveyed the assembly of demon gods, casually remarking, "A rabble of misfits." Though each possessed combat abilities of the 10th dimension, they were still too weak for him. His words ignited fury among the demon gods, and Dapla unleashed his demonic power, striking out with his blade. Before the strike could reach Chuan, a figure darted in to intercept Super Saiyan Trunks. The 2 vanished in a flash, and battle ensued. Each member of the Time Patrol faced their own adversary. Even Gogeta had a foe, yet our Chuan found himself without one. The demon gods are rather astute. Our Chuan chuckled lightly, unperturbed, as he awaited the moment of Mechikapura's rejuvenation. A few minutes later, a resounding boom echoed as a jet-black beam shot skyward. In the blink of an eye, a figure descended, while the dark version of Kane collapsed, drained of her energy. Haha, not only have I regained my youth, but I have also obtained the power of time. Truly, fate smiles upon me. The rejuvenated Mechikapura laughed boisterously, her voice reverberating through the air. Luo Chuan assessed his own strength, revealing a smile. Indeed, possessing the power of the 11th dimension had not made his weight in vain. After his moment of mirth, he directed his gaze towards Luo Chuan. Youngster, you do not belong to this dimension, do you? If you are not of this realm, why then do you obstruct me? Although Meichi Capula's tone was rather nonchalant, Luo Chuan sensed an intense aura of menace emanating from him. With a grin, Luo Chuan invoked the notion of countering fate. Obstruct you? It is you who obstructs me. Very well. You sharp-tongued brat, perish. Meichi Capula raised his hand, unleashing a highly concentrated energy projectile. Luo Chuan transformed into Super Saiyan 5 and effortlessly swatted the energy blast aside. To think you possess such formidable strength, I must admit, I underestimated you. Meichi Capula squinted, scrutinizing Luo Chuan with newfound seriousness. Chapter 28. The Power of Ultimate Freedom and Potential Development. Luo Chuan uttered no more words. His entire being erupted with an overwhelming aura, akin to a lion awakening from a long slumber. In an instant, he darted forth, his figure flickering before he appeared before Meichi Capula, moving with astonishing speed. A fierce gale accompanied his movements, the force of his strike capable of shattering stars. Faced with such a ferocious assault, Meichi Capula was not one to remain passive. A ruthless glint flashed in his eyes as he raised his arm, clenching his fist, and unhesitatingly met Luo Chuan and Appo's oncoming attack. At the moment their fists were about to collide, time seemed to freeze, and finally, their fists clashed with an earth-shattering sound. In that instant, the entire space trembled. As the two fists collided, powerful shockwaves radiated outward from the point of impact. These shockwaves took on a visible form, surging forth like tumultuous waves, sweeping across the surroundings with the might to topple armies. The ground, unable to bear the burden, was torn apart into unfathomable chasms, and the once neatly laid tiles were reduced to fine powder, scattered by the howling winds. In a flash, Luo Chuan withdrew like a specter, executing a nimble flip in midair. His left leg sliced through the sky, carrying a sharp whistle as it aimed with thunderous force at Meichi Capula's neck. However, Meichi Capula, sensing the imminent strike, slightly leaned back to evade the kick, and simultaneously, his iron-like hand shot out, precisely grasping Luo Chuan's ankle. With a sudden burst of strength, he flung Luo Chuan to the ground as if discarding a sandbag. Just as Luo Chuan was about to make contact with the earth, he slammed both hands down, generating a powerful shockwave that caused the ground to tremble. Utilizing the immense recoil, he sprang back up. In an instant, they were locked in a fierce battle. Fists and legs intertwining, their movements creating dazzling sparks that resembled brilliant fireworks illuminating the night sky. Their figures flickered in and out of view, swift as the wind, presenting a breathtaking spectacle of speed. Suddenly, Meichi Capula emitted a cold snort. He clasped his hands together, unleashing a terrifying wave of black energy that surged forth from his palms. This dark energy resembled a roaring dragon, clawing its way toward Luo Chuan, distorting the very fabric of space, as if the world itself were to be consumed by its menacing jaws. Luo Chuan pushed forward, condensing his energy into a brilliant golden wave, radiant as the rising sun, which collided fiercely with the black energy wave. The clash resulted in a cataclysmic energy storm, intertwining gold and black, producing a deafening roar. The force of the storm leveled surrounding mountains, the earth quaked, and the sky was engulfed in chaos. Seeing this, Meichi Capula unleashed both the power of darkness and time, augmenting his energy exponentially. He began to unleash a torrent of energy as the black wave intensified, gradually overpowering Luo Chuan's energy. Luo Chuan sensed the shift in dynamics and noticed his combat power had reached 200. Just as the black energy wave threatened to engulf him, he let out a powerful roar, his aura transforming dramatically. A mysterious and potent presence emanated from within him, his dark hair and pupils shifting to silver, while a sacred white aura exploded forth, sweeping the surroundings like a tidal wave. Empowered by this state of ultimate freedom, Luo Chuan's body seemed to possess its own consciousness. instinctively executing marvelous maneuvers. As the black energy wave surged toward him with relentless force, Luo Chuan adeptly evaded its direct assault. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared behind Meichi Capula, raising a long, powerful leg that crackled with wind, delivering a merciless kick to Meichi Capula's back. As a formidable warrior, Meichi Capula possessed keen perceptive abilities. Upon sensing the lethal threat from behind, he was taken aback and attempted to evade, but before the now liberated Luo Chuan, his movements appeared painfully slow and clumsy. With a thunderous impact, Luo Chuan's kick landed squarely on Meichi Capula's back, propelling him thousands of miles away. Blood as dark as ink gushing from his mouth. Yet, before Meichi Capula could steady himself, Luo Chuan materialized above him once more. At that moment, Luo Chuan clenched his fists tightly, his muscles tensed and veins bulging, exuding an aura that instilled dread. With a fierce roar, he brought his fist down upon Meichi Capula's head with the force of a meteor. "Curse you!" Meichi Capula shouted in anger, channeling the full extent of his dark and temporal powers in a desperate defense. Alas, it was futile. Luo Chuan's fist shattered his skull in an instant. Even with his immortal form, he was powerless against the energy of ultimate freedom, save for that granted by the divine dragon. With Meichi Capula's demise, the demon gods he had empowered gradually returned to their original forms, swiftly dispatched by the Time Patrol. Among them, Tawa and Mira, recognizing the peril, managed to escape. Meanwhile, the unconscious Supreme Kai of Time regained consciousness, shaking his dazed head. "Are you all right?" Luo Chuan inquired as he helped Kane to his feet. "I'm fine. Just a bit weak. I never imagined I would be manipulated by Meichi Capula," Kane replied, his complexion slightly pale. Minutes later, the two reunited with the Time Patrol team and returned to the Time Nest, while Luo Chuan remained behind to locate the 3 remaining Dark Dragon Balls. Upon reaching a relatively flat area, he placed the 7 Dark Dragon Balls on the ground and sought out the Dark Namekian to summon the Dark Shinran. The Dark Namekian recited the incantation, calling forth the dragon. "Now, state your wish," he said. After some contemplation, Luo Chuan articulated his desire, and the Namekian conveyed it to the Dark Shinran. The Dark Shinran's eyes glowed red, and soon a warm mist enveloped Luo Chuan. As the mist surged, he let out a low shout, followed by a burst of light. When the radiance faded, Luo Chuan returned to a state of calm. With the red light in its eyes extinguished, the Dark Shinran ascended into the sky, transforming into 7 streams of light that scattered across different timelines. A smile crept onto Luo Chuan's lips. He was pleasantly surprised by the outcome. His wish was to unlock his potential. Initially, he had sought to wish upon either the Earth Shinran or the Namekian Shinran in the main timeline, but he felt they would not fully harness his potential. Upon arriving in this timeline and encountering the Dark Dragon Balls, he seized the opportunity to gather them. What Luo Chuan was unaware of was that the Dark Dragon had only partially unlocked his potential, achieving merely a 40 development, which was still quite remarkable. He found a secluded spot to conduct an experiment, sequentially transforming until he ultimately merged the forms of Free and Self with remarkable ease. He was astonished to discover that his combat power had ascended to the 13th dimension, drawing him closer to the realm of angels, whose true strength resides in the 14th dimension. Of course, the power of a deity transcends mere combat metrics. Upon reverting to his normal state, Luo Chuan willed his thoughts, causing his bracelet to emit a radiant glow. He returned to the Nest of Time, enabled by the bracelet's coordinate recording function, which meticulously logs every place he has visited, an ability he had only recently unearthed. Chapter 29, VS Clone Vegito, Subordinates Evolution, Part 1. As Roka entered the Time Nest, he immediately noticed Kranoa Goku and Vegeta surrounding Gogeta, bombarding him with questions. Gogeta stood in the middle, seemingly at a loss for words, looking quite distressed. "Hey, what and Appos is going on here?" Roka strode over, calling out. Hearing his voice, everyone turned their attention to Roka. Gogeta and Appos' face lit up with elation as if seeing a savior. "Big brother, you and Appos, we finally back. Please help me explain. These guys are driving me crazy with their questions. I can end Appos to handle it," Gogeta said, relieved. Roka couldn't help but chuckle at Gogeta's anxious and helpless demeanor, but he was also curious. What needs explaining? What's with all the tension? Gogeta quickly explained. "Well, big brother, they're all curious about why you possess such immense power and that divine aura you unleashed earlier. They keep pestering me about it." He sighed, as if a great burden had been lifted. "So, they want to know about that." Roka stroked his chin, observing Gogeta and the Time Patrol members, a smirk forming on his lips. For some reason, Gogeta and the Time Patrol suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. Instead of answering Gogeta's question, Rokaw turned to Cronoa. Lady Cronoa, I have a request. What is it? Cronoa looked at Rokaw curiously. Rokaw whispered a few words in her ear. All right, I'll see if I can create it, Cronoa replied, then turned and left. Big brother, you haven't answered yet, Gogeta said, his eyes shining, eager to know why Rokaw was so strong. Patience. Since you want to know why I'm so strong, I'll personally guide you later, Rokaw said. Gogeta, Cronoa Goku. And Vegeta and Appo's eyes lit up, while Trunks, Gohan, and Goten were also excited. About 2 hours later, Cronoa returned, unfurling a scroll. Thankfully, I succeeded. This contains an alternate dimension with a time flow of 1 day inside is 1 hour outside. Rokaw clasped his fist and said, thank you. He turned to everyone and said, come, everyone, follow me inside. I and Appo's LL personally guide you on how to become stronger. He emphasized the words personally guide. Gogeta and the others entered the alternate dimension one by one. Rokaw grinned, planning to subject them to hellish training to make them as strong as possible. As Rokaw entered, the entrance slowly closed. Sigh, I pity you all, Cronoa sighed. When Rokaw had asked her to create an alternate dimension with a different time flow, she knew what he had in mind. She thought these people were asking for trouble. Being chosen by the Grand Minister and being so strong was only natural, after all. He was the master of autonomous Ultra Instinct, although she had fallen unconscious during the Dark Demon Realm incident. She guessed it when she heard Goku and the others asking Gogeta upon their return. Cronoa shook her head and went to organize the scrolls of time on the desk. Time passed slowly, and she finally finished organizing them. Just as Cronoa was about to leave, a scroll suddenly fell from a cabinet on the wall. More trouble? Cronoa went over to check, picked up the scroll, and unfolded it on the table. A distorted history was revealed. More trouble has arisen. I need to get them out. Thinking this, she opened the entrance to the alternate dimension and entered. After a few dozen seconds, a group of people emerged. Gogeta, Cronoa Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, and Trunks were all bruised and battered, looking quite disheveled. However, thanks to this, they had gained new insights and become much stronger. They had only spent a little over a day inside, but it felt like centuries, mainly due to Rokaw and Appo's rigorous guidance. The results were remarkable. After eating Senza beans and taking showers, they were all refreshed. Rokaw and Gogeta headed to the distorted history while the others went to carry out other missions. After all, the Time Patrol had many tasks to handle. On a parallel Earth, a steep cliff stood by a turbulent sea. In the cliff face, there was a weathered cave entrance, faintly emitting a mysterious light. Inside, a tall woman with a unique aura stood quietly. Her brown hair was slightly disheveled, yet it exuded a distinct charm. Behind her black-rimmed glasses, a pair of bright eyes sparkled with intelligence. She wore a pair of extravagant earrings that swayed with her movements. A snow-white coat added to her professional and mysterious air. At this moment, the woman's gaze was fixed on a large container in front of her. Inside, a man slowly opened his eyes. Seeing the man awaken, the woman's face bloomed into a radiant smile, her laughter clear and melodious, echoing throughout the cave. The woman gracefully walked to the table and pressed a switch. With a soft mechanical whir, the container door slowly opened, and the thick liquid inside began to gurgle out. Afterward, the woman casually grabbed a piece of clothing from the side and tossed it to the man who had just emerged from the container. The man deftly caught the clothing, quickly dressed, and then respectfully knelt on one knee, giving the woman a standard salute. Finally, it's a success. The woman sighed. To complete this experiment, I spent countless hours and energy, traversing different timelines to collect the genetic codes of these two individuals. Modifying their genes was an extremely arduous and complex task, but thankfully, all the effort was worth it. Suddenly, a piercing alarm blared throughout the cave. This alarm was not for the warriors of this timeline, but specifically for warning against uninvited guests from other timelines. The Time Patrol discovered it so quickly. But it doesn't matter. It's already a success. Let them see my masterpiece. The woman said, "Get up and follow me. Let's go meet the Time Patrol." After the woman finished speaking, she turned and left, and the man rose and followed behind her. Outside the cave entrance on the cliff, "Big brother, I sense a familiar yet alien aura," Gogeta said, frowning slightly. Rokaw stroked his chin. As Gogeta said, the aura was indeed familiar. They and Appo's, here. The two fixed their eyes and saw a man and a woman emerge from the cave. When Rokaw saw the woman, he raised an eyebrow and blurted out, "Android 21. That's right. The woman was the mysterious scientist Android 21. Rokaw remembered seeing this character's introduction in his previous life, saying she was Dr. Jero's partner. He didn't know if it was true, but he preferred to believe it was false. "Oh, you know me. I don't remember anyone like you in the Time Patrol." Number 21 scrutinized Luo Chuan, noting with surprise that he was indeed quite handsome. A person of such striking appearance was not easily forgotten. "Brother, could the individual beside her possibly be Vegeta?" Vegeta inquired. Luo Chuan shifted his gaze towards the man, squinting slightly as he nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed. The creation of number 21 was none other than Vegeta, albeit a clone entirely subservient to her will. It truly was him. Initially, he believed he might have been mistaken. But to his astonishment, it was genuinely Vegeta. Yet, he found himself puzzled as to how this woman managed to clone Vegeta. "You serve as excellent test subjects, Vegeta. Eliminate them," number 21 commanded. The clone of Vegeta nodded and charged directly at the two. "Brother, leave him to me. I am eager to ascertain the strength of this clone," Vegeta declared, rushing forth as the two engaged in a fierce battle. Chapter 30, Clash of Clones, The Evolution of the Underlings, Part 2. Before us stood the clone of Vegeta, his gaze piercing and his aura escalating dramatically. With a sudden motion, he unleashed a palm strike imbued with boundless power, its force slicing through the air like a comet blazing across the sky, compressing the atmosphere into a sharp, explosive sound. Opposite him, Gogeta stood resolute, his muscles bulging as he shouted defiantly, his fist clenched, charging forward to meet the oncoming gust of energy with the might of a thunderstorm. In an instant, their fists collided, reminiscent of two meteors crashing into one another, resulting in an earth-shattering roar. Boom. At that moment, a deafening explosion reverberated, releasing a terrifying pressure that swept through the surroundings like a tempest. The ocean churned violently, vast quantities of water evaporating under the immense force, rising into vapor. The cliffs, unable to endure such a cataclysmic impact, crumbled instantaneously, with enormous boulders cascading from the summit, crashing to the ground and enveloping the area in a cloud of dust, obscuring the sky. Amidst this apocalyptic shockwave, both the clone of Vegeta and Gogeta found themselves instinctively retreating. Taking a deep breath, the clone exhaled slowly, a dark red aura igniting around him, flames roaring as if determined to consume everything in proximity. His hair transformed into a deep crimson, signaling his instinctive ascension to Super Saiyan 1. Simultaneously, Gogeta radiated a golden brilliance, also achieving the transformation into Super Saiyan 1. At that moment, both warriors exuded an even more formidable presence, akin to two deities standing resolute between heaven and earth. Without a moment's hesitation, they launched themselves into combat once more. In an exhilarating flurry, fists blurred, legs whipped through the air, and various energy attacks collided and intertwined, painting the sky with vibrant arcs of light. Each strike bore the strength to shake mountains, causing the very fabric of space to tremble under the weight of their fierce engagement. Boom, boom, boom. With each thunderous explosion, their attacks met with ferocious intensity, sending ripples of energy that shook the surrounding stars, as if they too were on the verge of detonating. In that instant, the world seemed to lose its color, leaving only the silhouettes of the two combatants amidst the chaos, locked in a relentless struggle. Their speed was akin to lightning, their forms flickering in a dazzling display, as sparks flew from their relentless exchange of blows. Ah, truly remarkable. Data of unprecedented significance has been gathered. It will undoubtedly prove invaluable for Vegeta in the future. Number 21 adjusted her glasses, a smile gracing her lips as she beheld the displayed data. Turning her gaze to Rochuan, she realized that her earlier analysis had yielded no comprehensible metrics for this individual, leading her to consider the worst possible outcome. The clone of Vegeta let out a low growl, summoning an energy blade to strike at Gogeta, who retaliated with his own energy blade. Clang. This clash was devoid of any elaborate techniques. It was a raw contest of strength. Sparks erupted as their energy blades shattered simultaneously, followed by a fierce palm strike landing on each other's shoulders, sending them both hurtling into the depths of the ocean, creating massive splashes. Swoosh. The clone of Vegeta surged from the ocean's depths, having transformed into his Super Saiyan 4 form, radiating a dark and ominous energy. Gogeta, not to be outdone, also morphed into Super Saiyan 4. Their eyes locked, the air crackled with tension, as if frozen by the gravity of their confrontation. Suddenly, Gogeta moved, his figure vanishing from sight, leaving only an afterimage in his wake. A thunderous sound echoed as his fist, imbued with colossal force, struck towards the clone of Vegeta. Unflinching, the clone countered with a punch of his own, resulting in a deafening collision that sent shockwaves rippling outward, creating a colossal circular pit in the ocean's surface, shattering the seabed into countless fragments that soared into the sky. Using the momentum from their clash, Gogeta spun midair, raising his right leg high to deliver a fierce kick at Vegeta. In response, Vegeta crossed his arms above his head, bracing for the impact. The collision ignited another wave of powerful energy, and after blocking Gogeta and Appo's kick, Vegeta seized his ankle and hurled him away with tremendous force. Flying thousands of miles, Gogeta landed, propelled himself back toward Vegeta, and conjured an energy sphere, hurling it with ferocity. Vegeta, observing this, also gathered his own energy sphere. As they raced towards each other in the air above the ocean, their spheres met, erupting in a blinding flash of light. The overwhelming energy causing the very earth to tremble, accompanied by the sound of crackling friction as they pressed against one another. Yet, neither Gogeta nor Vegeta displayed any intention of retreating. Their forms darted through the radiant glow of the energy spheres, relentlessly searching for vulnerabilities, unleashing wave after wave of fierce assaults. In a flash, Gogeta appeared behind Vegeta, his right fist radiating scorching heat as it struck toward Vegeta and Appo's back. Vegeta, seemingly possessing eyes in the back of his head, shifted his body slightly to evade the blow, countering with a lightning-fast left hook aimed at Gogeta. Gogeta raised his arm to block, yet was still pushed back several steps by the force of the strike. Without affording Gogeta a moment and Appo's respite, Vegeta instantaneously relocated above him, legs together, delivering a powerful kick downwards. Gogeta raised both hands, absorbing the impact, but the tremendous force still sent him plummeting beneath the waves. Exploding from the depths, Gogeta landed a kick squarely on Vegeta's face, propelling him into the atmosphere. In an instant, he teleported above the clone of Vegeta, thrusting his hands forward to unleash a Super Kamehameha wave. The energy surged forth, enveloping the clone and resulting in a colossal explosion. As the blinding light of the explosion faded, the clone of Vegeta transformed once more, his hair turning a blood-red hue. Emanating a crimson aura that shimmered with particle-like energy, this was the god form. Now this is quite intriguing. Chuan had not anticipated such prowess from number 21. Number 21 surveyed her creation with great satisfaction, having invested considerable time to achieve this result. You thought you were the only one capable of the god form. Ha 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 ha. Gogeta unleashed his own god form. The clone of Vegeta growled, clenching his fist tightly. Veins bulging like a serpentine dragon. His fist, carrying the might of 1,000 pounds, sliced through the air towards Gogeta's face. This blow channeling 60% of his total strength. The air screamed as it compressed into a tangible form, creating visible gusts of white energy that lunged at Gogeta. Gogeta raised his hand and struck back with a punch. Bang! The sound resonated like thunder, the two fists colliding with ferocity. A powerful ripple of invisible energy swept outward, causing the ocean's surface to dip dramatically, creating a vast circular depression as water surged upward in a spectacular wall, repelled by an unseen force. In the blink of an eye, the two combatants retracted their fists, their forms flickering before disappearing once more. The air filled with the rapid sounds of their fists and feet meeting in a relentless symphony of combat, each collision resonating as if meteors were striking the earth, creating a cacophony of thunderous applause. Their figures swiftly intertwined in the air, so rapidly that they appeared merely as flickering beams of light. With each flash, a surge of potent energy rippled through the surroundings, causing the clouds to fracture and dissolve into nothingness. At that moment, Clone Vegeta unleashed a deafening roar, and the energy emanating from him surged dramatically, instantaneously overpowering Gogeta. In this instant, Clone Vegeta experienced a remarkable enhancement across all metrics, rendering him an entirely different entity from before. With a sudden flash, he closed the distance, moving with such speed that Gogeta could not even perceive his presence. Clone Vegeta struck with a punch, forcing Gogeta to rely solely on the sensation of the wind to barely block the blow. The impact sent him hurtling backward, crashing into an island, leaving his entire arm numb. Damn it, how has he become so powerful all of a sudden? There was no time for contemplation, as Clone Vegeta was already at his side, delivering a kick aimed at his chest. Gogeta immediately concentrated his energy to form a protective barrier to deflect the attack. Yet he was still propelled for over 1,000 miles, demolishing countless trees before finally coming to a halt. Chapter 31, vs Clone Vegito. Subordinates Evolution. End. The sudden surge in Clone Vegito's power was attributed to Android 21, who had implemented a genetic lock during the initial programming. Once a certain power threshold was reached, the lock would disengage, granting strength beyond natural limits, albeit at the cost of the user's physical integrity. Android 21 dismissed this drawback, confident in her ability to clone an even more perfect being with complete genetic programming. Roaring bestially, clone Vegito lunged at Gogeta with immense velocity. Caught off guard, Gogeta was struck forcefully in the abdomen, propelling him through the island and causing him to skid hundreds of meters across the seabed before regaining his footing. Before he could recover, clone Vegito was upon him, his fist raised high, descending with overwhelming force. Gogeta braced himself with crossed arms, causing the seabed beneath him to collapse into a chasm thousands of meters deep, instantly flooded by the surrounding ocean, creating a massive whirlpool. Gogeta was inwardly alarmed. Yet his gaze remained resolute, filled with burning determination. He inhaled deeply, his ki escalating once more, and propelled himself towards clone Vegito, initiating another fierce, close-quarters battle above the ocean's surface. Each collision generated visible energy ripples, tearing through the air like lightning in a storm. Clone Vegito, seemingly consumed by battle frenzy, intensified his assault. He spun, lashing out with his left leg towards Gogeta's head. Gogeta evaded the blow, seizing clone Vegito and Appo's ankle and hurling him into the distance. Regaining his balance mid-air, clone Vegito formed a massive crimson energy sphere, crackling with electricity, distorting the space around it. He unleashed the sphere, transforming it into a red streak hurtling towards Gogeta. Gogeta summoned a golden energy disk, its edges shimmering with razor-sharp light, and hurled it towards the incoming energy sphere. The resulting collision unleashed a deafening explosion, illuminating the sky. The powerful impact sent both warriors hurtling backward. Clone Vegito regained his composure with a series of aerial somersaults, while Gogeta crashed through a desolate island and Appo's peak, embedding himself within the mountain, instantly materializing above Gogeta. Clone Vegito clenched his fists, channeling his energy into two colossal energy gauntlets, which he slammed downwards. The sheer pressure pulverized the surrounding rock before the fists even made contact, causing the mountain to crumble. Super Big Bang Kamehameha. Gogeta unleashed an energy wave. Clone Vegito's gauntlets collided with the energy wave, obliterating the island in the ensuing explosion. Gogeta, spitting blood, emerged from the explosion, visibly battered. Clone Vegito grinned fiendishly. Android 21, observing from a distance, remarked, "It seems your friend is struggling. Aren't you going to intervene?" This was merely a probe. Rowan, aware of Android 21 and Appo's intentions, responded calmly, "Intervention is unnecessary. This trial is the crucible he needs." Android 21 smirked, confident in her creation. Gogeta, clutching his fractured arm, muttered to himself as he faced his formidable adversary. So this is the threshold the elder brother spoke of, attainable only through dire straits. Breaking his Super Saiyan God transformation, Gogeta closed his eyes, focusing on the Super Saiyan 5 transformation method Rowan had demonstrated in the alternate dimension. He had essentially grasped the technique during his time there, but had yet to cross the threshold. Now, however, the circumstances were different. Clone Vegito, oblivious to Gogeta's intentions, seized the opportunity and began charging a final Kamehameha. The energy wave, akin to a ravenous serpent, hurtled towards Gogeta. In the split second before the wave engulfed him, Gogeta's eyes snapped open, and his aura underwent a dramatic shift. A brilliant white light erupted, followed by a deafening explosion. The blast reverberated like 1,000 cannons detonating simultaneously, shaking the very soul and tearing through the surrounding air, unleashing a powerful shockwave in all directions. Clone Vegito, lacking independent thought and merely obeying commands, failed to sense Gogeta's ki. Assuming his opponent had perished, he erupted in laughter, which was abruptly cut short. He heard a voice, "Did you know? Your laughter is grating." A streak of light flashed past, and Clone Vegito was struck violently in the face, followed by a series of sickening crunches as several teeth were dislodged. "Aarg!" He roared in fury, unleashing his ki to repel Gogeta. Gogeta's fur and hair had transformed into a silvery white hue. He had successfully ascended to Super Saiyan 5, surpassing even the power of a genetically unlocked clone Vegito infused with divine energy. So this is the power of Super Saiyan 5. It's in an entirely different league compared to Super Saiyan 4. Gogeta clenched his fist in awe. If only I had possessed such strength back then, perhaps. A flicker of sorrow crossed his eyes, quickly concealed. Clone Vegito, moving with speed exceeding instant transmission, appeared before Gogeta, delivering a furious blow. The force of the punch distorted space. Gogeta, composed, regarded the attack as unremarkable and effortlessly intercepted it, the resulting impact shattering the surrounding space. The spatial distortion transported both warriors to an alternate dimension. It's time to end this, Gogeta declared as he began amassing energy for a final Big Bang Kamehameha. Clone Vegito, sensing the impending danger, unleashed his full power, triggering convulsions and a rapid dissipation of his ki. Observing this, Gogeta sighed and lowered his stance. Upon achieving Super Saiyan 5, he had detected the instability within his opponent and Appo's body. Clone Vegito and Appo's body began to disintegrate into fragments, accompanied by a cry of anguish. Alas, you are but a clone. Had you been the real Vegito, our battle would have been far more exhilarating. With another sigh, he struck the alternate dimension, shattering it and returning to Earth. Sensing Gogeta's ki, Rowan smiled at Android 21. See? I was right. Damn it. Android 21's expression twisted as she vanished into thin air. A hasty retreat, Rowan muttered. Choosing not to pursue, sensing a future encounter. Elder brother, I've returned. Gogeta called out, approaching. Rowan nodded, patting his shoulder. How was it? The power of Super Saiyan 5 is formidable, isn't it? Gogeta agreed. After a brief conversation, Gogeta announced, Elder brother, I wish to return. Return? Very well, I understand. Gogeta paused, bowing to Rowan in gratitude. Enough with the formalities. Go and fulfill your purpose. I hope we meet again. Rowan teleported Gogeta back to his own timeline. Elder brother, until we meet again. Gogeta departed, and Rowan left that timeline. Chapter 32. You only have two choices upon his return to the nest of time. Luo Chuan witnessed the rapid restoration of a distorted history back to its original form. After conversing with Cain for a while, he once again embarked on his journey of cultivation in the alternate dimension. Within this ethereal realm, every step and breath he took was infused with unwavering dedication, as he sought to transcend his own limits and unravel the mysteries of more formidable powers. Simultaneously, in the primary timeline on Earth, a breathtaking battle unfolded with fervor. Sun Wukong and the Z warriors were fiercely engaged in combat against the menacing Hertz and his entourage, individuals who were not meant to be present in this realm. However, with the clandestine assistance of a mysterious figure, they crossed the threads of parallel timelines and descended upon the Earth of the primary timeline. In an instant, the Earth was shrouded in darkness, dust and debris swirling chaotically as the world seemed to plunge into a state of apocalyptic disarray. Meanwhile, within the exalted temple, the atmosphere was equally grave. The youthful and innocent Zeno gazed with his crystalline, curious eyes at the Grand Priest beside him, softly inquiring, Do you believe they can successfully navigate through this crisis? In response to Zeno's query, the Grand Priest assured him without hesitation, Rest assured, my lord. They shall undoubtedly emerge victorious. After all, that individual is soon to return. Hearing the Grand Priest's unwavering confidence, Zeno nodded slightly, only to suddenly recall something and pose another question. Who do you think is aiding Hertz from the shadows? Though Zeno appeared to be merely an innocent child, his naivety did not equate to foolishness. He possessed a keen awareness of the intricate machinations and complex relationships within the cosmos. This time, the typically unflappable Grand Priest fell into an unusual silence. After an extended pause, he slowly lifted his gaze towards the distant, chaotic void, murmuring to himself, The one behind this is likely not so simple. Well, as long as you know, I hope you can resolve this matter swiftly. I still wish to enjoy the delicacies of Earth, Zeno replied with a childlike smile. Meanwhile, Zeno too watched the combat on the screen with great interest. The Grand Priest understood, letting out a rare sigh. Both he and Zeno, I had surmised who was behind the turmoil. Yet they had not anticipated the extent to which events would unfold. At this moment, the Earth lay in tatters. The energy released from the clashes between Sun Wukong and his foes had obliterated cities, leading to the tragic demise of countless innocents. In a mysterious, concealed space, the atmosphere was dim and silent, punctuated only by the flickering of several screens. Seated before one of these screens was a figure named Fu, who adjusted his glasses with a subtle smirk, fixated on the unfolding events. Though the seventh universe was indeed a splendid stage, one must not underestimate its inhabitants, particularly that man. I eagerly anticipate the intriguing occurrences that will ensue, Fu mused, his gaze shimmering as if he had foreseen the imminent spectacle. Just then, he seemed to sense something and abruptly turned his head toward another screen on his left. I hadn't anticipated that the third universe would also prove to be quite remarkable, allowing me to gather such valuable data, he exclaimed. However, the third universe displayed on the screen was no longer the one it had once been. On a rugged planet within this universe, where life was just beginning to emerge, the once gray sky was shattered by a series of thunderous explosions. With a swift whoosh, a figure plummeted like a meteor, crashing into the ground and stirring up a massive cloud of dust. As the haze dissipated, a gaping crater, 1,000 meters in diameter, revealed a woman lying unconscious at its center. High above, a man with an indifferent expression cast a fleeting glance at the woman below before redirecting his attention to a male figure standing not far away. This man, with a tail protruding from his back, unmistakably bore the mark of a scion. His name was Kamba, known far and wide as the Evil Scion. The figure in the sky was Metal Cooler, having undergone extensive modifications. With a sharp whistling sound, Kamba shot forward like a bolt of lightning, colliding forcefully with Metal Cooler, whose balance faltered as he stumbled back several steps. Kamba's assault did not relent. He unleashed a flurry of punches upon Cooler, each blow resonating with the power to shatter space itself. At that moment, Kamba had transformed into a super scion of the third grade. Despite Kamba's ferocious onslaught, Cooler appeared impervious to pain. Suddenly, a disdainful smile crossed Cooler's face as he exuded an overwhelming aura, his body radiating a brilliant golden light. In an instant, he transformed into his golden form. With a swift kick, Cooler struck Kamba, sending him hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing through countless massive rocks. As the ground trembled with the echoes of destruction, Kamba became ensnared amidst the rubble, buried beneath a cascade of debris. Yet, it was not long before a violent tremor shook the remnants of the fallen stones, causing them to quiver and collapse. In a flash, Kamba erupted from the ruins, only to sense that something was amiss. Unbeknownst to him, Cooler had already stabilized his position, raising his left hand, where an immense amount of energy coalesced at his fingertips. Gradually, a colossal golden energy sphere took shape, astonishingly splitting to form 3 equally formidable spheres. As Cooler prepared to launch these powerful orbs, a soft cough unexpectedly broke the tension. I never anticipated that you would choose such a method to pursue Frisia. Alas, what a pity, Cooler mused with a start, his eyes scanning the surroundings for any suspicious signs. Haha, are you looking for me? Here I am, standing right in front of you. A figure emerged like a specter, revealing none other than Luo Chuan. He had spent an entire week immersed in arduous training within the mysterious alternate space of the Nest of Time, and upon exchanging farewells with Kane, he returned to the primary timeline. Little did he expect to find himself in another universe, though he had managed to glean an understanding of the unfolding events through brief observation. However, a small question lingered in his mind. Why do events occurring in parallel universes manifest in the primary universe without any warning? Yet, Luo Chuan had never been the type to delve deeply into such inquiries. Unless a matter directly impacted his personal interests, he would typically only skim the surface, unwilling to invest excessive time and energy into uncovering the underlying reasons. Luo Chuan's casual remark struck a nerve in Gula's heart like a sharp sword. As Luo Chuan aptly pointed out, Gula's willingness to undergo bodily transformation stemmed solely from his desire to surpass Frisia through these extreme measures. Suddenly, Gula executed a sweeping kick, which Luo Chuan effortlessly countered. Gula and Amp, Appo's pupils constricted as he unleashed 3 massive energy spheres. Luo Chuan smiled softly and transformed into his ordinary Super Scion 4 form. The golden metallic Gula possessed a formidable strength in the upper echelon of the 11th dimension, equating to a battle power of 73,000. With a simple punch, 3 explosive sounds erupted. Gula believed he had obliterated his opponent, only to be astonished as Luo Chuan emerged unscathed from the explosions. Meanwhile, Kamba moved below, charging not at Gula, but at Luo Chuan. Luo Chuan felt speechless. This malevolent scion seemed intent on challenging everyone. However, he held no particular disdain for Kamba, recalling that he would likely be redeemed later on. Luo Chuan released several energy blasts, all of which Kamba deflected with a wave of his hand before closing in on Luo Chuan with a flurry of punches and kicks. To Luo Chuan, these attacks appeared dreadfully slow, allowing him to evade effortlessly. I have no time to play with you, he stated, delivering a swift kick. The speed of Luo Chuan's kick was astonishing. Kamba had no time to react before being sent flying. A tremendous force surged through Kamba's body, causing tingling sensations as his consciousness began to blur, ultimately resulting in him collapsing to the ground, his eyes rolling back. In an instant, Luo Chuan pivoted and struck Gula with a powerful punch, the force of which Gula could not withstand. It pierced through Gula's abdomen, yet he remained unfazed, revealing a cold smirk as thin white threads emerged from his stomach, attempting to invade Luo Chuan's arm. However, Luo Chuan would not permit it. With a swift motion, he tore Gula in 2, Subsequently, he unleashed two highly dense energy blasts, resulting in a colossal explosion that left Gula vanished. Yet, Luo Chuan knew Gula would not perish so easily. He landed beside the unconscious Kamba, lifting him up and delivering several hard slaps to rouse him. Before tossing him back onto the ground, Luo Chuan extended two fingers and declared, "You have two choices. No, you possess only two options: to die at my hands, or to become my subordinate." This was a spontaneous decision on his part. "How dare you treat me as such?" Kamba retorted, his pride wounded. After all, he had once been the king of the Scions. There was no way he could accept being someone else's subordinate. Just as he prepared to attack, Luo Chuan cast a calm glance in his direction. Despite its tranquility, that gaze instilled a profound terror in Kamba, a seasoned warrior who recognized the genuine strength of his opponent. After a moment of internal struggle, Kamba sighed in resignation and reverted to his normal state. Speaking to Luo Chuan, "I choose the second option, to be your subordinate." Luo Chuan responded with a satisfied smile. "Ah, your choice is quite wise. Henceforth, you shall be my second in command." Kamba's lips twitched at the implication. Meanwhile, in Frisia's location, a fist slammed onto the table as screens flickered with images. Damn it. How did that guy appear there? No, the universe seed has not yet reached its optimal state. I cannot allow him to interfere. Gritting his teeth, Frisia's eyes glimmered as a thought struck him. Let Samus confront you. After all, he is immortal, and no matter how powerful you are, you cannot eliminate him. With that thought, Frisia hurried to make preparations. Chapter 33, The Sealing, the Birth of the God Layer. Brother, what do you wish for me to do? The utterance of brother felt somewhat awkward. However, Luo Chuan did not respond, his gaze fixed intently on Kamba, making him exceedingly uncomfortable. In truth, Luo Chuan was not merely staring. The words in his eyes formed a narrative detailing Kamba's past, but his focus remained unbroken. This narrative differed significantly from the character descriptions he had encountered in his previous life. The gist was that Kamba had once been a kind-hearted individual in his youth, only to absorb an overwhelming amount of malevolent thoughts as he grew, which tainted his bloodline and transformed him into an evil scion. Eventually, he ascended to become the king of the Scions, leading his people through a long and arduous period until a band of righteous warriors rose against him. He fought against a red-haired adversary, who ultimately lost his power, allowing Kamba to massacre all the righteous souls. "Come, follow me to the seventh universe," Luo Chuan said, smiling at Kamba. Upon hearing this, Kamba hesitated for a moment before inquiring, "Could it be that you wish to thwart Hertz in completing the cosmic seed?" Luo Chuan did not directly answer, instead extending his hand, prepared to take him to Earth. At that moment, the previously tranquil void suddenly rippled, and a colossal crack appeared. From this fissure emerged a figure, none other than Zamasu. With a dark expression, Zamasu glared coldly at Luo Chuan and Kamba. "Damn mortals, daring to command a god." He seethed. "Once the Omni King vanishes, all of you shall perish." As his words trailed off, a chilling light flickered in his eyes. Confronted with Zamasu and Appo's sudden appearance, Kamba asked in confusion, "Zamasu, how did you come to be here?" However, Zamasu ignored Kamba entirely. His gaze locked onto Luo Chuan before he let out a cold snort and launched an attack without hesitation. His right hand quickly gathered a formidable amount of energy, forming several powerful energy orbs that hurtled towards Luo Chuan. Previously, Fu had shown Zamasu images of Luo Chuan, so he recognized his target immediately. Luo Chuan, unfazed by the incoming energy orbs, deftly dodged them with fluid movements, causing them to crash to the ground, creating massive craters and sending debris flying. "Is this all you can muster, Zamasu?" Luo Chuan remarked lightly, raising his head with a smirk. In an instant, he vanished without a trace. Zamasu felt a jolt of unease, but before he could react, a powerful aura surged from behind him. The next moment, Luo Chuan appeared behind Zamasu, his fist engulfed in blazing golden flames, radiating immense heat and pressure, before striking Zamasu's back with devastating force. Zamasu was propelled forward like a cannonball, smashing through massive boulders along the way, until he crashed to the ground, creating a deep trench in the earth. Dust erupted around him, obscuring his form for a moment. How is this possible? How can a lowly creature like you possess such astonishing speed?" Zamasu gasped in disbelief and fury, struggling to rise as his grotesque wounds healed at a staggering pace. He clasped his hands together, unleashing an even more terrifying energy that surged from within, coalescing in his palms. A dazzling beam of energy erupted from his hands, roaring like an enraged dragon. The energy beam tore through the air like a furious lightning bolt, obliterating solid rock as if it were mere tofu. while the surrounding air crackled with fiery intensity. Yet, Luo Chuan faced this fearsome assault without trepidation, his muscles tensed, radiating a scorching aura akin to a blazing inferno. With a thunderous roar, he charged toward the energy beam without hesitation. Just as they were about to collide, Luo Chuan thrust his hands forward, forcefully repelling the aggressive energy beam. Zamasu's expression shifted to one of disbelief. But he had no time to ponder as the rebounding beam rushed back towards him. He hastily raised his arms in a futile attempt to block the onslaught. The beam exploded upon contact, sending him hurtling back, his arms mangled, yet they healed almost instantly. Humph! Luo Chuan scoffed, transforming into his full-power Super Saiyan form. Taste this. He swiftly conjured a massive crimson energy sphere, a manifestation of his inner power, distorting the space around it. He hurled the energy sphere towards Zamasu, which continued to absorb energy, growing increasingly larger until it resembled a miniature sun. Zamasu, faced with the colossal energy sphere, sought to evade but found no escape, and could only extend his hands to defend himself. Upon impact, the sphere erupted with cataclysmic force, shaking the entire planet, sending waves of rock crashing and mountains crumbling into debris. Zamasu was forcefully driven deep into the ground, leaving behind a bottomless pit shrouded in smoke. Yet, within mere moments, he emerged from the abyss, laughing maniacally. Futile. No matter how powerful your attacks, you cannot annihilate me. Luo Chuan chuckled lightly. I am well aware of your immortality, but the pain of your injury still lingers, does it not? Zamasu's eyelids twitched, an ominous feeling creeping over him. The instant he felt this, Luo Chuan teleported before Zamasu, gripping his neck while placing his left hand on his chest, injecting a special energy orb into him. Then, with a flick of thought, he retrieved a scroll from his bracelet. This was not a historical or temporal scroll, but a sealing scroll crafted by Cain at his request. You shall forever dwell in the liminal space between life and death. As he unfurled the scroll with one hand, Luo Chuan swiftly vanished from sight. He was not concerned about being absorbed. He merely wished to witness the sealing process. Zamasu attempted to escape. Yet the special energy Luo Chuan had implanted within him ravaged his body. Though his immortality allowed for rapid recovery, it was a cycle of destruction he could not evade. It is inconceivable, utterly impossible. I am invincible. No matter how desperately Zama's roars, he cannot escape the seal. A black hole materializes upon the scroll, tendrils extending from its depths to ensnare Zama's, drawing him into the abyss. The scroll then gently folds and descends to the ground, where Luo Chuan retrieves it and returns it to his bracelet. Witnessing this spectacle, Kamba swallows hard, silently grateful for his prudent decision. Meanwhile, on Earth, Hertz absorbs the mature seed of the universe, undergoing evolution. Due to the presence of a gravity wall, no matter how fiercely Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Gohan, and Piccolo collaborate in their assaults, they cannot breach this barrier. Moments later, the very fabric of reality trembles. A colossal wave of energy erupts from the Earth, radiating throughout the cosmos, annihilating several celestial bodies. The warriors, including Wukong, are hurled away by this overwhelming force. Amidst a dazzling golden radiance, the god's lair Hertz is born. Chapter 34. I do not believe you can even defeat me. Hertz hovered silently in midair, his form enveloped by a dazzling stream of golden energy. This formidable power writhed and twisted with a life of its own, crackling ominously and emanating a terrifying aura that sent shivers down the spine. His cold, unfeeling eyes resembled an unfathomable ice cavern, devoid of any emotion as they surveyed the Z warriors below. In his gaze, these once feared heroes appeared as insignificant ants, hardly worthy of mention. Having successfully awakened the perfect freedom ultimate technique, Sun Wukong was cloaked in a brilliant silver spiritual flame, radiating with the intensity of an infinite galaxy, fiercely wrapping around him. Each inch of his skin glimmered with silvery light, exuding an air of mystery and majesty. Every muscle in Wukong's body was taut, defined, and brimming with explosive power, suggesting that a mere flick of his fist could shatter stars and rend the very fabric of space. Yet, despite such cataclysmic strength, a trace of gravity lingered in his expression. Vegeta, equally unyielding, had also attained the perfect self-ultimate state. At this moment, he radiated a tumultuous purple spiritual aura, resembling a warrior bathed in violet flames, exuding an undeniable presence. His strong and resolute form stood firm, his piercing gaze fixed unwaveringly upon Hertz above, refusing to back down. Empowered by divine might, the already formidable beast Gohan now emanated a silver-purple aura, fierce and eerie, akin to ghostly flames flickering unpredictably. The sheer might of his aura caused the surrounding air to hum with tension, as if it might explode at any moment. Gohan had truly unleashed his full potential. Without hesitation, Hertz raised his right hand and gently pushed forward. In an instant, a brilliant beam of golden energy surged forth. Akin to a prehistoric beast awakened from ancient slumber, lunging menacingly toward the Z warriors. As the energy wave advanced, the very fabric of space was compressed and distorted, resembling a tattered piece of cloth mercilessly crumpled. The air along its path was instantly compressed into a tangible form, manifesting as visible white ripples. These ripples intertwined, accompanied by a deafening roar, sweeping forward with overwhelming force. Faced with such a fierce onslaught, Wukong's eyes narrowed, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from his original position. When he reappeared, he stood resolutely before the golden energy wave, his powerful arms bulging with muscle and veins, seemingly harboring boundless strength. The silver aura surrounding him whirled like a frenzied fire dragon, continuously converging upon his clenched fists. Finally, when all his power was amassed, Wukong swung his arms with ferocity, propelling his fists forward. That strike, imbued with unparalleled momentum and might, surged towards the impending golden energy wave like a meteor streaking across the sky. With a resounding roar, Wukong's fists collided with the energy wave, unleashing a blinding brilliance that nearly rendered the onlookers unable to see. The violent energy erupted outward, forming massive spirals that instantly dispersed the surrounding clouds into nothingness. Vegeta scoffed, extending his arms as the energy around him whirled like a propeller, coalescing into a colossal purple energy wave directed at Hertz. The space traversed by this wave trembled under its immense power, crackling ominously as if on the verge of shattering. Gohan, not to be outdone, placed his hands at his waist, rapidly condensing an energy sphere that drew in the surrounding air, forming a miniature storm. With a powerful shout, he unleashed the energy wave, which expanded violently in flight, tearing through space itself. The simultaneous onslaughts of the three warriors struck Hertz's energy wave, resulting in a tremendous friction. Observing this, Hertz displayed a hint of disdain, casually channeling a fraction of energy before it erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. The force of the blast sent Wukong and the others hurtling away. This adversary was indeed formidable. Wukong's expression turned grave as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Vegeta clenched his fists in frustration, clearly displeased. "You lack the ability to stop me." Hertz laughed. Just then, a blinding light appeared in the sky as Jiren and Hit from Universe 6 arrived. "You truly are tenacious. Have you come to court death?" Hertz taunted. Jiren and Hit simultaneously launched their attacks, but Hertz countered with a powerful gravitational force that pushed them back. Barking a command, 10 gravity orbs shot forth, striking them at high speed. With a series of explosive sounds, Hertz dashed into the swirling smoke. And soon different collision sounds reverberated as Wukong and the others were sent crashing into the opposite wall. The gravity orbs returned to Hertz, who smiled as colorful blocks materialized beneath the warriors, binding them with immense gravitational force, rendering them unable to escape despite their struggles. With a flick of his hand, the blocks ascended rapidly, colliding with their bodies. After a relentless assault, the blocks merged into the clouds, forming a colossal golden block that plummeted downwards. The ground collapsed several meters upon impact, and as the blocks vanished, Wukong and the others reverted to their original forms, collapsing to the ground, severely injured, including Jiren and Hit. Hertz reveled in his power, laughing heartily. "Ha! With the strength of the universe seed, I am ultimate and invincible. I shall use this power to eliminate the Omni King and create a new world." Wukong and the others struggled to their feet, their injuries evident, their expressions grave. The consequences of failure here were unimaginable. Just as Hertz continued to laugh, an untimely voice broke through the chaos. "I do not believe you can wield that power to kill the Omni King." At these words, silence fell over the battlefield. Hertz ceased his laughter, turning his gaze to two figures 100 meters away. "It is you." Hertz recognized Roken from the images he had seen. Kamba, what are you doing over there? Come here quickly. Once I eliminate them, I will deal with the Omni King and create a planet suitable for your battles." Kamba remained silent, making no move. Noticing this, Hertz frowned. Kamba was still of use to him and could not be lost. Thus, he stepped forward, instantly reaching Super Saiyan 4 Roken and throwing a punch that shattered the space around it. Roken's pupils contracted as he narrowly evaded the blow by crouching, attempting to counter with a sweeping kick. However, Hertz had already anticipated his attack, using gravity to suppress him. With a wave of his hand, Hertz sent Kamba flying away with gravitational force. Under the immense weight of gravity, Luo Chuan and Apos, bones creaked ominously. A testament to the formidable prowess he had attained at the pinnacle of the 12th dimension. Moments earlier, as he spoke, Luo Chuan had glanced at Hertz and Apos as combat power, which stood at an impressive 89.8 million, though he had absorbed the seed of the universe, bestowing him with immense strength. Luo Chuan had yet to reveal his true capabilities. With a low growl, he summoned forth 2 distinct colors, followed by a brilliant radiance that illuminated the surroundings. Free from the shackles of gravity, he gradually rose, emanating 2 ethereal flames, one silver-white, the other a deep violet, signifying his activation of the bipolar transformation. What? Hertz gasped, astonished by Luo Chuan's power. He felt an unprecedented pressure from his opponent, an unthinkable reality for someone who possessed the seed of the universe, rendering him invincible. Not even the gods could overshadow him, let alone their mere pawns. Enraged, Hertz roared, his aura surging dramatically, his hair standing erect and turning a vibrant gold. The air around him rippled under the weight of his overwhelming presence. In an instant, he vanished, fists clenched tightly, and a gravity cube materialized, spinning swiftly like a golden meteor hurtling towards Luo Chuan. In response, Luo Chuan extended his hands, intertwining 2 energies that collided violently with Hertz's fist. The resulting explosion rang out like thunder across the heavens, shockwaves visibly rippling through the air. The already ravaged earth endured another onslaught, cracks widening further as massive boulders were propelled skyward, only to be reduced to dust by the sheer force of the energy wave. The power of their fists clashed, neither yielding an inch. Suddenly, Luo Chuan unleashed his leg strength, driving his knee upward, aiming for Hertz and Apos' abdomen. Hertz deftly sidestepped the blow, simultaneously re-clenching his left fist, propelled by a howling wind towards Luo Chuan's temple. Quick to react, Luo Chuan tilted his head, seizing Hertz's wrist with his right hand and attempting to dislocate it with a forceful twist. Hertz yanked back his arm, creating a gap between them in an instant. Huh? Hertz, did you not proclaim your invincibility with this newfound power? Yet here you are, unable to best me, Luo Chuan taunted, having sensed Hertz's struggle during their earlier exchange. Chapter 35 is not finished yet. Let us pause for a moment. Humph, did you truly believe that was my genuine strength? If so, it merely reflects how greatly you underestimate me. A smirk graced Hertz's lips as he inhaled deeply, his chest swelling dramatically before unleashing a low, resonant roar. Ha! Aya! This bellow seemed to emanate from an ancient beast, sending ripples through the surrounding air. With that cry, every muscle in Hertz's body tensed, veins bulging like coiling dragons, as he unleashed all the energy within him, a suffocating aura erupting forth. In an instant, the previously tranquil space was engulfed by a violent hurricane, the wind slicing through the air like countless razor-sharp blades, shrieking as it surged in all directions. Wherever it passed, the ground was torn apart, leaving deep gashes, while rocks disintegrated into dust, scattering through the air. Following this was a blinding flash of golden light. And in the wake of this dazzling spectacle, Hertz unreservedly displayed the entirety of the energy contained within the cosmic essence. Kill. Hertz's eyes widened in fury as another roar erupted from his mouth. Simultaneously, the 10 gravity orbs hovering behind him shot forth like meteors, targeting the distant figure of Luo Chuan. Each orb radiated a terrifying pressure, their trails intertwining to form an impenetrable net of death, enveloping Luo Chuan with relentless ferocity. As Luo Chuan beheld this lethal net, akin to the scythe of death itself, it surged towards him with blinding speed, mere millimeters from his body. In a heartbeat, Luo Chuan's hand glimmered with cold light, a razor-sharp hand blade slicing through the air like lightning. In an instant, what appeared to be an indomitable net of death crumbled under the strike, disintegrating into countless fragments that scattered away. At the same time, Hertz's enormous fist, imbued with overwhelming power, loomed larger in Luo Chuan's vision. Yet, in the face of such a fierce assault, Luo Chuan remained calm, slowly raising his arm before launching a powerful punch. With a resounding boom, their fists collided violently, unleashing a wave of terrifying energy that distorted the air around them. As their immense energies intertwined and clashed in a frenzied dance. As time ticked by, this breathtaking confrontation continued, neither side willing to yield an inch. Gradually, the powerful energy fluctuations began to affect the entire Earth, causing the ground to tremble, and abnormal phenomena to erupt worldwide. Mountains crumbled, rivers altered their courses, and fierce winds howled. In that moment, Hertz abruptly changed tactics, transforming his punch into an open palm, seizing Luo Chuan's fist. He then infused his palm with incredible gravity, yanking Luo Chuan towards him, and delivered a powerful kick, augmented by gravity, aimed straight at Luo Chuan. Unexpectedly, Luo Chuan met this sudden and formidable strike effortlessly, not even swaying as he caught the blow. With a swift motion, both figures vanished without a trace, only to be replaced by a cacophony of energy collisions, each impact reverberating with intensity, signaling the ferocity of their battle. Oh! Hertz's eyes bulged as he unleashed a deafening roar. As if seeking to tear the very heavens apart, golden light enveloped his form, flames of energy surged upward, coalescing into a colossal storm of power that swept towards Luo Chuan. Yet, Luo Chuan bore an expression of serene indifference in the face of such a fierce onslaught. Spare me these childish tricks. With that, he raised his left hand, a potent aura emanating from his palm, as a brilliant energy sword began to take shape, its blade shimmering with an icy light that sent shivers down the spine. With a swift motion, Luo Chuan swung his arm, and the energy sword sliced through the air like a bolt of lightning, producing a sharp crack as it effortlessly cleaved the seemingly invincible energy storm in twain, scattering fragments of light into the atmosphere. However, the battle was far from over. At the instant he severed the storm, Luo Chuan pivoted sharply, bringing the energy sword crashing down behind him. Hertz, reacting in time, crossed his arms defensively, bracing against the fierce onslaught. With a clang, sparks flew as the space around them trembled. Seizing the moment, Hertz grasped Luo Chuan's wrist and began to spin, gaining speed until a violent whirlwind erupted, flinging Luo Chuan far away. With a thunderous crash, Luo Chuan soared through the air, hurtling thousands of meters before crashing to the ground, the impact shaking the earth and sending dust soaring as he skidded across the terrain, toppling several towering mountains before finally coming to a halt. Huffing slightly, Hertz felt his breath quicken. Meanwhile, on the other side, Fu observed with a satisfied smile, "Well done, Hertz. You can prepare for the next step now." He adjusted his glasses before departing the scene. On Earth, Luo Chuan emerged unscathed from the pile of rubble, dusting himself off. "Hey, Hertz, weren't you boasting about annihilating the king? But at this rate, you're not doing so well." His taunt dripped with both aggression and insult. Hertz's breath grew heavier, veins throbbing on his forehead, his eyes bloodshot with rage. The fury he felt was unparalleled. "Damn you! I will ensure you and the earth are reduced to ashes." Hertz glared, his back spines glowing with golden light. At that moment, the already overcast sky darkened further, and all eyes turned upwards to witness a colossal golden meteor descending ominously from the thick clouds. It resembled a mountain, radiating a terrifying golden glow that warped the very fabric of space and air around it. "Ha ha ha! Die, you scum! Behold my ultimate move, Gravity Meteor Shower." Hertz cackled maniacally, waving his arms vigorously. With that motion, the enormous golden meteor accelerated, plummeting towards the ground with apocalyptic force. Luo Chuan, standing nearby, felt the overwhelming pressure of this attack. Yet, he showed no sign of retreat. Drawing a deep breath, flames of silver and purple erupted around him, firmly planting his stance. He clenched his right fist at his waist, channeling the surging energies within into his fists. "Super Dragon Fist!" Luo Chuan bellowed, and in an instant, an unparalleled force erupted from his fist, materializing into a massive silver-purple dragon that appeared from thin air. The colossal dragon stretched for thousands of meters, its scales shimmering with a chilling luminescence, sharp claws dancing through the air, and a gaping maw revealing formidable fangs that exuded a terrifying ferocity. With a thunderous roar that pierced the heavens, the dragon lunged unhesitatingly towards the rapidly descending golden meteorite, its teeth bared. Boom! The collision of two immense forces resonated as if two comets were colliding at breakneck speed, generating an astonishing display of power. In an instant, the atmosphere erupted with a deafening sonic boom, reverberating with such intensity that it threatened to rend the very fabric of reality, instilling fear in all living beings within 1,000 miles. With this extraordinary clash, a tempest of pure energy surged forth, howling like a banshee. These gales, imbued with relentless destructive might and a sense of doom, swept across the landscape like the scythe of death, mercilessly obliterating all in their path. Where they traversed, the very essence of space appeared to shatter, reducing all obstacles to mere ash in a heartbeat. Such a formidable collision left Sun Wukong and his companions gasping in astonishment. Faced with the onslaught of this tempest, they dared not relent, summoning all their strength to withstand the ferocious winds. With a crack, the Earth's core could no longer endure the impact of these two energies, fissures beginning to form. Should it shatter entirely, the planet would erupt. With a resounding thunder that echoed through the skies, the two opposing forces finally unleashed their full might. In that moment, a blinding radiance erupted, akin to a newborn sun illuminating the vast void. A torrent of violent energy cascaded outward with the force to obliterate all in its wake, rendering the space around it as if the apocalypse had descended. Luo Chuan and Appo's dragon fist pierced through the golden meteorite, simultaneously breaching Hertz's and Appo's form. Wow, Pfff. Hertz smiled as he gazed at the hole in his body. As a mere mortal, you are indeed remarkably powerful, but why choose to be a pawn of the gods? I truly wish to liberate all of humanity. His words trailed off as he transformed into starlight and dissipated. I know you cherish humanity, yet you cannot wreak havoc indiscriminately. Look at the state of the earth. Luo Chuan shook his head, reverting to his usual demeanor. With Hertz and Appo's defeat, a chapter closed, yet he remained unaware that in the instant of Hertz's disappearance, a minute crack had appeared, whisking away a softly glowing object. Chapter 36. The Origin of Bloodlines, Extraction and Fusion in Truth. Transforming into the dual polar form, Luo Chuan could easily eliminate him with minimal effort. However, he was curious to see just how powerful the fusion with the seed of the universe could make his opponent, which is why he engaged in battle. Jillian hit. Long time no see, Luo Chuan greeted the two. After exchanging pleasantries, he mentioned that Kamba was his subordinate. With Luo Chuan present, Kamba behaved relatively docile. Following this, Jillian and Hit returned to their own universe, while Luo Chuan instructed Kamba to remain obedient before departing for Namek. He intended to use the Dragon Balls of Namek to restore Earth. Half an hour later, Earth was revitalized, the vanished cities reappeared, and the deceased were resurrected. Furthermore, Luo Chuan had Barunga erase the memories of those ordinary individuals. Having expressed his gratitude to the Grand Elder on Namek, Luo Chuan returned to Earth. Upon his return, a victory banquet was promptly organized at Capsule Corporation. In the Zeno and Appo's palace, Zeno too clapped his hands in excitement, his face beaming with joy. He was utterly engrossed in the scenes displayed before him, seemingly still immersed in the recent fierce battle. Meanwhile, Zeno I was captivated by the lavish spread of delectable dishes laid out on the tables, his bright eyes sparkling with desire and anticipation. Wow, there are so many delicious foods. They look absolutely marvelous. I wish I could try them all. Zeno I murmured to himself. Standing nearby, the Grand Minister smiled and suggested, then let Luo Chuan bring us some tasty treats next time. This proposal was immediately endorsed by both Zenas, who chorused in agreement. What a splendid idea. However, mere moments later, Zeno I turned his innocent gaze towards the Grand Minister, curiously inquiring, what about that person? Have you resolved the issue? Hearing Zeno I's question, the Grand Minister let out a gentle sigh before slowly uttering, he has fallen into darkness. Zeno I responded with a soft gasp, seemingly about to speak. But Zeno too interjected promptly. We must resolve this quickly. What would happen if the seed of the universe matured into the cosmic tree and birthed a new universe? I need not elaborate. I understand. I will locate it swiftly. However, I believe it is best for those mortals to handle the matter themselves. Zeno I replied. That's fine. I wish to observe more of Luo Chuan and Appo's battles, Zeno too added. On Earth, 3 days had passed since the annihilation of Hertz. During this time, Luo Chuan had been resting well while Kamba was placed in the God of Destruction's realm for training, where Goku and his companions could keep him in check. Having enjoyed his time, Luo Chuan decided it was time to venture into other timelines. Stretching lazily, he focused his thoughts and traversed to parallel universes. In a parallel universe within the North Galaxy, on a planet named Shamer, Super Saiyan Vegeta unleashed a photon bomb at Broly. Though Broly remained unscathed, the attack ignited his ferocity, transforming him into a Super Saiyan. The transformation was monumental, with an overwhelming aura causing Vegeta to revert to his base form, trembling in fear. It was indeed you who destroyed the South Galaxy, Broly. Goku observed gravely, sensing his own body quaking slightly. Rut. I despise you. I will kill you here. Broly snarled, pointing at Goku with a bloodthirsty grin before charging at him. Goku swiftly pushed his son Gohan aside. And as Broly missed his attack, Goku concentrated energy into an oval-shaped barrier that erupted. The resulting explosion echoed through the air, causing cliffs to collapse. Goku soared high with his son while Broly pursued, attacking relentlessly. Each of Broly's punches bore immense power. Even a mere graze could lead to severe injury. Fortunately, Gohan, being smaller in stature, managed to evade most of the attacks. However, the disparity in power was evident, and after dodging a few strikes, Gohan was sent flying by an energy blast from Broly's chest. Goku caught his son mid-air, and they evaded Broly's onslaught while seeking an opportunity to counterattack. Yet, Goku and Appo's strikes felt like mere tickles to Broly. Upon reaching a spacious area, Goku, Gohan, and Trunks transformed into Super Saiyan forms to confront Broly. Meanwhile, Vegeta, filled with doubt, stood at a distance, urging them not to engage this legendary Super Saiyan. Rumbling echoes filled the air as Broly's demonic laughter resonated. Ha ha ha. With your level of power, it is impossible to defeat me. At that moment, Luo Chuan, concealed in the skies of this timeline, pondered deeply as he observed Broly. This version of Broly left a profound impression on him, not only for his despair-inducing strength, but also for his constantly increasing battle power. As Luo Chuan recalled the information he had encountered regarding Broly in his previous life, words appeared before his eyes. Could it be? Luo Chuan was incredulous upon reading the text. It revealed that a millennium ago, a Saiyan king, troubled by a lack of heirs, married a witch who bore him a son. This son exhibited extraordinary talents from a young age, overpowering all his peers. However, as he matured, his malevolent nature became apparent, ultimately leading him to annihilate his parents and most of the Saiyans. He was only slain by a coalition of several Supreme Kais, but before his demise, he cast a curse that his bloodline would be reborn every 1,000 years. To think this was the origin of the legendary bloodline. Luo Chuan and Appo's eyes narrowed. Although this bloodline was a curse, the yearly increase in battle power was not a curse but rather a boon. Considering the effort others invested in training for years while this individual could simply lie back and witness his power soar due to this bloodline, Luo Chuan became increasingly enamored with the prospect of acquiring it. Casually, he uttered, "I really wish to obtain it." Instantly, the text before his eyes transformed once more. What? It stated that he could extract another and Appo's bloodline using divine power and integrate it into himself. The extraction was not difficult. As long as he seized the opponent and infiltrated their bloodline with divine energy, he could draw it out. However, there was a significant drawback. The individual from whom the bloodline was extracted would perish. But what did that matter to Luo Chuan? Imagining the scenario where he could extract Broly's bloodline and merge it with his own while also benefiting from Vegeta's talent and potential, Luo Chuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Without further contemplation, he appeared before Broly, blocking his attack in his base form. Another fool seeking death, Broly grinned, completely unaware of the impending doom awaiting him. Goku, not wishing for an innocent to be embroiled in the conflict, hurriedly urged Luo Chuan to leave. However, Luo Chuan paid no heed to Goku's warning and swiftly approached Broly. Seizing his wrist with his left hand, divine energy surged within Broly, initiating the extraction of his bloodline. Broly was overwhelmed by an intense wave of pain coursing through his entire being, and he soon found himself spitting out a mouthful of blood. His energy began to dissipate rapidly, and his once robust physique gradually withered away. "What on earth are you doing?" Realizing his dire situation, Broly attempted to retaliate. But Luo Chuan swiftly grasped his neck with his right hand. With a slight exertion, a sharp crack echoed as Broly's neck snapped, leading to his demise. Luo Chuan successfully extracted the bloodline and turned to glance at Sun Wukong and the others, offering them a faint smile before vanishing in an instant to another planet. According to the displayed text, Luo Chuan consumed the bloodline, which resembled a pig's intestine. Mere moments after ingestion, his body began to heat up intensely. Blood seeping through his skin. The scorching heat caused the blood to evaporate, and he felt as though thousands of ants were gnawing at him, inflicting excruciating agony. Gritting his teeth and enduring the torment, he persevered for several minutes until the pain finally subsided. Luo Chuan gasped for breath, his entire body drenched in sweat. But the experience was undeniably worthwhile, as he had successfully merged with Broly's bloodline. Chapter 37. A new power awaits in a state of wonder. Luo Chuan contemplated his combat abilities in an ordinary state through the medium of words. Upon witnessing the results, his eyes widened in astonishment. And a tempest of emotion surged within him. After successfully absorbing Broly's bloodline, his strength had astonishingly transcended to the 10th dimension. Such progress was utterly beyond his expectations. Recalling his time in the Dark Demon Realm, even with the aid of the Dark Dragon Balls to wish for the awakening of his potential, he had never reached such heights in an ordinary state. At that moment, Luo Chuan and Appo's eyes glinted with determination, and he clenched his fists tightly. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed a thunderous roar that reverberated through the heavens. Ha-ya! Accompanied by this earth-shattering cry, an overwhelming aura surged forth from his entire being. The resplendent golden flames that enveloped him transformed into a profound emerald hue in the blink of an eye. Luo Chuan's slender and athletic form underwent a dramatic metamorphosis. His physique swelled rapidly, becoming robust and imposing. His height, originally around 1 meter 80, soared to 3 meters, resembling an unshakable god of war from a distance. His broad chest resembled a sturdy fortress wall, emanating an indomitable presence, while his abdominal muscles appeared as tightly arranged slabs of stone, each exuding boundless strength. Observing his arms, the muscles bulged, threatening to rupture the thin skin at any moment. Veins protruded like enraged serpents, winding along his muscles, fierce and terrifying. In that instant, Luo Chuan resembled a moving bastion of war, radiating an aura of intimidation that instilled fear in those who beheld him. Eager to assess his newfound power after completing his Super Saiyan transformation, he quickly checked his combat strength, which astonishingly registered at an impressive 18,000. It was worth noting that he had never reached such formidable intensity in his previous transformations. Once everything returned to normal, Luo Chuan couldn't help but grin, secretly contemplating, haha. It truly is as powerful as I anticipated. However, before he could relish in his triumph for too long, a deafening sound erupted behind him. Turning abruptly, he was confronted by a colossal rift in space that had opened unbeknownst to him, emanating a tremendous force of suction. This invisible hand seemed to grasp Luo Chuan tightly, relentlessly pulling him toward the abyss. What is happening? Luo Chuan exclaimed in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. Faced with this sudden turn of events, he unleashed a powerful aura in an attempt to stabilize himself. Yet, the appearance of the rift was too abrupt. Despite his utmost resistance, time wore on, and he could only watch helplessly as his body gradually succumbed to the dark depths of the rift, shouting in frustration, "Damn it!" As the rift sealed, a figure emerged like a specter. This individual, with skin as dark as ancient bronze, bore a faintly glowing halo around his neck, resembling an angelic aura. He coldly gazed at Luo Chuan, who was disappearing into the rift, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he murmured, "In my plan. You are the greatest variable, destined to be eternally lost within the chaotic currents of time and space." With that, he vanished without a trace, as if he had never existed. Meanwhile, within the turbulent currents of time and space, Luo Chuan found himself in a dire predicament. Like a solitary boat caught in a tempest, he was tossed about by the overwhelming energy within the passage, utterly unable to steer his course. What on earth is happening? Why is this occurring? As he struggled to maintain his balance, thoughts raced through his mind, desperately trying to comprehend the bizarre situation. Was there truly no means of escape? In a moment of desperation, Luo Chuan instinctively sought assistance from the words, hoping to glean clues or guidance for his escape. Regrettably, the words remained silent, offering no response. In the realm of the Dragon Ball universe, in the palace of the Omni King, the Grand Priest's expression darkened. It was my oversight. I did not anticipate he would be directly confronted. The Omni King gazed at the now darkened screen, his eyes shimmering with concern. The turbulent currents of time and space connect to realms beyond our own. We cannot intervene, and he must rely on his fortune. What a pity, the second Omni King lamented. I wish to witness more of his performance. Within the chaotic currents of time and space, although the words did not reveal a method to escape, they did elucidate the nature of his surroundings. So, I have unwittingly encountered the chaotic currents of time and space. Is it possible that someone is manipulating events from the shadows? Luo Chuan recalled the Grand Priest's warnings about the dangers of temporal turbulence, shaking his head in resolve. His immediate priority was to escape this predicament. As Luo Chuan pondered his next move, a small orb of light, no larger than a grain of rice, began to coalesce into a sphere the size of a tennis ball, hovering less than a kilometer behind him. With a swift motion, this small orb surged into Luo Chuan's body, unnoticed by him. Moments later, he felt a sharp pain in his head. "What now?" he exclaimed, repeatedly tapping his head, producing a series of dull sounds. After a dozen taps, the pain subsided, and a new set of words materialized in his mind. This time, the words were not simply an enhancement, but something different altogether. The time-space gate has been bound to a new host, currently charged with energy and ready for use. To activate, simply will the door open. Luo Chuan's eyes widened in astonishment. The time-space gate? A new enhancement? Almost simultaneously, the words provided an explanation. He learned that the time-space gate was an enhancement left behind by other traversers who perished within the chaotic currents. Can it truly aid me in escaping this place? The words confirmed it could. Initially, Luo Chuan assumed that the previous host and Appo's demise in the currents rendered the time-space gate ineffective, but to his surprise, The words offered a different assurance. If the words affirm its efficacy, then I shall give it a try. He glanced at the bracelet on his wrist, realizing it was only useful within the Dragon Ball universe and utterly useless in the face of such temporal turbulence. With a focused intent, he opened the time-space gate in his mind, and a portal materialized beneath him, drawing him into its depths as the door closed behind him. On a deserted island, the air shimmered with ripples as a door opened, and a figure plummeted swiftly to the ground. With a thunderous crash, dust billowed into the air. Cough, cough. I didn't expect to land right at my feet without a warning, Luo Chuan said, waving his hand to dissipate the dust. As he gradually ascended, releasing his aura to sense his surroundings, an unsettling realization dawned upon him. Aside from this solitary island, an endless expanse of ocean stretched before him, prompting him to utter a traditional exclamation of surprise. Luo Chuan realized he had ventured into another world, far removed from the realm of Dragon Ball. So, this is how the time-space gate operates. He glanced at the time-space portal, which appeared in a hue of gray and white, adorned with the words indicating it was in the cooling phase. It seemed to be a random teleportation. If that were the case, he decided to accept it with equanimity. After all, with his strength, he had nothing to fear. Luo Chuan soared into the distance, determined to first comprehend the nature of this world he had entered. Chapter 38. Shocking news that rocks the world as time slipped by unnoticed. Approximately half an hour had elapsed while he floated gently through the air. During this period, he keenly observed and analyzed his surroundings, gradually comprehending the nature of the world he now inhabited. Indeed, it was the famed realm of One Piece. Having traversed from the world of Dragon Ball, this transition felt akin to a nuclear strike. At that moment, an urgent message materialized before him, warning him against exerting powers beyond reasonable limits. Should he choose to act recklessly, the overseer of this world, a being of immense authority, would mete out severe punishment. This overseer possessed strength comparable to the angels of the Dragon Ball universe. Upon realizing this, Luo Chuan raised an eyebrow. Comparable to an angel's strength? What exhilarating prospects! Yet, in an instant, he shook his head, dismissing such fantastical thoughts from his mind. Upon reflection, the overall strength of the One Piece world did not seem overly formidable, and with his own capabilities, no one could inflict harm upon him. Furthermore, he had no means of returning to the Dragon Ball universe, so he might as well treat this journey as an adventure. In essence, he would take it one step at a time. A low, rumbling sound suddenly interrupted his thoughts, and instinctively, Luo Chuan placed a hand on his flat belly. It dawned on him that it had been quite some time since his last meal. He found himself utterly penniless, devoid of any currency to procure food in this world. After some contemplation, he resolved to seek out some pirates for a bit of financial assistance. With this intention, Luo Chuan unleashed his aura, spreading it like an invisible net in all directions to ascertain whether any pirate vessels were nearby. Mere seconds later, he swiftly retracted his aura, a sly smile gracing his lips. He had initially expected to laboriously search for a run-of-the-mill pirate ship, but fortune smiled upon him, revealing an even more enticing target. Approximately 5 nautical miles ahead, several colossal Navy warships came into view. Upon closer inspection, Luo Chuan discerned that these vessels were responsible for transporting the so-called heavenly gold, which was, in reality, ill-gotten gains seized from the populace. In an instant, Luo Chuan vanished from his position and materialized on the deck of one of the warships. There, several masked CP0 members were seated, engaged in casual conversation. However, their acute senses quickly alerted them to the anomaly, and they turned in unison. At that moment, their gazes converged upon a young man, a stranger who had inexplicably appeared beside a chest brimming with gleaming gold, examining the treasure with keen interest. One of the CP0 members, incensed by the sight, bellowed at Luo Chuan. "Hey, you little brat, do you have any idea what you're doing? Those are not for the likes of you to touch. If you know what's good for you, get lost." Luo Chuan paid no heed to the raucous outburst, too engrossed in the dazzling treasures before him. He mused to himself that with such wealth, he could indulge and revel in a life of leisure within this world. However, the disregarded CP0 member seethed with rage, feeling tremendously insulted. He cursed under his breath. This ignorant, lowly creature dares to disdain me? He must be tired of living. I'll make him understand my might today. With that, he vanished in a flash, executing the Marine 6 styles to swiftly approach Luo Chuan, and aimed a finger jab towards his forehead. Initially, Luo Chuan had no intention of acknowledging this bothersome fool, akin to a persistent grasshopper. Yet, the incessant annoyance compelled him to casually wave his hand. Who could have anticipated that this seemingly nonchalant gesture would obliterate the aggressive CP0 member, who exploded violently, showering the deck with a crimson downpour of blood, staining it entirely. The sudden brutality left everyone present in stunned silence, their faces etched with disbelief and terror. After a prolonged moment, one CP0 member, regaining his wits, shouted, "Quick! Protect the heavenly gold!" At this, the others snapped back to reality and sprang into action. However, when the quickest reacting CP0 turned around, he was astounded to find the chest containing the heavenly gold had vanished without a trace. Damn it! What trickery is this? How could you hide the gold right under our noses? Hand it over! The enraged CP0 member shouted at Luo Chuan, his eyes ablaze with fury. Luo Chuan, having merely tested the storage function of his bracelet, had successfully stowed away the treasure. The CP0 members wasted no time and charged at him, but Luo Chuan remained unfazed, his demeanor calm and collected. In the face of their ferocious assault, he simply waved his hand once more, this time with slightly restrained force. Yet, even this modest display of power unleashed a tremendous shockwave, sending the three CP0 members hurtling across the deck like kites severed from their strings. The deck trembled violently, splintering wood flying in all directions. The three CP0 members, battered and bloodied, lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath, clearly on the brink of collapse. My sincerest apologies, Luo Chuan remarked with a smirk. I thought I had tempered my strength, yet you remained so fragile. His words ignited further ire among the beleaguered CP0 members, who could hardly believe their ears. What did he mean by fragile? Clearly, it was his terrifying strength that overwhelmed them. Initially, they had believed their fallen comrade was simply careless. However, after experiencing Luo Chuan's prowess firsthand, they now understood the depth of his formidable capabilities. One CP0 member, still somewhat lucid despite his injuries, glared at Luo Chuan and gritted his teeth. Do you not comprehend the grave consequences of your reckless actions? Luo Chuan shrugged, unconcerned with the notion of consequences. What mattered was that he had acquired wealth and could finally enjoy a meal. After uttering a mere phrase about the ill-gotten gains and their indifferent use, he gracefully ascended into the sky. How could this be possible? How could a human fly? In the astonished gaze of the CP0 agent, an even more shocking sight unfolded. An object radiating light gradually enlarged, followed by a thunderous explosion as the warship sank into the depths of the ocean. After obliterating these vessels, Luo Chuan leisurely soared towards a town on an island. Approximately half an hour later, in the office of the Marine headquarters, the news of the heavenly gold heist reached Fleet Admiral Sengoku, leaving him utterly astonished. The five elders of Mariewa urgently instructed him to investigate this matter and swiftly apprehend this audacious individual. Aware of the gravity of the situation, Sengoku acknowledged and hung up the din mushi, directing his personnel to commence the investigation. As Sengoku dispatched his team to probe into the incident, news of the heavenly gold heist spread like wildfire throughout the New World and the Four Seas. This report was undoubtedly one of the most shocking revelations in recent years. On the ship of one of the four emperors, the Whitebeard pirates, Marco expressed his skepticism. Old man, I can't shake the feeling that this newspaper story is fabricated. Wow, how bold the people are these days. Regardless of its veracity, they either seek fame or fade into obscurity. Whitebeard bellowed with hearty laughter after taking a swig of his drink. The attitudes of the four emperors varied widely. Some were utterly unconcerned, while others took the matter rather seriously. About a day later, the Navy's investigation confirmed the authenticity of the event. However, as time passed, a week had slipped by, and despite the Navy's relentless searches, they could not unearth the identity of the perpetrator behind the heavenly gold heist. Furthermore, they remained ignorant of whether this individual was male or female, or any distinguishing traits. In fact, some Navy personnel even began to doubt the existence of the culprit, with many sharing the skepticism. Meanwhile, the audacious Luo Chuan reveled in the pleasures of life on a city island, indulging in delightful feasts for the entire week. Chapter 39. I am just an ordinary person with extraordinary strength on this splendid day. With the sun casting its golden rays upon the bustling streets, Luo Chuan strolled leisurely, immersed in his own thoughts. Suddenly, he perceptibly quickened his pace, sensing two figures in Navy uniforms discreetly trailing him through the crowd. Could it be that I have been exposed? It seems implausible. After all, I personally obliterated those warships, leaving no trace behind. Luo Chuan pondered silently. Unbeknownst to him, he arrived at the entrance of a secluded alley. Without hesitation, he turned and ventured into the narrow passage, halting deep within its shadows. The two Navy personnel, realizing that their presence had been detected, ceased their concealment and strode directly toward Luo Chuan. Upon reaching him, one of the soldiers politely inquired, "Good day, sir. May I see your identification?" His tone and demeanor suggested a semblance of civility. Regrettably, for Luo Chuan, the notion of possessing identification was utterly absurd. As the soldiers exchanged glances, hesitance filled the air when Luo Chuan remained unyielding in producing any form of identification. Quietly, they reached behind them, seemingly preparing for action. However, such trivial maneuvers were no match for Luo Chuan's keen awareness. A subtle smirk played on his lips as he fixed his sharp gaze upon the two scheming Navy soldiers. The soldier who had initially spoken now adopted a markedly less cordial tone. "Sir, should you fail to provide valid identification, we must ask you to accompany us, as we have reason to suspect your involvement in a recent significant theft." "How tiresome," Luo Chuan muttered under his breath, a hint of impatience crossing his features. In a swift motion, he raised his hands, and with two muffled thuds, the soldiers collapsed to the ground, unprepared for the sudden turn of events. Yet, Luo Chuan did not resort to lethal force. Despite their antagonism, he was not one to revel in cruelty. With a gentle clap, Luo Chuan vanished as if he had never been there. The reason the two Navy personnel had been following him was their discovery of unusual spending patterns in various restaurants over the past few days. Time slipped by unnoticed, and 3 hours later, the two unconscious soldiers slowly regained consciousness. Initially disoriented, they quickly sat up, anxiously inspecting themselves for injuries. To their astonishment, they found themselves entirely unscathed. A glance exchanged between them revealed mutual relief at having escaped unscathed. Without a moment's delay, they hurried back to the naval base to report their encounter in detail to their superior. As the news traversed the chain of command, it eventually reached the naval headquarters. However, due to the layers of communication, it took a full half-hour for Commander Warring States to be informed. Contemplating the wanted notice before him, he sighed. What a troublesome time. After a moment of deliberation, he decisively ordered Admiral Kazan to apprehend Luo Chuan. Based on the soldiers' descriptions, artists quickly sketched Luo Chuan's likeness, ensuring that the search for him would proceed with greater efficacy. At that very moment, Luo Chuan soared high above the ground, reveling in the freedom of flight. His form was light and agile, seemingly merging with the azure sky. He occasionally reached into a bracelet on his wrist, retrieving delectable morsels to indulge in, savoring each bite with delight. While enjoying the exhilaration of flight and the pleasure of fine cuisine, he suddenly paused, pondering aloud. Is there a way to reduce the cooldown time for the time-space portal? Evidently, this was not mere soliloquy, but rather a query directed at the textual interface. As soon as he spoke, the words before him began to dance, and shortly thereafter, two distinct methods materialized. The first method involved altering specific plot points to gather sufficient energy, thereby shortening the cooldown time of the portal. For instance, modifying the outcome of the Marineford War. The second method was more direct: locate and defeat the Realm Master, absorbing the immense energy contained within. This path was undeniably fraught with danger, yet for Luo Chuan, it presented an appealing option. After a brief contemplation, he mused, altering the plot and defeating the Realm Master. Let me think this through. While the first method sounds promising, the Marineford War won't commence for another year. I cannot afford to wait that long. Thus, the second option seems more prudent. Having previously purchased a newspaper, Luo Chuan noted that the current year was 1519 in the Sea Circle calendar, while the Marineford War was set to occur in 1520. Wait a moment. He recalled the warning upon his arrival in this world. He was advised against wielding excessive power, lest the Realm Master manifest. Could it be that if I unleash my extraordinary strength, it would provoke the Realm Master? Luo Chuan inquired. The text responded with an ambiguous "not necessarily." What does that mean? This time, the text offered no further explanation. Clenching his fist in frustration, he wished to strike the text, yet alas, it remained intangible. For now, he decided to heed the text's guidance. As he continued to fly, an epiphany struck him. Since the Marineford War had yet to commence, why not directly confront the Whitebeard pirates and eliminate Blackbeard? Would that not preempt the war entirely? I am truly a genius, Luo Chuan mused, indulging in a moment of self-admiration. Thus, he hastened his flight, scanning for the Whitebeard pirates, knowing that the Moby Dick was easily recognizable. After soaring through the Grand Line for over 10 minutes, he finally spotted the Moby Dick. On board, Whitebeard, recovering from his injuries, abruptly sat up and gazed into the distance. This action prompted concern among his sons, who rushed to his side. "Dad, what's wrong?" Marco inquired, worry etched on his face. "Still alive?" Whitebeard did not respond, but instead fixed his gaze ahead. Marco followed his father's line of sight, though he saw nothing initially. Yet, within mere seconds, a dark speck grew larger on the horizon. Who is that? Someone is flying. The others exclaimed as they too noticed Luo Chuan soaring through the air. Luo Chuan executed a superhero-like landing, causing the Moby Dick to sway. Who are you? Marco demanded, his tone serious. Luo Chuan regarded Marco with a gentle smile. What I am is of little consequence. What matters is that I am here to find someone. Surveying the deck, he spotted Blackbeard without hesitation and lunged forward. Before anyone could react, Luo Chuan reached out to seize Blackbeard by the throat, but a massive sword swung down towards him. Swiftly, Luo Chuan withdrew, retreating a few steps as the blade struck the deck, carving a deep fissure. No matter your intentions, you shall not harm my son. Whitebeard's voice was low and grave, his expression reflecting a palpable tension as he regarded Luo Chuan. Luo Chuan had no desire to engage in discourse with Whitebeard. He launched another attack, this time with a slight increase in speed, making it exceedingly difficult for Whitebeard, even with his observation haki, to perceive Luo Chuan and Apos' figure. This velocity. Whitebeard was taken aback, astonished that someone could move with such swiftness. Aware that his opponent's target was Blackbeard, he directly activated his Devil Fruit ability. With a raised hand, he unleashed a punch, causing the very fabric of space to fracture, powerful shockwaves radiating outward. Sensing the force of the shockwaves, Luo Chuan halted, a smirk gracing his lips as he countered with a punch that rained in his power. The heavens trembled, and the sea roiled, as the Moby Dick swayed violently, its weakened structure beginning to fracture. Moments later, the effects of Whitebeard and Apos' tremor fruit suddenly dissipated, and he staggered back a few steps before regaining his footing. Marco and the others were utterly astonished, gazing at the unfolding scene. Whitebeard coughed several times, his expression grave as he regarded Luo Chuan. Could it be that you are the one the world government is pursuing, the one who plundered the gold from the heavens? Luo Chuan did not respond to Whitebeard's inquiry. Instead, he stared at him for several seconds before shaking his head. I offer you all a word of caution. Be wary of Blackbeard. I shall say no more. How you choose to interpret this is your own concern. Slowly, Luo Chuan began to levitate. Before departing, he flashed a smile at Whitebeard. I am merely an ordinary person with a modicum of strength. With that, he soared away, leaving a crowd of astonished onlookers in his wake. In truth, Luo Chuan could have easily annihilated Blackbeard. However, observing Whitebeard, he realized that unless he was slain, the man would not yield easily. In that moment, he deemed it unnecessary, for he held a certain fondness for the character of Whitebeard. Chapter 40. A single move defeats an admiral. A bounty is issued following Rochel's departure. Whitebeard slumped heavily into his expansive chair, as if all the strength had been drained from his body. His chest heaved violently, emitting heavy, thunderous gasps. Observing this, Marco and the others hastened forward, encircling Whitebeard and gently patting him to regulate his breathing. Simultaneously, the female medical personnel swiftly mobilized, their faces grave as they commenced a meticulous examination of Whitebeard and Apos' condition with various instruments. After a considerable interval, Whitebeard and Apos' condition improved slightly, his labored breathing gradually subsiding. Only then did the others breathe a collective sigh of relief, their gazes converging upon Teach, who stood a short distance away, confronted with the suspicious stares. Teach felt a pang of anxiety, but immediately feigned a pitiful demeanor. His legs buckled, and he collapsed to his knees with a thud, crawling towards Whitebeard's feet. Sobbing as he pleaded, Father, I did nothing. You must believe me. I don't even know that man. Whitebeard silently scrutinized the man prostrating before him. And after a moment of contemplation, he spoke softly, I know. With that, he waved his hand gently, signaling the others to disperse so he could rest undisturbed. Upon hearing this, Teach scrambled to his feet, his head bowed low, and replied obsequiously, Yes, Father. However, the instant he rose, a fleeting hint of malice flickered in his eyes, vanishing too quickly to be detected. Teach trailed behind the others as they departed, leaving Marco alone to guard the slumbering Whitebeard. Father, was that man really? Marco began, hesitatingly. Whitebeard, understanding Marco's unspoken question, nodded slightly in affirmation. I didn't and Apos, do you expect it to be true? Father, just how formidable is he? Marco inquired, his face etched with concern. As you witnessed, his strength is considerable. In fact, during our exchange, I sensed that he was deliberately holding back, Whitebeard replied gravely. Upon hearing his father and Apos' assessment, Marco and Apos' eyes widened in astonishment. Whitebeard, after all, was universally acknowledged as the strongest on the seas. For him to concede another's strength spoke volumes of that individual's power. "Marco, you must keep a close watch on Teach," Whitebeard instructed earnestly. Without hesitation, Marco nodded emphatically. "Understood, father." Flying through the air, Rochelle muttered to himself with irritation, "How vexing. Would obliterating Mariewa constitute a deviation from the plot?" However, the text within his mind offered no response. Thus, Rochelle continued his flight for approximately 10 more minutes, until he spotted an island with a bustling town in the distance. Without hesitation, he descended, preparing to land on the island. After all, his immediate priority was to procure provisions and satiate his hunger. Other matters could wait. On the far side of town, a busy port bustled with activity as a massive, imposing warship approached the dock. As the warship neared the shore, its distinctive insignia and the figures moving within its portholes became clearly visible. Finally, the warship glided to a stop at the pier. A smartly dressed adjutant strode onto the deck, saluting Admiral Kazan, who was reclining in a comfortable deck chair, and reported, "Admiral Kazan, we have arrived at the nearest island." Hearing the adjutant's voice, Kazan stirred slightly. He slowly removed his eye mask, revealing a pair of sleepy eyes, and yawned languidly. "Already? I haven't had enough sleep yet." With that, Kazan stretched his arms wide, extending himself in a long, luxurious yawn. Subsequently, Kazan rose from his chair, smoothing his attire as he instructed the adjutant, "Now that we're here, let's go ashore and explore. It and Apos. It's become quite tedious to remain on the ship." Kazan ambled towards the gangway, followed closely by several personnel tasked with procuring supplies. These naval officers proceeded to replenish their stores within the town, while Kazan wandered idly through the streets. After traversing several blocks, Kazan paused abruptly. He thought he had glimpsed someone familiar. To be certain, he rummaged through his pockets, retrieving a wanted poster. Indeed, it's him. He had anticipated a more arduous search, never expecting to encounter him here. The person depicted on the poster was none other than Rochelle. Concealing the poster, Kazan stealthily approached Rochelle, who was engaged in purchasing supplies. A faint smile played on Rochelle's lips. He had exhausted the inventory of the nearby shops and discreetly stowed his purchases within his bracelet. He turned and headed directly towards Kazan. "I advise you to surrender peacefully. Perhaps you will receive a more lenient sentence, considering the gravity of your offenses," Kazan stated, standing rigidly with a perplexed expression while scratching his hair. Rochelle responded with a smile, prompting a glint in Kazan's eyes. He exhaled slowly, acknowledging the other's choice. As he exhaled, the temperature plummeted, and the ground began to freeze. The surrounding crowd, sensing the change, scattered in panic, realizing that a confrontation was imminent. Buzz. Without warning, Kazan launched his attack. Ice Age. A shockwave of frigid air surged towards Rochelle, instantly encasing the ground in ice. Rochelle stood his ground, unfazed. And with a flick of his finger, the shockwave dissipated. Kazan's pupils contracted. His attack had been neutralized with such ease. Clearly, this was no ordinary adversary. Kazan swiftly executed his next move, conjuring several ice spears radiating intense cold. Ice spears. The spears hurtled towards Rochelle with incredible speed. Child's play. Rochelle flicked his fingers, releasing minuscule orbs of energy. Bang, bang, bang. The ice spears detonated before reaching Rochelle. Kazan was bewildered. He had employed observation hockey but had failed to detect the nature of the attack. The next moment, Kazan's expression shifted drastically. He was overwhelmed by a sensation of immense dread, and his body exploded into countless shards of ice. Simultaneously, the entire island trembled, and buildings crumbled. Rochelle had exerted only a fraction of his power, yet the resulting devastation was immense. So that's elemental transformation, Rochelle mused. He had sensed peculiar energy fluctuations emanating from Kazan during the attack. Kazan, reformed, wiped blood from his mouth. At that instant, Rochelle materialized before him, moving with a speed that even Kazan's observation hockey could not perceive. Rochelle smiled at Kazan. "I'll send you home." Kazan and Apos' pupils dilated sharply as his instinct urged him to defend himself, but it was too late. In the next instant, he felt a force collide with him, propelling him away at an astonishing speed, so swift that it seemed his consciousness might detach from his body. Rochelle slowly retracted his fist, finding the devil fruit rather intriguing, albeit of no use to him. With a smirk, he turned and departed. Moments after his exit, a group of individuals emerged from the shadows, journalists, among whom was one named Morgans. The smile that had graced Rochuan's lips as he left was, in truth, directed at these reporters. These journalists possessed considerable audacity. willing to risk their lives for a story. One blow had sent a Marine admiral flying. Who was this individual? The uncertainty lingered among them. But Morgans harbored a hint of speculation. They dispatched the news they had recorded back to their newspaper. Half an hour later, newspapers began to circulate throughout the New World. Upon discovering this report, the Marine headquarters promptly placed a bounty on Rochuan, an astonishing sum of 1.5 billion. As the world learned of Rochuan's bounty, a wave of astonishment swept through. A newcomer making his debut with a bounty of 1.5 billion was utterly absurd. However, once they recalled that he had bested an admiral, it seemed only fitting. Chapter 41, The Slaying of the Celestial Dragons. The mobilization of the three admirals in the azure sky, a newsbird soared gracefully, accompanied by Rochuan. He reached out to procure a newspaper from the bird. Swiftly scanning the pages, upon encountering the bounty placed upon his head, he could not help but curl his lip in disdain, muttering, a mere 1.5 billion. How miserly. Such a paltry sum hardly reflects my true prowess. With that, Rochuan feigned excessive contempt, as if the figure itself was beneath his notice. Little did he realize that this trifling bounty was meticulously determined by Fleet Admiral Sengoku based on the intelligence and descriptions provided by Admiral Kazan. Moreover, Kazan's understanding of Rochuan's actual capabilities was but the tip of the iceberg. Had Rochuan showcased more of his abilities, his bounty would surely have reached staggering heights. With a casual flick of his wrist, a gust of energy erupted, instantly igniting the newspaper in his grasp, reducing it to ashes. After this act, he gently stroked his chin, contemplating his next course of action. Perhaps, a visit to the Sabaody archipelago would be in order. During his anime-watching days, he had thought that place held many delightful wonders. With this thought, Rochuan hesitated no longer, immediately unleashing his aura, and with a sudden flash, he vanished from sight. Atop a towering building in the Sabaody archipelago, the air shimmered momentarily, and Rochuan's figure materialized. Standing at the edge of the rooftop, he surveyed the bustling streets and the throngs of people below. Without a moment's pause, Rochuan leaped from the rooftop, landing with grace. Unruffled, he adjusted his slightly rumpled attire and began to meander leisurely through the streets. It must be noted, while the culinary offerings in this pirate world are indeed abundant, they pale in comparison to those in the Dragon Ball universe. However, for an Epicurean like Rochuan, even the slightest distinction was enough to ignite his enthusiasm for seeking out untried delicacies. Meanwhile, at the world government's exclusive port number 69, a battalion of naval soldiers stood rigidly, their formations akin to a row of stately pine trees, impeccably aligned. Maintain your formations. Any who dare to falter shall face the consequences, barked a stern-faced Marine major named IPS. His piercing gaze swept over each soldier, as if he could perceive the faintest sign of unrest. Before long, an opulently adorned warship glided into the harbor, eventually docking at the shore. As the gangway lowered, two elegantly dressed individuals, adorned with transparent glass helmets, descended from the ship, leisurely seated atop enormous slaves. This man and woman were none other than the feared and despised celestial dragons. Their sole purpose for visiting the Sabaody archipelago was to partake in an upcoming auction, rumored to feature a mermaid among its offerings. As this thought crossed his mind, the male celestial dragon, known as Ploix Saint, wielded his whip with renewed vigor, incessantly berating the slave beneath him. You worthless wretch, move faster. Look, others have already surpassed you. With each crack of the whip, gruesome lacerations marred the slave's skin. The female celestial dragon, however, remained indifferent to the spectacle, her melodious laughter ringing out, both delightful and chilling. A cadre of CP0 members, clad in black suits, formed a formidable escort alongside the Marines, a veritable bastion safeguarding their path. This group moved purposefully towards the venue of the auction. At that moment, Rochuan, at position number 10, savored his food with casual ease as he strolled towards the amusement park. However, as he progressed, an unsettling sensation washed over him. The once bustling throngs of ordinary citizens suddenly knelt in unison, expressions of terror etched upon their faces. Yet Rochuan remained steadfast, unfazed, continuing to indulge in his meal. A few concerned citizens rushed forward, attempting to pull him down into submission, but he paid them no heed, resolutely enjoying his food. Disheartened, they shook their heads, pondering his obstinacy, and chose to leave him be. Suddenly, Rochuan spoke aloud. Oh, I was wondering who could create such a commotion. Turns out it's just you trash. His voice, though nonchalant, resonated like thunder in the ears of those present. After uttering these words, he resumed eating. For in the pirate world, his greatest disdain was reserved for the celestial dragons. The male celestial dragon, Ploix Saint, darkened in countenance, thundered, "You insolent wretch! How dare you insult me? You deserve nothing less than death. You worthless fools, seize this man and deliver justice." At his command, the naval soldiers promptly raised their rifles, unhesitatingly pulling the triggers, a cacophony of gunfire erupting as bullets rained down upon Rochuan. The kneeling citizens dared not rise, pressing themselves closer to the ground. In an instant, Rochuan stamped his foot with tremendous force, causing the entirety of the Sabaody archipelago to shudder violently, as if struck by a powerful earthquake. The shockwave radiated outward with overwhelming ferocity, toppling CP-0 members and naval soldiers alike, some of the weaker amongst them perishing on the spot, their bodies strewn across the ground, blood staining the earth. Yet the kneeling citizens remained unharmed. The two celestial dragons, having been unceremoniously thrown from their slaves, erupted in furious expletives directed at Rochuan. Their vulgar tirades were utterly repulsive, an attempt to vent their anger and fear. "Quick, protect the celestial dragons," cried a CP-0 member, his face paling as he shouted. However, before he could act, his body exploded without warning, showering the area in a gruesome display of blood and carnage. Rochuan approached the two celestial dragons, his expression devoid of emotion. Faced with these vile beings, he found no interest in raising a hand. Merely through the overwhelming aura emanating from him, he levitated them, rendering them immobile. What transpired next plunged the CP-0 and naval soldiers into despair as they witnessed. In horror, Ploix Saint and Pufidor Saint inexplicably burst apart, transforming into a mist of blood that hung in the air. This sudden turn of events left everyone speechless, hearts filled with an indescribable dread, as if the very heavens had collapsed. "Listen well, Marines stationed on Sabaody archipelago. I am the illustrious Rochuan. Just moments ago, those two oblivious celestial dragons dared to hurl insults at me. And what has become of them? They have become my fallen souls. But this matter bears no relation to the innocent citizens on this island. Should anyone dare to lay a finger on these innocents, they will find no mercy from me. I shall not hesitate to raise your so-called Marine headquarters to the ground." The words spoken by Luo Chuan were not intended to showcase his prowess, but rather to safeguard the ordinary people. Although he is a formidable individual, he was, before all else, merely a human being. Upon hearing Luo Chuan declare his identity and learning of his audacious act of slaying a celestial dragon, the stationed Navy personnel on the Sabaody archipelago were left utterly astounded, unable to afford even a moment's delay. They promptly utilized various communication methods to relay this astonishing news back to Navy headquarters. It is essential to note that the Sabaody archipelago occupies a unique position, closely linked to both the Navy headquarters and the world government. Consequently, this news spread like wildfire, reaching both parties with remarkable swiftness. When the tidings reached Mariehua, the celestial dragons, who were accustomed to a life of luxury and wielding power, erupted in furious outrage. They could scarcely fathom that someone would dare to brazenly murder their esteemed kin in broad daylight. In response, the celestial dragons exerted immense pressure on the Navy headquarters, demanding the strictest punishment for the perpetrator. Faced with the wrath and mounting pressure from the celestial dragons, Admiral Sengoku, stationed at Navy headquarters, was beset by a throbbing headache. After considerable contemplation, he resolved to dispatch 3 admirals to apprehend Luo Chuan in hopes of quelling the ensuing turmoil. Chapter 42. On the brink of death, Rochuan had no intention of departing from the Sabaody archipelago. His keen eyes scanned the surroundings, seeking to discern whether any foolhardy individual would dare to inflict harm upon the innocent populace in his presence. The Navy soldiers and CP-0 members who had been unceremoniously hurled aside now struggled to rise from the ground. Their legs trembled violently, akin to withered branches swaying in the wind. After all, witnessing a living being instantaneously transformed into a cloud of blood would terrify even the stoutest heart. Those with slightly better mental fortitude managed to force themselves upright, while others, overwhelmed by fear, simply fainted. Despite the dread that gripped their hearts, the Navy soldiers and CP-0 operatives did not falter. They understood the enormity of the crimes committed by that man and were resolute in preventing his escape. Thus, they quickly organized themselves into a surrounding formation, striving to encircle Rochuan with utmost speed. The remaining soldiers in the base mobilized to join the effort. However, they were acutely aware that they could not possibly vanquish such a formidable opponent. Their only recourse was to buy time until the 3 admirals or the elite CP-0 forces arrived on the scene. The 3 admirals, dispatched from the naval headquarters, raced towards the Sabaody archipelago with unparalleled haste. Their warships sliced through the turbulent waves, sending sprays of water into the air. Each admiral bore a grave expression, fully cognizant of the situation's gravity. As Rochuan strolled along the street, he keenly sensed the shift in the atmosphere around him. The gazes of the populace towards him were imbued with complex emotions, both admiration and trepidation. They revered his audacity in slaying a celestial dragon, while simultaneously fearing the terrifying power he had displayed. This intertwining of sentiments rendered them hesitant to approach him for conversation. The street fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the steady cadence of Rochuan's purposeful footsteps. Within minutes, nearly 100 Navy soldiers and CP0 members had encircled Rochuan. "Surrender, Rochuan, you are surrounded," an unidentified voice called out. The soldiers hastily drew their firearms, preparing to fire. Rochuan felt utterly exasperated. How foolish to draw weapons when they knew it would be futile. Just as the soldiers were poised to pull the triggers, the three admirals descended from the heavens, raising a cloud of dust in their wake. There they stood, Kazan, Borsellino, and Sakazuki, the three admirals. They formed a line, their gazes as cold and severe as the stars on a frigid night, fixed intently upon Rochuan. At the forefront stood the imposing figure of Sakazuki. Cloaked in the Navy's righteous mantle, his face contorted with fury as if he wished to dispatch Rochuan on the spot. Beside him, Borsellino squinted, a faint, enigmatic smile gracing his lips, while Kazan, arms crossed, wore a grave expression, though his eyes hinted at a barely perceptible complexity. "Who would have thought it would be the three of you together? Kazan, have you so soon forgotten the pain of the punch I dealt you?" Rochuan remarked, a semblance of a smirk playing on his lips, his tone lighthearted. In response to Rochuan's taunt, Kazan remained unperturbed, silently gazing back, his stern visage as unyielding as ancient ice. Suddenly, Sakazuki bellowed, "You audacious, lawless fiend. Today you shall face the justice you deserve." Before anyone could react, Sakazuki unleashed his assault without hesitation. "Great eruption," he shouted, as a torrent of searing magma erupted from his hand, coalescing into a colossal molten fist that hurtled towards Rochuan with cataclysmic intent. The sheer force of the punch distorted the air around it, raising the temperature to unbearable heights. Feeling the oncoming wave of heat, Rochuan calmly extended his right index finger and flicked it lightly. A faint beam of light shot forth from his fingertip, transforming into a minuscule energy orb that collided with the ferocious magma fist. With a resounding explosion, the molten fist shattered into countless scalding fragments that rained down like hellfire. The sudden turn of events sent the soldiers and CP0 members into a frenzy of panic, screaming as they scattered in all directions, desperate to avoid the searing lava. The scene descended into chaos, almost simultaneously with the explosion of the magma fist. Sakazuki also erupted in a fit of fury. "What?" Borsellino gasped, his heart racing. As one renowned for his speed, he was taken aback, having failed to detect Rochuan and Appo's impending strike. In that heart-stopping moment, Rochuan appeared before him like a specter and, without hesitation, delivered a punch. What seemed a mere ordinary strike to Rochuan was perceived by Borsellino as a cataclysmic wave. He dared not delay, instantaneously transforming to evade the blow. Yet, to his astonishment, as he reappeared, Rochuan shadowed him closely. Thus commenced a thrilling chase. Borsellino continuously transformed while Rochuan pursued, and Kazan, sensing the dire situation, boldly launched an attack against Rochuan. However, Rochuan's speed was astonishing, rendering Kazan incapable of accurately targeting him. Recognizing that there was no escaping Rochuan's pursuit, Borsellino ascended to greater heights, intending to unleash his formidable power, the Yada no Kagami. Yet, to his shock, Rochuan seemed to have anticipated his intentions, accurately predicting his next position. With a steady hand, Rochuan placed it upon Borsellino's shoulder and, with sudden force, slammed him into the ground. A thunderous roar echoed as the earth gave way, creating a massive crater, dust swirling and debris flying. Rochuan did not relent. He turned to face Kazan, who was preparing to strike once more. A smirk graced his lips, and with a swift motion, he reappeared before Kazan, delivering a simple yet devastating punch that sent Kazan flying like a cannonball, crashing heavily onto the ground and raising a cloud of dust. In stark contrast to their initial encounter, Rochuan's strikes against the three admirals were grievous, leaving them on the brink of death. Chapter 43. The most severe incident in history, the appearance of one of the five elders. The elemental abilities of the three admirals are formidable. However, they seem feeble in the presence of Luo Chuan, who has enveloped the entire island with his aura. No matter how Borsellino employs his elemental powers, Luo Chuan can appear instantaneously, and even without this capability, His speed is more than sufficient to keep pace with them. If we were to measure the strength of these three admirals within the Dragon Ball universe, combined with their respective Devil Fruit abilities, their aggregate combat power would exceed 1,000. Although Luo Chuan did not delve deeply into the exact figure, he could estimate it with reasonable accuracy through his perception. During his recent battle with the three admirals, Luo Chuan's displayed combat prowess also surpassed 1,000, slightly outclassing them. It is precisely this marginal difference that left the three admirals grievously injured. If Luo Chuan had truly been ruthless, not only would these three admirals have perished, but the entire pirate world would face annihilation. Fortunately, he possesses a measure of compassion. His reluctance to obliterate them entirely stems from a prior inquiry he made to Wen-Z regarding the implications of his transformation into a Super One. Should he utterly destroy this world, it would vanish forever. Although the Masters of the Realms possess angelic-level power, they lack the ability to create worlds. So, who truly created this world? In truth, the Masters themselves are oblivious to this mystery. Their role is merely to observe and maintain the world sporadically. However, it is crucial to note that whenever the Masters perceive an extraordinary existence within any realm, they will not hesitate to intervene decisively to eliminate the threat. At this moment, the heavily injured admiral struggled to rise, forming a tense standoff with Luo Chuan. Within Sakazuki, a tumult of shock and seething rage brewed. The astonishment stemmed from Luo Chuan's unfathomable strength, while the fury was ignited by the realization that even the combined might of the renowned admirals was insufficient to overcome him, leaving them in a dire state. If word of their disgraceful defeat were to spread, where would the Navy and the world government find their dignity? No. This matter must not be allowed to leak. Sakazuki pondered internally, and as his thoughts churned, a glint of malice flashed in his eyes. As if he had resolved to act, he quickly rifled through his belongings, producing a golden transponder snail. Hello, Sakazuki. Do you really intend to obliterate the entirety of Sabaody Archipelago? Kazan exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock and fury, fixating on the golden transponder snail. Meanwhile, Paulusalino remained silent, standing still, his thoughts inscrutable. Humph. Kazan, you are clearly feigning ignorance, Sakazuki retorted coldly, dismissing Kazan's query. Just as he prepared to press the activation button on the golden transponder snail, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The snail vanished from his grasp. That was the legendary golden transponder snail used for issuing demon-slaying orders. Yet, its design was rather unappealing. At that moment, Luo Chuan's voice emerged, and he was examining the golden transponder snail with keen interest. Finding it too unsightly, he exerted a slight pressure, and with a resounding pop, the snail exploded. Dare to use such a device? You must truly be tired of living. Luo Chuan darted in front of Sakazuki, extending his left hand forward, effortlessly gripping Sakazuki by the throat. Stop! Paulusalino and Kazan shouted in unison, attempting to intervene. However, it was too late. Just as Luo Chuan was about to choke Sakazuki to death, a cannonball whistled through the air, accompanied by a figure hurtling towards him like lightning. Unperturbed by the incoming cannonball, Luo Chuan casually waved his arm, causing the once menacing projectile to explode mid-flight. The resulting shockwave surged forth like a roaring tide, spreading rapidly in all directions. At that moment, the figure racing toward Luo Chuan arrived, launching a fist without hesitation. This seemingly ordinary punch concealed the power to split mountains and pierce islands. Luo Chuan merely raised a hand, lightly connecting with the incoming fist. With a resounding crash, the once formidable figure was sent hurtling backward as if struck by a cannonball. After regaining his balance, the individual looked down at his trembling left hand. Disbelief etched across his face. Oh, Luo Chuan mused, regarding his own fist, which was emitting wisps of smoke, a faint smile gracing his lips. Iron Fist Carp, as expected, lives up to his reputation. Truly formidable, indeed. It turned out that this unexpected visitor was none other than the legendary figure of the Navy, Carp. He had arrived shortly after the three admirals, albeit slightly delayed, believing that they could at least defend themselves, not anticipating such a dire situation upon his arrival. Carp cracked his knuckles. Your punch is not lacking either. Young man, release Sakazuki. Although I am not fond of his personality, he is still an admiral. If you were to kill him, it would create quite a predicament for the Navy. Gazing at the nearly lifeless Sakazuki, Luo Chuan discerned that he had already experienced the sensation of death. With a dismissive gesture, he tossed Sakazuki aside. Very well, I shall grant you this favor. Carp smiled. You do possess a measure of compassion. In response, Luo Chuan offered a non-committal smile, then shifted the conversation. While I have spared him, The fact that he dared to produce the golden transponder snail signifies that my previous words were taken lightly. In that case, I must fulfill my promise. What? Carp? Momentarily taken aback, realized too late what was transpiring. Luo Chuan vanished from sight. It took several breaths for him to comprehend the gravity of the situation, and he hastily activated his moonwalk, racing toward the Navy headquarters, disregarding how Luo Chuan had disappeared. Luo Chuan reappeared above the Navy headquarters, amplifying his aura to approximately 60,000, and launched an energy ball. As it approached, the tremendous pressure caused the Navy headquarters to tremble incessantly, drawing the attention of the rear admirals, lieutenants, and soldiers who looked up to witness a luminous sphere expanding before them. At that moment, Fleet Admiral Sengoku arrived just in time, shedding his clothing to transform into a colossal Buddha, striking out with one hand, producing a sound reminiscent of an ancient, resonant bell. Sengoku's expression shifted as he attempted to withdraw, but the energy ball detonated, unleashing a cataclysmic shockwave and searing heat that swiftly reduced the entire Navy headquarters to ruin. The earth-shattering explosion reverberated, echoing throughout the region, even reaching the ears of the four emperors, who turned their gazes toward the source of the extraordinary commotion. When the smoke cleared, the Navy headquarters lay in utter desolation. This can be regarded as the most catastrophic event in history. Even the chaos caused by the Golden Lion at the Navy headquarters did not result in such a phenomenon, which at most led to partial destruction. How unlike the current situation. Luo Chuan stood atop a ruin, raising his hand to applaud. Not bad, Sengoku. Amid such peril, you managed to protect so many individuals. Behind the formidable Sengoku stood a group of fresh recruits, having joined the Navy less than a week prior, trembling in fear. Luo Chuan, you are utterly merciless. Do you have any idea how many lives were lost just now? Sengoku bellowed in anger. Luo Chuan chuckled heartily, retorting with scorn, merciless? How dare you speak of mercy? During the O'Hara incident, Akainu bombarded those historians. Was that not merciless? And what of God Valley, where those brutes hosted a game delighting in murder? Are those beasts not merciless? I merely destroyed a Navy headquarters. Compared to them, it is utterly trivial. To call me merciless is laughable. Sengoku and Appo's heart sank. He was acutely aware of these events. Yet, there was nothing he could say. He had much to express regarding the God Valley incident and the O'Hara tragedy, but ultimately he found himself at a loss for words. Sighing inwardly, what a sharp-tongued young rascal. A sudden, aged voice resonated, and a six-pointed star, akin to a magical array, appeared on the ground, from which black smoke began to rise. An elderly man, clad in a white kimono and wielding a sword, emerged from the smoke, adorned with spectacles. Luo Chuan narrowed his eyes, surprised that one of the five elders would actually come forth. Emerging from the black haze was none other than one of the five elders. The celestial dragon, Izambaron V. Nasser. Chapter 44, Suppression of the Five Elders, the emergence of Emu Izambalan V. Najuro. His gaze fixed upon the desolate ruins of the Navy headquarters, felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. Once a bastion of grandeur and authority, the structure lay in tatters, smoke lingering in the air like a haunting specter. A storm brewed within his heart as he recollected the discussions held in Mariewa with the other four, deliberating on how to deal with the audacious figure named Rakuin. This individual had not only bested a marine admiral but had also dared to slay a celestial dragon. To this end, they had dispatched operatives to delve into Rakuin's background and capabilities. The findings, however, were astonishing. This man could soar through the skies with the grace of a bird, vanishing without a trace only to reappear elsewhere as if conjured by magic. Moreover, his physical prowess was extraordinary, yet perplexingly, he did not wield any form of haki. Despite gleaning this information, they remained baffled as to the true origins of Rakuin. Thus, in pursuit of the hidden truth, Najuro resolved to confront him personally. Brat, do you not fear the wrath of heaven for your heinous deeds? Najuro's voice thundered, but Rakuin merely shrugged, nonchalantly digging at his ear, displaying utter disregard for the elder's fury. This disdain ignited the flames of Najuro's anger. Enough with your prattle. If you intend to fight, do so swiftly and spare me your words. Rakuin retorted, impatience evident as he interrupted Najuro's tirade. Fuming, Najuro declared, I have lived long enough to encounter many foes, yet none possess your audacity. Since you are so oblivious to your own limitations, I shall demonstrate the futility of your arrogance. With that, he unsheathed his cursed blade, a wave of ominous energy emanating from it, shrouding the atmosphere in an eerie dread. Rakuin observed intently, muttering, Oh, is this the legendary first-generation Godii? It certainly holds some intrigue. Though the blade exuded formidable malice, it was of little consequence to Rakuin. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Nejuro unleashed a powerful wave of sword energy, its length stretching hundreds of meters, tearing through the air with an awe-inspiring ferocity. Once renowned as the greatest swordsman, Nejuro had faded from the limelight since becoming one of the five elders, yet his martial prowess remained unparalleled. Rakuin stood unfazed, even yawning as the lethal blade energy approached. As it closed in mere centimeters, he casually flicked a finger, producing a crisp crack. The once unstoppable force shattered like fragile glass, dissipating into starlit remnants. Nejuro's expression tightened, astonished that even a seasoned warrior like himself could not discern the nature of Rakuin and Appo's enigmatic technique. Undeterred, he enveloped his cursed blade with haki and advanced with unimaginable speed, executing a series of strikes that lit the air with flashing steel. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of their clash reverberated through the air as Rakuin effortlessly deflected every strike with a single finger. "Old man, do you underestimate me so?" Rakuin smirked, his tone dripping with disdain. At that moment, he unleashed a palm strike, the force of which surged towards Nejuro. Realizing the gravity of the attack, Nejuro braced himself, gripping his blade tightly to withstand the impending onslaught. The impact was deafening. As Nejuro was sent hurtling backward into the debris, clouds of dust erupting around him. Emerging from the wreckage, Nejuro had transformed, no longer human but a skeletal steed. In this form, he executed a freezing slash, colder than Kazan's ice, encasing the ground in frost. Quite the power-up post-transformation, Rakuin mused, seizing the frozen strike and shattering it with ease, reappearing before Nejuro in his beastly form. Rakuin, dwarfed by Nejuro's new stature, launched a punch imbued with immense strength. Bang! Sparks flew as black lightning crackled. But Nejuro realized he could not withstand the might of Rakuin's fist. How is this possible? Nejuro pondered, bewildered. As he lifted his gaze, Rakuin loomed before him, grasping at his collar. At that moment, several ominous sounds echoed, and mysterious magic circles appeared around them, black smoke swirling as the other four arrived. These four had received Nejuro and Appo's warning, having transformed into their most formidable forms, each resembling a beast. They launched a simultaneous assault on Rakuin, which detonated in violent explosions. Yet, Rakuin instantaneously teleported above them. Raising his hand, he gathered energy into a colossal sphere, twirling his finger as the sphere plummeted downward. The five elders stood aghast, never having witnessed such a technique. Sensing the imminent threat, they unleashed their most potent haki to counter the energy blast. Alas, their efforts appeared trivial against Rakuin's overwhelming power. And in a moment of sheer terror, the energy sphere engulfed them, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion. The blast radius was even more extensive than when the naval headquarters was previously obliterated, and it was evident that the sea level was precipitously declining, accompanied by significant displacements of tectonic plates. In the aftermath of the explosion, the once mighty naval headquarters had been utterly annihilated, leaving behind only a vast crater, from which searing currents of air emanated. Within the pit lay 5 individuals, who had relinquished their most formidable forms, gasping for breath. Luo Chuan had not anticipated that these 5 could withstand the explosion. Perhaps next time he would enhance his efforts just a tad more. Was this truly an achievement within the realm of humanity? Nasu Shura stared up at Luo Chuan, who hovered in the air like a deity, panting heavily as he spoke. No one could provide an answer to his inquiry. Even if someone could, they would be at a loss for words. For this was the first time in their long existence that they had encountered such an event. Not only had no one ever experienced anything like it before, but it was also certain that no future being could surpass Luo Chuan. The sheer strength he possessed, capable of subduing the 5 of them single-handedly, was beyond their comprehension. Suddenly, a wisp of black smoke materialized, coalescing into an indistinct figure. Upon witnessing this entity, the wounded 5 elders still bowed in reverence, uttering, "We pay our respects to Lord M." Luo Chuan narrowed his eyes, sensing that this was no ordinary life form, for he felt an unusual aura emanating from him. Chapter 45, The Descent of the Realm Master M stood expressionless, fixating his gaze on Luo Chuan, who met his stare with unyielding defiance. An intangible spark seemed to ignite in the air between them, intertwining in a fierce clash of wills. Your actions are nothing short of heinous. Even 1,000 deaths would not suffice to atone for your sins. However, should you willingly relinquish your powers, I could show you mercy and grant you a complete corpse, sparing you the agony of dismemberment and death. M's voice, devoid of emotion, was perplexingly androgynous. Upon hearing this, A smirk crept onto Luo Chuan's lips, revealing his disdain. Humph, what a sanctimonious hypocrite. If you possess the audacity, come at me with your true strength rather than feigning benevolence. In response, Im casually gestured toward the void, and in an instant, the space before Luo Chuan warped violently, as if gripped by an unseen titan, accompanied by ominous explosions. Just then, the previously composed Im sensed a shift in the atmosphere. He abruptly pivoted, delivering a powerful kick backward. In an astonishing display of agility, Luo Chuan caught the kick effortlessly. Without hesitation, he swung Im around like a rag doll, the sound of rushing wind echoing as Im traced arcs through the air. Ultimately, with a mighty throw, Im plummeted to the ground like a cannonball, stirring a cloud of dust. Yet, Luo Chuan's assault did not wane. The moment Im hit the ground, Luo Chuan materialized above him, preparing to stomp down with ferocity, the air around them seemingly freezing in anticipation. Im's gaze sharpened. He extended his right hand forward, and at that instant, the previously tranquil space before him ruptured as if sliced by an invisible blade. Reacting swiftly, Luo Chuan tilted his head and nimbly evaded the enigmatic attack. In that fleeting moment, a smirk appeared at the corner of Im's mouth, and his form vanished. Surely, this must be the legendary power of the space fruit. Luo Chuan pondered, for the ability to manipulate space so freely was unfathomable without it. His eyes scanned the surroundings, and without hesitation, he lifted his right leg, delivering a forceful kick forward. Almost simultaneously, Im reappeared, colliding directly with the fierce strike, the impact reverberating as he was propelled backward like an arrow released from a bow. Yet, Luo Chuan's momentum did not falter. He darted forward, transforming into a streak of lightning, and in the blink of an eye, positioned himself behind him. He kicked out once more, this time with even greater speed and force, striking Im squarely in the back. The unfortunate Im found himself tumbling through the air, relentlessly subjected to Luo Chuan's tempestuous onslaught. The scene mirrored the iconic battle between Frieza and Goku from the Dragon Ball Z saga, with Luo Chuan treating him as a mere football, volleying him back and forth with relentless precision. After several relentless exchanges, Im could no longer endure the onslaught. He emitted a deep, furious roar, slamming his palms together. With this action, the very fabric of space began to twist violently. Powerful waves of spatial energy radiating outward in visible ripples. Sensing the terrifying surge, Luo Chuan halted his advance, retracting his foot swiftly. He then raised his arm, aligning his fingers in a formidable gesture. With a few casual swipes of his arm, the surrounding space erupted with a cacophony of shattering sounds. At that moment, Im swiftly extricated himself and, in the blink of an eye, flanked Luo Chuan from behind. Unhesitatingly, he summoned the power of the space fruit, conjuring a razor-sharp sword forged from pure spatial energy, striking toward Luo Chuan with unstoppable force. Without even turning his head, Luo Chuan unleashed a thunderous roar, a colossal aura erupting from within him, forming an impenetrable barrier of energy. The sword collided with this protective shield, sending sparks flying. Within mere moments, the once mighty spatial sword shattered against Luo Chuan's aura. Following this, a deep, resonant hum emanated from Luo Chuan, and his physique began to shift dramatically, muscles bulging as he grew increasingly formidable. Suddenly, a brilliant green light erupted from him, akin to a sun rising in the sky, its intensity blinding. As the radiance surged forth, a tempestuous wave of energy radiated outward, catching the 5 elder stars and Im off guard, sending them sprawling like leaves caught in a storm. The sky, once clear, became shrouded in ominous clouds, flashes of lightning illuminating the darkness, thunder crashing ominously. The ocean, too, roiled under the influence of this immense power, waves cresting to heights of dozens of meters, crashing in an unending torrent. This sudden upheaval caused tremors throughout the New World, reverberating even to distant shores. As the brilliance began to fade, the spectators beheld the transformed Luo Chuan, now in his Super Saiyan form, radiating an unparalleled aura of strength. The very space around him fractured under the strain of his overwhelming energy, threatening to shatter entirely. In a flash, Luo Chuan appeared before him, delivering a palm strike that perceived as the harbinger of doom. With terror-stricken eyes, he gazed at the impending blow, despair flooding his heart. Time seemed to slow, thoughts stalling, leaving him helpless to witness the fatal strike descending upon him. Yet, at the crucial moment, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. In mere fractions of a second, the space appeared frozen, and Im's once dark form began to fade, replaced by a dazzling white radiance, emanating a brilliant yellow glow. Instinctively, he raised his hand, meeting Luo Chuan's strike with a forceful palm clash. With a resounding boom, an incomprehensibly powerful wave of energy erupted, sweeping outward like a cataclysmic tide. This overwhelming force shattered the oppressive clouds above, revealing the radiant sunlight hidden behind. Simultaneously, Im and Appo's voice transformed, and his appearance underwent a profound metamorphosis. The dark garments shed like molting skin, revealing to the onlookers a figure with a luminous yellow hue, adorned with a faint black dot upon its forehead. Words materialized from thin air, conveying a message that the Realm Master had successfully descended into this world through the triumph of Im. The power you wield does not belong to this realm. I shall not permit you to trample upon and disrupt the laws and order of this world with such reckless abandon. The Realm Master's gaze was sharp as a blade, and as he spoke, he snapped his fingers lightly, producing a crisp and resonant sound. In an instant, an eerie humming resonated through the air, and the scene before them was violently torn apart as if by an invisible hand, transforming dramatically in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, the two found themselves ensconced in a mysterious and unfathomable space. This realm was suffused with countless granules of yellow light, which, upon sensing the presence of the Realm Master, were irresistibly drawn towards him, swiftly amalgamating into his being. As more and more yellow light particles were absorbed by the Realm Master, waves of immense energy began to radiate outward from him, expanding in all directions. This energy surge resembled tumultuous ocean waves, each higher than the last, relentlessly battering the entire expanse. When the energy fluctuations gradually subsided, the Realm Master, who had previously relied on Im's body as a conduit, had now completely transformed into a tangible form. Im, under the Realm Master's command, was sent back into the pirate world. I shall eradicate you, this aberration whose origins are unknown. A glint of coldness flickered in the Realm Master's eyes as he suddenly morphed into a streak of lightning, dashing towards Luo Chuan with blinding speed. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Luo Chuan, unleashing a relentless barrage of fierce attacks. Faced with the Realm Master's furious and rapid-fire onslaught, Luo Chuan, in his Super One form, could only exert every ounce of strength to evade the strikes. Under the tempestuous assault of the Realm Master, the air itself was rent asunder, producing deafening sonic booms. The piercing sounds of the explosions resonated in his ears, revealing the terrifying might of the Realm Master's attacks. The Realm Master was somewhat taken aback. It was his first encounter with an outsider capable of dodging his strikes. Although Luo Chuan narrowly escaped each attack by the skin of his teeth, he sustained considerable damage, for his Super One form could not offer complete evasion. Subsequently, Luo Chuan transitioned through Super 2, Super 3, and finally ascended to Super 5. As the energy fluctuations of Super 5 manifested, the Realm Master's expression hardened. Realizing he was faced with a formidable opponent. Chapter 46, The Lord of Realms, A New Journey, Part 1. Before him, the Lord of Realms focused intently. A fierce aura erupting from his being, akin to a resplendent meteor streaking across the sky. In an instant, he vanished from sight, only to reappear directly before Luo Chuan. His right arm tensed, muscles coiling as he clenched his fist, an overwhelming and terrifying power surging forth from it, unstoppable like a torrential flood. With a low growl, the Lord swung his right fist with ferocity toward Luo Chuan, the punch imbued with boundless might, as though it could shatter the heavens themselves. The force of his blow howled through the air, creating visible ripples in the mysterious space, reminiscent of a tranquil lake suddenly disturbed by a colossal stone, sending forth towering waves. In the face of such a fierce and formidable assault, Luo Chuan remained unfazed. His eyes widened, and with a resolute shout, he raised his own right fist to meet the Lord's attack. At this moment, he was in a state of Super 5, his power elevated to a terrifying level that could obliterate worlds. His fist glimmered with a brilliant, searing light, carrying an immense force that surged forth like a blazing sun, charging directly toward the Lord's fist. In the blink of an eye, their fists collided mid-air, unleashing a thunderous roar that shook the very fabric of existence. In that instant, the entire mysterious space was illuminated by the explosive energy of their clash, blinding to the eye, while the sound echoed like thunder from the heavens, threatening to shatter the very soul. Following the collision, violent energy ripples radiated from the point of impact, spreading wildly in all directions. Wherever these ripples traveled, the barriers of the mysterious space buckled under the strain, revealing a myriad of alarming cracks, resembling a colossal, fragmented spider's web on the verge of collapse. The backlash forced the Lord to stagger backwards several steps. each footfall leaving deep impressions in the ground. His gaze, now filled with an indescribable shock, turned toward Luo Chuan, clearly taken aback by his opponent and Apos' extraordinary strength. Again, the Lord bellowed, swiftly forming hand seals and chanting incantations. In an instant, numerous bright yellow energy chains erupted from his hands, slithering toward Luo Chuan like agile serpents, their speed making them nearly impossible to evade. With a dismissive grunt, Luo Chuan waved his arm, conjuring a powerful energy storm that shattered the energy chains. He then gathered immense energy into his palms, forming a colossal energy sphere. "Taste this," he shouted, thrusting the energy sphere toward the Lord. As it flew, the sphere expanded and accelerated, tearing through the space around it. The Lord mirrored Luo Chuan, conjuring his own energy sphere to hurl. The two spheres collided like celestial bodies, a brilliant light radiating like a tsunami in all directions. The force of the impact sent both Luo Chuan and the Lord staggering back several steps. Upon landing, Luo Chuan sprang forward again, delivering a flurry of kicks in midair. The Lord, deftly maneuvering his hands, formed a barrier of bright yellow energy before him. The strikes against the barrier erupted in a series of deafening booms, the residual energy slicing through the surrounding space like sharp blades. Surprised by Luo Chuan's relentless assault, the Lord's eyes flickered with astonishment, quickly morphing into fury. He raised both hands high, gathering energy once more, a massive bright yellow energy sphere rapidly taking shape. This sphere, infused with destructive force, began to absorb the surrounding space, forming a miniature black hole. With a powerful shout, the Lord hurled the energy sphere at Luo Chuan, its speed akin to a shooting star, trailing a radiant yellow tail and shattering the space it traversed. Luo Chuan, sensing the energy of this attack, smiled, unleashing the full extent of his Super 5 power. His green-silver aura expanded dramatically, forming a colossal energy shield, which he then directed into his right hand, launching a golden energy beam that met the Lord's yellow energy sphere mid-flight. The collision this time unleashed an even more terrifying wave of energy. The entire mysterious space trembled violently under the weight of this power, on the brink of collapse. Radiant light illuminated every corner, while the resounding roar pounded against the eardrums. The energy shockwaves surged like relentless tides, obliterating the very fabric of existence. As the battle intensified, the mysterious space could no longer withstand the clash of their formidable forces. Cracks materialized in the sky, rapidly spreading like a shattered web. The ground began to cave in, the black earth sinking like quicksand into an endless abyss. While Luo Chuan and the Lord continued their furious onslaught against one another. Ultimately, the mysterious space shattered entirely, and both Luo Chuan and the Lord were swept into the vast cosmos. The darkness and silence of the universe starkly contrasted with the immense energy radiating from them. Countless stars twinkled nearby, yet seemed utterly insignificant in the face of such terrifying power. "Come forth, cease your hiding, and show your true strength," Luo Chuan declared sternly. Upon hearing this, the Lord paused momentarily, then erupted into thunderous laughter, his mirth echoing through the cosmos as if shaking the very heavens. "How amusing! I have been the Lord for tens of thousands of years, enduring countless storms and challenges, yet encountering someone as oblivious as you is a rarity. But since you are so eager to witness my true might, I shall grant you the privilege to behold the terror of the Lord." With that, the Lord clapped his hands together, and in an instant, the winds shifted ominously. The once shimmering stars and flowing rivers of light around them were drawn toward him like moss to a flame, transforming into vibrant streams of energy that surged into his being at an astonishing pace. Standing nearby, Luo Chuan could distinctly feel the energy emanating from the Lord escalating rapidly, akin to a rocket launching into the sky. In the blink of an eye, the Lord devoured all the stars and rivers surrounding him, leaving them dim and lifeless as if their very essence had been siphoned away. Once the energy was fully absorbed, a dramatic transformation overtook the Lord. His once bright yellow skin morphed into a kaleidoscope of colors, resembling a magnificent painting. He towered nearly 3 meters tall, and his limbs elongated, appearing even more formidable. As this transformation completed, Luo Chuan felt an overwhelming pressure envelop him, akin to an immense mountain pressing down on his chest, making it difficult to breathe. Luo Chuan quickly focused his gaze, only to behold a string of text before him. "Complete Realm Master, Combat Power 300. The strength of the 13th dimension," he mused. At this level, if placed within the realm of Dragon Ball, one would merely be regarded as the weakest of angels. Luo Chuan murmured to himself, taking a deep breath as his eyes began to sharpen with determination. Given the formidable power of his opponent, there was no longer any need to conceal his own strength. In the next moment, the verdant aura surrounding Luo Chuan began to swirl violently, rapidly transforming into a silvery purple hue. As the color of his aura shifted, his once towering and robust physique diminished at a perceptible rate, while his hair gradually transitioned to a shimmering silvery purple. In the blink of an eye, Luo Chuan completed his transformation, successfully entering the bipolar easy form, also known as the free self. At this moment, he emanated an unparalleled aura of power, as though he had fused with the very essence of the cosmos. Upon entering the bipolar easy form, Luo Chuan's own strength ascended to the 13th dimension, and from the intensity of his aura, he appeared to surpass even that of the Realm Master. Chapter 47. The Overlord of Realms, A Second Crossing, Part 2. I never anticipated that you possessed such formidable strength. It is indeed astounding. Yet, for someone of your caliber, why have you not ascended to the position of a Realm Lord? The Realm Lord's face was a canvas of astonishment, his gaze fixed intently on Luo Chuan, his heart brimming with confusion and disbelief. In response to the Realm Lord's inquiry, Luo Chuan merely offered a faint smile, his expression enigmatic and elusive. How absurd it is that I am exchanging words with an outsider who is about to perish here. The Realm Lord shook his head, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. At that moment, without any forewarning, the Realm Lord sprang into action. His left hand rose slowly yet resolutely, the motion appearing gentle, yet imbued with an irresistible pressure. In an instant, the surrounding space was contorted as if gripped by a colossal unseen hand, emitting a series of spine-chilling sounds. Simultaneously, the previously tranquil cosmos erupted into chaos, with various elements beginning to stir wildly. The fire element roared forth like a ferocious beast, igniting fierce flames. The water element swiftly coalesced, forming an enormous sphere. The earth element morphed into solid, heavy rocks, piling up like mountains, while the wind element howled, transforming into sharp blades that sliced through the air. Under the Realm Lord's masterful control, these four elements fused together in a terrifying manner beyond imagination. They intertwined and collided, ultimately coalescing into a colossal energy sphere that radiated an aura of annihilation, pulsating with earth-shattering energy. The surface of this energy sphere flickered ominously, casting a ghastly glow, as if it were on the verge of exploding and unleashing a cataclysmic force capable of obliterating everything in its vicinity, reducing all to dust and ashes. The Realm Lord and Apos' voice erupted with uncontainable fury. Prepare yourself. Accompanied by this roar, he hurled the energy sphere towards Luo Chuan, who stood undaunted, rapidly assuming a defensive stance. Just in time, he proclaimed, thrusting his hands forward. A powerful wave of energy surged forth from his palms, akin to a wild stallion breaking free, charging towards the energy sphere cast by the Realm Lord. The two energy bodies, each containing terrifyingly potent power, collided fiercely in midair. A resounding boom echoed, reminiscent of the heavens crashing down, its sound piercing even the confines of the sky, resonating into the depths of the universe. At that very moment of collision, the vast expanse of cosmic space trembled violently, as if caught in an apocalyptic calamity. Countless ominous black fissures materialized, weaving across the fabric of space like a spider and amp, Apos' web, threatening to shatter the once serene cosmos into fragments. A blinding light erupted, akin to the simultaneous explosion of 1,000 suns, searing the eyes, while waves of energy surged forth like tumultuous seas, expanding wildly from the point of impact, causing numerous celestial bodies to disintegrate into cosmic dust. In the midst of this explosive chaos, the figures of Luo Chuan and the Realm Lord were obscured by blinding radiance. Yet, their battle had merely commenced. The Realm Lord materialized behind Luo Chuan, conjuring a long sword forged of pure energy, glinting with a chilling light and slicing through the air towards Luo Chuan's back. Sensing the imminent threat, Luo Chuan swiftly twisted like a serpent, summoning a long blade that shimmered with an ethereal blue glow. With a deft motion, he countered the Realm Lord's strike, the collision producing a jarring metallic clang. The force of their clash sent shockwaves through the surrounding space, fracturing it further, as if on the brink of collapse. In this cosmic arena, they engaged in a breathtaking close-quarters combat, their movements as swift as lightning. Each collision unleashed powerful energy waves, shattering nearby planets into cosmic debris. With a thunderous impact, their palms met, producing a sound akin to thunder splitting the sky. The immense shockwave compressed the air around them, resulting in a sharp, piercing sonic boom. In the ferocity of their exchange, the Realm Lord found himself overpowered by Luo Chuan's formidable strength, compelled to retreat with each step, the very ground beneath him fracturing with each impact. Yet, Luo Chuan offered no respite. He closed the distance with a flash, delivering a devastating uppercut that struck the Realm Lord's chin, propelling him skyward. At this juncture, Luo Chuan paused, exhaling softly. Ah, you truly fail to comprehend the chasm that exists between us. If that is the case, this game must come to an end. I must admit, your strength is commendable. Possessing angelic combat prowess is indeed rare. Alas, in comparison to me, you fall just a fraction short. From the moment their confrontation commenced, Luo Chuan had astutely discerned that while the Realm Lord exhibited angelic-level combat power, the deeper he probed, the more he realized that the Realm Lord's true capability fell significantly short of this claim. His so-called angelic prowess was grossly inflated and misleading. The Realm Lord's expression morphed into one of sheer disbelief, barely managing to utter a syllable, unable to complete a coherent thought. In an instant, Luo Chuan reappeared behind the Realm Lord, gently placing a hand on his shoulder. In that moment, an invisible force erupted from Luo Chuan's palm. This force was a fusion of two immensely powerful energies, the energy of ultimate freedom and the energy of self-realization, surging into the Realm Lord like two raging dragons, overwhelming him with their relentless torrent. The Realm Lord's complexion shifted dramatically as he hastily summoned energy to counter Luo Chuan's onslaught. However, his own energy crumbled upon contact with the energies of freedom and self, rendering him utterly defenseless. With a commanding shout, Luo Chuan intensified his grip, causing the energies to wreak havoc within the Realm Lord's body, devastating his veins, bones, and organs, leaving him to emit anguished cries of torment. The Realm Lord's body began to swell and crack, luminous energy seeping from the fissures. No, spare me. Even the Realm Lord and Appo's pleas fell on deaf ears, for Luo Chuan sought only the energy within him. The glow flickered momentarily before erupting violently, sending streams of brilliant yellow energy swirling in all directions. He summoned a portal of time and space to absorb this energy. At this juncture, new text materialized, revealing fresh content. The latest news has been intercepted, indicating that the energy of a Realm Lord can facilitate two crossings. What followed was lost on Luo Chuan, for his attention was solely captured by those initial words. He had assumed the text would only manifest according to his thoughts, never anticipating this additional functionality. What exactly is this text? Minutes later, the portal of time and space finally completed the absorption of the Realm Lord's energy. As the portal opened, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, Luo Chuan exhaled, hopeful to return to his own world, and stepped inside. As the figure of Luo Chuan completely vanished, the portal of time and space closed, gradually fading into the void. Merely a few breaths had passed since Luo Chuan's departure when a rift appeared in the emptiness, through which a bald man emerged. His attire bore a somewhat unconventional flair. He surveyed his surroundings, stroking his chin and murmuring to himself. Judging by the remnants of energy, it was undoubtedly a divine being. However, how could an inhabitant of that realm arrive in this world? This should not be the case. How troublesome. It seems that I shall have tasks to attend to once more during this period. I hope it is not someone from that realm, alas. The bald man, embodying this nonconformist essence, waved his hand forward, tearing through the void to create another rift. Upon entering, the rift vanished. Chapter 48. Is my brother Superman? In the bustling metropolis, the portal of time and space gradually opened, and a figure stepped out, Luo Chuan. He stood upon the void, gazing down at the unfamiliar city below. Pondering to himself, what peculiar world is this? Filled with curiosity, Luo Chuan released his aura to sense the surroundings. However, to his astonishment, he discovered that this world bore no trace of any formidable beings. It was entirely an ordinary urban realm. Clearly, this was not the world Luo Chuan had anticipated. With a slight furrow of his brow, he prepared to summon the portal once more, but unexpectedly, there was no response. The portal remained inactive. Instead, a message resonated in his mind. The portal has entered a cooldown period of 3 days. Damn it. Luo Chuan couldn't help but curse, his face a mixture of anger and helplessness. Wasn't it agreed that he would have 2 opportunities to traverse? Why was there a cooldown period? He grumbled in frustration. Yet the words offered no explanation or solace. Taking a deep breath to calm his tumultuous emotions, Luo Chuan understood that losing his temper would yield no results. He had to temporarily accept the reality, vowing to uncover the origins and intentions of those words in the future, and to demand a satisfactory explanation. With this resolution, Luo Chuan swiftly made his way to the city center, seeking a secluded corner to land. He emerged, strolling leisurely along the streets while savoring the food in his hands. As time passed, the provisions within his bracelet dwindled. He wondered if currency from the pirate world held any value in this strange realm. Meandering along a narrow street, his gaze casually swept over the diverse architecture surrounding him, and a sudden wave of nostalgia washed over him. The sights before him intertwined with memories from his past life on Earth, drawing him deeper into reminiscence. Unbeknownst to him, he had already traversed 2 streets. At that moment, a pawn shop caught his eye. He reached into his bracelet and retrieved a relatively small piece of gold and a few exquisite decorative items. Armed with these treasures, Luo Chuan strode confidently into the pawn shop. Upon entering, he approached the counter without hesitation, presenting his items to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper, initially languid and bored, suddenly brightened at the sight of Luo Chuan's possessions, his eyes gleaming as if he had discovered a rare gem. They darted about with a glimmer of cunning and greed. The shopkeeper quickly rose, deftly weighing each item. After some calculations, he finally offered a price. These items were worth a total of 2.08 million. Hearing this sum, Luo Chuan smiled, yet his eyes sharpened as he addressed the shopkeeper. You don't think I'm a docile lamb waiting to be slaughtered, do you? The shopkeeper and Apos' lips curled into a bitter smile, sighing in resignation. Sir, please Don and Apos, take offense. While these items are indeed beautiful and exquisite, they are ultimately replicas. The price I can offer is barely manageable. A hint of pain flickered across the shopkeeper's previously calm visage. At this moment, Luo Chuan remained silent, standing like an unyielding mountain. Suddenly, an inexplicable phenomenon occurred. The shopkeeper felt an intense pressure constricting around him, akin to countless invisible ropes tightening around his body. As time passed, the force grew stronger, causing his bones to crack ominously, as if they were on the verge of breaking. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, the shopkeeper could not help but scream. Yet no sound escaped his throat, no matter how wide he opened his mouth. In that instant, the realization dawned upon him. The source of his plight was the seemingly harmless young man before him. A wave of profound fear surged within him, and he gazed at Luo Chuan, eyes filled with desperation. Luo Chuan fixated on the shopkeeper, his expression cold as he stated, I do not wish to witness a similar situation unfold again. Do you understand? The shopkeeper, fearing for his life, nodded vigorously, his head bobbing like a rattling drum, terrified that any delay might cost him dearly. Satisfied with the shopkeeper's quick comprehension, Luo Chuan gradually withdrew his overwhelming presence, which had been suffocating the man. Once the pressure lifted, the shopkeeper collapsed like a deflated balloon, gasping for air. After several agonizing seconds, he managed to regain some composure and hastily prepared the cash to hand to Luo Chuan. With the money secured, Luo Chuan turned to leave. Once he was out of the shopkeeper's sight, the latter resumed heavy breathing, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped death. He glanced at the money bag, which contained around 8.6 million, comparable to currency from his past life. This should suffice. As he walked, a large truck careened toward a mother and child waiting at a red light, along with a woman dressed as a bunny girl. Bystanders gasped and fled, but the mother and child were frozen in fear, as was the bunny girl. Luo Chuan placed the money bag into his bracelet space, and, with a swift motion, a gust of wind swept through the crowd. Bang! The truck collided with a utility pole, careening into the greenery, causing chaos as pedestrians rushed to assist. Meanwhile, the mother opened her eyes, realizing she was unharmed. As she puzzled over the situation, her son exclaimed, Mom, it was Superman who saved us. The mother looked around, bewildered, for there was no one in sight. If no one had rescued them, how had they crossed to the other side of the street and avoided the truck's impact? Finding it strange but unable to comprehend, she patted her son's head and smiled. Yes, it was Superman who saved us. Mom, when I grow up, I want to be Superman and protect you. Good, good, good. You are amazing, my son. You will definitely be a great superhero when you grow up. The mother affectionately ruffled her son's hair as they walked away. The bunny girl remained in shock, unable to believe what she had just witnessed. Could a mere human accomplish such feats? The man who saved her not only moved with incredible speed, but seemed to see her as well. It was her first encounter with someone like him, and she wondered if he had touched her. Her cheeks flushed at the thought. Who could he be? Regaining her composure, the bunny girl brushed off the dust from her attire and headed toward the library. Meanwhile, having just rescued the mother and child, as well as the bunny girl, Luo Chuan exited the supermarket, his arms laden with an abundance of delectable treats. After scanning the vicinity for onlookers and surveillance, he discreetly stowed the food into his bracelet. In truth, he harbored no fear of being discovered or monitored. It was merely a matter of inconvenience. Moreover, it seemed that this world could scarcely accommodate his formidable power. He felt compelled to seek a place to gain insight into the nature of this reality. As he pondered, a sudden illumination struck him. He could visit the library, releasing his aura to search for knowledge. Before long, he found the library, albeit in the opposite direction from where he intended to go. Nonetheless, it mattered not. He simply vanished in a flash. Emerging from the restroom of the library, Luo Chuan stepped out and flashed a smile at the elderly janitor tending to the floor. The janitor, taken aback, widened his eyes in astonishment. It was peculiar, for he had just cleaned the restrooms and was certain no one had entered. Could it be that he was imagining things? The old man paused in his task, reflecting on whether anyone had indeed gone inside. The more he contemplated, the more uneasy he felt. Consequently, he shifted his thoughts to darker possibilities. As this notion took root, his heart raced and his breath quickened. Hastily, he set down his cleaning supplies and began rummaging for his medication. After swallowing a few pills, he felt a measure of relief. Shaking his head, he resolved to curb his errant thoughts, tidied his belongings, and decided to leave work early to rest at home. Upon exiting the restroom, Luo Chuan approached the shelves. Casually selecting a few books, he made his way to a table, intending to sit down and read, only to unexpectedly lock eyes with a stunning bunny girl. The moment their gazes met, her heart raced, and her cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she quickly turned away. Why was her heart beating so rapidly? Could it be that she harbored feelings for him? Strangely, the more she pondered this, the more her complexion deepened in hue. Chapter 49. I like you. Confession. Luo Chuan gazed at the young woman with an appreciative eye, acknowledging her undeniable beauty. Dressed in a seductive and enchanting bunny girl outfit, she wore sleek black high-heeled shoes, their slender and lofty heels accentuating her graceful stature. Further up, a pair of black stockings tightly enveloped her long, elegant legs, their delicate texture and graceful curves igniting the imagination. The form-fitting black bodysuit clung perfectly to her slender frame, showcasing her exquisite body contours in all their glory. Particularly captivating was the subtle yet discernible cleavage that offered just the right amount of temptation. Additionally, the white wrist accessory she donned served as a delightful finishing touch, adding a hint of freshness and elegance to her overall appearance. The black bow tie around her neck resembled a dancing butterfly, vibrant and playful. Luo Chuan responded with a warm smile, gently placing a few books on the table before taking a seat. The bunny girl's cheeks flushed once more. Luo Chuan leisurely flipped through his books, unbeknownst to others that he had quietly released his aura, surveying the myriad of books within the library. Meanwhile, the bunny girl struggled to calm her racing heart. Taking a deep breath, she approached Luo Chuan with a light step, standing quietly beside him, gazing intently at his chiseled features. As time ticked by, her scrutiny only heightened her perception of his extraordinary handsomeness. Unbeknownst to her, a series of ambiguous and discordant images began to flood her mind. She felt her face heat up again, her heart racing inexplicably, not understanding why such peculiar thoughts invaded her consciousness. Gradually, this feeling of bashfulness intensified, prompting her to turn her head away, unable to maintain direct eye contact with Luo Chuan. Yet, deep within her, a playful curiosity akin to a mischievous kitten stirred, compelling her to steal glances at him from the corners of her eyes. Luo Chuan, on the other hand, found her peculiar behavior baffling, muttering to himself, "What is so strange about this girl? Why does she keep blushing? Is there something about me that stands out? Hello. Can you see me?" The alluring bunny girl asked, her big, glistening eyes blinking at Luo Chuan. Taken aback by her unexpected query, Luo Chuan couldn't help but chuckle softly. He replied with a teasing tone, "If I couldn't see a stunning beauty like you, would I not be blind?" Hearing Luo Chuan's forthright compliment made the bunny girl's cheeks bloom with a rosy hue, her heart swelling with sweetness. She shyly waved her hands in explanation. "Oh dear, that is not what I meant. You'll understand if you just take a look." With that, she gracefully sauntered towards a group of others nearby. As she swayed among them, they remained as unresponsive as wooden mannequins, utterly indifferent to her presence, even failing to lift an eyelid. While this is quite interesting, Luo Chuan mused. Despite considering himself well-versed in the ways of the world, he had never encountered such an odd phenomenon before. Yet, he had no intention of delving into the reasons behind it. After all, he would only be in this world for a mere 3 days. With limited time, why entangle himself in trivial mysteries? I'm not sure what's going on, but it's rather bizarre that no one can see me. To be honest, This is the first time I've worn such an outfit outside. The bunny girl's voice trailed off, growing fainter, and if not for Luo Chuan's exceptional hearing, he might have struggled to catch her words. Luo Chuan set his books down, a pensive expression crossing his face. The young woman observed his contemplative demeanor, finding him irresistibly charming as he pondered. Minutes slipped away, and after a considerable pause, Luo Chuan resumed placing the books back on the shelves. Once finished, he prepared to leave, having decided to spend his 3 days in the library reflecting on his thoughts. The bunny girl noticed his departure and quickly called out, My name is Sakurajima. May I ask your name?" Upon hearing her introduce herself, Luo Chuan felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with the name. After a moment of deep thought, a spark of realization struck him. Could this enchanting lady be the protagonist from the series Rascal Does Not Dream of Bunny Girl Senpai? No wonder she seemed vaguely familiar at first glance, though he hadn't anticipated her beauty to be so striking. Wait, does that mean I've taken the place of the male lead? Little did Luo Chuan know, the original male lead had only just stepped out. He offered Mai a smile and introduced himself in turn. Delighted to learn his name, Mai's demeanor shifted dramatically from her usual self. Luo Chuan waved goodbye and exited. While Mai returned home. Once at home, Mai refreshed herself, changed into her pajamas, and lay in bed, her thoughts drifting to Luo Chuan. As she pondered, her face flushed anew, prompting her to bury her head beneath her pillow. Lost in thoughts of Luo Chuan, she gradually succumbed to sleep. The next morning, she awoke to find it nearly noon. Rushing to freshen up and change, she hastily grabbed a quick bite before setting out for the library. Determined to confess her feelings to Luo Chuan, though still a student, that did not hinder her desire to express her affection. Mai had come to realize that she genuinely liked Luo Chuan. From the moment he had saved her, he had etched himself into her heart as her destined one. Upon arriving at the library, she noticed it was relatively empty. Not finding him on the first floor, she ascended to the second, scanning her surroundings until she spotted Luo Chuan reading in a corner. He, too, noticed her and found it peculiar that she, a student, had time to visit the library today. Taking a deep breath, Mai approached Luo Chuan, mustering her courage to declare, "I like you." The words hung in the air, leaving Luo Chuan momentarily speechless, while Mai felt a weight lift from her heart. Watching him in a daze, she suddenly questioned whether her confession had been too hasty. Recovering from his surprise, Luo Chuan found the situation amusing. He hadn't anticipated being confessed to by a girl. "Are you certain you like me?" "I'm leaving in 2 days." "I'm sure." "Leaving? Where are you going? Studying abroad? If so, I could go with you." Mai blurted out a series of questions in quick succession. Luo Chuan chuckled, placing his books back on the shelf before responding, "Come with me." Mai followed Luo Chuan out of the library, their striking combination of handsome man and beautiful woman drawing attention, though sadly, others could only see the dashing Luo Chuan and not the enchanting Mai. He led Mai to a secluded spot in a park, away from prying eyes and surveillance, and looked at her, asking, "Do you mind if I take your hand?" At his words, Mai's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of red. Without further hesitation, she extended her hand into his. Luo Chuan grasped her soft, delicate hand, lifting her into the air. The suddenness of the moment startled Mai, prompting a shrill scream. Luo Chuan swiftly pulled her into his embrace, soothing her fears with gentle reassurances. As she felt the strength and warmth of his chest, her racing heart gradually found tranquility. With a tentative opening of her eyes, she gazed at the breathtaking scenery around her, realizing she was indeed soaring through the sky. While they flew, Luo Chuan recounted his origins and shared his intentions regarding his departure. They descended upon a serene beach, where he turned to Mai with a smile and asked, "This is me. Do you still like me?" Without a moment's hesitation, Mai nodded earnestly, observing her sincerity. Luo Chuan was taken aback by the unwavering choice of such a beautiful girl. In light of this, he decided to abandon any pretense of being an emotionally distant man. After all, she had shown such commitment, and to remain aloof would be less than humane. He wrapped his arms around Mai and laughed, saying, "From now on, I shall be your boyfriend, and you will be my girlfriend." A radiant smile illuminated Mai's face, and in her exuberance, she planted a kiss on Luo Chuan's cheek. Realizing what she had done, her face flushed once more, which only served to delight Luo Chuan even further. Chapter 50. Startling my girlfriend, are you not currently enrolled in school? Is it truly all right for you to be absent? Luo Chuan inquired of Mai, his profound gaze laced with concern. He gently reached out, delicately caressing Mai's exquisite cheek, as if handling a priceless artifact. At Luo Chuan's touch, a blush suffused Mai's fair complexion, akin to a ripened apple. She demurely lowered her gaze, softly elucidating her present circumstances to Luo Chuan. Upon hearing Mai's narrative, Luo Chuan nodded thoughtfully, indicating his comprehension. Subsequently, as if struck by a sudden realization, Luo Chuan earnestly posed a question to Mai. If I were to transport you away from this world to a completely unfamiliar realm, would you find yourself longing for your parents? Upon hearing these words, the luminosity within Mai and Apos' eyes dimmed, and she appeared somewhat crestfallen. After a moment of silence, Mai gradually lifted her head, inhaled deeply, and endeavored to summon a faint smile. With a gentle, melancholic tone, she responded, "In truth, my parents divorced during my debut year. A year later, my father remarried, establishing a new family and fathering an endearing younger sister with my stepmother. Therefore, it is inconsequential if I am not present in their lives. As long as my sister is there, I trust they will be content." Having spoken these words, Mai involuntarily cast her gaze into the distance, as if attempting to glimpse the home that had once been replete with warmth and laughter through the layers of clouds. Luo Chuan stroked her head. "Should you ever yearn for your parents, I shall exert every effort to return you to their side," Luo Chuan tenderly avowed to Mai. At that moment, the two were peacefully conversing on the verdant lawn of the park as time imperceptibly slipped away. Before long, the horizon was ablaze with the resplendent hues of twilight, signaling the imminent arrival of nightfall. "Come, my dear princess, it is growing late, and you should return home." With these words, Luo Chuan gently grasped Mai and Apos' delicate hand and assisted her in rising. Thereupon, Luo Chuan swiftly lifted Mai into the air, soaring towards her residence with incredible velocity. Soon, they gently descended before Mai's door. Luo Chuan smiled as he watched Mai enter her home, and only after the door had softly closed did he depart with peace of mind. Subsequently, Luo Chuan teleported, instantly appearing before a secluded hotel, where he booked a room for 2 nights before retiring to sleep. The following morning, sunlight filtered through the curtains, awakening Luo Chuan. He promptly arose, performed his ablutions, and instantaneously arrived at Mai's doorstep. Emerging from her home, Mai immediately beheld Luo Chuan awaiting her, and her face was instantly illuminated with elation as she rushed into Luo Chuan's warm embrace like a joyful bird. "Luo Chuan, are you still planning to visit the library today?" Mai inquired, tilting her exquisite face and gazing at Luo Chuan with her glistening eyes. "We shall not visit the library today. Instead, we shall go on a shopping spree and revel in a day of amusement." "Hooray!" Mai exclaimed. And she made a victory sign. It must be said that Mai is the perfect combination of cuteness and sexiness. Luo Chuan lifted Mai into the air and flew away, landing in a relatively secluded area. After exiting, they walked for several minutes until they reached a bustling street. Mai strolled along, arm in arm with Luo Chuan. Thus, the two explored from morning until evening. When weary, they rested on a bench, and when hungry, they satiated their appetites. By evening, Luo Chuan's bracelet contained an abundance of delectable treats, practical items, garments, personal effects, cosmetics, and trinkets. In essence, it was a day of extravagant expenditure. After escorting Mai to her doorstep, Mai planted a kiss on Luo Chuan's cheek before shyly retreating into her home, touching the lingering warmth on his cheek. Luo Chuan felt a sweetness in his heart. Returning to the hotel, Luo Chuan lay in bed and communicated with the text through his mind. "Can I wait for Mai to leave this world with me?" Affirmative. The interdimensional space within the gate of time and space can be utilized. This interdimensional space is comparable in size to Earth and can sustain living beings. The gate of time and space possesses such functionality? Why did you not inform me of this previously? The text remained silent. Regardless of the text, he mentally manipulated the gate of time and space and indeed discovered such a space. His mental form entered the space and observed that it was quite agreeable, with an air purity several times greater than that of Earth. Opening his eyes, Luo Chuan revealed a contented smile. Subsequently, he took a shower, lay down, and fell into a deep slumber within moments. The following day, Luo Chuan was roused from his peaceful slumber by a knock at the door. Yawning, he arose to open the door and discovered Mai. "Are you still asleep? Did you not say you would take me away today?" Luo Chuan awkwardly scratched his head. Regrettably, he had been quite exhausted from the previous day's shopping spree. One must acknowledge that women are exceptionally vigorous when it comes to shopping. He entered the restroom, performed his ablutions, checked out of the hotel, and took Mai to have some breakfast. Then, he found a secluded location, embraced Mai, and ascended into the sky. Ascertaining that there were no aircraft in the vicinity, he summoned the gate of time and space and entered it with Mai in his arms. Within the gate of time and space, Luo Chuan accessed the interdimensional space and retrieved all the items he had previously purchased, saying to Mai, Would you be willing to remain here for a while? Traversing space will require some time, and I shall release you after reaching our destination. It is of no consequence. Please be cautious. She kissed Luo Chuan and entered the interdimensional space. Luo Chuan placed the items inside, closed the interdimensional space, and then vanished. A realm perpetually cloaked in darkness, where the moon hangs inverted in the sky and the ground is composed of an endless expanse of white desert. The space rippled, and the gate of time and space opened, releasing Luo Chuan. Subsequently, he retrieved Mai from the interdimensional space. The gate of time and space quietly disappeared. How wondrous! This is truly science fiction, Mai exclaimed, brimming with excitement. She felt that everything that had transpired over the past few days resembled a science fiction dream. Luo Chuan transmitted his aura into Mai and Appo's body, forming a protective barrier around her. He had done the same during their flight in the previous world to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Luo Chuan surveyed the surroundings and shook his head, realizing that this could not be the Dragon Ball world. However, the scene before him seemed somewhat familiar. As he pondered, Mai suddenly shrieked. Luo Chuan swiftly turned his head and saw Mai pointing ahead, her voice trembling. There are monsters. Luo Chuan followed Mai's gaze and saw a colossal creature. Upon beholding this behemoth, Luo Chuan understood why the scene seemed so familiar. He had arrived in the world of Bleach, specifically in Hueco Mundo. The hollow was not approaching them, but was instead heading towards a rift in space. Luo Chuan, with his keen eyes, noticed modern world architecture and even the captain commander, renowned as the strongest for a millennium. Ah, so this is that plotline. How intriguing, he mused to himself. Fear not, my dear. Close your eyes. Unpleasant scenes are about to unfold. Luo Chuan spoke softly amidst the gentle drizzle, deftly adjusting Mai Yi's hairstyle. Mai Yi obediently nodded and closed her eyes. You wretched hollows truly deserve the gravest of punishments. I am aware that you may not comprehend my words. Yet I feel compelled to express this. You have frightened my girlfriend. With a flick of his wrist, Luo Chuan summoned several orbs of energy, each the size of a glass marble, but possessing an extraordinarily high density. Without even glancing at the hollows, he hurled them into the fray. The diminutive energy spheres flew with remarkable speed, piercing through several hollows before detonating. Luo Chuan hastily covered Mai Yi's ears as the explosion reverberated throughout the entire hollow realm. In the real world, the imminent emergence of a hollow was abruptly interrupted by a sudden explosion, leaving Blue Dai and the others momentarily bewildered, only able to sense the series of blasts emanating from the hollow realm. Chapter 51. Suppressing Aizen. All right, my dear, the monsters have all been vanquished. Rokuchuan gently patted Mai's back while soothing her with a tender voice. Upon hearing this, Mai slowly opened her eyes. Indeed, the grotesque and terrifying creatures had vanished without a trace. Instinctively, she placed a hand over her chest and exhaled a sigh of relief. After all, it was the first time she had witnessed such horrifying monsters, and it was only natural to feel shaken. Her ample bosom swayed slightly with her movements, drawing attention. Noticing this, Rokuchuan quickly averted his gaze, acknowledging the undeniable allure of her figure. Come, hold me tightly. We shall soon leave this place. Mai obediently nodded and wrapped her arms firmly around Rokuchuan and Appo's waist. The intensity of her embrace pressed her softness against him, stirring a flurry of emotions within. However, Rokuchuan quickly composed himself, channeling his formidable energy to search for Yamamoto and Appo's presence in the real world. In mere seconds, a smile graced Rokuchuan's face as he vanished in an instant. In the real world, after his blade had returned to its original form, Juan Davis was akin to a ferocious beast, emanating a chilling aura as he charged towards Yamamoto with astonishing speed. After sealing the formidable powers of Yamamoto's Zampakit, Juan Davis engaged him in a fierce brawl, his movement swift as lightning, each punch accompanied by a menacing gust of wind, as though he sought to tear Yamamoto asunder. Yet, for the battle-hardened Yamamoto, while Juan Davis's attacks were indeed swift, they appeared overly straightforward and simplistic. Under Yamamoto's hawk-like gaze, each strike was easily discerned and deftly parried. As their fierce combat raged on, a sudden, icy voice cut through the air. You are so hideous. Get away from here and spare my girlfriend's eyes. At this, Yamamoto looked up to see a young man who had inexplicably appeared above Juan Davis. The young man cradled a beautiful woman in his arms and swiftly extended a hand, grasping Juan Davis's skull. In an astonishing turn of events, a faint cracking sound echoed as Juan Davis's sturdy head split open like a ripe watermelon. Simultaneously, his massive body shattered, scattering into countless fragments. In the young man's hand, a blazing flame erupted, radiating an intense heat that seemed capable of incinerating all things in existence. Truly, the most powerful Zanpakuto in a millennium. Rokuchuan marveled inwardly at the sheer intensity of the power contained within the flowing blade of fire. He enveloped the roaring flames with his energy, and as he tightened his grip, the once ferocious fire dissipated into nothingness. Aizen's serene gaze flickered with intrigue as he observed Rokuchuan and Mai. The woman appeared utterly ordinary, yet in stark contrast, the young man exuded an indescribable, mysterious aura that even Aizen found difficult to decipher. My dear, I shall first take you to a safe place. Once I have dealt with matters here, I will come to find you. Rokuchuan gently reassured the woman beside him. Okay, Mai replied with a nod. As soon as his words faded, Rokuchuan vanished, reappearing beside Shoyuta Bogen in the distance. He set Mai down and turned to the stout man before him, saying, "Please watch over my girlfriend for me." Without allowing the man a moment to respond, Rokuchuan swiftly departed, his speed so extraordinary that even Yamamoto and Aizen could not catch sight of him. When Rokuchuan reappeared, he stood face to face with Aizen. They regarded each other in silence, as if the world around them had ceased to exist, leaving only their silent confrontation. Breaking the stillness, Rokuchuan raised his right hand and seemingly casually tapped the air before him. Instantly, a sharp cracking sound reverberated through the empty space. Aizen and Appo's expression finally shifted as he inquired, "What is this? Do you truly believe your illusions cannot be unraveled?" A hint of mockery danced upon Rokuchuan's lips as he responded, It seems you possess some skill. To sense my power with such a meager amount of Gyoko energy is indeed impressive. However," he paused deliberately, a trace of disdain flickering in his gaze. Seeing Rokuchuan evade his question, Aizen chose not to waste further words. In a blink, he vanished and executed a swift strike, appearing behind Rokuchuan, swinging his sword down with relentless force. In an instant, the blade glimmered, slicing through the air with a fierce momentum aimed directly at Rokuchuan. Remarkably, Rokuchuan stood still, allowing the cold blade to strike him without flinching. As the blade met his body, a resounding clang echoed, accompanied by a brilliant flash of light. What appeared to be a devastating blow merely sparked against his surface, inflicting no substantial damage. Rokuchuan formed a protective barrier with his energy, effortlessly deflecting Aizen's attack. What is this? A wave of disbelief washed over Aizen as he grappled with the reality before him. Before he could fully process this shock, a colossal fist struck towards his face like a bolt of lightning, rapidly expanding in his vision, drawing on his keen reflexes. Aizen raised his arms in defense just in time. However, despite his quick response, it was still a fraction too late. A thunderous impact reverberated like a clap of thunder, sending Aizen hurtling backward at a breathtaking speed, crashing against the transparent barrier. The collision sent ripples cascading through the barrier, akin to a stone dropped into a tranquil lake. As Aizen lay on the ground, a piercing pain shot through his right arm, leaving it entirely numb and paralyzed. What kind of terrifying power is this? It is astonishingly formidable. Aizen's eyes widened in astonishment as he murmured to himself. With a mere punch, he had already subdued Aizen. How is this possible? Are you not planning to wield the power of the Gyoko? This could still provide me with some amusement. Suddenly, Rokuro appeared, delivering a kick that sent him flying. Chapter 52. In a rush, an unexpected appearance, the thunder roar cannon of the 63rd path. As the deep and commanding voice of Aizen resonated, he swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing an overwhelming wave of energy that surged forth, instilling a sense of dread, accompanied by a deafening clap of thunder. A colossal explosion radiating blinding lightning surged towards Rokuchuan like a roaring dragon, tearing through the air as if it were fabric, causing the very space to tremble. Yet, faced with this cataclysmic assault capable of annihilating mountains, Rokuchuan remained unfazed, even refraining from a blink. Just as the thunder roar cannon was about to strike, he casually waved his hand, releasing an equally formidable aura that dispersed the impending explosion into nothingness like a gust of wind. In the next instant, Rokuchuan flickered forward, appearing before Aizen as if he were a specter. He extended his hand, moving with the swiftness of lightning, nearing Aizen's throat in a heartbeat. Aizen's expression shifted slightly at the proximity, yet his battle-hardened instincts kicked in. Without hesitation, he unleashed the more potent 99th path, the Black Coffin. Instantaneously, a massive black rectangular prism materialized, ensnaring Rokuchuan within its confines. Concurrently, countless shadowy blades shot forth from all directions, raining down upon Rokuchuan like a torrential downpour. However, ensconced within the Black Coffin, Rokuchuan merely scoffed, "Spare me such futile tricks." He lifted his right foot and stomped the ground with force, sending tremors rippling through the earth. In that moment, The seemingly indestructible black coffin shattered into countless fragments, scattering in all directions. Rachuan emerged unscathed, continuing his advance toward Aizen. Aizen stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene, astonished that even the black coffin failed to contain his opponent for an instant. Just then, Aizen chuckled, reaching up to deftly adjust his impeccably styled, glossy hair. Hee. I hadn't intended to resort to this so soon. But it seems my H-Gyoku has taken a keen interest in your power. With that, Aizen tore off his upper garment, revealing the H-Gyoku at the center of his chest, radiating an enigmatic glow. In that instant, Aizen's spiritual pressure erupted like a volcanic eruption, his overwhelming force threatening to shatter the very barrier surrounding them. The powerful spiritual waves emanated from him, creating visible shockwaves that caused the surrounding air to tremble. Oh, it seems you've grown slightly stronger, Rachuan remarked nonchalantly in the face of such a staggering spiritual pressure. The next moment, both he and Aizen vanished without a trace. In the current Soul Society, the upper limits of power, akin to those in the Dragon Ball universe, ranged roughly between 6 to 8 billion. With the potential for further escalation as the narrative progressed into the Yawatch arc, Rachuan's displayed strength hovered around 10,000, while Aizen, bolstered by the H-Gyoku, had significantly advanced, nearly catching up to Rachuan. A sharp whistle pierced the air, followed by a blinding blade of light slicing down with incredible speed. This blade transformed midair into an endless ocean of swords, overwhelming in its ferocity. Each sword glimmered with a chilling light, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Rachuan slowly raised his powerful arms, then clapped forcefully, as if channeling a mysterious and potent energy into the void, coalescing into gargantuan hands of pure energy. With an unparalleled might, these colossal hands struck down with a cataclysmic force. The ocean of blades shattered like fragile glass, exploding in a cacophony of sound, sending sharp fragments flying and shaking the very fabric of space. Aizen, undeterred, concentrated his vast spiritual energy into his Zanpakuto, causing it to emanate a haunting glow. He unleashed his maximum power, aiming a devastating strike at Rachuan. Yet, Rachuan merely scoffed, appearing unimpressed. Why does it always come to this? I'm in a hurry to meet my girlfriend. Can't you elevate your forms a bit? What a disappointment. With that, he raised his hand, releasing a high-density energy sphere that shot forth like a meteor, hurtling toward Aizen's Zanpakuto. In an instant, the two forces collided, erupting in blinding light that compelled all present to close their eyes. As the cataclysmic impact resonated, a terrifying force erupted, shaking the ground violently, splitting it with deep fissures that expanded outward. The air ignited, unleashing a series of explosive conflagrations. Endless light intertwined in the air, merging and dissipating in an awe-inspiring display. Waves of energy surged from the impact point, ravaging everything in their path, be it skyscrapers or humble dwellings, turning them to rubble. Suddenly, a sharp cracking sound echoed as the barrier could no longer withstand the tremendous force, fracturing under the strain. A figure emerged from the billowing smoke, and upon closer inspection, it was none other than Aizen. In that moment, Aizen's Zanpakuto bore a jagged break, and his shoulder was gruesomely injured, bloodied, and torn. Breathing heavily, he desperately summoned the vast energy of the H-Gyoku to mend his grievous wounds. How dull. If even the H-Gyoku refuses to assist you in boosting your power, then you hold no intrigue left for me. With that proclamation, Rachuan vanished, reappearing before Aizen, effortlessly conjuring a radiant energy sword, and without hesitation, swung it toward Aizen. Faced with this lethal blow, Aizen and Appo's heart raced in alarm as the shadow of death loomed over him. In a frantic bid, he channeled the energy of the H-Gyoku, striving to break through to the next stage and gain the strength to counter this life-or-death crisis. Yet, in that critical moment, the calm void unexpectedly split open, revealing a peculiar figure, a bald man with an eccentric, somewhat alternative style, stepping forth from the rift. The man appeared with a countenance as cold as ice, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Luo Chuan. In a low voice, he addressed him, "My dear friend, I beg your pardon for the intrusion. However, the rules of this world do not permit anyone to trample upon or destroy them at will. Otherwise, I shall find it difficult to report back to my superiors. I kindly request that you cease your reckless actions forthwith." Luo Chuan's strike was effortlessly intercepted by the bald man, who caught the blade with his bare hands. "Who are you?" Luo Chuan inquired, sensing an energy akin to that of a realm lord emanating from him. "It seems I have not misidentified you." The bald man grinned, and with a mere wave of his hand, he suspended time itself. As he scrutinized Luo Chuan, a shiver ran through him. The depths of Luo Chuan and Appo's Luo's abilities remained inscrutable. Yet, the more elusive he appeared, the more convinced he became that he had indeed found the right person. Chapter 53, Collaboration with Hidden Intentions. Why can't I defeat you? It is because you killed the Realm Master? Isn't it? The bald man's eyes widened. Fixated on the individual before him, his tone imbued with unwavering certainty, as though he possessed irrefutable evidence. Don and Oppos, feign ignorance. Just state your intentions. My patience is limited. Luo Chuan crossed his arms, tilting his head slightly, casting a sidelong glance at the other, a barely perceptible impatience flickering across his face. Yet, only he was aware that this impatience was merely a fade. The bald man steadied himself and spoke. Sir, even if you hail from the Dragon Ball realm, given your various actions in the pirate world, I have ample reason to apprehend you and present you to my superior. However, after careful consideration, I am more inclined towards establishing a partnership with you. Upon hearing this, Luo Chuan furrowed his brow, his gaze piercing as he coldly inquired, Oh? Are you suggesting that I should work for you? The bald man quickly waved his hands. No, sir, you misunderstand me. My true intention is to earnestly seek a collaborative relationship with you. Surely, you long to return to your own world, do you not? If you are willing to join forces with me, I possess the means to assist you in your return. As he finished speaking, Luo Chuan's previously taut expression relaxed. A subtle smile gracing his lips as he responded with interest. That does sound rather intriguing. Pray tell, how do you propose we embark on this so-called collaboration? The bald man silently exhaled, realizing that his words had finally piqued the other's interest. First, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lam-Z, a handler responsible for resolving various troublesome matters for our boss. I have come to seek you out and propose collaboration due to a rather troublesome predicament I am facing. A century ago, a realm master abandoned his post and intruded into other worlds. Since then, he has embarked on a life of indulgence and debauchery, reveling in a hedonistic lifestyle, drowning in opulence and merriment, and consorting with various women. At this juncture, Luo Chuan could not help but chuckle, teasingly remarking, Haha. It appears this realm master truly knows how to savor the pleasures of life. However, Lam-Z shook his head in exasperation, countering, if only it were that simple. The reality is far more complex. This realm master harbors ulterior motives, seeking to exploit the special abilities bestowed upon him by our master to cultivate his own power, ultimately aiming to usurp my boss's position. Upon learning of this, I immediately set out to track him down. After a fierce battle, although I managed to injure him, he ultimately escaped amidst the chaos. Since then, he has seemingly vanished without a trace. Fortunately, I am astute and, after extensive investigation and analysis, I have discerned some subtle clues, allowing me to approximate his current hiding location. However, I have an ominous feeling that this endeavor may be perilous. And with your situation coinciding, I wondered if we might collaborate, especially since you are from the Dragon Ball realm. If we capture him, I can utilize a special method taught to me by my boss to send you and your girlfriend back to your world. Luo Chuan stroked his chin thoughtfully, narrowing his eyes as he pondered the proposition, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. Well, very well. If your claims hold true, collaborating with you may not be out of the question. However, should you dare deceive me, the consequences will be dire. Luo Chuan's agreement was not without its own intentions. On the surface, it appeared to be a mutual partnership. Yet both he and his counterpart were secretly calculating their own agendas. Lam-Z nodded, understanding Luo Chuan's meaning, and retrieved a glowing stone from his pocket, tossing it gently to Luo Chuan. As Luo Chuan caught the stone, he barely had time to examine it before the man vanished from sight. The once frozen time resumed its flow, akin to a thawing river. Unexpectedly, at that very moment, the Gyoku within Aizen's body erupted with immense power. A low, continuous hum resonated, and in the blink of an eye, Aizen was enveloped in a dense, milky white spiritual pressure, resembling a colossal insect cocoon undergoing metamorphosis. Though Aizen remained within the realm of the Shinigami, the intensity of his spiritual pressure, defensive capabilities, and self-recovery had reached unprecedented levels, incomparable to before. Aizen calmly raised his arm, summoning a blue shield that precisely blocked Luo Chuan's energy sword. Instantly, an overwhelming force surged forth like a tidal wave, threatening to rend the very fabric of space. The collision between the two generated a terrifying power, the barrier struggling to withstand the impact. With a sharp crack, akin to shattering glass, it splintered into countless fragments. Yet, the forces clashing did not relent, They rampaged forth like wild stallions, leaving devastation in their wake. In an instant, this tempest of power swept across much of the city, towering buildings crumbling like toys made of paper, collapsing into ruin. Streets, parks, commercial districts, none were spared. All reduced to rubble until the storm gradually subsided, disappearing without a trace. At that moment, a figure flickered past like a specter. Aizen, now in his second stage of transformation. He teleported several dozen meters into the air, then swung his Zampiket with ferocity, unleashing a crescent-shaped blade of energy that sliced through the void. Hurtling towards Luo Chuan with a piercing shriek. Luo Chuan merely raised an eyebrow, a subtle smirk dancing on his lips. He mused inwardly. This fellow's strength has reached a level akin to that of nearly 100,000. With a flick of his wrist, Luo Chuan's sword gleamed with brilliant light, and he swung it forward fiercely. In an instant, a dazzling beam of sword light shot skyward, colliding with Aizen's descending energy blade. The two forces met in midair, erupting in a cacophony of sharp, piercing sounds, sparks flying like fireworks illuminating the night sky. However, it was not long before a deafening explosion resonated. Aizen's energy blade detonating into countless shards that shot outwards with ferocious speed. The remnants of this shattered energy were formidable, obliterating solid structures and hard ground effortlessly, dust swirling, obscuring the sky. The power of the H-Gyoku propels me beyond the realm of Shinigami, approaching the pinnacle of Shinigami, yet why can I not defeat you? Aizen's voice was grave. Perhaps if you were to evolve a few more stages, you might understand, Luo Chuan retorted, a smile curving his lips. I detest your condescending smile. Aizen replied, his tone laced with disdain. Suddenly, Aizen wielded his blade, and the pale, searing radiance of the sword erupted forth, causing the air to crackle with a sizzling sound. Luo Chuan struck with his sword, producing a resounding clash, and once again, the blade's brilliance shattered. In that very moment, Aizen and Appo's countenance transformed, revealing his visage, no longer shrouded as before. This evolution was entirely provoked by the energy generated from their earlier clash. In this newfound state, Aizen and Appo's power equated to an astounding combat prowess of 1 million in the Dragon Ball universe. His immense spiritual pressure could incinerate mere mortals upon contact, and even captains would require considerable effort to acclimate to it. I never anticipated standing at the pinnacle between Shinigami and Hollow at this moment. And it is all thanks to you. Aizen now found himself unable to contain his exhilaration. Chapter 54, The Tip of the Iceberg. Abandoning evolution is truly dull. It should come to an end. With the swiftness of lightning, Luo Chuan unleashed a punch. In an instant, a deafening buzzing sound erupted, akin to the simultaneous fluttering of myriad bees. This terrifying sonic boom resonated through the heavens, causing the entire city to tremble violently under the unparalleled force of Luo Chuan. The solid ground undulated like waves, and towering skyscrapers swayed precariously, teetering on the brink of collapse. Even more astonishingly, as Luo Chuan's fist struck, grotesque fissures manifested in the very fabric of space, spreading rapidly like a spider's web. Not only that, but even the Soul Society and Hueco Mundo seemed to be affected, with faint echoes of disturbance reverberating from afar. At this moment, Aizen's pupils constricted sharply, his expression rife with disbelief. Under the overwhelming pressure of Luo Chuan's punch, he found himself unable to move even a finger, forced to watch as death inched closer with each passing moment. A chilling sound emanated from Aizen and Appo's body, as under the immense pressure, horrifying cracks began to form, blood gushing forth and staining the ground beneath him. No. How could this be? How has it come to this? Aizen roared in anguish. Yet, just as he believed he was on the verge of complete collapse before this terrifying power, a miracle occurred. His H-Gyoku suddenly emitted a brilliant azure glow. Feeling the power of the H-Gyoku, Aizen could not help but let out a low growl, his body trembling uncontrollably from excruciating pain. However, even as the H-Gyoku began to take effect, instigating a transformation within him, it could not halt the relentless advance of Luo Chuan's energy-laden fist. That fist descended like a colossal mountain from the heavens, bearing an inexorable weight as it crashed toward Aizen. The azure luminescence that had just flickered to life around Aizen was instantly engulfed, followed by a sharp whoosh, and then a tearing sound, reminiscent of a formidable object being ripped apart. Upon closer inspection, it appeared that the massive energy fist had been pierced through by an unseen force, dissipating into countless motes of light that slowly vanished into the air. At that moment, an astonishing transformation occurred. Aizen's appearance underwent a dramatic change. A long, narrow fissure appeared on his once smooth forehead, resembling a strange eye that emitted a chilling glow. while his eyebrows vanished. His back unfurled to reveal 3 pairs of colossal butterfly wings, reminiscent of a being from a dream. Even more astonishingly, a circular hole emerged in his chest, at the center of which lay the H-Gyoku, shimmering with an ethereal blue light that harbored boundless power. Furthermore, his right hand seamlessly merged with his Zanpakuto, the two becoming indistinguishable from one another. In that moment, Aizen transcended the boundaries of Shinigami and Hollow, stepping into an unprecedented realm, evolving to a level far surpassing that of a Shinigami. After absorbing my power, you've managed to reach the 4th stage. The H-Gyoku truly possesses remarkable capabilities. Luo Chuan's tone carried a hint of barely perceptible astonishment. It became clear that the energy fist had not been pierced by another entity. Rather, the H-Gyoku had absorbed a significant portion of its energy, leading to its eventual dissolution. Aizen, incredulous, fixed his gaze upon Luo Chuan and declared, "Your strength is so formidable that it is almost beyond belief. Yet, it is thanks to you that I have evolved to this extent." His eyes locked onto Luo Chuan, revealing an unmasked thirst for power and an insatiable greed. Slowly, Aizen lifted his arm, his slender fingers curling slightly, culminating in a deep azure glow at his fingertips. As time passed, waves of blue energy surged forth, coalescing into a dazzling sphere of light. He fixed a cold gaze upon Luo Chuan, a subtle smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, as the light sphere surged forth in a beam toward Luo Chuan. However, in an instant, as Aizen unleashed this attack, the energy trajectory that had been aimed straight at Luo Chuan underwent a slight deviation. By mere fractions, this world-destroying energy beam veered off course, akin to a rampaging beast, hurtling toward the distant atmosphere. In a flash, the sky erupted in an exquisite display of light, accompanied by a deafening explosion that reverberated throughout the atmosphere. The intense shockwave radiated outward. Luo Chuan merely adjusted his energy with a flick of his will, then elevated his energy slightly, launching a swift kick that landed squarely on Aizen's form. With a resounding crash, Aizen was sent flying backward like a kite severed from its string. His body traced a long arc through the air, moving with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, he was propelled hundreds of thousands of miles away, leaving behind immense gashes carved into the earth and soaring mountains alike. Ultimately, Aizen came to a halt on the opposite side of the earth, completely out of control. In stark contrast, Luo Chuan effortlessly executed a teleportation skill, appearing directly in front of Aizen. He then reached out, deftly grasping Aizen's ankle, hoisting him upside down. Though Aizen was in a state of disarray, he was not one to concede easily. Seizing the moment, he opened his mouth wide, unleashing the formidable light of his King's Hollow once more. In an instant, the heavens were enveloped in a blinding blue light, accompanied by the relentless roar of thunder. The light of the King's Hollow surged forth like a roaring dragon, claws bared, intent on consuming Luo Chuan entirely. It is known that the light released by the Espada possesses terrifying power, capable of obliterating vast expanses and reducing foes to mere ashes. Yet, in comparison to Aizen, the Espada's light was but a triviality, for Aizen's unleashed energy was several dozen times greater. At this moment, amidst the cataclysmic shockwave, Luo Chuan remained astonishingly composed. He slowly raised his right hand, gently scratching his head, as if the annihilating energy before him was merely a gentle breeze. Humph! How utterly tedious! With a cold huff, Luo Chuan dismissed the surging energy, which dissipated as if enchanted, vanishing without a trace. He then regarded Aizen with a look of disdain and remarked, "Did you think the power absorbed by the H-Gyoku was something extraordinary? Allow me to enlighten you, it is merely the tip of the iceberg of my true strength." With that, he took a deep breath and abruptly elevated his aura to a terrifying magnitude, an astounding 2 billion. In that instant, the entire world trembled in response. Whether in the living realm, Soul Society, or Hueco Mundo, all felt an unprecedented and overwhelming tremor. This tremor was so immense that fissures began to appear in the void of these 3 distinct dimensions, rapidly spreading as if the very fabric of the universe were on the brink of disintegration. The H-Gyoku sensed the boundless energy fluctuations emanating from Luo Chuan. It trembled violently, each quiver accompanied by a faint humming sound, as if desperately resisting this formidable energy. Humph! Luo Chuan uttered a derisive scoff. As the cold snort reverberated, the once restless H-Gyoku instantly fell silent, as if ensnared by an immobilizing spell, no longer daring to stir a single inch. It was evident that it had come to a profound realization regarding the insurmountable chasm of energy that lay between itself and Ertin. Understanding that further resistance would be futile and could even lead to its complete annihilation. Simultaneously, Aizen, who had long relied on the power of H-Gyoku for his evolution, was suddenly beset by a profound sense of helplessness. He could distinctly perceive the once boundless surge of formidable energy that had been flooding into his being dissipating at an alarming rate, causing his body to undergo a transformation, gradually regressing from that extraordinary state of evolution back to the form of an ordinary human. No, it should not be this way. Hgyoku. I am certain you can comprehend my intentions. I require evolution, relentless evolution. I must surpass the Supreme Soul King and cannot afford to stagnate. Faced with this abrupt turn of events, Aizen's expression twisted with resentment as he widened his eyes and screamed hoarsely at Hgyoku. Yet, no matter how desperately he called out, Hgyoku remained unresponsive, offering him no reply. In that moment, Hgyoku had relinquished its assistance in Aizen's evolution, fully grasping the unfathomable prowess of the individual known as R10. Even the Soul King, who stood at the pinnacle of the Soul Society, might not be able to contend with him. If that is the case, why defy R10's will any further? Consider yourself astute. With a gentle motion of his hand, R10 summoned Hgyoku as if an invisible thread was guiding it, transforming it into a streak of light that soared directly into his grasp. Upon witnessing Hgyoku and Appo's departure, Aizen and Appo's heart raced with urgency, prompting him to advance in an attempt to seize it. However, his movements were inevitably a moment too late. Suddenly, a blinding red laser shot forth, piercing through Aizen and Appo's shoulder with blinding speed. In an instant, blood gushed forth as Aizen emitted a muffled groan, involuntarily staggering backwards several steps. I had thought you would not emerge. Had you been any later, Hgyoku would have been mine. R10 smiled, yet his gaze was sharp as an arrow, aimed directly at Urahara Kisuke in the distance, his words dripping with mockery. Upon hearing this, Urahara paused momentarily before bursting into hearty laughter. Haha, please do not say such things. You two are embroiled in a fierce battle. The spectacle is nothing short of earth-shattering and soul-stirring. Should I recklessly approach, I fear I would become mere cannon fodder before even reaching Hgyoku, and that would be akin to courting death. Thus, I must remain a mere observer for now. As Urahara spoke, he shook his head, a self-deprecating smile gracing his features. Chapter 55, The Slaying of the Realm Master. Read Erewell, you old fox. How dare you feign pity? Luo Chuan scoffed, tossing the collapsing jade toward Urahara Kisuke as if discarding refuse. Urahara stood there, his expression shifting to one of sheer astonishment, utterly taken aback by Luo Chuan's unexpected action. What are you dawdling for? Do you want it or not? If you don't, I might just give it to someone else, Luo Chuan called out, deliberately raising his voice while striding toward Urahara, seemingly intent on reclaiming the collapsing jade from him. Urahara's reflexes were sharp. Just as Luo Chuan approached, he snapped back to reality, clutching the collapsing jade tightly in his palm. Of course I want it. It's just, I'm a bit incredulous, Urahara stammered, his eyes betraying a hint of disbelief. Luo Chuan stood still, observing Urahara, and then smirked. Come now. Do I not know you? You always think a step further than others. Your mind is quite meticulous. Besides, even if I didn't intervene, isn't it true that Ichigo Kurosaki could handle it? Isn't that what you've always wished to see? Urahara felt a surge of astonishment. He had never anticipated that the individual before him could so profoundly discern his innermost thoughts. Just then, Luo Chuan turned to leave, but before taking a step, he seemed to recall something crucial and turned back to Urahara. Oh, by the way, I need to warn you. Soon, a fellow named Jinjo Kugo will seek to approach Ichigo Kurosaki. This individual is no ordinary person, so you ought to exercise caution. With that, Luo Chuan departed without looking back, leaving Urahara standing alone, watching as his figure gradually faded from view. Jinjo Kugo? That name. Urahara furrowed his brow, stroking his chin, lost in thought. For some reason, the name struck him as vaguely familiar. After a brief contemplation, he resolved to set this matter aside for the moment, as there were more pressing concerns at hand, namely, safeguarding the collapsing jade. With that, he turned and walked away, his silhouette gradually vanishing at the street's end. Meanwhile, Luo Chuan returned to the location where Mai was waiting. Upon seeing his beloved girlfriend safe and sound, a tender smile spread across his face. Hand in hand, they left together. Time flew by, and a week slipped away in an instant. During this period, Luo Chuan and Mai reveled in their sweet moments together, experiencing many romantic escapades unique to couples. They shopped, watched movies, savored delicious meals, indulging in every activity typical of lovers, deepening their bond in the process. Additionally, they shared intimate moments in a hotel room, Despite this, Luo Chuan refrained from taking that crucial step with Mai. To him, she was not merely a fleeting romance, but a companion for life. Thus, he preferred to wait until they returned to the Dragon Ball world before contemplating further actions. Previously, Luo Chuan had intended to return to the Dragon Realm to confront the mastermind behind the chaos, delivering a severe blow or even ending his life. Now, he had added another ambition, to beseech the dragon for eternal life for both himself and Mai, ensuring they could be together forever. As he pondered these thoughts, the stone gifted by Laplace began to tremble slightly, glowing with an unusual light. Suddenly, a clear image projected forth. I found him. Here is the address. Hurry over to assist me. Laplace and Appo's anxious and familiar voice resonated. As soon as the message ended, the image vanished, replaced by a detailed address displayed on the stone. Luo Chuan noted it down, then squeezed the stone in his hand, shattering it into dust with a sharp crack. A gentle voice stirred from the bed. Mai, who had been peacefully asleep, stirred awake at some point. Still in a state of drowsiness, her voice was soft and slightly muddled. Luo Chuan, what is happening? Luo Chuan quickly sat beside her, tenderly kissing her smooth forehead and softly replying, nothing serious, just an urgent matter I need to attend to. I'll be back soon. Upon hearing this, Mai nodded obediently, her sweet voice responding, okay, but please be careful. She then leaned up and pressed a gentle kiss on his cheek before curling back into the warm covers, preparing to drift back into slumber. Yet, gazing at the adorable Mai before him, an impulse surged within Luo Chuan. His restless hands slipped beneath the covers, caressing her supple form, lingering on particularly sensitive areas that captivated him. The teasing elicited soft, intoxicating sounds from Mai, further igniting his desire. However, witnessing her enchanting demeanor, Luo Chuan ultimately restrained his urges, slowly withdrawing his hands. He quickly washed up in the bathroom before departing. In an instant, he teleported to a mountainous region. You finally arrived. My created space won't hold him for long. We must act swiftly, Laplace exclaimed, emerging from nowhere, seizing Luo Chuan and vanishing. In another realm, a figure clad in ancient attire, radiating a brilliant yellow energy, wreaked havoc. Laplace, I have far surpassed you. You cannot contain me for long. He bellowed, unleashing chaotic attacks. Humph. Gage, you've absorbed so much life essence, you indeed surpass me, and I am no match for you. However, I have brought in reinforcements, Laplace declared as Luo Chuan appeared. Reinforcements? More like companions in demise. Gage scoffed, his gaze shifting to Luo Chuan, his brow furrowing as he sensed the powerful realm energy emanating from him. My friend, I advise you not to misjudge the situation. We have both been manipulated by his master, Luo Chuan replied with a knowing smile. Gage sighed, I had hoped to warn you, as fellow realm masters. But since you refuse to heed my caution, you shall perish alongside him. With that, he unleashed a torrent of energy, coalescing it into a massive energy sword. Die! Gage roared, swinging the colossal sword down. Luo Chuan merely shook his head, expecting more than this. He found Gage's strength comparable to the previous realm master, both merely inflated in reputation. Although slightly more powerful than the last, Gage hardly posed a significant threat in Luo Chuan's eyes. Buzzing, Luo Chuan transformed into his dual polar form, striking the giant sword with a single punch. Gage laughed heartily, believing Luo Chuan to be courting death. But the next moment, reality swiftly contradicted him. Bang! The colossal sword trembled, emitting a deafening roar, and a fissure, barely visible at first, swiftly expanded. In the blink of an eye, the entire blade was riddled with cracks, shattering into pieces moments later. I had expected something formidable, yet this was all there was? Luo Chuan regarded Lapisi with suspicion, doubting whether he had been led to the wrong place. Observing the expression on Luo Chuan and Appo's face, Lapisi couldn't and Appo's help but twitch his lips. It seemed that the latter was simply too powerful, to put it mildly. In an instant, Luo Chuan flashed behind Gage, who responded with astonishing speed, launching a punch that appeared ferocious. However, Luo Chuan effortlessly caught it with one hand. The explosive surge of energy erupted, obliterating the already fragmented space around them. Fortunately, Lapisi had been astute enough to ensnare Gage within multiple layers of space beforehand. Have you had your fun? Now it is my turn, Luo Chuan declared, unleashing a tremendous force that incapacitated Gage's bodily functions. How can you? Gage's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Luo Chuan. Luo Chuan had no intention of engaging in further dialogue. Placing his hand upon Gage's head, he aimed to violently extract his memories through sheer mental force. This was a method he had learned from the texts. Yet, As his mental energy breached Gage's mind, Gage instantly bled from all orifices, his brain exploding into a chaotic mass. Luo Chuan withdrew his hand, frowning. It was evidently not a straightforward endeavor. He merely wished to glimpse Gage and Appo's memories to ascertain the identity of the one referred to as Master. Lapisi materialized beside Luo Chuan, observing the bloody Gage with a flicker of his gaze. After a moment of contemplation, he remained silent and vanished with Gage. Luo Chuan watched the direction in which Lapisi had disappeared, murmuring to himself, "I shall see how long you can conceal yourself." From the very first moment he laid eyes on Lapisi, he had harbored doubts, sensing that the latter's identity was far more complex than it appeared. With a turn of his form, he departed from that fractured space. Chapter 56, Dark Angel. A modest interest with a lively step, Luo Chuan returned to his hotel room. As he pushed the door open, he found Mai sitting by the bed, tending to her hair. "Let's go enjoy a delightful breakfast," he said, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Mai responded with a gentle smile, rising to accompany Luo Chuan as they exited the hotel. The sunlight bathed the streets, imparting a warm and comforting ambience. The two walked side by side, soon discovering a bustling restaurant. They ordered a sumptuous feast, relishing the splendid moments together. Before long, the table was adorned with an array of delectable dishes. After satisfying their appetites, Luo Chuan, filled with joy, took Mai's hand, eager to explore the city sights. However, at that moment, he received a message from Lapisi. "This fellow truly keeps his word," Luo Chuan murmured softly. Mai glanced at him, a look of curiosity on her face, as if she had caught a hint of his words yet remained uncertain. Noticing her reaction, Luo Chuan playfully pinched her delicate, rosy cheek. "Oh, that's so annoying. You'll ruin my makeup," Mai exclaimed, swiftly swatting his hand away. Luo Chuan merely chuckled, then took her hand and led her back. After settling the checkout procedures at the hotel, Luo Chuan and Mai followed the address provided by Lapisi. It wasn't long before they reached the designated location. "I thought you might have forgotten about this," Luo Chuan teased Lapisi with a smile. "Impossible. I just got a bit busy earlier. I am a person of my word," Lapisi replied confidently. Lapisi then smiled mischievously, but his expression quickly turned serious as he fixed his gaze on Luo Chuan and Mai. "There is something I must clarify. While I promise to escort you back, the temporal turbulence holds uncertainties. I cannot guarantee that this journey will proceed smoothly." "That's fine. Just get me inside, and I will manage the rest," Luo Chuan assured him. Lapisi nodded, retrieving a bowl. "Yes, just a bowl." He placed it on the ground and began chanting incantations, pricking his finger to let blood drip into the bowl, forming intricate hand signs. In the next moment, the bowl enlarged and a radiant portal of light erupted skyward. "Quickly, enter. Time is of the essence with my strength. I can maintain this for no more than 30 seconds, Lapisi urged, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, clearly exerting all his energy to sustain the passage. A faint smile graced Luo Chuan's lips as he gently lifted Mai, stepping into the resplendent portal. As their figures gradually faded, Lapisi finally exhaled a breath of relief. Releasing his hands, he gazed at the now empty space, murmuring to himself, "This fellow is indeed perceptive. I hope that when we meet again, we shall not become adversaries." With that, Lapisi swiftly collected the bowl from the ground and vanished in a flash, as if he had never existed. Meanwhile, within the realm of temporal turbulence, Luo Chuan held Mai tightly, his powerful aura forming a solid shield around her, fiercely guarding her against the chaotic currents that surrounded them. He lifted his wrist and gently activated the bracelet. In an instant, it began to hum, its vibrations escalating, akin to an enraged swarm of bees. Moments later, the bracelet emitted a dazzling beam of light, directing it straight ahead. Observing this, Luo Chuan Kuden and Appo's helped but chuckle, teasing the bracelet. "Hey, I didn't expect you to be so reliable in a crucial moment. I thought you were out of commission." With that, he embraced Mai tightly and surged forward, following the illuminated path. After a few breaths of following the light, he spotted an exit and, without a moment and Appo's hesitation, dove in with Mai. In the Dragon Ball universe, within a certain space, since his quiet disappearance, the grand blueprint I meticulously devised has progressed more smoothly than anticipated. Each step has been executed with precision, everything unfolding as I envisioned. Now, the realization of my ultimate goal is within reach. Once the replication of the universe is fully shaped, I shall possess the power and status to surpass the Omni King, ascending to the position of the supreme ruler of this boundless cosmos. As the dark angel Zanka contemplated this, an uncontrollable wave of exhilaration surged within him. His gaze fixated intently on the high-definition screen before him. The scene captured an exhilarating battle, the Super Dark King Fu clashing with the duality of Vegito. Vegito moved with lightning speed, unleashing a dazzling array of Prince techniques, each strike a fierce tempest of energy. Despite the ferocity of these assaults, they failed to inflict any substantial harm on Fu, a classic case of smoke without fire. Unfazed by Vegito's relentless barrage, Fu remained composed. He slowly drew the sword from his waist, gesturing lightly into the void. In an instant, a resplendent X-shaped energy slash materialized, hurtling towards Vegito with incredible speed. With a thunderous boom, the terrifying energy strike collided with Vegito, triggering a cataclysmic explosion. Billowing smoke enveloped the battlefield, shrouding the sun. Yet Fu did not falter. He leaped into the thick haze, engaging Vegito in a fierce close-quarters brawl. In a whirlwind of fists and energy, the battlefield was illuminated by their unmatched power. What's wrong? Fu, is this all you've got? If so, I find it rather disappointing. Vegito smirked, effortlessly fending off Fu's strikes while continuing to taunt him. At those words, Fu and Appo's expression darkened. He scoffed, retorting, "Humph. Do not underestimate me. I have yet to unleash my true strength." "Oh, is that so? Then hurry and show me your true power." Vegito replied, his tone dripping with mockery. In a sudden retreat, Fu hurled his weapon skyward. Instantly, the weapon shimmered with an otherworldly light, morphing into countless projectiles, raining down upon Vegito like a storm of arrows. Unperturbed by the onslaught, Vegito assumed an attack stance, his formidable energy surging within him. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying force erupted from his palms, coalescing into a colossal beam, super-explosive wave. This massive light beam, imbued with cataclysmic might, surged toward the myriad weapons flying through the air. A deafening roar ensued, an explosive chorus that seemed to threaten to rend the very fabric of reality. A blinding radiance erupted, akin to a solar flare, so intense that it was nearly unbearable to behold. The shockwave from the violent explosion caused the surrounding space to tremble and distort, as though it were on the brink of collapse. Unexpectedly, the vast majority of the explosive energy did not disperse into the surroundings but was absorbed by the cosmic tree. With the infusion of such immense energy, the already colossal cosmic tree began to grow at a visibly rapid pace, its branches and leaves becoming increasingly lush, while its trunk grew ever more robust. In that space, Zanka, who was observing the scene, suddenly turned around. Bang! A fist struck his face, distorting his features and sending him flying backward, caught completely off guard. "You are the one who orchestrated my entry into the temporal turbulence, aren't you?" A cold voice resonated. The bewildered Zanka stared incredulously at the speaker. "Impossible. How could you emerge from the temporal chaos?" Zanka spoke with a slight lisp. The newcomer was none other than Luo Chuan, who had found this space through the guidance of his bracelet. That previous punch was merely a small interest. "Daring to scheme against me, you shall pay the price." Having already transformed into Super Saiyan 5, Luo Chuan stretched his limbs. Zanka laughed heartily. "With you? Although the High Priest and others hold you in high regard, in my eyes, you are nothing." With a flick of his hand, a black staff materialized, and a dense aura of darkness erupted from him. However, the dark energy surrounding him was unlike anything Luo Chuan had encountered before. Chapter 57 was not as formidable as I had imagined. Zanka gripped the divine staff tightly, and with a sudden, forceful sweep of his arm, a colossal and resplendent crescent-shaped energy slash surged forth. This energy strike sliced through the air like a crescent moon cleaving the sky, tearing apart the atmosphere and emitting a sharp, piercing sound. Simultaneously, Luo Chuan flicked his hand and materialized an extraordinarily sharp energy sword. With a swift motion, he slashed the sword forward, colliding violently with the oncoming crescent-shaped energy attack. The explosive sound reverberated through the air, as if the entire world were on the brink of destruction by this terrifying force. A powerful shockwave emanated from the two combatants, radiating in all directions. Even the fabric of space seemed unable to withstand such immense pressure, trembling incessantly, with fine cracks spreading like a spider's web. At that moment, Zanka transformed into a streak of black lightning, vanishing in an instant, only to reappear right before Luo Chuan. Zanka exuded an intense aura of darkness, with his right fist enveloped in a pitch-black energy, bearing down on Luo Chuan's face with cataclysmic force. However, Luo Chuan remained unflustered in the face of Zanka's formidable strike. He slightly tilted his body and deftly shifted his feet, executing a seemingly simple maneuver that perfectly evaded Zanka's fierce punch. Without hesitation, Luo Chuan clenched his right fist, a silver-green flame erupting around it, radiant like a blazing fire. He then retaliated with a powerful punch aimed at Zanka's abdomen. In a split second, Zanka realized his attack had missed and promptly raised his left hand to block Luo Chuan and Appos as counterstrike. A tremendous sound echoed as their fists and palms collided with immense force, unleashing a formidable power that created visible ripples of energy radiating outward. The sheer strength of their clash caused the surrounding space to tremble violently, as if on the verge of collapse. The two figures intertwined in a flurry of strikes, the sounds of their fists and feet meeting resounding in the air. Each attack was a tangible collision, merciless and visceral. Every blow seemed to harbor the potential to obliterate the heavens, causing the very space around them to shudder. Their movements were as swift as lightning, darting within the confines of their battleground, leaving the onlookers bewildered, struggling to track their precise trajectories. Zanka's approach was both peculiar and ferocious, particularly the dark energy he wielded, which clung to him like a relentless curse. Any misstep could lead to being ensnared by that dark force, which would ravenously attempt to erode his opponent's power, gradually dismantling their defenses. Yet, Luo Chuan stood undaunted, relying on his own formidable strength to meet Zanka's onslaught head-on, matching him in both might and fervor. As time passed, the intensity of their battle continued to escalate, their powers surging ever higher. Suddenly, Zanka's staff erupted with a startling wave of energy, unleashing a barrage of pitch-black beams. These beams were numerous and densely packed, resembling a torrential rain of black arrows, imbued with lethal intent, sweeping towards Luo Chuan. In response, Luo Chuan clasped his hands together, channeling energy to form a robust barrier before him. Instantly, the black beam struck the barrier like a torrential downpour, each impact generating a cacophony of thunderous sounds. Sparks erupted where they collided, sending rippling waves of energy cascading outward. Is this all you've got? Luo Chuan's lips curled into a disdainful smirk. Without a moment's hesitation, he propelled himself forward with immense force, akin to a cannonball being fired from its chamber, breaking through the tightly woven blockade of black beams and charging directly at Zanka. Luo Chuan arced through the air, his right fist imbued with boundless power, crashing down upon Zanka. Zanka's eyes flickered with surprise, yet he quickly regained his composure, crossing his arms to shield against Luo Chuan and Appos' assault. The impact sent tremors through the entire space, threatening to tear it asunder. Realizing that Luo Chuan was far more powerful than he had anticipated, Zanka resolved to unleash his full potential. In an instant, darkness enveloped the entire area as Zanka levitated, emanating a chilling aura. The dark energy surged forth like a roaring tide, spreading in all directions. Within mere moments, the space created by Zanka shattered with a sharp crack, splintering like glass, revealing two figures amidst the vast cosmos. No wonder they placed such importance on you. I never imagined you had grown this formidable. You shall not survive this day. Zanka, enveloped in an overwhelming dark aura, appeared more fearsome than any true demon, instilling dread in all who beheld him. Faced with the surging pressure of Zanka and Appos' energy, Luo Chuan took a deep breath, summoning an even greater force from within. The silver-green flames surrounding him flared up once more, shining with increasing brilliance, akin to a blazing sun. In the next instant, with a dazzling flash of light, Luo Chuan successfully entered the dual polarity form. Now, the flames on his left side glimmered silver-green while the right side shimmered violet-green, intertwining to create a breathtaking spectacle. The power stemming from his bloodline surged forth, elevating his strength at an astonishing rate. Before long, his combat prowess had transcended the ordinary level, stepping into a new realm. This meant that Luo Chuan's strength was now comparable to that of an angel, with his combat power currently at 190, still on the rise, while Zanka stood at 187. Upon witnessing Luo Chuan's transformation, Zanka roared in fury and charged at him once again, igniting another fierce clash. This battle was even more intense, with both figures darting through the cosmic void, where stars shattered under their might. The brilliance of their energy collisions illuminated the entire universe, resembling two supernovae colliding. Each attack held the potential to annihilate entire star systems, causing the cosmos to tremble under the weight of their conflict. With the formidable strength of the dual polarity form, Luo Chuan gradually gained the upper hand. His assaults grew increasingly ferocious, and Zanka began to struggle against the onslaught. In a particularly intense exchange of energy, Zanka was sent flying by Luo Chuan's overwhelming force, crashing heavily into a planet and triggering a massive explosion. Emerging from the rubble, Zanka's expression was grim. He realized he was no longer a match for Luo Chuan. In this dire situation, he made a humiliating decision to flee. With a swift stroke of his staff, a rift in space appeared, and he vanished within. What? He actually ran? What a coward. The Dark Angel is not as formidable as I had imagined. Luo Chuan scoffed, initially hoping for a protracted battle with the Dark Angel, only to find himself disappointed. However, he vowed that the next time they crossed paths, it would surely be Zanka's end. Chapter 58. Authenticity versus piracy. Within the Temple of the Omni Kings, the two sovereigns were engrossed in a game known as Planet Bump. Before them lay an enormous celestial disk, densely populated with countless orbs radiating a spectrum of dazzling hues, all originating from obliterated universes. At that moment, the high priest approached with measured steps. Upon reaching them, he announced, Luo Chuan has returned, and he has successfully subdued his opponent. Upon hearing this news, the two sovereigns, who had been intently focused on their game, suddenly brightened, exclaiming in unison, Really? He has returned. Their excitement was palpable. The high priest smiled and nodded, then waved his arm lightly, summoning a luminous screen that materialized in the air. The screen began to display scenes of Luo Chuan engaged in a fierce battle with the Dark Angel. In the footage, Luo Chuan moved like lightning, executing fierce techniques, each strike imbued with tremendous force. Conversely, the Dark Angel, though formidable, gradually succumbed under the pressure of Luo Chuan's overwhelming power. Watching the breathtaking spectacle, Sovereign 2 could not help but exclaim, Wow, this is truly astonishing. I never anticipated his growth would progress so rapidly. He has undoubtedly become the foremost among mortals. Sovereign, I nodded slightly in agreement, then casually glanced before returning his gaze to the high priest, inquiring calmly, Is there still no word from the demon realm? I have changed the Supreme Kai several times. How could he remain indifferent to this? The high priest, upon hearing the question, displayed little surprise on his face, but chose to remain silent. After a brief pause, Sovereign I remarked, Very well, you must keep a close watch on this matter. For some reason, I have a strong premonition that a momentous event is destined to unfold in the not-so-distant future. As he spoke, his demeanor shifted dramatically, exuding an aura of formidable authority that was a stark contrast to his usual innocent appearance. Even the guard attending him felt a jolt of trepidation from this imposing presence. The high priest, fully aware of the gravity of Sovereign I's words, nodded in compliance, stating, I shall heed your command and remain vigilant. Satisfied, Sovereign I turned back to Sovereign 2 and resumed their game of Planet Bump. The high priest observed the two sovereigns with a tender gaze, silently reflecting. They have truly grown. In the cosmic void, a magnificent, towering tree stood, its branches sprawling like a sinuous dragon, its leaves shimmering like precious gemstones. Suddenly, the cosmic tree began to emit a dazzling array of colors, intertwining and merging in a radiant spectacle of light, a significant omen heralding the imminent formation of a new universe. At this moment, Fu's figure materialized beside the cosmic tree, and he gazed upward at the wondrous sight, laughing triumphantly, Behold, you foolish beings, your struggles are in vain. A new universe is about to be born. His arrogant laughter echoed throughout the cosmos, as though victory was already within his grasp. However, mere seconds after uttering these words, an unforeseen event transpired. The once vibrant, resplendent cosmic tree began to wither at a visible pace. Fu and Appo's smile instantly froze, replaced by shock and disbelief. With widened eyes, he fixated on the fading cosmic tree, filled with confusion and astonishment. Regaining his composure, he activated monitoring equipment, eager to uncover the cause of the cosmic tree and Appo's sudden decline. After thorough investigation, the truth emerged. Destruction god Beerus had summoned the eternal dragon and made a wish that drained the cosmic tree of its vitality. Upon receiving this information, Fu seethed with rage, grinding his teeth as he bellowed, Damn it! That scoundrel Beerus dares to thwart my plans. But do not think this will be the end. Clenching his fists, he radiated a formidable dark energy. He then employed a special technique imparted to him by Zanka, channeling the hidden dark energy within him and transferring it continuously to the now bereft cosmic tree. As the dark energy surged into the cosmic tree, it began to tremble slightly, eventually emitting a faint glow. Though this light paled in comparison to the initial kaleidoscopic brilliance, it nonetheless evoked a sensation of rebirth, as if the cosmic tree was experiencing a renaissance. In that instant, the cosmic tree erupted with an astonishing radiance, akin to a resplendent sun, enveloping everyone present in its luminous embrace. In the replicated universe, an eerie silence pervaded. Here, no signs of life were evident, only sprawling cities mirroring those of the seventh universe. Yet, these cities appeared desolate and quiet, as though time itself had come to a standstill. Vegito, still in a fused state, slowly opened his eyes, revealing a hint of confusion and uncertainty. He cautiously surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings, pondering what had transpired. Suddenly, Vegito sensed an imminent danger and instinctively rolled away. A tremendous explosion ensued, sending plumes of dust soaring as the once flat ground was blasted into a massive crater. As the dust settled, Vegito looked toward the source of the explosion, spotting two figures, one clad in a white lab coat with delicate glasses perched on her nose, and the other, a tall, robust man with wild, gray hair. The woman, known as Android 21, adjusted her glasses and allowed a faint smile to grace her lips. Heh. I didn't expect that fool actually succeeded. It seems my intuition was quite accurate. I possess a degree of foresight. Since her previous defeat at the hands of Super Saiyan Blue Vegito, Android 21 had been meticulously gathering the genes of various Son Goku and Vegeta from different timelines. The current clone of Vegito was no longer fragile. She had even elevated him to the Super Saiyan Blue form. Now, let's test this upgraded clone, Android 21 mused. Fully aware of the original Vegito from the main timeline, the clone of Vegito let out a fierce cry, unleashing a torrent of dark red energy as he charged toward Vegito, recognizing the formidable strength of his opponent, which rivaled that of Dark King Fu. Vegito unleashed his full energy, transforming into his most potent form to engage in battle. This was indeed a clash between authenticity and imitation. The clone of Vegito flickered, instantaneously appearing before Vegito, his right fist enveloped in boundless dark red energy, hurtling towards Vegito's face like a shooting star. Vegito, reacting swiftly, slightly sidestepped, effortlessly evading the lethal blow. Simultaneously, he raised his left leg, striking out like a steel whip toward the clone's midsection. The clone Vegito extended his left hand, deftly catching Vegito's ankle, and with a powerful jerk, he hurled Vegito's body away as though discarding a sack. In midair, bipolar Vegito executed a somersault, landing gracefully dozens of meters away. With swift precision, he crossed his arms before his chest, channeling a formidable surge of silver-purple energy. Behold my might, the Super Kamehameha, he bellowed, as a robust beam of light erupted from his hands, hurtling towards the replicated Vegito. The very fabric of space was distorted and contorted in the wake of this immense power. Upon witnessing this, the replicated Vegito swiftly maneuvered his hands, conjuring a colossal dark red energy sphere. This orb, brimming with annihilative force, churned and swirled like a volcano poised to erupt. With a decisive thrust, the replicated Vegito propelled the energy sphere forward to meet bipolar Vegito and Appo's Super Kamehameha. In an instant, the beam of light collided violently with the dark red energy sphere in midair. The resultant shockwave radiated outward from the point of contact, unleashing a tempest of energy that engulfed the entire replicated universe. Countless stars were shattered in an instant, reduced to cosmic dust under the might of this cataclysmic force. Concurrently, the seventh universe in reality also began to experience unforeseen upheavals. Chapter 59. Authenticity is the ultimate power in the midst of a cataclysmic clash that could shake the heavens and stir the souls. Both Duality Vegito and Copy Vegito summoned every ounce of their might, unleashing the vast power within them. Is this truly all you have? Duality Vegito scoffed, a cold smirk crossing his face as he resolutely amplified his energy output, propelling himself forward several meters in an instant. Faced with such an onslaught, Copy Vegito gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. Do not underestimate me, he bellowed, equally undeterred as he pushed his inner power to its limits. In that moment, a radiant glow enveloped him, blazing fiercely like a black sun, making it nearly impossible to gaze upon him directly. In this breathtaking contest of energy, neither combatant was willing to concede an inch. Both were encased in an impenetrable energy shield, formidable as a fortress, staunchly resisting the relentless waves of energy crashing against them. Yet, under the immense pressure of such overwhelming power, their bodies trembled slightly, as if on the verge of collapse. This stalemate cannot continue. A swift resolution is imperative. Duality Vegito mused internally, a flicker of inspiration igniting in his eyes as he resolved to alter his strategy. He abruptly withdrew his hands and charged towards Copy Vegito with astonishing speed. Copy Vegito, recognizing Duality Vegito's south intent for close combat, did not flinch. Instead, a cold smile crept across his lips. Perfect timing. Let me introduce you to the force of my fists, he declared, surging forward to meet Duality Vegito. They collided like two shooting stars, igniting a fierce melee. Their fists and feet struck with the ferocity of a tempest, producing thunderous echoes that reverberated through the air. Each violent impact unleashed ripples of chaotic energy, spreading outwards and causing the previously tranquil space to tremble uncontrollably. Duality Vegito moved with a spectral grace, his strikes crashing down like a relentless tidal wave. Each blow carried the weight of destruction, tearing the very fabric of reality with its ferocious winds. Yet, Copy Vegito remained undaunted. He relied on his extraordinary defenses to withstand every onslaught from Duality Vegito. Moreover, his counterattacks were equally fierce, each punch igniting dark crimson flames that threatened to engulf the world, instilling dread in all who beheld him. Finally, after another earth-shattering exchange, both fighters were hurled back by the immense recoil, staggering several paces. Despite a trickle of crimson staining Duality Vegito's lip, the resolute gleam in his eyes remained undimmed. Copy Vegito bore a few superficial scratches, but these paled in comparison to his formidable physique. With a smirk, Copy Vegito remarked, "It seems you possess some skill, but it is far from sufficient to challenge me." With that, he stomped the ground, a surge of overwhelming energy erupting from within him. The already potent dark red flames intensified, spreading like a volcanic eruption and suffocating the air around them. In response, Duality Vegito was equally resolute. He inhaled deeply, closing his eyes to summon his latent energy. The two distinct auras surrounding him, one silver, the other purple, radiated brilliantly, intertwining like dazzling rainbows, starkly contrasting the oppressive dark red flames of Copy Vegito. "Very well, let us settle this once and for all," he roared, charging at Copy Vegito like a bolt of lightning. Unfazed, Copy Vegito met him head-on, their fierce battle reigniting with unparalleled intensity. Each strike was imbued with lethal intent, creating shockwaves that rippled through the air. Their legs clashed, igniting brilliant sparks that threatened to tear the very space around them. As they fought to a standstill, Duality Vegito's keen insight revealed a fleeting vulnerability in Copy Vegito, his left ribcage momentarily exposed during certain powerful attacks. Elated by this discovery, Duality Vegito thought, "So this is your weakness. Now is my moment for retribution." A sly smile crept onto his lips as he began to craft a clever ruse, feigning neglect in his defense to lure Copy Vegito into a trap. His deliberate display of fatigue successfully piqued Copy Vegito's interest. Inevitably, Copy Vegito fell for the bait. Spotting the seemingly exposed flaw, he charged with unrestrained ferocity. However, at the instant of Copy Vegito's fierce attack, Duality Vegito utilized instantaneous movement to evade the strike, swiftly adjusting his stance. With a clenched fist, he concentrated the surging energy into his hand and shouted, "Embrace your demise." As he unleashed his fury, he reappeared before Copy Vegito in a heartbeat. With an earth-shattering force, he unleashed a devastating blow to Copy Vegito's left ribcage. The impact elicited a heart-wrenching scream from Copy Vegito, his body propelled backward like a leaf caught in a tempest, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. A horrifying gash appeared on his left chest, dark red blood gushing forth like a breached dam, staining the earth around him. The gruesome sight rendered onlookers breathless, as if the world had succumbed to silence following such a monumental strike. "No, this cannot be," Copy Vegito gasped, unable to fathom that Duality Vegito had exploited his flaw and struck him. Yet, Duality Vegito was relentless. He pursued without granting Copy Vegito a moment to recover, crossing his arms once more to gather an immense force. "This is your final end." Super Kamehameha. The dual polarity Vegeta let out another roar, and a beam of light, more robust and resplendent than before, erupted from his hand, hurtling towards the replicated Vegeta. The replicated Vegeta gazed at the golden beam that was about to strike him, his heart heavy with despair. Yet, he did not surrender. He summoned the last vestiges of his strength to conjure a diminutive dark red energy sphere in front of him, hoping to withstand the assault from the dual polarity Vegeta. However, his resistance proved futile as the beam effortlessly pierced through his dark red sphere and collided with his form. A blood-curdling scream escaped the replicated Vegeta as his body gradually disintegrated into ashes under the force of the beam. With the dissolution of the replicated Vegeta, this fierce battle finally came to an end. The dual polarity Vegeta slowly lowered his hands, a weary smile gracing his face. "Indeed, the original is the mightiest. It is finally over," he murmured softly. Just as he finished his quiet reflection, he reverted to his base form, having exhausted all the energy within him. "Alas, I did not expect to fail once more, but thanks to you, I have gathered valuable data. I look forward to our next encounter." Number 21 smiled at Son Goku and Vegeta before vanishing in the next moment. Although Number 21 could transform to engage in battle, the timing was not yet right. Chapter 60. The Wish, Vegeta's new form. "Vegeta, are you all right?" Goku inquired, glancing at his companion. Vegeta, enduring excruciating pain, shot Goku a fierce glare. "Humph, don't underestimate me, Kakarot," he retorted, struggling to rise and steady himself. The two slowly got to their feet and advanced forward. They needed to ascertain their location without delay. Not long after their departure, the once tranquil sky rippled ominously, and two colossal spaceships materialized silently. With a creaking sound, the hatches of the ship slowly opened, and two figures emerged, Frieza and Cooler, from a parallel universe. "Ha ha ha ha. Stinky monkeys, today marks your demise." Frieza cackled maliciously, transforming into his golden form alongside Cooler. In an instant, a formidable energy surged forth, akin to a tempest, sending tremors throughout the space around them. Faced with such formidable foes, Goku and Vegeta had no time to strategize and were forced into a hasty defense. However, their previous battles had drained their energy, leaving them overwhelmed and resorting to a passive stance. Despite their utmost efforts to resist, Frieza and Cooler's relentless onslaught struck with the ferocity of a violent storm, each impact threatening to rend their bodies asunder. Gradually, their defenses began to falter, while the enemy's attacks showed no signs of abating. Amidst the chaos, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Vegeta inexplicably vanished during the fierce combat. Now, Goku stood alone against Frieza and Cooler. A thunderous explosion echoed, deafening in its intensity. Seizing the moment, Frieza and Cooler executed a synchronized flying kick aimed squarely at Goku. The sheer power and speed of their strikes left Goku no time to react, sending him hurtling hundreds of meters away, his body tracing an arc before crashing heavily to the ground. Upon impact, Goku coughed violently, blood spilling forth, his appearance one of utter disarray. At that moment, a piercing sound sliced through the air. Whoosh, bang. A barrage of potent energy blasts streaked towards Frieza and Cooler like meteors, striking them with unerring precision, forced to retreat a few steps to evade the overwhelming force. They were momentarily staggered. Seizing the opportunity, a figure crowned with a golden aura shot towards them like a bolt of lightning. As the figure drew near, Goku and Appo's eyes widened in astonishment. It was Hertz. "Indeed, it is you, Hertz," Goku exclaimed. "Humph, Goku, you were anything but this feeble when we battled," Hertz remarked disdainfully, regarding Goku. Goku, filled with confusion, asked, "How did you end up here? And why are you aiding me?" With a scoff, Hertz replied, "I am not here to assist you specifically. I merely seek to settle a score with that insufferable Frieza. He dared to deceive me, and I shall ensure he pays for it." With that, Hertz turned his gaze towards Frieza. Thus, in this extraordinary circumstance, Goku and Hertz embarked on their inaugural collaboration. In the seventh universe, amidst the vibrant beams of light, Whis accompanied Chuan, traversing the vast cosmos at astonishing speed. Chuan was diligently searching for the Super Dragon Balls. As time passed, he eventually succeeded in gathering the scattered Dragon Balls from two universes. Standing before the 7 colossal Super Dragon Balls, Whis chanted incantations, invoking the ancient and mysterious language of the gods to summon the Super Shenron. With a brilliant flash and a resounding roar that shook the very heavens, the immense Super Shenron emerged, its golden body shimmering magnificently, coiling like a majestic mountain across the sky. In the presence of such grandeur, Chuan slowly articulated his long-desired wish to Whis. However, upon hearing it, Whis furrowed his brow slightly, cautioning, "You must consider this carefully. Once this wish is granted, you and she may find yourselves enveloped in profound solitude henceforth." Chuan understood the weight of Whis's words, but was not easily dissuaded. After a brief moment of contemplation, he adjusted his original wish and conveyed it anew to Whis. Whis, gazing into Chuan's resolute eyes, nodded and said, "Very well, since you have made your decision, I shall proceed to grant your wish." He then recited the divine language once more, transmitting Chuan's well-considered wish to the Super Shenron. Suddenly, the dragon's immense eyes blazed with a crimson glow, reminiscent of flickering flames, sending a shiver down one's spine. Yet, this eerie red hue faded swiftly, retreating like a receding tide, returning to its original deep black. Subsequently, the Super Shenron opened its mouth slightly, as if conveying something of great significance to Whis before swiftly turning and racing into the vast cosmos at an incomprehensible speed. In the blink of an eye, the Super Shenron transformed into 7 dazzling streaks of light, reminiscent of shooting stars, vanishing into the ether. "Your wish has been successfully granted. Now, do you have any other matters to address? If not, let us return to Earth and indulge in those delectable delicacies." Whis beamed at Chuan, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Upon hearing Whis's inquiry, Chuan gently shook his head, indicating he had no further matters to attend to. With a slight smile, Whis waved his staff, unleashing a powerful force that enveloped them both. In an instant, a brilliant light flashed, and they disappeared, embarking on their journey back to Earth. Initially, Chuan's desire was for himself and his beloved might to possess eternal life. However, after careful consideration, he modified his wish to a grander aspiration, that all who become his companions or descendants shall enjoy immortality. This wish was audacious, and Chuan feared the Super Shenron might not fulfill it, yet to his astonishment, the dragon proved capable beyond his expectations. Moreover, Chuan had future considerations in mind. Should he and Mai engage in intimate endeavors, he recognized her body might struggle to endure, and thus, he wished for such longevity for multiple partners. Regardless of Mai's acceptance, he was determined to ensure she experienced the extraordinary. Inquiring with Whis about how to replenish the energy of the time-space portal, Chuan received a straightforward answer: absorb the energy of the cosmic tree. Once this energy was absorbed, the portal would not require replenishment for a decade. Chuan noted this method, planning to explore it upon returning to Earth. On a planet belonging to Vegito within the replicated universe, a magnificent palace loomed majestically. At this moment, the atmosphere in the square before the palace was charged with tension. Vegeta knelt, breath coming in quick gasps, each inhalation accompanied by labored wheezing. His once robust physique was now marred with wounds, blood seeping from the injuries and staining the ground beneath him. Haraha! How utterly disgraceful! Vegeta, I never anticipated you would meet such a woeful fate. A sudden, piercing laughter echoed through the air. Following the sound, he beheld Darius from a parallel dimension, who was leisurely consuming the tainted fruit of the spiritual tree, juice trickling down his chin. Having devoured half, he crushed the fruit with force. As it burst, a thick, malevolent aura erupted forth. Darius raised his hand, and the dark essence surged toward Vegeta like a colossal black dragon. Simultaneously, he chanted, "We Scions are inherently malevolent, Vegeta. If there remains a trace of Scion blood within you, swiftly recall your long-buried wicked heart. Only then can you attain true power." Faced with the onslaught of the sinister aura, Vegeta clenched his teeth, striving to resist. However, his injuries were too profound, rendering his movements painfully sluggish. As the inky black malevolence enveloped him, his body began to tremble uncontrollably. He gritted his teeth, letting out a low, hoarse roar, reminiscent of a wounded beast desperately struggling against its fate. In this moment, Vegeta felt as though his soul was being devoured by unending anguish. A torrent of malevolent thoughts surged forth from the depths of his being, like a dam bursting. Vivid memories of past cruelties, once buried in the recesses of his mind, now resurfaced with unsettling clarity. Graphic images flashed before him, the screams of the innocent, the pleas of his enemies, and the remnants of dismembered bodies scattered about. All of this sent chills down Vegeta's spine, plunging him into profound guilt and remorse. Yet, as this painful recollection came to a close, Vegeta slowly lifted his head, his gaze hollow as he stared into the distance, murmuring, "No, if evil is indeed the essence of the Scion race, how then can Kakarot be explained? He too is a Scion." With this thought, Vegeta straightened abruptly, roaring with fury, "I am the Prince of the Scions. No one shall underestimate me." Ah! With this roar, Vegeta's muscles tightened to their utmost, and unparalleled power surged from within him. Even as the malevolent essence relentlessly assailed him, he transformed into his self-ultimate form. In this new state, Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, each finger turning white from the strain, evidently exerting every ounce of strength to combat the ravaging darkness within. Amidst his cries, his body erupted in a dazzling black and purple radiance. This brilliance illuminated the surrounding darkness like lightning streaking across the night sky, sending powerful energy waves radiating outward, stirring up fierce winds. After a fierce struggle, Vegeta successfully sealed the malevolent aura within himself. Now, one could see the purple spiritual flame enveloping the black essence. Vegeta regained his composure, though traces of fatigue lingered on his face. His eyes sparkled anew with their former brilliance. "Nanny!" Darius stared in astonishment at the scene before him. The current Vegeta had assumed an entirely new form. Chapter 61. Interrupting the spell in a flash, Vegeta surged forth like lightning, arriving instantaneously before Dales. Before Dales could react, Vegeta's massive fist, akin to a cauldron, struck his abdomen with a fierce gust of wind. A dull thud echoed as Dales emitted a pained cry, his body soaring backward like a kite with its string cut. However, Vegeta did not relent. He swiftly unleashed a formidable energy blast. This energy sphere resembled a brilliant meteor, relentlessly pursuing the airborne Dales. With a thunderous explosion, the energy blast struck Dales directly, sending him crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. In just these two simple moves, Dales found himself utterly defenseless, heavily wounded and lying on the ground. At that moment, Vegeta stood resolutely, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the fallen Dales, and slowly spoke. How dare you claim that the essence of Scions is evil? Such nonsense. We Scions are a naturally combative race. Our purpose lies in surpassing ourselves through relentless battles, pushing our limits, and thus growing ever stronger. A coward like you, who dares to defame our race, is unworthy of being my opponent. Just as he contemplated launching another attack, two figures appeared, Son Goku and Hertz. Despite having endured a fierce battle on Earth, they were fortunate to receive assistance from a man clad in black, who provided them with replicated Senzu beans to restore their strength. Additionally, they visited a capsule corporation to retrieve the Dragon Ball radar, leading them to this location. Vegeta, you've grown even stronger, Son Goku exclaimed, astonished at Vegeta's transformation. Vegeta nodded, about to speak when a masked figure descended before them. Don't meddle, Son Goku. The masked individual transformed into Super Black, and upon seeing this heel, both Vegeta and Son Goku immediately recognized him. Black Goku, how could you possibly be here? Vegeta furrowed his brow, puzzled by the situation. After all, the Omni King had obliterated Zamasu in the future world. How could Black Goku still exist? I have no need to explain myself to you. Son Goku, I aim to defeat you and claim this body as my own. Black Goku charged at Son Goku, who responded by transforming into the tenfold Kaioken Super Saiyan Blue. This began an exhilarating clash of attack and defense. Yet, as time passed, Son Goku realized he was no match for Black Goku and began to falter. With wide eyes, Son Goku glared at Black Goku. Grasping Son Goku's throat, Black Goku snarled, Son Goku, that fellow has revealed my fate to me. Because of this, I have traversed countless timelines and histories to seek you out for a battle. To date, you are my 100th opponent. Defeating you will grant me complete control over your body. As Black Goku laughed maniacally, he recounted his origins and the battles he had fought. Upon hearing this, Son Goku's initial fury transformed into calm amusement. Is that so? But do you really believe that this represents my full strength? No sooner had he spoken than Son Goku inhaled deeply, and a tremendous power surged within him like a roaring tide. In an instant, an immense aura erupted from his being, radiating a searing heat. Moments later, his once jet black hair shimmered into a dazzling silver, the intensity of the heat increasing to such an extent that it incinerated his clothing to ashes, leaving only his bare, muscular torso exposed. Seizing the moment, Son Goku exerted his strength, breaking free from Black Goku's grasp with ease. He then propelled himself into the air, delivering a powerful kick that sent Black Goku flying like a cannonball. Interesting. Black Goku steadied himself and scoffed. Subsequently, he too unleashed a formidable aura, his muscles swelling and veins bulging as he transformed into Super Black 3. At this point, Black Goku bore a striking resemblance to the third stage of Super Saiyan, even lacking eyebrows. With a whoosh, Black Goku darted towards Son Goku, his speed so incredible that it evaded the naked eye, leaving only distorted afterimages in the air. As he neared Son Goku, Black Goku unleashed a punch, his fist coalescing with powerful magenta energy, akin to a miniature black hole ready to erupt, distorting the space around it. Son Goku remained unfazed, his ultra instinct allowing his body to react instinctively. With a slight sidestep, he effortlessly evaded Black Goku's colossal blow. In response, he swiftly extended his right hand, delivering a simple yet forceful straight punch towards Black Goku. Although seemingly ordinary, this punch contained boundless strength, the wind howling as if to tear apart the surrounding space. Seeing this, Black Goku quickly retracted his punch and raised his left arm in defense. The impact resonated with a deafening roar, strong energy waves radiating outward, causing the nearby planets to tremble. Some smaller celestial bodies even shattered, transforming into cosmic dust. After the exchange, both combatants quickly distanced themselves, resuming their standoff. A flicker of seriousness crossed Black Goku's eyes. He had not anticipated the sheer power of Son Goku's ultra instinct, which allowed him to evade and retaliate so effortlessly, leaving his arm with a slight fracture. Around Black Goku, energy began to coalesce rapidly, compressing and forming a colossal energy sphere that exuded a chilling aura, as if prepared to consume all. Son Goku assumed a stance and unleashed a Super Kamehameha wave. When the blue beam collided with the energy sphere, it illuminated the cosmos. The immense energies clashed at breakneck speed, triggering a cataclysmic explosion. The powerful shockwaves surged like a relentless tide, obliterating everything in its path. Countless planets were reduced to ashes, and the entire universe trembled from the blast. Ah! Black Goku screamed as he was propelled away, his mask shattering in the process. He soared thousands of meters before crashing onto a distant planet, while Son Goku vanished in an instant. Slowly, Black Goku rose, wiping the blood from his mouth. He was gravely injured, with multiple fractures throughout his body. Yet, he felt no pain. Instead, he erupted into laughter. Son Goku, you truly live up to your name. I never imagined your mindset would be so formidable. Fortunately, I was prepared. Otherwise, I would have met my downfall. Black Goku produced a scroll, tearing it open to absorb the energy sealed within. Just as he had taken in half of it, Son Goku appeared. Did you think I would allow you to succeed? Black Goku's heart raced as he prepared to use instant transmission to escape, but Son Goku unleashed a super Kamehameha wave, this time more colossal than before. For Son Goku had fully harnessed Ultra Instinct. Unexpectedly, Son Goku interrupted Black Goku and Appo's spell. In the past, he would never have done such a thing. Black Goku was engulfed by the beam, letting out a roar of frustration before being obliterated into cosmic dust in a tremendous explosion. Son Wukong exhaled deeply, returning to his usual demeanor. The reason for his earlier actions was a memory of a saying by Luo Chuan, which implied that one should not foolishly wait for others to complete their transformations or surpass their limits before striking. Such procrastination would only squander one's own time. Hence, he decisively interrupted Black Wukong's energy absorption and vanquished him. Chapter 62, The Conclusion of It All, Part 1. After vanquishing Black Goku, Son Wukong, Vegeta, and Hertz, along with their companion Dales, were aided by the dark-clad figures to escape the replicated universe using the power of the replicated Dragon Balls. Near the cosmic tree in the fissures of time, the silhouettes of the group gradually materialized. Shortly thereafter, a clear and youthful voice echoed. I can't believe you lot managed to escape. It seems you possess some skill after all. Although the voice was innocent, it carried an elusive undertone. Upon hearing the voice, the group instinctively turned towards the source. Before them, perched upon a battered stone, sat a young child. Astonishingly, a purple wing sprouted from the child and Appo's back. He sat there quietly, his gaze fixed intently on the group that had just appeared. This unique aura. Could it be that you are Fu? Son Wukong's brow furrowed as he exclaimed loudly. The winged child smiled slightly and replied, He, indeed, it is I. What's the matter? I merely have a smaller body now. Do you not recognize me? What on earth happened to you? Why do you look like this? Vegeta questioned, his face filled with skepticism as he scrutinized Fu. Haha, what do you think of my current form? Isn't it quite stunning? This is a new transformation I achieved after successfully merging with Kakarot, Fu declared with pride. At that moment, he swung his arms vigorously. Instantly, an immensely powerful and terrifying energy erupted forth, crashing down upon the gathered individuals. A deafening explosion resonated, shaking the very air around them. Subsequently, thick clouds of smoke as dark as ink billowed upward, spreading rapidly in all directions. As the smoke began to dissipate, it became evident that each person bore wounds, a testament to Fu's unimaginable strength. Just then, Fu's form began to levitate slowly, and he continuously amassed an even greater energy, seemingly preparing to unleash another fierce assault. However, at that moment, a whistling sound pierced the distant skies. Two figures dashed towards the battlefield like bolts of lightning and arrived in the blink of an eye. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the Time Patrol and Appo's Son Wukong and Vegeta. They had transformed dramatically since their last encounter, having successfully broken through to the Ultra Super Saiyan level after arduous training. In terms of both momentum and strength, they had made a qualitative leap. Speaking of their breakthrough to Ultra Super Saiyan, one must mention the tremendous assistance provided by Roshan. Had it not been for Roshan's guidance and support, they likely would not have reached such heights without considerable trial and error. Without hesitation, Time Patrol Son Wukong and Vegeta launched a series of ferocious attacks at Fu. Yet, despite the apparent ferocity of their strikes, they could not touch Fu. It was clear that his power surpassed the combined might of Son Wukong and Vegeta. Faced with such a formidable foe, the primary timeline Son Wukong and Vegeta transformed into their ultimate forms, charging towards Fu like twin bolts of lightning. Even with their presence, Fu remained unfazed, effortlessly dodging their tempestuous onslaught. Moreover, Fu gracefully waved his left wing, unleashing a powerful energy wave that crashed into the four, forcing them back several dozen meters. Suddenly, the previously tranquil void rippled with an eerie distortion, followed by a brilliant flash of light. Amidst a buzzing sound, a figure slowly materialized. It was Roshan. It's you. You claim to have sent him away. Fu and Appo's Luo's expression shifted to surprise upon seeing Roshan, clearly unprepared for his return. Humph. Send me away? Do you think I cannot return by my own strength? Roshan replied, a confident and slightly mocking smile gracing his lips. Regardless, since fate has brought you here, it is destined that I will eradicate you. For you are indeed a perilous and unpredictable existence. Fu let out a thunderous roar, awe. Suddenly, a deep purple, violent energy erupted from his body, akin to a surging torrent. A new wing sprouted from his right shoulder, radiating a chilling luminosity. Then, Fu raised his right hand and, with a swift motion, conjured a dazzling energy sword. Without hesitation, he swung the sword, sending out energy-formed letters in the shape of I. Oh, I towards Roshan. The letters hurtled through the air like cannonballs, imbued with apocalyptic power, tearing through the void, seeking to reduce all obstacles to dust. However, Roshan, undaunted by the incoming assault, shouted as his muscles swelled, and his energy erupted like a volcano. In an instant, he completed his transformation, the divine Ultra Super Scion form, quickly encasing himself in an unyielding shield that successfully absorbed all of Fu's attacks. It is worth noting that Fu and Appo's displayed battle power had reached a staggering 288, surpassing even the Dark Angels, marking him as an apex being in strength. I must admit, you now stand above him, but since I am here, it is time to bring this to an end. Roshan took a deep breath, his power surging like a relentless tide. Accompanied by a radiant glow, he layered an additional transformation atop his divine Ultra Super Scion form, achieving the even more formidable dual-phase Ultra Super Scion form. In this new state, Roshan and Appo's power skyrocketed like a rocket, his height increasing to 3 meters, transforming him into a veritable giant, his muscles swelling with boundless explosive energy. 2 distinct ethereal flames encircled him, intertwining and swirling like jets. At the moment he completed his transformation, the 2 Omni Kings and the Grand Priest in the distant Omni Palace felt the cataclysmic energy emanating from Roshan. Fu's gaze sharpened, and a sense of indescribable unease washed over him. An unprecedented pressure bore down upon him, causing him to instinctively take a step back. Chapter 63, The Conclusion of Everything Part 2. Alas, did you just take a step back? Haha, does that not imply your fear? Luo Chuan said with a smile, his gaze firmly fixed on the figure before him, revealing a hint of mockery. The veins on Fu's forehead bulged ominously, as if they might burst at any moment. With eyes wide open, he bellowed, Fear? What a ridiculous joke. I am the unparalleled powerhouse, transcending all past existences. As his voice echoed, the colossal wings behind Fu suddenly flapped, conjuring a tempest. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a streak of violet lightnings, darting around Luo Chuan at supersonic speed. With each flap of his wings, he unleashed razor-sharp violet energy blades that effortlessly cleaved through the void, creating a cacophony of piercing howls as they viciously descended upon Luo Chuan. Yet, in the face of Fu's ferocious onslaught, Luo Chuan moved like a specter, effortlessly evading the incoming energy blades. Is this all you can muster? He smirked, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. He had anticipated that the formidable Fu would possess earth-shattering power, but it appeared to be nothing extraordinary after all. Fu, upon hearing those words, felt his fury erupt like a volcano. His eyes widened, radiating an unsettling aura. With a low growl, he flapped his wings violently, and in an instant, a powerful purple energy storm roared to life beside him, resembling a ferocious beast. This tempest swirled around Fu, tearing through space and leaving behind shocking black fissures that seemed to threaten to devour anything daring enough to obstruct its path. Luo Chuan, witnessing this, felt a twinge of apprehension. This technique was not to be underestimated. He summoned the dual energies within him, and in an instant, brilliant silver-green and purple-green light erupted from his body, intertwining rapidly to form an indestructible energy shield that enveloped him completely. At that moment, the oncoming energy storm collided violently with the sturdy shield, producing a thunderous roar that filled the void, as if the very heavens were trembling. Waves of intense energy ripples surged outward, akin to a tempestuous sea. The towering and lush cosmic tree trembled under the influence of this terrifying energy, its branches swaying and rustling. Some of the weaker limbs could not withstand the overwhelming force and snapped, transforming into countless flickering specks of light that gradually faded into the infinite void. Within the protective barrier, Luo Chuan sensed Fu and Appo's formidable attack power. He took a deep breath, the dual energies within him swirling furiously, enhancing the shield's strength with each passing moment. Within mere breaths, a cataclysmic explosion erupted, The colossal energy unleashed crashed against the fabric of time, causing it to tremble violently, as if it would be torn asunder by the raging force. As the dazzling light gradually faded, Luo Chuan stood unscathed in the now recessed void, his posture straight as a pine, exuding an air of composure, as if the terrifying explosion held no significance for him. That blow was indeed formidable, he remarked with a smile. Among all the adversaries I have faced, you undoubtedly rank as the most powerful, second only to the lofty deities. Upon hearing this, Fu and Imp, Apos, gaze sharpened. His mind racing with thoughts. What schemes does this fellow harbor? Why utter such perplexing words? Just then, Luo Chuan flickered and appeared before the cosmic tree, unhesitatingly reaching out to gently touch its sturdy, ancient trunk. A deep, resonant hum filled the air, as if the cosmic tree sang with joy. The moment Luo Chuan's palm met the bark, an indescribable force surged from within the tree, flooding into his body. Luo Chuan furrowed his brow. The energy of the cosmic tree differed vastly from the divine power within him, as if it were a domineering landlord intent on purging or assimilating the energy within him. Humph. It is I who will absorb you, not the other way around. Submit to my will. Luo Chuan's eyes gleamed fiercely, resembling a ravenous wolf fixated on its prey. He unleashed an overwhelming aura, sealing off his meridians tightly. With swift movements, he formed seals with his hands, chanting incantations as mysterious runes sprang from his fingertips, merging into the seal. Clearly, he was invoking a powerful binding technique, aiming to ensnare the cosmic tree's energy for himself. This method was imparted to him by words. And while sealing, it also opened a temporal gateway to absorb energy. Thus the amount he sought to absorb was not substantial. Fool, you shall not succeed, Fu roared, charging at Luo Chuan like a bolt of lightning. He bellowed, how dare you aspire to absorb the cosmic tree's energy? Such delusions. In the blink of an eye, Fu reached the cosmic tree. However, upon closer inspection, he was struck with horror. The once resplendent and vibrant cosmic tree had dimmed and begun to wither. Moreover, Luo Chuan's energy field underwent a tremendous transformation. His muscles bulged like coiling dragons, veins protruding grotesquely as if they might burst. And the aura he radiated became even more vibrant. Do not underestimate these subtle external changes. Within, Luo Chuan was undergoing a monumental metamorphosis. As the cosmic tree's energy poured into him, he felt himself on the verge of transcendence. With a deep exhale, Luo Chuan glanced at Fu and casually raised his hand, delivering a swift strike. Fu's pupils dilated in shock as he perceived a fleeting shadow before his face swelled, and he was sent hurtling away. Curse you. Fu unleashed his full power, raising his hands to gather all energy into a massive deep violet sphere. The energy contained within this sphere was enough to obliterate several universes. Die. Fu hurled the energy sphere forth. Observing this scene, Luo Chuan yawned, flicking his fingers to release a beam of energy that instantly pierced the sphere. He stepped forward and appeared before Fu in an instant. It is over, Fu. He raised his hand, unleashing an overwhelming force that Fu could not possibly defend against, erasing him within an absolute torrent of energy. Having absorbed the cosmic tree's energy, the very rift of time began to show signs of collapse. Luo Chuan communicated with the distant group led by Sun Wukong, then glanced at the figure of Ma-Yi residing in the alternate dimension within the time-space portal. The energy of the portal was now exceedingly abundant, conservatively estimated to sustain for a decade. Summoning the time-space portal, he departed from the Dragon Ball realm. As for the power of the bracelet, it would have to await his next return for utilization. Chapter 64. The Culinary World, the Ice Continent at noon, above a bustling, vibrant metropolis teeming with the ebb and flow of its populace, a figure materialized without warning, none other than Luo Chuan. He hovered silently in the air, emanating his aura as he began to sense his surroundings. After a brief moment of contemplation, Luo Chuan mused to himself, The intensity of this world appears remarkably high. His gaze then shifted to the lively city beneath him, and an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him. Why does this city seem so familiar? With a heart full of curiosity, Luo Chuan released his aura once more to probe deeper. Before long, realization struck him. He had unwittingly arrived in the world of culinary captivation, with this very city being renowned as the illustrious food city. A smile of excitement crept across Luo Chuan's lips as he contemplated this revelation. However, he did not descend immediately but instead vanished in an instant. Just a few minutes later, Luo Chuan reappeared, having teleported directly onto the city streets. He had just made a brief excursion to the culinary realm, capturing several creatures of considerable value, animals of over 100 levels, that he intended to sell in the market for some monetary gain. After all, Having money was essential for indulging in delectable cuisine. Although the gold from the world of pirates was useful, why waste it when he could catch culinary creatures and convert them into currency in this realm? Luo Chuan opened a portal to another dimension and brought out Mai, who puffed her cheeks in displeasure. Who has upset my darling? He inquired playfully. Just let me know, and I shall deal with them. Mai pouted. It and Appos. It's just that I was so bored in that space. No television, no little animals. Only eating and sleeping. If this continues, I'll turn into a pig. Luo Chuan scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. All right, I understand. I'll renovate the space for you, and as compensation, I shall take you to savor some exquisite delicacies. How does that sound? Fine, but you better not forget. She replied, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Don and Appos, worry. I won't forget, Luo Chuan reassured her, patting his chest in a comically exaggerated manner, which made Mai laugh heartily. Hand in hand, they strolled through the vibrant streets, the tantalizing aromas wafting from an array of snack stalls and shops, making their mouths water. At each stall or shop, they paused, with Mai curiously observing the visually appealing and appetizing dishes, urging Luo Chuan to buy and taste them. Some foods were sweet and delightful, leaving Mai thoroughly satisfied, while others were sour and spicy, causing her to smack her lips, yet still revel in the experience, for these were flavors she had never encountered before. As they indulged in their culinary adventure, the sun gradually sank, and nightfall quietly descended. Luo Chuan too was enjoying his meals, finding the flavors far superior to those from the Dragon Ball world or the realms of children and death. When the night lights illuminated the surroundings, Luo Chuan led Mai into a bustling tavern. Upon pushing the door open, a robust scent of alcohol mingled with the aroma of various dishes enveloped them. Instantly, the previously raucous tavern fell silent, all eyes converging on Luo Chuan and Mai. They found a relatively secluded corner to sit, but before they could settle, a burly man approached them with heavy strides. His face was marked with rough features, and his eyes glinted with ill intent. Just as he was about to speak to Mai, the tavern door creaked open, revealing a rather unassuming short man. This short man appeared timid yet unexpectedly was followed closely by a tall figure with striking blue hair. His stern visage commanded attention, causing a stir among the patrons, who began to whisper amongst themselves, clearly captivated by the blue-haired man's presence. Luo Chuan felt a jolt of surprise. He had not anticipated encountering the protagonist, Lu, in such a place. The big man seeking to approach Mai stood still, furrowing his brow in contemplation. With Lu in the vicinity, he weighed his options and decisively chose to turn away. Mai, sitting beside Luo Chuan, inquired curiously, Hey, Luo Chuan, I heard people say that man seems quite formidable. Her large, inquisitive eyes awaited his response. Luo Chuan nodded slightly in agreement, but did not reply immediately. After gathering his thoughts, he began to elaborate on Lu's character. Meanwhile, at the bar, Lu greeted the bald owner with a warm smile. Hey, boss, it's been a while. The owner's face brightened at the sound of Lu's voice, swiftly pouring him a generous mug of frothy beer. They engaged in conversation. Lu, your goals align with theirs, don't they? The owner inquired, his gaze fixed on Lu with a hint of curiosity. Lu nodded, a broad smile revealing his intentions. Indeed, boss, that is precisely why I am here, especially regarding the commission brought by that fellow outside. As Lu spoke, the tightly shut door suddenly creaked open with force. A vibrant red carpet unfurled like a stream, followed by several tall, sharply dressed men in black forming two neat lines. Then, a figure stepped through the door, the wealthy man Lu had encountered previously at the mall. This man was named Canalu, the chairman of the Gourmet Shares Corporation. He was short in stature, with a head of white hair and a face lined with wrinkles. His sharp eyes scanned the tavern's patrons, and with a smirk, he proclaimed, I will offer 10 billion for anyone who can successfully complete my task. This sum shall belong to them. The tavern erupted in astonished murmurs at Canalu's announcement of 10 billion. Eyes widened, mouths agape, disbelief painted across the faces of the crowd. After all, 10 billion was no trifling amount. For most present, it was an astronomical figure. The tavern buzzed with excitement and anxiety, some patrons gesturing animatedly, while others sweated with tension. Yet Canada remained unfazed, exuding an air of calm and composure. He casually waved his gem-encrusted cane and continued, Meet me at the port tomorrow morning. Anyone willing to take a chance is warmly welcome. With that, he turned to leave the tavern. At that moment, a dim-witted individual questioned the authenticity of the 10 billion. Canalu's demeanor shifted, his eyes narrowing dangerously as he glared at the man. Do you know who I am? What I seek is the century-thick soup. If you possess the ability, then come forth. With a single statement, he turned and left, and only after Canalu departed did the bodyguards follow suit. Wow, 1 billion. Are the people in this world truly so affluent? Mai expressed her astonishment. Such a sum was unheard of in her realm, where no one possessed such wealth. Luo Chuan merely smiled gently, explaining that in this culinary age, capturing rare ingredients for sale could swiftly elevate one to the status of a millionaire or billionaire. After spending over an hour in the tavern, Luo Chuan and Mai left and checked into a hotel. Mai quietly entered the bathroom, turning on the shower. Warm water cascading over her fair skin, creating glistening rivulets. She closed her eyes, relishing the comfort and relaxation that the hot water provided, immersing herself in this fleeting tranquility. Once she finished her bath, she quickly dried herself with a towel, donned a soft nightgown, and, like a nimble little rabbit, swiftly nestled into the warm embrace of the blankets. Standing at the edge of the bed, Luo Chuan rubbed his hands together, a mischievous grin appearing on his face. He gradually unbuttoned his shirt, then removed his pants, shedding his garments piece by piece until he lay bare, resembling a ravenous wolf diving into the warmth of the bed. In an instant, the air was thick with an intimate atmosphere, and their breaths began to quicken. The ensuing scene was filled with fervor and tenderness. The room awash in indescribable springtime allure. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the cracks of the curtains. Luo Chuan slowly opened his eyes. Glancing at the still slumbering Mai beside him, a slight smile gracing his lips. He gingerly rose from the bed, dressed, and carefully roused Mai. She stirred, blinking sleepily, stretching, and with Luo Chuan's assistance, donned her clothes. Hand in hand, they left the hotel and headed towards the dock. Upon arriving at the dock, they found it bustling with people. Some carried luggage, while others engaged in conversation, eagerly awaiting to board the cruise ship destined for the ice continent. To ensure Mai remained warm in the frigid climate of the ice continent, Luo Chuan enveloped her in a layer of protective energy, forming a transparent shield around her. This barrier not only guarded against the cold, but also shielded her from external harm. For Luo Chuan himself, the biting chill posed no challenge. Conventional thermal clothing was of little use to him. As the harmonious sound of the ship's horn echoed, the massive cruise liner slowly departed from the dock, sailing towards the ice continent. Throughout the several-hour journey, although they encountered minor obstacles, fortune favored them, and all passengers arrived safely at their destination. Upon docking, Canalu dispatched a helicopter to transport them to the ice continent. Luo Chuan took Mai's hand, skillfully navigating through the throng, and when they found a moment of solitude, he suddenly scooped her up, his feet barely touching the ground as he soared into the air like a flash of lightning. Before long, they landed gracefully on the vast, wide expanse of the ice continent. The biting wind howled fiercely, making it nearly impossible to keep one's eyes open. Yet, cradled in Luo Chuan's arms, Mai felt no chill. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed around, marveling at the enchanting, snow-clad landscape that resembled a fairy tale world. Chapter 65. My beloved dislikes bugs. Luo Chuan and Mai ambled through this world blanketed in silver. Fluffy snowflakes drifted down like feathers, bestowing a thick white velvet cover upon the earth. Luo Chuan gently lifted Mai onto his back and soared towards the heart of the ice continent. Meanwhile, on the other side, the culinary knight, Takamaru, fought alongside the formidable Maki and his gang from the culinary underworld. Together, they labored to ascend the treacherous ice cliffs. Alu, with a small pine tree on his back, utilized all 4 limbs to painstakingly climb towards the summit. After a grueling effort, they finally reached the peak. Just then, a colossal dragon, its body encased in a thick layer of ice, materialized before them. This dragon, originally tasked with guarding the entrance to the ice continent, had been completely frozen for unknown reasons. Xiaosong was so startled that he could only stare, unable to utter a coherent word. The others soon joined him at the summit, each rendered speechless by the sight before them. However, while Alu felt a twinge of confusion, he did not dwell on it for long. He quickly regained his composure and led the group onward. Their journey paralleled the events depicted in the anime. Concurrently, a second wave of hunters arrived, and the unfolding narrative diverged little from the source material. On the other hand, Luo Chuan, while carrying Mai, was not moving swiftly, as he was collecting various ingredients, resulting in a slower pace. Nevertheless, he arrived 10 minutes earlier than Alu and his companions. In the very center of the ice continent, the once howling winds gradually subsided, leaving a serene tranquility in their wake. Luo Chuan cautiously set Mai down and opened a portal to another dimension, retrieving 2 stools. He raised his hand to caress the bracelet on his wrist. With a flicker of soft light, a pile of frozen wood appeared before him. Luo Chuan concentrated, and a warm, Gentle currents surged forth from his palm, enveloping the frozen wood. Under the influence of this energy, the ice melted away at a visible pace, restoring the wood to its original state. However, it remained damp, prompting Luo Chuan to continue drying it until it was thoroughly dry. Next came the fire-starting ritual. Luo Chuan gazed at the pile of wood, slightly curling his fingers. A slender yet brilliant beam of energy shot forth, striking the wood pile with precision. Sparks flew as a roaring bonfire erupted, illuminating the surroundings. After completing these tasks, Luo Chuan retrieved an array of ingredients he had gathered along the way, placing them on the ground. The ingredients were a vibrant assortment, fresh, succulent cuts of meat and colorful varieties of vegetables, along with some nameless items that he could identify by scent as spices. With deft hands, Luo Chuan arranged everything neatly before pulling out an iron pot. He skillfully ignited the fire, poured in an appropriate amount of water, and once it boiled, added the ingredients one by one, seasoning them accordingly. Although Luo Chuan was not a professional chef, he had self-taught culinary skills in his past life, ensuring at least that his meals were palatable. However, not long into the cooking process, two enormous penguins, their midnight blue fur glistening, charged towards Luo Chuan like arrows shot from a bow. Luo Chuan, Mai called out as she approached him. Unperturbed, Luo Chuan extended his hand and gently patted her head. "Do not fear, I am here." He then raised his arm slightly and waved it forcefully, conjuring an invisible barrier that stood firm before the two aggressive penguins. The penguins, seemingly frantic, began screeching loudly, their cries piercing the air. They had been searching for their lost chicks and, sensing warmth emanating from this direction, had hurried over, mistakenly believing that Luo Chuan had devoured their offspring. Luo Chuan merely glanced at the commotion, and the previously raucous scene fell into an eerie silence, as if the penguins had been struck by a spell of stillness. "Rest assured, I have not consumed your young. They are quite safe," Luo Chuan reassured them. The two penguins exchanged glances, uncertain of the veracity of this bipedal creature's words. The aroma of cooking wafted through the air as Luo Chuan placed several pieces of meat into a bowl and handed it to Mai. He then turned to the penguins and contemplated, "I offer you both a chance to become my wife's pets, protectors of her." The penguins, naturally understanding his proposition, were indignant at the absurdity of becoming pets. They squawked angrily, but their outbursts soon ceased as they felt an overwhelming pressure, akin to being crushed like ants. "I shall repeat myself. Either you comply and become my wife's pets, or face dire consequences. Do you comprehend?" Luo Chuan's voice boomed like thunder, imbued with undeniable authority and coldness. His gaze pierced through the penguins, as if seeking to penetrate their very souls. Faced with such formidable pressure, the two penguins, which had previously attempted to resist, could bear it no longer. They bobbed their heads frantically, emitting whimpering sounds in submission. Satisfied by their capitulation, Luo Chuan nodded approvingly and gradually withdrew the oppressive aura. With a snap of his fingers, the invisible barrier vanished. Luo Chuan had ulterior motives in subduing these penguins as pets. It was not merely a whimsical impulse. In truth, he sought to rectify the regret he felt during his anime viewing days when these two great penguins perished before their offspring. At this moment, the penguins cautiously approached Mai. Sitting obediently behind her, their eyes filled with curiosity and confusion towards their new owner. Mai found herself momentarily bewildered by their presence, unsure how to interact with these towering creatures. Luo Chuan, observing her hesitation, approached with a smile, gently patting her shoulder. "Do not worry, dear. These two will be your pets from now on. Though they may seem large, they possess gentle dispositions. Their recent agitation is merely due to their lost chicks. If it becomes inconvenient to bring them along, you can always place them in a different space, allowing them to accompany you wherever you go." With that, Luo Chuan affectionately ruffled Mai's hair. She nodded, finding comfort in the arrangement. A few minutes later, a series of explosive sounds erupted. "Has it begun?" Luo Chuan smiled, feeling it was time for some post-meal activity. "Mai, are you full?" he inquired. She nodded, patting her rounded belly. Luo Chuan waved his hand, tidying up the area before gathering everything and leading Mai towards the source of the explosions, with the two penguins trailing closely behind. Alu stood resolutely, his gaze piercing as he fixated on the vice chef of the gourmet society, Dominolet, who was not far away. A palpable tension hung in the air between them. "Alu, is this the moment for you to concern yourself with others?" Dominolet's lips curled into a chilling smile that sent shivers down the spine. Suddenly, he opened his mouth wide, and a torrent of black swarming insects erupted forth, resembling a dark cloud as they surged towards Alu. Unfazed by the oncoming swarm, Alu bellowed, forks of flight. In an instant, countless azure forks shot from his hands like lightning, targeting the approaching insects. The air resonated with thunderous explosions as the blue forks collided with the swarm. Igniting fierce blasts. Flames soared, smoke billowed, and the once menacing horde was scattered in disarray. However, Dominolet's assault did not cease. Just as Alu repelled the initial wave, Dominolet opened his mouth once more, unleashing an even more astonishing number of insects that streamed forth relentlessly. They formed a dreadful wall of creeping horrors, obscuring the sky as they advanced menacingly towards Alu. Amidst the fierce clash between Dominolet and Alu, two wall penguins suddenly sprinted from afar. The last one leaping onto the ice with a resounding thud that shook the ground. A small pink penguin, witnessing their arrival, chirped joyfully. And the two larger penguins responded with exuberant calls to their cherished offspring. How intolerably noisy! Dominolet observed the family reunion, agitated by the clamor. He unleashed a centipede-like creature, dozens of meters long, towards the two penguins. Yet, before it could reach them, the creature exploded halfway, disintegrating into a fine powder. At that moment, a commanding male voice resonated. My beloved despises insects. A formidable aura emanated, sending Dominolet and his two subordinates hurtling backward for thousands of meters, crashing through layers of ice until they finally came to a halt. Emerging from the ice wall, Dominolet, having used the explosive insects to free himself, staggered forward only to cough up a mouthful of blood. Why am I so gravely injured? He could not comprehend the nature of the earlier attack. Luo Chuan leapt down from the penguin's shoulder, cradling Mai. It's you, Alu exclaimed, somewhat astonished. He had taken note of Luo Chuan in the tavern, particularly because he was accompanied by such a beautiful girlfriend, yet he never anticipated that this individual would harbor such profound depths. Chapter 66, Alu versus Duamelot. The soup is mine. How do you know me? Luo Chuan's face was filled with astonishment as he fixed his gaze upon Alu. It seemed that there was no prior interaction between them, so why did Alu react in such a manner? Alu gently shook his head and replied, No. I merely caught a whiff of an extraordinary scent when we were at the tavern. At that time, I did not pay it much mind nor did I investigate its source, yet I never anticipated that the owner of that scent would be you. With that, Alu took a deep breath as if attempting to recapture the impressionable aroma. Upon hearing this, Luo Chuan couldn't help but glance at Alu a few more times, secretly marveling at his keen sense of smell. This fellow's nose is remarkably sharp, almost comparable to that of a scion. A subtle smile crept upon Luo Chuan's lips, revealing a knowing expression. Just then, a distant buzzing sound pierced the air, and a swarm of insects came rushing forth. Flying darts. Alu's expression hardened as he swiftly swung his right hand, unleashing a fierce wave of energy that surged towards the approaching swarm. A series of dull thuds echoed as Alu's attack collided with the insects, causing a splash of green liquid to erupt. Hey, I'm going to check on Xiaosong. I'll leave this to you, so make sure you hold the fort. Luo Chuan called out to Alu before flicking his fingers, sending a surge of energy into Alu's body, and then turned to head in another direction. As he passed by three penguins, he paused and called out, Quickly find a safe place to hide with your young ones. I'll come back for you soon. Hearing Luo Chuan's words, the two adult penguins nodded obediently, cradling their chick in their embrace as they waddled away hurriedly. After determining his direction, Luo Chuan proceeded toward Xiaosong while carrying Mai. Shortly after his departure, a shadow darted across the sky, accompanied by a raging wind. As Duamelot barreled towards the scene like a cannonball. Where's that person? He glared with eyes ablaze, scanning the surroundings with a fierce intensity. However, apart from Alu, he failed to spot any other figure. Alu merely snorted in response. Looking for him? You must first get past me. Enraged by this remark, Duamelot opened his gaping maw, a chilling hum resonating from the depths of his throat. Instantly, countless insects poured forth from his mouth like a bursting dam, creating a dark sea that surged towards Alu, tearing through the air with a piercing shriek, as if to devour every living being in its path. Faced with such a terrifying swarm, Alu shouted, his muscles tautening instantly. With a fierce swing of his left arm, he slammed his clenched fist into the ground with thunderous force. The ground trembled violently, releasing a powerful shockwave that scattered the insects. However, they quickly regrouped and charged at Alu once more. This isn't over. Alu roared as he propelled himself like a cannonball towards Duamelot, his fist cutting through the air with a whistling sound aimed directly at Duamelot's face. Duamelot swiftly raised his hand to block, and their fists collided in a resounding thud. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of their fierce exchanges echoed as Alu's every punch bore the weight of overwhelming strength, as if intent on utterly shattering Duamelot. Yet Duamelot was undeterred. His swarm of insects continuously launching from all directions, interrupting Alu's onslaught. Insects, devour. Duamelot suddenly spread his arms wide, and the swarm coalesced into a massive black serpent. Its gaping maw lunging at Alu. Bring it on. A spark of excitement flickered in Alu's eyes as he spun around, channeling his rotational momentum into a devastating punch aimed at the serpent's head. Boom. Alu's fist obliterated the serpent's head, scattering the insects, yet Duamelot merely chuckled darkly, pressing his palms together. Insects, regenerate. The scattered swarm quickly reformed, the serpent's head reconstituting as it lunged again at Alu. Such a nuisance. Alu gritted his teeth, retreating just in time to evade the serpent and Apos' second strike. His gaze remained fixed on Duamelot, his mind racing with strategies. Alu, you cannot escape. Duamelot's voice rang out as the serpent surged once more, moving with even greater speed. Escape? I have no intention of fleeing. Alu scoffed, propelling himself forward like a cannonball aimed at Duamelot. Bang! Alu's fist collided fiercely with Duamelot's chest, sending him hurtling backward, crashing violently into a distant ice wall. The wall shattered instantly, burying Duamelot beneath the debris. But it was not yet over. Alu landed and dashed toward Duamelot, who was slowly rising to his feet, tilting his head back and once again unleashing a torrent of dark forms from his mouth. Alu's left hand unleashed flying darts, striking with the speed of lightning at the incoming swarm. A cacophony of explosive sounds filled the air, flames erupting and smoke billowing. Despite Alu's agility and skill in fending off the majority of the insects, a small number clung tightly to his back. This is bad. I must act quickly. Alu's heart sank as he realized the peril he faced. Just as he attempted to rid himself of the insects, Duamelot seized the moment, delivering a swift and lethal chop that cleaved the mother insect into pieces. In an instant, the insects on Alu exploded like a powder keg, sending shockwaves that reverberated through the space, creating a crater in the ground. Meanwhile, Xiaosong, Taiping, and Luo Chuan, who were hurrying through the underground passage towards the food showcase, all distinctly felt the force of the explosion from above. What was that explosion? Did Mr. Alu encounter danger? Xiaosong's face was a mix of concern and uncertainty as he steadied himself against the wall, glancing back instinctively. However, he quickly shook his head, muttering to himself, "No, this is not the time for wild thoughts. The priority is to secure the century soup." Resolute, he clenched his fist and vowed internally, "This is the first time Mr. Alu desperately needs my strength. I must succeed in obtaining that precious century soup." With renewed determination, Xiaosong quickened his pace, and soon he spotted the shimmering aurora ahead. That is, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he rushed forward, only to find the ground was frozen solid, devoid of any soup. A look of bewilderment adorned his face. Taiping, witnessing this, let out a sigh. As he turned to leave, the aurora flickered again, prompting him to spin back and stare at the mesmerizing lights. The aurora appeared swiftly, only to vanish just as quickly. Taiping seemed to have an epiphany. He removed his fire-type bodysuit and extracted a seed, dropping a mysterious liquid onto it before casting it into the fractured ice. The seed rapidly sprouted, entwining itself around the gastronomic display. The ensuing events unfolded similarly to those in the anime. Xiaosong discovered a scarce supply of rich broth. Just as he approached to gather the broth into a container, he was struck away by a small GT robot, which seized the precious liquid. The diminutive robot did not fly far before an inexplicable voice echoed, "The broth is mine." The voice was heard, yet its owner remained unseen. Suddenly, the small robot exploded. The individual controlling the robot from afar at the culinary event was thrown out, collapsing to the ground in agony. Luo Chuan opened the box he held, and instantly, an indescribable aroma wafted from the aurora. He retrieved a small spoon from his bracelet and scooped a spoonful. "Here, take a sip and see." Mai drank the nearly invisible broth, and at once, an indescribable deliciousness enveloped her being. Gradually, a sweet smile emerged on her face. Luo Chuan also tasted a spoonful, and his eyes sparkled with delight. This century's broth was an indulgent caress for the taste buds. The rich liquid, infused with an array of ingredients, resembled a dreamlike carnival for the palate, rendering one unable to resist. In essence, it was extraordinarily delicious. Chapter 67, The Breath of Destruction. Ominous magnetic field. What is happening? Is that all you are capable of, Alu? Ha ha. Domino laughed maniacally, his mouth agape, a chilling, spine-tingling squirming sound escaping from his lips. Suddenly, An array of grotesque insects surged forth from his mouth like a tidal wave, overwhelming Alu. Among them, a group of explosive insects radiating an eerie red glow stood out, not only in sheer numbers but also in their swift approach towards Alu. Alu's gaze sharpened, his demeanor transforming into a fierce resolve. He had previously suffered a setback and could not afford to underestimate these creatures. He swiftly sidestepped, his movements agile, as the explosive insects, despite their speed, narrowly missed him, merely grazing his form. However, these explosive insects did not relent. They detonated behind Alu in rapid succession. Flames soared, ice shattered, and the entire battlefield was engulfed in thick smoke and fire. The shockwave swept through the surroundings, cratering the ground, while the ice melted rapidly under the intense heat, transforming into a mist of water vapor. With a cold snort, Alu's eyes glinted with icy determination. He swung his left hand forcefully, unleashing a barrage of blue spears that shimmered with a chilling light, spinning rapidly through the air, emitting a sharp whistling sound as they hurtled directly towards Domino. As they passed, the air tore apart, creating visible ripples as if space itself was being sliced. Seeing this, Domino smirked coldly. He opened his mouth wide, and a colossal insect resembling a centipede slowly emerged. Towering over 2 men, this centipede was encased in a formidable exoskeleton. It lunged towards the flying spears, unhesitatingly raising its impenetrable head to collide with them. Yet, amidst a series of thunderous booms, this seemingly formidable centipede was pierced through by the spears, its exoskeleton shattering, its body torn in half, crashing heavily to the ground with a deafening roar. "Now, savor my next technique," Domino sneered. As he spoke, a swarm of venomous insects poured forth from his mouth like a deluge. These insects displayed a bizarre deep purple hue, their wings beating rapidly, each flap releasing a thick, noxious purple mist. In an instant, the area became shrouded in this purple haze, obscuring vision and filling the air with a pungent stench. The mist spread swiftly, melting the ice and corroding the ground into blackened pits, emitting a hissing sound. The potency of the toxic mist was staggering, as even the air seemed to be eroded, becoming heavy and oppressive. Upon witnessing this, Alu furrowed his brow, silently acknowledging the formidable nature of these venomous insects. However, he inhaled deeply and let out a low roar, an immense heat radiating from his body. This heat generated a pressure that dispersed the toxic mist, while simultaneously creating an unparalleled force that distorted the surrounding air. Roar! Alu bellowed, and his previously frozen right hand erupted with crackling sounds as the ice shattered and fell away, successfully thawing his hand. "Oh, so that's your trick," shivering. "I didn't expect you to use such a method," Domino scoffed, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. Yet, unbeknownst to him, during the process of shivering, the minuscule energy previously injected into Alu by Luo Chuan had silently infiltrated his culinary cells, subtly altering his power. Alu flexed his right hand, feeling the surge of power within, a confident smile gracing his lips. He looked up at Domino, his eyes ablaze with fervor. "Now, I can truly unleash my combat prowess." Before his words could fully settle, Alu dashed towards Domino, his speed blurring beyond the perception of an ordinary eye. In the next moment, he materialized before Domino. His right fist clenched, infused with ferocious strength as he struck violently at Domino's chest. 10-strike puncture. Boom, boom, boom. A series of resounding impacts followed as Domino was propelled backward by the force of Alu's punch, his chest caving in as he crashed into an icy wall, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet, rather than succumbing to the attack, he revealed a sinister grin. "Interesting. Now this feels more like a challenge." Domino sprang to his feet, waving his hand as more insects surged from his mouth, overwhelming Alu once more. Unfazed, Alu swung his arms, his knife and fork attacks shattering the insects. His movements were swift as lightning, each strike carrying a devastating force, rendering the swarm before him as fragile as paper. The battle escalated into a fever pitch, their figures darting across the battlefield, fists and feet colliding, producing thunderous echoes. Alu's fists descended upon Domino like meteors, while Domino used the swarm as a shield, continuously unleashing new insects in retaliation. Boom! Another fierce clash erupted, Alu's fists meeting Domino's insect horde, igniting a brilliant flash of light. The shockwaves rippled outward, fracturing the ground beneath them, as the ice evaporated rapidly under the searing heat, transforming the battlefield into a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. "Alu, how much longer can you endure?" Domino sneered, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. He opened his mouth once more, and an even larger insect emerged, encased in a thick exoskeleton with massive pincers. Alu's gaze sharpened, sensing the oppressive aura of this creature, yet he did not falter. The culinary cells within him activated, his muscles tensing as a flood of power surged into his arms. A culinary demon manifesting behind him. Come! Alu roared, charging at the gigantic insect. His fist, imbued with ferocious power, smashed into the creature's head. The insect let out a piercing shriek as its exoskeleton shattered under Alu's strike. Its body flung backward to crash heavily onto the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Seeing this, Domino's eyes narrowed with intensity. Then let me show you my true power. Just as Domino began to unfasten his heavy and intricate equipment, a voice, seemingly familiar, rang out unexpectedly. What is going on? It's taking so long. Alu, are you moving a bit too slowly? Domino turned towards the source of the voice. There stood Luo Chuan at the cave's entrance, clad in a coarse garment. Finally, I found you. Domino's gaze crackled with fury as he opened his massive wings and lunged towards Luo Chuan like a bolt of lightning. Luo Chuan merely let out a soft hum, dismissing the threat entirely, as an overwhelming aura erupted from him, crashing down upon Domino like an unstoppable force. With a resounding thud, Domino had no opportunity to resist. Crashing heavily to the ground, his body pinned against the earth, unable to move an inch. Simultaneously, the spine-chilling sound of cracking bones echoed in the air, followed by a muffled explosion as Domino's form disintegrated under Luo Chuan's terrifying aura, exploding into a mist of blood that lingered in the air. Witnessing the gruesome scene before him, Alu could not help but widen his eyes, swallowing hard with great difficulty. At that moment, his heart brimmed with shock and disbelief. This individual named Luo Chuan possessed strength that surpassed imagination, likely reaching the level of his father. Luo Chuan set aside his hemp robe and turned to Alu. The last drop of the century soup was consumed by Xiaosong with his culinary fortune. It wouldn't be long before he could recreate the rich broth. Indeed, Xiaosong. Alu felt somewhat skeptical, for this gastronomic showcase had existed in the ice continent for over a century, particularly the century soup, a delicacy of the highest order. Even the culinary national treasure, Granny Jianai, had been unable to replicate it, let alone Xiaosong. Shaking his head, Alu resolved to trust Xiaosong. Suddenly, Luo Chuan raised an eyebrow, sensing the approach of Granny Jianai and one of the four kings, Kiki. Before departing, Luo Chuan had located the wall penguins and their offspring, conversing with the two penguins and instructing the children to follow Xiaosong. Although the penguins were reluctant, they ultimately obeyed Luo Chuan and Apos' directive as he transported them into a different space. Luo Chuan returned the little penguin, and shortly thereafter, a group of people followed Zongjia to the cave entrance. Kiki and Granny Jianai, representatives of the four kings, had also arrived. How did you come to be here? Kiki inquired, casting a scrutinizing gaze over the gathered individuals. Upon seeing Luo Chuan, her expression shifted, for she sensed a powerful and ominous aura emanating from him. The group boarded the jellyfish airship, which set its course toward the land of healing. Chapter 68, Reactions at the Culinary Gathering. The majestic jellyfish airship was spacious and brightly lit, adorned with a warm and inviting ambience. At this moment, a group of individuals gathered around a grand dining table, indulging in an exquisite array of delectable dishes. The air was filled with tantalizing aromas that made one and Apos' mouth water. The atmosphere was harmonious, filled with laughter and cheerful conversations. With her cheeks stuffed full of food, the enthusiastic Mai exclaimed, "Grandma, your cooking is simply divine." Her satisfied expression seemed to encapsulate all the joy derived from each delectable bite. Upon hearing Mai's praise, Grandma Jianai beamed with warmth, gently ruffling Mai's hair and responding, "If you like it, do eat more, my sweet girl." Turning her gaze to the young man seated beside Mai, Luo Chuan, she offered him a friendly smile. Sensing her attention, Luo Chuan returned her smile with courtesy. It was evident that Grandma Jianai possessed remarkable culinary skills. Luo Chuan had sensed that her prowess was comparable to that of Kellen, who had once participated in the inaugural strength conference. Observing this interaction, Xiaosong quickly stood up, deeply bowing to Grandma Jianai with heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, Grandma Jianai. If it weren't for your generosity in preparing such a sumptuous feast for us, we would surely still be hungry." With a gentle wave of her hand, Grandma Jianai replied, "Oh, there's no need for thanks. It was I who requested you to capture that legendary century-old thick soup. However, I truly did not anticipate that this task would leave you so gravely injured." With a wistful sigh, she quickly shifted her attention to Taiping, asking, "I have heard some rather unsettling rumors regarding the culinary showcase." Thus, I specifically asked your master and Zwa to assist in addressing this matter. Yet, who would have thought that it would be you, the apprentice, who would come here? Upon hearing this, Taiping displayed a hint of embarrassment, forcing a smile as he hastily explained. Grandma, please do not say that. To be honest, my master is quite overwhelmed at the moment, currently preoccupied with reviving an extremely crucial and significant ingredient. Fearing that Grandma Jianai might doubt his words, Taiping chuckled nervously once more. Observing this, Grandma Jianai furrowed her brow, her gaze fixed on the still chuckling Taiping as she pressed. Oh, an important ingredient? What sort of rare and precious ingredient could possibly divert Zwa's attention from my request? Taiping, now more serious, replied, I only know a little. It seems to relate to Acacia's food, but I am not entirely sure. Upon hearing this, Alu, Xiaosong, and Kiki were taken aback. Grandma Jianai fell silent for a few moments before remarking, that fellow is indeed a meddler. Ah, by the way, what has become of the culinary showcase? Taiping shook his head. Is that so? Zwa and Appo's instincts remain as sharp as ever, Grandma Jianai sighed softly. Subsequently, they parted ways. The injured were to head to the Healing Kingdom, while Xiaosong returned to the hotel to prepare the thick soup. As for Luo Chuan and Mai, they too would venture to the Healing Kingdom, where healing and wellness awaited, allowing Mai to relax. In the somewhat dim hall of the culinary gathering, a group sat together in a rather oppressive atmosphere. The server Alufaluo, head chef Dolls, chef Kiramade, Bernrez, Kalu, along with deputy chefs Gulenbach, Stagiu, and the duo who had traveled to the frozen continent, Belikaman and Bukiwus, were present. Speak up, what exactly transpired on the frozen continent? How did Damalot end up in such a state? Alufaluo inquired, directing his gaze at Belikaman and Bukiwus. The two recounted the events that had unfolded on the frozen continent. However, once they finished, the others felt as though they were hearing a fanciful tale. Is what you are saying true? That young man truly did not lift a finger, yet managed to crush Damalot with nothing but the overwhelming aura he exuded? The head chef Doll's piercing gaze scrutinized the two, attempting to gauge their sincerity through their expressions. Belikaman and Bukiwus nodded vigorously, their heads bobbing like garlic being crushed. Absolutely true, Master Dolls. We witnessed it with our own eyes. There is no deception. At this moment, the usually silent Kiramade spoke up. If that is the case, then is this mysterious young man perhaps sent by IGO? After a moment of contemplation, Belikaman replied, in my view, he does not seem like an IGO operative. During the fierce battle between Alu and Damalot, he did not intervene on Alu's behalf. Moreover, he emerged from the passage leading to the culinary showcase. Upon hearing Belikaman's words, the others fell into deep contemplation. Just then, Alufaluo's gaze shifted toward a long-haired man not far away. The handsome man slightly nodded and began to speak. It must be this person. At that moment, I painstakingly controlled a small robot to retrieve that soup, and just as I flew a short distance, I heard voices. Before I could react, there was a loud bang, and my robot exploded, sending me flying due to the immense shockwave. Alufaluo scanned the surroundings with hawk-like precision before stating, immediately send someone to thoroughly investigate this individual and Appo's background. But be cautious, not to act recklessly and alert him, for we currently know nothing of his true strength. Any rash action could lead to unforeseen complications. Hearing this, Kiramade nodded in understanding and then inquired, should we report this matter to the boss? He cast his gaze toward Alufaluo, awaiting a response. After all, he was the boss and Appo's personal bodyguard. Just then, as Alufaluo was about to respond, a palpable shift occurred, as if everyone felt a sudden awareness. They simultaneously turned to see a vague silhouette gradually materializing in the previously empty space before them. The silhouette became increasingly distinct, revealing a tangible figure. Boss Sanhu of the culinary gathering had unexpectedly appeared before them. Sanhu's expression was devoid of emotion, his gaze icy enough to freeze. As he spoke in a voice devoid of any emotional fluctuation, I am already aware of this matter. It indeed requires thorough investigation. Furthermore, the culinary cells of Damalot should still be preserved. In a few days, I shall venture into the culinary realm to search for suitable ingredients, attempting to bring him back to life. After uttering these words, Sanhu fell silent, standing there like a silent iceberg. Alufaluo, not daring to delay, swiftly produced a small vial from his pocket. Through the transparent glass, fragments of meat could be seen within, among which one piece radiated a peculiar glow, evidently containing invaluable culinary cells. Alufaluo presented the vial with great reverence to Sanhu, who accepted it, his figure gradually fading into nothingness. After Sanhu's departure, Stagio rose to his feet. I shall investigate this individual's capabilities. Exercise caution. If possible, refrain from engaging physically. Instead, assess their intentions, and if an opportunity arises, endeavor to entice them to join our culinary gathering. Dulles Road. Stagio, with an impassive expression, merely acknowledged with a sound and departed. Observing this, Golembachi's multifaceted eyes gleamed momentarily. And with a grin, he rose and took his leave. Chapter 69. Taming the Dragon King Dairolus in the Land of Healing. A gentle breeze caressed the faces of its inhabitants. Luo Chuan and Mai strolled hand in hand through the streets, savoring the tranquility and beauty that this realm bestowed upon them. When they arrived at a natural hot spring, Mai donned a captivating bikini, her alluring figure instantly drawing the gaze of many. Beside her, Luo Chuan exuded an equally compelling charm, his well-defined muscles subtly highlighted by the sunlight. Adjacent to the hot spring stood a quaint wooden table adorned with a plethora of healthful delicacies. These dishes not only tantalized the senses with their vibrant colors and aromas, but were also rich in nutritional value, evoking a mouth-watering response. As they leisurely soaked in the warm, comforting waters, they indulged in the delectable cuisine, experiencing an unparalleled sense of relaxation, as if they had stepped into a realm of bliss. After spending 3 splendid days in the Land of Healing, Luo Chuan and Mai prepared to depart. On this day, Luo Chuan found himself soaring above the first continent of the culinary realm. This vast land was characterized by its intricate terrain, with mountains rising and valleys intertwining. The climate was equally capricious, ranging from tempestuous storms to scorching sun and frigid snow. As Luo Chuan navigated through a colossal forest, his senses acted like a radar, swiftly scanning the surroundings. Each time he identified an edible ingredient, he would stow it away in his bracelet. However, his purpose for venturing here extended beyond mere ingredient collection. He sought to find a pet of his own, as Mai already had 2 companions by her side. Thus, after gathering a sufficient amount of ingredients, Luo Chuan's figure shimmered, and in the blink of an eye, he traversed vast distances to reach a place known as the Dragon Tooth Plateau. It was said that this location was composed of an exceptionally rare and unique iron mineral, endowing it with extraordinary properties. Finally, he sensed it, a powerful aura that was indeed remarkable. Luo Chuan murmured, his keen eyes fixed ahead. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed, and the ground began to tremble violently, creating a deafening cacophony. Thousands of tons of iron ore seemed to come alive, surging like a tidal wave, coalescing into a terrifying metallic storm. At the heart of this tempest resided a colossal dragon. This dragon was immense, its body cloaked in hard scales that radiated a chilling brilliance. Strangely, it possessed only a single sharp fang, rendering it particularly fearsome. From the moment Luo Chuan appeared, the dragon keenly sensed the unique energy emanating from him. In an instant, the once chaotic metallic storm transformed into a myriad of razor-sharp blades, sweeping toward Luo Chuan with relentless ferocity. Faced with such an onslaught, Luo Chuan calmly took a step forward, his figure becoming indistinct, and in the next moment, he stood before the mighty Dairolus. "Ah, your method of greeting is rather inventive. Have you sensed my threat?" Luo Chuan remarked, a hint of amusement dancing at the corners of his mouth. As his words hung in the air, Dairolus threw back its head and unleashed a deafening roar, reverberating like thunder, as if to rend the very fabric of existence. The surrounding atmosphere quaked under the weight of this tremendous force. "Oh, you inquire about my intentions here? I intend to make you my pet." Luo Chuan maintained a cheerful demeanor, yet his words conveyed an undeniable authority. Upon hearing this, the Dragon King Dairolus was instantly filled with rage, letting out an even more ferocious roar, akin to 1,000 thundering clashes, sending chills down one's spine. It then spread its enormous wings, bringing forth an overwhelming tempest that surged toward Luo Chuan. As the wings flapped, an unparalleled storm erupted, sweeping through the area with the force of a tidal wave. Trees were uprooted, and even colossal boulders seemed to lose their weight, effortlessly lifted into the sky. Yet, Luo Chuan remained unfazed. With a flicker of his form, he charged directly into the heart of the tempest, closing the distance to the Dragon King Dairolus in an instant. With a swift motion, he summoned an aura to his palm and struck down fiercely towards Dairolus. At that moment, the mighty dragon extended its razor-sharp claws to meet Luo Chuan and Appo's descending hand. The collision erupted into a dazzling display of sparks, akin to a brilliant firework. However, after just one exchange, Dairolus was taken aback. It realized that this human strength was unfathomable, and it was no match for him. Yet, as the proud Dragon King. It could not easily concede. In a flash of thought, Dairolus opened its massive maw, baring its lone, sharp fang, and lunged fiercely at Luo Chuan. Luo Chuan concentrated a fraction of his power into his fist, igniting it with energy, and struck towards Dairolus' fang. The impact resonated with a thunderous sound, clear yet deafening. The force of this blow was staggering. Dairolus' once razor-sharp tooth, as hard as steel, could not withstand such a tremendous impact. It trembled slightly before developing fine cracks. Though Luo Chuan withdrew just in time to prevent the fissures from spreading, knowing that the loss of this tooth would weaken Dairolus. The Dragon King Dairolus roared in utmost agony, its massive form swaying as it struggled to maintain its footing, nearly toppling over. Seizing the moment, Luo Chuan swiftly approached Dairolus, his gaze cold and piercing. In the presence of this formidable human, Dairolus recalled a prior encounter with another human. Yet the one before it was on an entirely different level. After a brief contemplation, Dairolus lowered its proud head, signifying its willingness to submit to Luo Chuan. Witnessing this, a satisfied smile graced Luo Chuan's face. He had not anticipated that he would effortlessly tame the Dragon King Dairolus. With such a powerful companion, his future culinary adventures with Mai would undoubtedly be smoother. However, should they encounter foes beyond Dairolus' capability to handle, it would fall upon Luo Chuan to take action. With this thought, Luo Chuan turned to Dairolus and softly instructed, "You shall remain here in the culinary realm. Should I require your assistance in the future, I will seek you out." Upon hearing this, Dairolus emitted a low growl, seemingly acknowledging Luo Chuan's intent. Without further delay, Luo Chuan vanished in an instant. He still had ingredients to gather for sale. As he disappeared, Dairolus let out a low growl. Knowing it possessed a powerful move yet sensing instinctively that it would not harm its master. With a flick of its wings, Dairolus returned to its lair, lying down and closing its eyes, surrendering to slumber. Chapter 70. The Might of a Single Punch. The 8 Kings Appear. Part 1. Several hours later. Luo Chuan returned to the human realm, arriving at the central wholesale market of gourmet food, where he presented the exquisite ingredients he had procured from the culinary world for sale. In less than half an hour, the ingredients were snatched up by several affluent patrons, instantly elevating his worth to several billion. This illustrates the ease of amassing wealth in this culinary era. Afterward, he returned to the villa he had recently rented, situated within the gastronomic city. Upon his arrival, he found Mai sleeping soundly. Luo Chuan's eyes subtly shifted, and he chuckled softly as he quietly slipped under the covers, leading to some exceedingly passionate and blood-pumping scenes. The following day, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating the room, and as noon approached, Mai gradually awakened from her slumber. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, yawned broadly, and stretched her slightly languid body. "Luo Chuan, you really are too extraordinary. How about you find me a sister? Handling it all by myself is quite overwhelming," she remarked, casting a lingering gaze towards Luo Chuan. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Luo Chuan's face, though internally he remained remarkably composed. "You wouldn't he mind, would you?" He feigned disbelief as he questioned. Mai initially pretended to be upset, pouting her lips slightly and furrowing her brow, before letting out a gentle sigh. "How could I not mind? Yet, I am quite aware that a remarkable person like you, my husband, cannot possibly have only me as your wife. Therefore, even if I mind, I must ultimately resign myself to it," she spoke softly. As soon as the words left her lips, Luo Chuan wrapped his arms around her tightly, expressing his sincere apology. Mai, nestled in his embrace, let out a few soft hums before responding, "However, I do have one condition. You may seek other women, but they must first gain my approval." "Of course, you need not worry about that," Luo Chuan assured her without hesitation, patting his chest. The two then got up, freshened up, and ventured out to explore and indulge in delightful cuisine. At the apex of the towering Vegito organization building, sunlight poured through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, flooding the spacious and opulent office. The president, Long, sat at his grand desk, his eyes, deep and reflective like tranquil waters, fixated on the slender dossier in his hands. Time seemed to stand still, the only sound in the room being the faint rustle of paper as Long turned the pages. Minutes later, he carefully finished reviewing the document, gently closing it before placing it on the desk. He then lifted his gaze sharply towards the man standing before him, clad in a fitted black suit, donning dark sunglasses, and sporting distinctive dreadlocks. "Is that all you have uncovered?" Elong's tone was calm yet imbued with an undeniable authority. The man, slightly nodding, adjusted his glasses and revealed a sharply defined yet serious countenance. Indeed, President. We have employed every conceivable means and resource to gather this information. Yet the results remain disappointingly limited. This man was Chica, hailing from Vegito's Zero Eco Park, renowned for his exceptional intelligence-gathering abilities and his ruthlessly decisive approach. He faced Ilong's inquiry with a mix of trepidation and composure. Moreover, during our investigation, we unexpectedly discovered that the Gourmet Association seems to be conducting their own inquiry into him, Chica added. Upon hearing this, Ilong raised an eyebrow. Given the substantial losses the Gourmet Association had suffered on the ice continent, a comprehensive investigation was undoubtedly in order. Based on the current information, it seemed both parties were making similar progress. President, should we? Chica suggested, mimicking a kidnapping gesture. Ilong waved his hand dismissively. Do not invite unnecessary trouble upon yourself. That individual is beyond your capability to handle. I will personally pay him a visit, and you will accompany me. But President, the subsequent meeting, Chica reminded him. Reschedule it all, Ilong commanded, striking the table with his palm. Chica nodded silently. By the way, where is he now? According to our intelligence, he is currently shopping in the culinary city with his girlfriend. Quite leisurely, it seems. Let us head out now. The sooner we depart, the sooner we return. With that, Ilong and Chica set off. In a certain 8-star restaurant within the culinary city, Luo Chuan and Mai savored the establishment's signature dishes. Luo Chuan devoured his meal with remarkable speed, finishing bowl after bowl in mere seconds, indifferent to the heat. Mai, however, savored her food slowly. Upon finishing her second bowl, she set down her utensils and gazed at Luo Chuan. Sensing her scrutiny, he paused his eating. What is the matter, Mai? Are you feeling unwell? Luo Chuan inquired with genuine concern, his eyes filled with worry. Mai gently shook her head and replied slowly. Not at all. I just feel a bit overwhelmed by the rich and fatty foods I've been consuming lately. I'm really craving something lighter. As she spoke, she rubbed her stomach to indicate her discomfort. Lighten up, Luo Chuan murmured thoughtfully, his mind racing to consider suitable places and dishes. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, his eyes brightened, and he exclaimed, I know. If you're looking to lighten up, how about I take you to a magical place, the Sky Vegetable Garden? Upon hearing this unfamiliar name, a large question mark appeared above Mai's head, her face reflecting confusion as she asked, Sky Vegetable Garden? What kind of place is that? Luo Chuan eagerly explained, it's a place where a variety of vegetables are cultivated, not only refreshing and enlightening but also highly nutritious and incredibly delicious. In truth, Luo Chuan had never actually tasted these vegetables and could only make such claims. After hearing his description, Mai's interest piqued. Her face lighting up with a radiant smile as she cheerfully replied, That sounds wonderful. Let us hurry there. Seeing her eagerness, Luo Chuan smiled and stood up. Moving to the counter to settle the bill, preparing to take Mai to the Sky Vegetable Garden immediately. However, at that moment, a subtle smile crept across his lips as he muttered to himself, It seems today's itinerary may experience a slight delay. Just moments ago, Luo Chuan sensed two individuals approaching their direction. Mai regarded Luo Chuan with a puzzled expression, her beautiful eyes brimming with confusion. Yet Luo Chuan merely smiled enigmatically as he took her slender hand and turned towards the exit. They stepped into the elevator, which descended smoothly. Finally, when the elevator reached the first floor, accompanied by a soft chime, the doors opened slowly. As Luo Chuan and Mai stepped out, they were greeted by Ilong and Chica, who appeared to have been waiting for quite some time. In the instant their gazes met, it was as if two bolts of lightning collided in the air, and both men burst into hearty laughter simultaneously. Laughter echoed throughout the hall, capturing the attention of passers-by who turned to observe. Ah, you truly are as extraordinary and unfathomable as Jie and I described, a remarkable young talent, exclaimed Ilong, his eyes sparkling with admiration as he appraised the poised young man before him. Your praise is overwhelming, Mr. Ilong, the esteemed president of Vegito. It is indeed an honor to receive such compliments from you, Luo Chuan humbly replied, maintaining an air of calm composure with a gentle smile adorning his face. Upon hearing Luo Chuan accurately identify him, Ilong was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of surprise gleaming in his eyes. Clearly, he had not anticipated that this young man would possess knowledge of his identity. Surely, a busy individual like yourself would not take the time to engage in idle chatter with me, would you? Luo Chuan inquired, his eyes twinkling as he gazed at Ilong with a smile. Ilong, momentarily stunned by the remark, soon burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, you are indeed quite astute. To be candid, I am quite curious about your capabilities and wish to engage in a friendly sparring session. Additionally, I seek to discern your stance amidst the current tumultuous circumstances. After a brief moment of contemplation following Ilong and Appo's forthright words, Luo Chuan nodded without hesitation. Very well. Since you have been so candid, I shall not hold back either. I too wish to seize this opportunity to witness your prowess. Ilong was taken aback by Luo Chuan's immediate acceptance, indicating his confidence in his own abilities. All right, follow me. After all, we cannot fully express ourselves here, Ilong stated. However, Luo Chuan shook his head. If we are to test our strengths, the human realm will not suffice. Let us venture to the culinary realm instead. Ilong furrowed his brow. Traveling to the culinary realm would require several days. I understand your concern. Fear not, we shall arrive swiftly, Luo Chuan reassured him, turning to Chica. Protect my girlfriend. Should anything happen to her, I will ensure you experience a fate worse than death. Despite Luo Chuan's calm tone, Chica sensed an underlying menace within his words. Chica glanced at Ilong, who nodded in acknowledgement. Luo Chuan placed a hand on Chica's shoulder and, in an instant, vanished before the astonished gazes of the onlookers. This. Chica's pupils constricted in shock. Such an occurrence was beyond his experience. However, Mai remained unfazed, while the surrounding diners began to murmur amongst themselves. Chapter 71, The Might of a Single Punch, The Appearance of the Eight Kings, Part 2. Luo Chuan and Ilong suddenly emerged within the culinary realm. In a place known as the Quicksand Desert. What manner of ability do you possess? It is indeed inscrutable. Ilong inquired seemingly at random, not expecting Luo Chuan to divulge the truth. To his surprise, Luo Chuan responded, This technique is called instant teleportation. Anywhere I have been, I can reach in the blink of an eye. He spoke with casual nonchalance. After all, sharing the concept of instant teleportation bore little consequence. They would never master it. And it was not merely a matter of having visited a location. It was primarily due to Luo Chuan's formidable aura, which allowed him to reach only those places he had previously sensed. Indeed, it is an almost invincible ability, Ilong murmured, a flicker of apprehension crossing his eyes. Enough of idle chatter, Ilong. Let me experience your strength firsthand. Luo Chuan's tone shifted, exuding a powerful aura of combat readiness. Upon hearing this, Ilong was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into hearty laughter, not anticipating such a reversal of circumstances. However, the laughter ceased abruptly as Ilong quickly composed himself, his previously relaxed demeanor giving way to grave seriousness. In an instant, a powerful gravitational force erupted from his form, akin to an invisible hand gripping everything around him. Even the swirling sands were unable to escape its grasp, converging violently towards Ilong. In that moment, the sky was obscured by flying sand and stones, as if the very world was to be consumed by this terrifying force. Luo Chuan chuckled softly and merely shifted slightly, releasing a subtle yet potent aura. This aura, akin to a gentle breeze, appeared delicate yet was capable of effortlessly counteracting the gravitational force upon contact. Ilong, sensing his own gravity dissipating so easily, was taken aback and involuntarily stepped back. Yet, being a seasoned warrior, he quickly regained his composure. With a leap, he vanished from sight like a flash of lightning. In the blink of an eye, Ilong appeared before Luo Chuan, his muscular arm coiled with latent power, launching a devastating straight punch accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. The speed of this punch was astonishing, and the force behind it was formidable. Should it connect, the consequences would be dire. Yet Luo Chuan revealed a barely perceptible smile, and as Ilong's fist was about to strike his face, he deftly sidestepped at the last moment, narrowly avoiding the blow. Seeing his attack fail, Ilong was undeterred and escalated his assault. He moved with ghostly swiftness around Luo Chuan, and seizing the moment, he hurled a chopstick with incredible speed toward a target. Though it was merely a chopstick, its velocity rendered the strike formidable. Unfortunately, such an attack posed no threat to Luo Chuan. With calm demeanor, he extended a finger and lightly tapped the incoming chopstick. A crisp snap echoed as the chopstick shattered into countless fragments, scattering across the ground. Witnessing his first attempt rendered ineffective, Ilong reacted swiftly, immediately launching his second attack, Chopstick Strike. This technique relied on a barrage of rapid, relentless strikes from the chopsticks to deliver an all-encompassing assault upon the adversary. Yet, even this fierce technique failed to graze Luo Chuan, as each chopstick struck harmlessly against his aura. Ilong, recognizing the futility of his efforts, realized that his attacks were in vain. After a moment of contemplation, he decisively abandoned his previous onslaught and unleashed another ultimate technique known as the Minority Barrier. In an instant, a mysterious power surged forth from Ilong, rapidly enveloping both combatants within a vast barrier. Within this peculiar barrier existed a remarkable ability to manipulate the minority atoms of matter, effortlessly altering their inherent properties and behaviors, thereby inducing reverse operations within the organs of any living being trapped inside, ultimately leading to their demise through physiological collapse. Faced with such an enigmatic barrier, Luo Chuan exhibited no trace of fear. Rather, a keen interest illuminated his expression. Within this barrier, the active atoms clashed vigorously with his own emanating aura, akin to a pack of ravenous beasts attempting to devour his essence and alter its fundamental nature. Interesting as it is, it holds no utility for me, he remarked. As his words faded, Luo Chuan took a deep breath, slightly amplifying his aura. In the blink of an eye, the minority barrier disintegrated as if made of paper, torn apart by the sudden surge of his power. A deafening roar reverberated through the air, shaking the very fabric of the space around them. Yilong was propelled backward like a cannonball, hurtling away for several thousand meters before finally managing to halt his trajectory. Heh, Yilong. Is this all the prowess you possess? Luo Chuan's lips curled into a scornful smile. At that moment, a staggering fighting power of approximately 25,000 erupted from Luo Chuan, unleashing a suffocating aura that emanated from him, his eyes sharpening with intensity. Yilong felt a sudden weight in his heart. This oppressive force reminded him of his mentor, if not even stronger. Aware that Luo Chuan's next attack would be cataclysmic, he dared not show the slightest negligence. He concentrated and summoned every ounce of strength within himself, bracing for the impending onslaught of Luo Chuan's thunderous assault. Before the words could settle, Luo Chuan had already flickered forward, appearing before Yilong. His right arm was raised high, fist clenched, shimmering with faint glimmers of light. In an instant, Luo Chuan unleashed his punch, imbued with world-shattering might, crashing down upon Yilong. Yilong's eyes widened in terror, nearly popping from their sockets as he acutely sensed the horrifying power contained within the strike, as if the apocalypse had descended upon him. Without a moment's hesitation, Yilong summoned all his strength, coalescing it into two colossal, indestructible chopsticks before him. These chopsticks stood tall like pillars, radiating a blinding brilliance. A thunderous boom erupted, deafening and resounding through the skies. The entire quicksand desert trembled as if a cataclysmic earthquake had occurred, under the weight of Luo Chuan's simple punch. A gaping chasm appeared in the desert, its depth unfathomable and its diameter several meters wide. Countless grains of sand cascaded toward the abyss like a flood, forming a turbulent whirlpool of sand. Looking up, one would find the sky of the culinary realm marred by the immense force of Luo Chuan's punch, which had torn a gaping hole in the heavens. When Luo Chuan unleashed that punch, the powerful gust of energy surged upward like a roaring dragon, ferociously striking the sky, which proved unable to withstand such an assault, ultimately resulting in the formation of the void above. However, despite Yilong's utmost efforts in forming a defense akin to chopsticks, it proved utterly futile against the might of Luo Chuan's fists, which shattered his defenses as effortlessly as tearing through a flimsy sheet of paper. Bereft of protection, Yilong's body was propelled backward like a cannonball, hurtling through the air. The violent friction with the desert ground carved a lengthy trench in its wake. This trench, both deep and extensive, stretched for thousands of meters, resembling a wound upon the earth, an alarming sight as clouds of sand and dust billowed into the air, obscuring the sun and creating a rolling haze of yellow dust. Eventually, Yilong crashed heavily to the ground, producing a dull thud upon impact. In an instant, dust swirled around him, enveloping his figure entirely. As the dust settled, Yilong struggled to rise, appearing disheveled, his body smeared with mud and grit. His once pristine garments now tattered and ruined. A trickle of crimson seeped from the corner of his mouth, cascading down his chin and staining the ground beneath him, leaving a small patch of sand tinged red. Unsteadily, Yilong fought to maintain his balance, though his body bore significant injuries. Yet, in his eyes flickered an unprecedented mixture of shock and disbelief. He could scarcely comprehend the extraordinary strength of this young man, which surpassed all his expectations. Meanwhile, in every corner of the culinary world, the 8 kings felt the reverberations of this immense power, converging instinctively towards the site of the battle. So, President Yilong, do you now comprehend my strength? Luo Chuan remarked with a smile. Yilong managed a wry nod. Your prowess exceeds my imagination. You may even surpass my teacher. Luo Chuan merely smiled, asserting that even if Acacia were present, it would be akin to Sun Wukong merely having attained Super Saiyan level on the planet Mix. The pinnacle of this world's strength equates to the zenith of Super Saiyan 2, a level comparable to the white demon within a Lu. Elon was about to inquire about his stance when suddenly a massive shadow loomed overhead. Followed by the emergence of 8 formidable auras, the 8 kings of the culinary world had arrived. Except for the Dragon King, the other 7 kings regarded Luo Chuan with hostility, having sensed the overwhelming and threatening force emanating from him. Chapter 72. Fear unexpectedly. Hey, do you 8 truly intend to lay hands on me? Luo Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze piercing as it swept across the 8 kings before him. Among them, the Snake King hissed incessantly. And Luo Chuan was well aware of the Serpent and Apos' words. I merely engaged in a slight spar with him. How could that possibly jeopardize the culinary world? Besides, it is you who shall guard this culinary realm in the future. Luo Chuan spoke calmly, gesturing towards the dragon beside him. However, the 8 kings seemed unconvinced by Luo Chuan and Apos' words, emitting a cacophony of sounds in response. Only the Dragon King, Di Luo Wuxi, appeared to join in the noise. Yet it seemed more like a mere formality on its part. What a nuisance. Silence, Luo Chuan bellowed. In an instant, an overwhelming aura erupted from him, crashing forth like a tidal wave, enveloping the 8 kings in immense pressure. Under this onslaught, the kings were crushed to the ground, powerless against the force, as if a mountain had fallen upon them. The Dragon King, Di Luo Wuxi, emitted a low whimper. It had merely come for the spectacle, yet found itself in a predicament. At that moment, all 8 kings were utterly suppressed by Luo Chuan's formidable presence, unable to move. The culinary world trembled violently under the weight of this aura, reminiscent of an apocalyptic event. Countless plants and animals sensed the impending doom and scattered in terror. Elong struggled to swallow. Though Luo Chuan's aura was not directed at him, he was drenched in cold sweat. The invisible pressure bore down upon him like a mountain, making it nearly impossible to breathe. I had already advised you kindly, yet you chose to ignore my counsel, forcing me to unleash my wrath. Luo Chuan's lips curled into a disdainful smirk. As soon as his words fell, he retracted the suffocating aura. At that moment, the 8 kings gasped in relief, greedily inhaling the air. Let me make this clear. Had I truly wished to act against you, none of you would have survived to this moment. Do you comprehend? Luo Chuan's sharp gaze swept over the 8 kings, each word deliberate. One of the kings, the Horse King, let out a few cries, seemingly trying to communicate. Now that you understand, swiftly return to your lairs and cease to be an eyesore here. Luo Chuan impatiently waved his hand, signaling them to leave at once. The kings, sensing the gravity of the situation, did not hesitate, turning swiftly to depart, fearing that any delay might invite disaster. In the blink of an eye, their figures vanished into the vast sky. Once the 8 kings had departed, Luo Chuan turned his attention to Elong. Let us proceed to the IGO headquarters. Your subordinate has proven quite astute, ensuring my wife's safety there. Luo Chuan spoke softly. Moments ago, he had sensed through his aura that Mai Yi was within the IGO, appreciating that Elong's subordinate was indeed perceptive. With that, Luo Chuan stepped forward to assist Elong, infusing him with a breath of energy and essence before executing a teleportation, vanishing from the spot. The scene shifted, and they found themselves in a room atop the IGO headquarters. Mai sat quietly on a plush sofa, cradling a cup of fragrant tea, leisurely engrossed in a book titled The 8 Principles of Culinary Arts. Upon hearing the commotion, Mai gently set her tea down and looked up, her face blossoming into a radiant smile upon seeing Luo Chuan and the elder. My dear, have you faced any grievances or mistreatment during this time? Luo Chuan inquired as he approached her. Mai smiled and shook her head, replying softly, No, everyone has been very kind to me. Hearing this, Luo Chuan nodded slightly, understanding that these individuals likely did not dare to offend her. Come, my love, I shall take you to the Sky Vegetable Garden, Luo Chuan said with a beaming smile. Oh, truly? That sounds wonderful. Mai placed her belongings on the table, moving to Luo Chuan and Apos' side, her delicate, fair hands linking with his arm. Luo Chuan sensed the location of the Sky Vegetable Garden and, moments later, teleported them there. As they arrived, the sunlight bathed the garden in golden hues, and a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, creating a soothing sound. Wow, Mai exclaimed, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief as she beheld the vast expanse of vegetable fields before her, filled with awe and delight. The vegetables stood tall and lush, resembling a green forest that seemed to stretch endlessly. With curiosity and excitement, Mai eagerly advanced, and as she passed through the carrot section, she was astounded. These carrots towered over her, standing upright in the soil like soldiers awaiting inspection. Observing this, Luo Chuan smiled and grasped a robust carrot, pulling it effortlessly from the earth, bringing with it a clump of fresh soil. He cleaned the carrot, then deftly sliced it into even segments with a flick of his wrist. Next, he retrieved a bowl from another dimension and placed the cut carrots inside. Afterward, he scanned the surroundings and spotted several vibrant peppers nearby. He walked over, plucking a few and taking a bite. To his surprise, the peppers were sweet rather than spicy. He squeezed some pepper juice over the carrots, swiftly mixing them with chopsticks to ensure every piece absorbed the flavorful liquid. Unable to contain her craving any longer, Mai grabbed a piece of carrot and put it in her mouth. The moment it touched her tongue, the exquisite flavor burst forth. The sweetness of the carrot melded perfectly with the unique taste of the pepper juice, creating an utterly intoxicating sensation. Mai's eyes widened in delight, her face radiating happiness and satisfaction as she exclaimed, "This is simply exquisite." The vibrant greens of fresh vegetables, the plumpness of cabbages, the hearty potatoes, the radiant yellow pumpkin, and the vividly colored tomatoes, all of these were savored one by one, each bite akin to a feast for the senses, immersing one in a state of blissful intoxication. She couldn't help but marvel at the unparalleled deliciousness of these vegetables. "Oh, it's just too delightful. My dear husband, I believe this place is a veritable paradise for food lovers." As she contentedly caressed her slightly rounded belly, she let out a soft burp, playfully adding, "How wonderful." Upon hearing his wife's charming words, Luo Chuan's face broke into a tender smile, and he gently reached out to stroke Mai's little head. "My dear, there and Appos. There's actually something else here that is exceptionally delicious, but this delicacy can only be truly appreciated when shared between two," Luo Chuan teased, his eyes sparkling with a hint of mystery. At this revelation, Mai's already full stomach seemed to make room for more, her beautiful eyes fixated on Luo Chuan. Eager to inquire, "What is it? Please tell me." Just as Luo Chuan was about to utter the words ozone grass, he suddenly raised an eyebrow. "Well, you certainly have some audacity. You used to keep your distance, and I had no desire to engage with you. But now, you dare to come so close. Do you not fear for your life?" Though his voice was low, as he spoke, the entire vegetable forest began to tremble violently. As if caught in a tempest, the leaves and branches colliding and rustling with a cacophony of sound. Sensing something amiss, Mai grasped Luo Chuan's arm. He gently patted her delicate hand, soothing her with, "Do not fear, I am here." Luo Chuan released a small portion of his aura, and in the blink of an eye, a hand formed from this essence materialized, swiftly reaching out in a decisive motion toward a certain direction. Just as he acted, a shadow darted from that direction like lightning, landing heavily on the ground nearby. When the dust settled, it revealed a nitral covered in long, dark fur. This nitral, with its sharp, elongated snout slightly ajar, emitted a series of strange and jarring cries. Its fluffy body trembled in sheer terror, as if on the verge of collapsing. "Huh, who would have thought that a nitral could be so frightened?" Luo Chuan observed with mild surprise at the creature and Appos' panic. In truth, this black nitral had a low intelligence. While it was indeed stronger than the likes of a Lu, it paled in comparison to Luo Chuan, who rendered it instinctively fearful. "Well, now that you know fear, you may leave. I have no interest in you, as long as you do not provoke me." Luo Chuan waved his hand dismissively. The black nitral let out a few shrill cries and scurried away on all fours. Chapter 73, Transforming You into a Delicacy, a grand feast of meat. Nitaro departed, leaving Luo Chuan and Mai to journey towards the lush habitat of the ozone grass. Along the way, a gentle breeze caressed their faces, carrying with it a refreshing essence. Upon reaching their destination, they were greeted by a verdant expanse where the ozone grass stood in tranquil anticipation of their arrival. Initially, Luo Chuan presumed he would have to exert effort to peel away the layers of leaves, yet to his surprise, the ozone grass seemed to sense the energy emanating from him and began to unfurl slowly, as if welcoming them. Witnessing this spectacle, Luo Chuan could not help but smile slightly, and beside him, Mai beamed with delight. Subsequently, they took a gentle bite from either side, and in an instant, a unique fragrance enveloped their mouths, the exquisite flavor intoxicating them. Compared to ordinary vegetables, the taste of the ozone grass was indeed unparalleled, more delectable and savory. After relishing this rare delicacy, Luo Chuan uprooted the entire plant and placed it within his bracelet, subsequently gathering other varieties of fresh vegetables. In no time, he had amassed a bountiful harvest of various tender and juicy vegetables. Some of these vegetables were stored in a different space for the two penguins to savor. The remainder found its place within the bracelet. Once this was accomplished, Luo Chuan embraced Mai and departed from the enchanting vegetable garden. As time flowed like a fleeting shadow, over a year had slipped through their fingers unawares. During this lengthy yet ephemeral period, Luo Chuan and Mai traversed countless picturesque locales together. They marveled at the majestic grandeur of towering mountains and the vastness of rivers and seas. They navigated the bustling streets of vibrant cities and experienced the serene tranquility of quaint villages. Their journey was filled with laughter and joy, leaving behind innumerable cherished memories. However, the path of travel was not always smooth. Numerous challenges arose along the way. One day, a man named Joy approached, fervently inviting Luo Chuan to join his organization. Without hesitation, Luo Chuan declined the invitation, but Joya was relentless, leading to a minor altercation between them. Yet, given Joya and Oppo's capabilities, he was no match for Luo Chuan, who effortlessly inflicted a significant defeat with a mere flick of his finger. Realizing the dire situation, Joya had no choice but to flee. Coincidentally, Zabura also sought out Luo Chuan, his intent simple, to gauge Luo Chuan's strength. In this lopsided contest, Zabura found himself utterly overwhelmed, unable to muster any defense before swiftly falling to defeat. Additionally, Luo Chuan acquired an extensive collection of culinary literature and, leveraging his innate talent, quietly honed his culinary skills to an extraordinary level, transforming into a veritable master chef. Such events, though frequent, paled in comparison to the truly monumental. Life continued to meander at its own pace. One day, the previously serene city was abruptly shattered by the blaring of sirens. Panic ensued as people scrambled in chaos, the streets descending into turmoil. The source of the alarm? The four beasts had descended upon them. These colossal creatures possessed apocalyptic power, each capable of plunging the entire city into calamity. Vegito swiftly activated its emergency protocols, organizing the urgent evacuation of the populace to ensure their safety. Meanwhile, in his villa, Luo Chuan lounged in bed, casually watching the news. Upon hearing of the four beasts' assault, he pondered, these beasts, when combined, would transform into a superlative delicacy. Could it be true? The more he considered it, the more his mouth watered, and his stomach audibly protested in hunger. Thus, Luo Chuan quietly rose from his bed, careful not to disturb the still sleeping Mai. He swiftly donned his clothes, proceeded to wash up in the bathroom, and then made his way to the kitchen to prepare a sumptuous feast. After more than half an hour of diligent effort, he completed the culinary masterpieces. The dining table was adorned with a dazzling array of dishes crafted from the most precious and rare ingredients in the culinary realm. Behold, the enticing skewers of sugar crystal fish exuded a sweet aroma. The salt-baked stone crabs gleamed in golden hues, tantalizing the appetite. And bowls of steaming pearl fish soup resembled clusters of brilliant pearls gathered together. Additionally, the starry ice slush and crystal jelly pudding served as dessert, their exquisite presentation akin to works of art. At that moment, Mai, still nestled in bed, seemed to catch a whiff of the delicious fare, her little nose twitching slightly. Gradually, she stretched luxuriously, rubbed her sleepy eyes, and slowly sat up, clad in a seductive bikini that perfectly accentuated her alluring curves. Her graceful figure appeared particularly enchanting in the morning light. In the city, the four kings, Alu, Koko, Sani, and Zabura, raced towards the four cardinal directions. In the south, Zabura stood alone against the colossal mountain turtle, its iron-hard shell causing tremors with each step. Zabura unleashed his formidable sonic abilities in a fierce clash. To the north, Koko and his partner, the king crow, confronted the toxic silver Hades, both adept at venomous assaults, making for a perilous confrontation. To the west, Sani and his partner, the mother serpent, battled against the grotesque king octopus, Sani's hair striking with ferocity, while mother serpent agilely supported him. Lastly, in the east, Alu and Telly coordinated to besiege the enormous and fearsome Lion King, whose sharp fangs and powerful claws instilled dread, yet they remained undaunted. After a thrilling battle, the four kings triumphed over the four beasts. However, amidst the jubilation, a shocking revelation surfaced. The defeated beasts were merely avatars, not their true forms. The four figures swiftly burrowed underground, disappearing from sight. 200 meters beneath the surface, the real four beasts stealthily advanced in the form of roots, silently making their way towards the city center. As time progressed, the ground began to bulge, twisted branches erupting from the earth at an alarming pace. These branches, reminiscent of demonic tendrils, ensnared the towering skyscrapers. Shortly thereafter, deafening crashes echoed as the once impregnable structures began to crumble. The ensuing commotion incited extreme panic among the populace. Cries and pleas for help resonated throughout the city. At this critical moment, the four kings sensed the dire circumstances and hastily returned. Yet, by the time they reached the city, it was already too late. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of innocent lives had been consumed by the four beasts. The beasts, having absorbed humans and reclaimed their avatars, transformed into their robust complete forms. With a thunderous roar, the complete beasts unleashed a rain of calamity, but as the green clouds appeared, a fierce wind dispersed them. The four beasts were momentarily taken aback, attributing it merely to coincidence, and unleashed their might once more, yet the outcome remained unchanged. With a furious roar, the four beasts recognized that they were being obstructed. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed, and among the four kings, only Sani had yet to encounter Luo Chuan. They gazed upward to behold a figure suspended in the air. "You appear delectable. I shall transform you into a delicacy to reward everyone," Luo Chuan declared lightly. Yet it was evident that he regarded the four beasts as a sumptuous feast. The four beasts comprehended Luo Chuan's words, responding with an enraged growl as their tentacles lunged toward him. However, at that instant, two colossal hands materialized from the void, seizing the four beasts firmly and uprooting them, a manifestation of energy conjured by Luo Chuan. The populace was left in astonishment. How could the four beasts be captured so effortlessly? And who was this individual? The four kings were equally astounded, marveling at Luo Chuan's unfathomable strength. The four beasts, having never encountered such a predicament, began to struggle in resistance. Yes, struggle. Resist. Haha. At that moment, Luo Chuan resembled a quintessential villain. As the four beasts fought against their restraints, the delectable essence within them ripened further. Luo Chuan's nostrils twitched as a smile graced his lips. The time was nearly ripe. The two energy hands kneaded the four beasts as if preparing a savory meatball, causing the four kings on the ground to involuntarily swallow. Sensing that a culinary delight was imminent, the four beasts emitted a reluctant growl, morphing into a colossal meatball. The energy hands, like a cleaver, sliced through the meatball, and those who had been consumed, numbering in the tens of thousands, plummeted to the ground. This was no longer Luo Chuan's concern, for the four kings could handle the aftermath. An enormous pot, the dimensions of which defied description, along with a spatula, appeared in the air, both conjured by Luo Chuan's energy. As the meat was placed into the pot, there was no need for oil, as the meat itself exuded ample fat. The energy hands wielded the spatula, stirring it, and gradually, a richer aroma wafted through the air. Once the meat was cooked, a sprinkling of gourmet seasonings elevated the flavor to unprecedented heights. Luo Chuan removed the cooked meat and placed it on a prepared surface, proclaiming, "The super all-meat feast begins." The populace of the human realm erupted in cheers. The Vegito United Nations military displayed remarkable efficiency. Shortly after the meat emerged from the pot, helicopters and planes appeared, with chefs slicing the meat for distribution across the globe. Chapter 74. The culinary festival commences. The entire populace is swept into an unprecedented carnival of joy. The city is enveloped in an atmosphere of jubilation, with radiant smiles illuminating the faces of its inhabitants as they revel in the delight of their survival. Meanwhile, Luo Chuan's heart is equally filled with elation. After preparing another succulent piece of meat, he deftly slices a portion and, in a flash, vanishes without a trace. The scene shifts to a luxurious villa. In the spacious and brightly lit dining room, Mai Yi gazes eagerly at the delectable morsel in Luo Chuan's hands, softly inquiring, "Darling, how does it taste?" Her beautiful eyes glimmer with curiosity and longing. Luo Chuan smiles gently and replies, "My dear, I have yet to taste it. I brought it back to share this exquisite delight with you." He places the meat on the dining table, where the aroma of the four beasts' roasted meat wafts enticingly through the air. Upon hearing Luo Chuan's words, Mai cannot help but break into a sweet smile, her mood evidently elevated. The two sit across from each other, lifting their chopsticks to delicately grasp a golden piece of meat, crisp on the outside and tender within, bringing it to their lips. As their teeth first encounter the slightly crunchy exterior, a satisfying crack resounds, as if a gateway to a culinary paradise has been opened. Instantly, the juicy interior bursts forth, flooding their mouths with rich, savory juices. The robust aroma of the special sauce swiftly fills the entire oral cavity. The unique flavors and exquisite meat blend seamlessly, each muscle fiber absorbing the essence of the seasoning, creating a sensation that is both distinct and varied. The mingling of fresh and savory notes continuously tantalizes their taste buds, rendering them unable to stop. they find themselves indulging in one mouthful after another, as if striving to consume every morsel of this unparalleled delicacy. Wow, this meat is absolutely divine, Mai exclaims between hearty bites, her clear, delicate visage glowing with satisfaction, akin to a blooming flower in full splendor. Sitting beside her, Luo Chuan nods in agreement, though he finds himself at a loss for words, managing only to stammer, It's incredibly delicious. He sheepishly scratches his head after his proclamation. Hearing this, Mai bursts into laughter, quickly swallowing her food to avoid any mishaps. After their laughter subsides, she playfully glares at Luo Chuan, her eyes filled with a charming mix of feigned annoyance and affection, stirring a delightful flutter within him. Once their appetites have been satiated, Mai rises to tidy up the dishes, while Luo Chuan leisurely strolls to the balcony, resting his hands on the railing as he gazes at the vibrant fireworks illuminating the night sky. The fireworks burst forth in a dazzling display, resembling brilliant flowers vying for attention in the darkness. The air is filled with joyous cheers and laughter, enveloping the entire city in a harmonious atmosphere of celebration. Thus, the revelry continues for several days. However, as is often the case, such splendid moments are fleeting. Once the festivities conclude, life resumes its regular cadence. The citizens immerse themselves in the tasks of urban development, whether constructing towering edifices or laying down roads and bridges, each person diligently fulfilling their role with fervor. Time flies swiftly, and soon a month has passed. On this tranquil and enchanting evening, the sky is painted in hues of orange and red as the sun sets, and a gentle breeze rustles the leaves along the streets. Hand in hand, Luo Chuan and Mai complete a delightful day of shopping, gradually making their way back to their opulent villa. As they approach home, they notice two unfamiliar men in sleek black suits waiting quietly at their doorstep. The men, tall and imposing, bear stern expressions. Upon catching sight of Luo Chuan, the two men promptly approach, bowing slightly as they respectfully present two exquisite invitations to him and Mai. Luo Chuan, wearing a smile, calmly accepts his invitation, while Mai curiously takes the other one. This invitation, a gracious request from the culinary festival, extends an invitation from the esteemed Chairman Long to Mr. Luo Chuan and Miss Mai to attend the spectacular competition the following day. One of the men speaks in a tone of utmost respect. Luo Chuan nods lightly, acknowledging the information, and politely responds, "Thank you for personally delivering the invitation. I will be sure to attend on time." He then tucks the invitation into his pocket. Upon hearing his response, the two men visibly relax, bow deeply to Luo Chuan, and then turn to depart, swiftly disappearing around the corner. With the elegant invitation in hand, Mai beams with joy yet is filled with curiosity. She looks up at Luo Chuan, her captivating eyes wide with wonder, and asks, "Darling, what exactly is this culinary festival? It sounds like it will be quite exciting." Luo Chuan ponders for a moment, recalling details from his past life about the festival. It is a grand culinary event held once every 4 years, featuring the top 100 chefs, with an audience in the billions expected to attend. Mai is astonished by the scale of the festival, her excitement bubbling at the thought of witnessing it the very next day. As night falls and the lights begin to twinkle, they enjoy a sumptuous dinner and soon find themselves in the cozy living room, where the ambience becomes increasingly intimate. They embark on a profound exchange, their hearts gradually opening, emotions flowing like a surging river. The room fills with the essence of spring, as if the season has arrived early, bringing forth renewal and blooming flowers. The following noon, bathed in golden sunlight, Luo Chuan dons a casual yet striking outfit, while Mai wears a lovely floral dress, exuding an ethereal charm. Hand in hand, they stroll towards the venue of the culinary festival, laughter and conversation flowing freely. Upon arriving, they find themselves amidst a throng of people, a cacophony of joyous sounds intertwining in a vibrant sea of excitement. At that moment, the two men who had delivered the invitations the previous evening rushed towards them. "Mr. Luo Chuan, Miss Mai, welcome. Please, follow us." They lead Luo Chuan and Mai through the bustling crowd along a specially designated green path. Before long, they arrive at an exclusive viewing area elevated above the chaos below. This vantage point offers a breathtaking view of the entire competition arena, which is adorned with colorful flags fluttering in the breeze, and the stage is set with a variety of cooking utensils and ingredients, ready for an intense culinary showdown. From this height, they can also see billions of enthusiastic spectators, some cheering exuberantly while others converse eagerly, each face alight with excitement and anticipation. "Wow, this spot is absolutely incredible," Mai exclaims, her eyes shimmering with delight. Luo Chuan smiles softly, gently taking her hand, and warmly suggests, "Come, let us sit down." The thrilling competition is about to commence. Thus, they nestle into their comfortable seats, eagerly awaiting the start of the event. Soon, the host of the culinary competition gracefully ascends the stage, ready to begin. He greeted the audience with a radiant smile and a resounding voice, providing a detailed introduction to the rules of the first competition of the event. As the host's words faded, an exhilarating piece of music filled the air, signaling the official commencement of the contest. Chapter 75. Chaos Unleashed. One half eliminated with the sharp sound of a whistle, the exhilarating competition officially commenced. 100 chefs surged forward, immersing themselves in the intense contest. From their elevated seats in the audience, Mai and Luo Chuan leisurely observed the continuously shifting images on the grand screen, occasionally whispering to each other, critiquing the competitors' performances. Their faces adorned with relaxed and joyful smiles, as if this event were merely a splendid showcase for them. However, while the atmosphere in the arena was fervent and vibrant, dark currents stirred outside. The Culinary Association and the Enio organization, founded by Joya, had begun to covertly mobilize. Like hunters lurking in the shadows, they awaited the opportune moment to disrupt the competition and oppose, as normal order, pursuing their nefarious objectives. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and soon the grand screen froze on a striking scene. Komatsu had effortlessly triumphed over the first round, claiming victory against the Chef Blanche from the Demon Food realm. This unexpected outcome astonished everyone present. No one anticipated that the seemingly unremarkable Komatsu could shine among such a plethora of talented chefs. Of course, aside from Komatsu, many genuinely formidable chefs also successfully passed the first round's trials. Yet, for some less capable chefs, the bitter taste of defeat left them to exit the stage with heavy hearts. Having secured first place in the initial contest, Komatsu commenced his culinary endeavor. Enjoying the privilege of presenting his dish to the judges first, fully engrossed in the cooking process, he meticulously executed each step, striving for perfection. In no time, a plate of visually stunning and delectable cuisine emerged. Komatsu carefully carried it to the judging panel, inviting them to indulge in his creation. As the judges took their first bites, their eyes sparkled with delight, and a chorus of praise erupted, clearly indicating that Komatsu's dish had profoundly captivated their palates. Other chefs showcased their unique skills, filling the arena with an array of enticing aromas and exquisite dishes. Some demonstrated remarkable knife skills, transforming ingredients into works of art. Others excelled in seasoning, crafting unique flavor combinations, and still others employed innovative cooking techniques that dazzled the eye. Eventually, after the judges savored each contestant's creations, the list of those advancing to the next round appeared on the grand screen. Unsurprisingly, Komatsu's name shone brightly among the top 50, further affirming his exceptional culinary talent and solid foundation. The second round commenced swiftly, featuring a high-stakes culinary duel on a balanced scale. The rules dictated that identical weights of ingredients be placed on either side. Contestants would cook with the materials provided, with the faster chefs causing their side of the scale to rise, while the slower ones would descend, subjected to the scorching flames below. The first chef to finish cooking would select a lucky audience member to taste their dish. Only upon complete consumption could victory be claimed, leaving mere remnants to signify defeat. In essence, this was a contest of speed and culinary execution. As the competition began, Luo Chuan chuckled while savoring the delicacies. Mai turned to him, curious, and Luo Chuan playfully pinched her cheek. His thoughts were, of course, on the actions of the Culinary Association and Enio. Time passed swiftly, and the second round concluded after fierce competition, resulting in 25 skilled chefs qualifying for the next stage. The highly anticipated third round then commenced, albeit at a new location on the archipelago. At that moment, an aircraft headed for the island soared through the clouds. Inside, Tina, a reporter from the Culinary Channel, animatedly narrated various details about the island to the audience. Meanwhile, outside the festival venue, Sonny's sister Rin and director Mansam stood silently, with Mansam gazing intently into the distance. Rin held a tablet, streaming live footage of the competition. The atmosphere at the contest was tense and electric, with 16 finalists, including Komatsu, ready to face off in the inaugural battle against Zeus, the renowned champion of the 49th competition. The elimination rounds of the finals began, igniting the arena with palpable intensity. However, a subtle smile crept across Luo Chuan's face, unnoticed by many. Observing this, Mai tilted her head in curiosity and inquired, "What is it, darling?" Luo Chuan gently pecked her cheek and replied, "Nothing of great consequence. Merely certain overconfident individuals are eager to commence their performance. As dark clouds loomed ominously, a multitude of grotesque flying creatures and sea monsters approached the festival venue. The first match of the finals featured dark culinary creations, where contestants relied on their sense of smell, intuition, and experience to cook in complete darkness. Just as Zeus and Komatsu stepped into the building, the horns of competition blared, and the contest commenced. Seconds ticked away, and unexpectedly, a fierce blue flame erupted from the building without warning. In an instant, flames soared skyward. At that moment, Komatsu, engulfed in darkness, felt a powerful grip on his arm. Terrified, he struggled to break free, but found himself immobilized. Upon focusing, he saw a figure adorned with a peculiar mask, obscuring its face, yet the chilling gaze emanating from behind the mask sent shivers down his spine. Meanwhile, the audience was bewildered, staring at the blazing structure, perplexed by the unfolding chaos. As the flames intensified, the building ultimately succumbed to the heat and collapsed. Once the billowing smoke cleared, the unconscious figure of Chef Zeus and the firmly restrained Komatsu came into view. It was then that the realization dawned upon everyone. An unwelcome intruder had breached the competition grounds. In the audience, Alu and the other three kings sprang into action. Outside the festival venue, colossal, winged, Jurassic unicorn deer synthetic clones stood on high alert. They roared to the heavens, instantly transforming from their ordinary form into a fearsome carnivorous state. Subsequently, these ferocious beasts unleashed a barrage of powerful energy blasts, like meteors, towards the sky, engaging in combat with the Culinary Association's synthetic entities and GT robots. My dear, I must step out for a moment, but I shall return swiftly, Luo Chuan said tenderly to Mai. She nodded softly in agreement. In the blink of an eye, Luo Chuan vanished from sight, reappearing high above in the sky. He gazed down at the dark mass of grotesque creatures, artificially synthesized by the Culinary Association. These beings were a bizarre array, their features twisted and menacing. Yet, faced with such a multitude, Luo Chuan merely waved his hand, and in that instant, an overwhelming aura surged from him, like a torrential flood, sweeping forth with tremendous force. A resounding boom echoed through the air, as a formidable presence swept forth like a razor-sharp sword, cleaving through the surroundings. In an instant, accompanied by a cacophony of deafening explosions, the synthetic beings were reduced to mere fragments, their remains scattered in a gruesome spectacle. Within the venue of the festival, the audience, startled by the thunderous noise above, lifted their gazes in curiosity. Upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, their faces turned pale with terror, flames soared into the sky, thick smoke billowed, and a horde of grotesque and terrifying creatures was obliterated in the carnage. Panic ensued as the crowd erupted in screams, scattering in all directions, plunging the entire festival into utter disarray. Who are you? Luo Chuan. At that moment, Elger, the head of the first branch of the Culinary Association, suddenly appeared, his eyes wide with astonishment as he fixated intently on Luo Chuan, his expression grave and wary. Elger had never anticipated that Luo Chuan would manifest in this place. Their superior had warned them against provoking this individual. Luo Chuan spoke coolly. Since you recognize me, the matter becomes much simpler. If you value your safety, I advise you and your rabble to depart swiftly and not disturb my enjoyment of this festival. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unkind. With that, he crossed his arms and regarded Elger and his companions with an icy gaze. Yet, Elger remained unfazed. Very well, I do not expect compliance from you. As he spoke, Luo Chuan raised his left hand, extending a finger to gather an immense energy sphere. With a subtle motion of his finger, the colossal orb shot forth. Elger, never having encountered such a phenomenon, was momentarily stunned, and before he could react, the energy sphere engulfed him, erupting in a cataclysmic explosion that annihilated countless synthetic beasts and GT robots in its wake. Remarkable, exclaimed Tengu Branch, astonished by Luo Chuan's prowess. He had heard tales of this individual but had never imagined his strength to be so formidable. A single strike had decimated half of their forces, an achievement beyond his capabilities. Luo Chuan murmured to himself, and so it begins. With him present, you shall not perish, consider it a gift. At that moment, words materialized from the long silence. Upon reading their contents, he smiled, realizing that this world had been forged from the remnants of the fallen Realm Lord, and that another Realm Lord would descend to seize this realm for themselves. Chapter 76. The same gesture the Master of the Realm possesses at this moment. The festival venue was plunged into utter chaos. People fled in panic, their cries and screams echoing throughout the air. In the heart of this turmoil, An intense battle was unfolding. Alu and Stage E were engaged in a breathtaking duel, their every strike infused with boundless power, causing the very atmosphere to tremble. Meanwhile, Sani, Coco, and Zaburo were fiercely battling their own opponents, creating an exceptionally explosive scene. Furthermore, the formidable chefs unleashed their unique skills, fighting desperately against their enemies. The regeneration masters tirelessly tended to the wounded, providing continuous support for the fight. Even the members of the culinary underworld did not hold back, employing ruthless tactics to join the fray. In the air, Rachuan murmured, "Let me give you a hand." No sooner had the words left his lips than an unparalleled aura of terror erupted, surging forth like a torrential flood and sweeping in all directions. The strength of this presence was beyond imagination, instantly enveloping the entire earth and even extending deep into the vast cosmos. Under Rachuan's exquisite control, all the fighting forces dispatched by the Culinary Society seemed to face annihilation. In the blink of an eye, approximately 80 of their power was utterly obliterated. Satisfied with the devastation, Rachuan gradually retracted his chilling aura, his figure flickering like a ghost as he swiftly returned to his seat in the audience. Once settled, Rachuan glanced at Mai beside him and whispered a few words. Then, a flash of light enveloped her, and she vanished from her spot, evidently transported to an alternate space through Rachuan's time portal. After completing this act, Rachuan leisurely crossed his legs, observing with keen interest the events that would unfold next. In the culinary realm, in a place known as Dole Rain Hills, 3 tigers and a dragon stood atop the hill, facing each other. The atmosphere thick with tension as if the very air had solidified. The earlier oppressive force was the expression on the 3 tigers' faces was grave, a trickle of crimson seeping from the corner of his mouth. Who would have thought he would choose to aid you, Aio? One of the tigers glared at the dragon, gritting his teeth. However, the dragon merely shook his head lightly, replying, in his eyes, "Perhaps there is no distinction of sides or factions. Whether he helps or not may just be a whim, a fleeting boredom that prompts him to act." Indeed, as the dragon articulated, Rachuan's intervention stemmed entirely from a sense of ennui. The 3 tigers, having yet to encounter Rachuan directly, remained blissfully unaware of this fact. Boredom? Huh. Let me deal with you first, and then I shall personally meet that fellow. The tiger licked his lips, his eyes betraying a glimmer of ferocity and resolve. Among those who had not interacted with Rachuan, only the acupoint master Jiro remained. In response to the tiger's provocation, the dragon merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. With a resounding crash, the fierce battle between the dragon and the 3 tigers erupted. In the audience of the Human World Culinary Festival venue, Rachuan remarked, "The actors have all assembled. The splendid performance can now officially commence." He nodded with a smile, snapping his fingers lightly. Outside the venue, in the sky, the cloaked Joya and his companion Taiping stood firmly on a uniquely shaped flying object, swiftly approaching the festival site. This craft shimmered with mysterious light, capturing the attention of many. Upon finally hovering over the festival venue, Joya gazed down at the all-too-familiar scene below. "What a nostalgic place," he mused. As he spoke, his deep-set eyes suddenly radiated a brilliant yellow glow, allowing him to effortlessly discern the life force of every individual present. Yet, at that moment, Taiping, who had remained motionless, seemed suddenly seized by some unseen force, his body shaking violently. In an instant, he spun around and launched a fierce attack on the unsuspecting Joya. Quick to sense the anomaly, Joya reacted swiftly, nimbly stepping back to evade Taiping's ambush. Undeterred by the miss, Taiping leapt off the rapidly flying craft, landing amidst the crowd. "He's escaped my mental control." Joya was taken aback, astonished that Jiro's grandson could possess such formidable willpower to break free from the mental restraints he had imposed. Initially, Taiping had intended to maintain the ruse of being under Joya and Apos' mental control, but Rachuan and Apos' voice suddenly echoed in his mind, revealing Joya and Apos' true intentions. Upon learning the truth, Taiping cast aside his pretense and chose to confront Joya directly. Joya, we meet again," came a light-hearted voice as a figure slowly stood from the distant audience. Joya turned to look, his face paling at the sight of the one he feared, Rachuan. "I do not enjoy looking up to converse with others," Rachuan remarked with a slight smirk. He raised his right hand and gestured downward, and in an instant, Joya felt an overwhelming, irresistible pressure descend upon him, as if Mount Tai had fallen upon an egg. As this weight intensified, Joya struggled desperately, only to find that the more he resisted, the heavier the pressure became, causing him to plummet like a meteor. With a thunderous crash, A deep human-shaped crater formed upon impact, dust billowing into the air and lingering for an extended period. After what seemed like an eternity, Joya finally emerged from the pit, looking utterly disheveled, his cloak lost, revealing his true visage. Janai and Apos' eyes widened in disbelief. Staring intently at Joya and Apos' face, her expression a mixture of astonishment and incredulity. "Is that possible?" she gasped, her mouth agape in shock. The face before her bore an uncanny resemblance to Flores. But how could that be? Flores had long since departed from this world. "You vile scoundrel! You deserve to be torn to shreds," Joya roared, drawing a gleaming kitchen knife from behind him, a weapon clearly of no ordinary make. Indeed, it was Flores and Apos' signature knife. Cinderella. Suddenly, a layer of strange culinary cells rapidly enveloped Joya and Apos' face, transforming it into a completely unfamiliar visage, accompanied by a powerful and ominous magnetic field. "Today, you shall witness my true strength," Joya proclaimed through gritted teeth, raising his arm as the knife sliced through the air, tracing sharp arcs. In an instant, several deep violet blades of energy surged forth like lightning towards Rachuan, tearing through the air with piercing howls. Rachuan, unfazed, casually extended his hand to scratch his nose, a smirk of disdain gracing his lips. "Is this all you can do? How childish," he remarked, before effortlessly curling his fingers and flicking them forward. This seemingly trivial action, upon contact with the oncoming violet energy blades, produced astonishing results. A series of crisp cracking sounds resonated through the heavens, rendering the once menacing blade energy into disarray, dispersing into countless fragments that vanished into the air. With a sharp clang, the kitchen knife in Joya's hand shattered, propelling him across the space, crashing into the wall and leaving a gaping hole in his wake, his body tumbling and tracing a long trajectory. Coincidentally, this spectacle was witnessed by Jiro, who had just arrived. This marked the first encounter between Jiro and Rachuan. Although he had heard of Rachuan from Janai before, upon seeing him in person, his instincts urged him to refrain from provoking him, for Jiro was the child nurtured by the Wolf King. Rachuan cast a glance at Jiro, perceiving the hidden strength within him. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck, causing the ruins to erupt, reducing the stones to dust. Emerging from the chaos was Joya. His aura transformed entirely, resembling a different being from before. If the earlier presence exuded malevolence and foreboding, the current one was as tranquil as clouds suspended in a still sky. "This body is quite acceptable," Joya murmured, abruptly lifting his gaze, his eyes emitting beams of energy directed towards the distant horizon. Rachuan swiftly swatted away the rays with a palm, grinning as he materialized near Joya. The two observed one another, and Rachuan understood that the current Joya was no longer merely Joya, but rather a vessel possessed by the Realm Lord. "You are not a native of this world. How did you arrive here?" Joya inquired, his expression a mixture of confusion and curiosity as he regarded Rachuan. Chapter 77. Just that. Not necessarily why can you descend upon this world, but I cannot. The Lord of Realms. A subtle smile graced the lips of Luo Chuan as he fixed his gaze upon Xiaoya. Xiaoya and Apos' eyes narrowed, a glint of coldness flashing within them. In an instant, he swung his right arm, delivering a sharp hand strike that descended with formidable force. At that moment, a deafening sound erupted. As if the earth were struck by a cataclysmic disaster, it began to crumble and sink. Countless stones shattered and soared into the air, raising clouds of dust that obscured the sun. Yet amidst this swirling smoke, a figure emerged like a specter, none other than Luo Chuan. Faced with the astonishing power of the strike, he merely extended a finger, effortlessly blocking the attack. With a flick of his finger, seemingly casual, he unleashed an immeasurable force. The moment this power surged forth, Xiaoya felt an irresistible impact crashing against him. His body was sent flying like a kite severed from its string. As he soared backward, each step left a deep impression in the ground, forming a lengthy trail of craters. After regaining his balance, Xiaoya attempted to speak, only to realize that Walker, who had once stood before him, had vanished without a trace. Almost simultaneously, a sense of alarm surged within him, and without a moment in Apos' hesitation, he spun around and delivered a powerful kick backward. Alas, his reflexes proved a moment too slow. Luo Chuan easily intercepted the kick. Grasping Xiaoya's ankle and without hesitation, he struck forcefully at Xiaoya's chest. Seeing this, Xiaoya crossed his arms defensively, attempting to withstand the crushing blow. A sharp crack echoed as Xiaoya and Apos' bones snapped under the pressure. The tremendous force propelled him once more, akin to a cannonball, sending him thousands of miles away. Ultimately, he crashed into a towering mountain. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the mountain crumbled to ruins. Yet the ordeal was far from over. Propelled by inertia, Xiaoya continued to slide forward, plunging into the vast expanse of the sea. After carving a deep trench spanning hundreds of nautical miles in the water, he finally came to a halt. With a cough, Xiaoya expelled a mouthful of blood, crimson droplets tracing arcs through the air before splattering into the ocean. Upon closer inspection, fragments of internal organs mixed with the blood, indicating the severe injuries inflicted by Luo Chuan's strike. Damn that wretched fiend! Xiaoya bellowed in fury, his anger threatening to erupt. Remarkably, his hands began to heal at an astonishing rate, bones reconnected with audible cracks, wiping the blood from his lips. His eyes sparkled with rage and determination. With a swift motion, Xiaoya summoned a gleaming blade, the Cinderella kitchen knife, into his grasp. Yet, in an extraordinary transformation, it twisted and morphed into a razor-sharp katana. In a flash, Xiaoya darted towards Luo Chuan, raising the katana to deliver a lethal strike to his neck. The attack was as swift and deadly as a bolt of lightning. However, just as the blade was mere millimeters from its target, it encountered an invisible barrier, halting its advance. How tedious, Luo Chuan sneered, his disdain palpable. Your power is rather lackluster, unable to breach my defenses. If your true form had descended, perhaps it would have been entertaining, but alas, you are merely this. With a languid yawn, he appeared wholly disinterested in the battle. Luo Chuan casually raised a hand, unleashing a wave of potent energy that surged towards Xiaoya. With no avenue for escape, Xiaoya was engulfed by the energy wave. In a thunderous explosion, he was propelled like a projectile into the distance. Eventually, a blinding flash erupted on the horizon, forming a colossal mushroom cloud. As the deafening explosion resonated, anguished cries intertwined with the sound, composing a chilling symphony. In an instant, the brilliance of the blast sliced through the sky like lightning, gradually dissipating. Meanwhile, a vast pit appeared on the once tranquil sea surface, as water gushed inward like a torrent breaching a dam. In the unfathomable depths of the pit, Xiaoya lay. A pitiful sight. His body was nearly unrecognizable, with almost half of it missing, and gaping wounds that were grotesque to behold. Every time he struggled to speak, he coughed up blood, and even breathing became an excruciating challenge. Despite his dire state, Xiaoya was acutely aware that he could not allow this body to perish. He summoned energy to mend his grievously injured form, for should he lose this vessel, he would sever his connection to this world. At that moment, Luo Chuan appeared, his expression a cryptic mix of amusement and disdain as he regarded the barely conscious Xiaoya. With such formidable power, what brings you to this world? Are you here to seize it? Xiaoya rasped, struggling to articulate his words, each syllable accompanied by a spurt of blood. Luo Chuan opened his mouth as if to respond, but paused, a mysterious smile curling at the corners of his lips. I wonder, since you are here, why not emerge and greet an old friend? He emphasized the term old friend with deliberate weight. Yet, the surroundings remained eerily silent, save for Xiaoya's intermittent coughs disrupting the stillness. Time flowed unnoticed, and within mere breaths, the void began to warp, revealing a narrow fissure. From this crack, a slender figure clad in ordinary attire emerged. Lapisi. Oh, Lapisi, you have indeed been watching me. Xiaoya's eyes widened, his voice icy enough to freeze the surrounding air. In response to Xiaoya's accusation, Lapisi ignored him, fixating intently on Luo Chuan with a knowing smile. It has been a while. Would you say we are still friends? Upon hearing Lapisi and Apos' words, Luo Chuan stroked his chin thoughtfully, then broke into a dazzling smile. However, a flicker of inscrutable light danced in his eyes as he retorted, Friends? I hardly think so, do you? In that moment, the atmosphere became palpably tense. Lapisi stood silently in place, refraining from uttering another word. In truth, deep within, he harbored no desire to engage in combat with Luo Chuan, fully aware that he was no match for him. However, the present situation had evidently spiraled beyond his control, and this confrontation was unlikely to conclude easily. Chapter 78, Transcending Time. The next world. Rowan, perhaps you should depart now. What do you say? If you leave, I shall consider today and Apos' events as if they never transpired. Lapis and Apos' gaze remained fixed upon the man before her. However, Rowan seemed impervious to Lapis and Apos' proposition, maintaining his serene smile and remaining silent. This smile caused a disquiet in Lapis's heart, as she knew it would be nearly impossible to dismiss Rowan so easily. Indeed, As Lapis had foreseen, he sighed with resignation, muttering to himself, "It seems I cannot avoid a confrontation after all. Very well. Allow me to personally ascertain the extent of your strength." As he spoke, he gestured with his right hand, and a gleaming long sword materialized in his grasp. The instant Lapis clasped the hilt, his entire demeanor underwent a transformation, resembling a tiger poised to strike. With a swift motion, he appeared before Rowan, his longsword descending with formidable force. A resounding crash echoed as the powerful blade of the sword rent the ground, creating a deep chasm. Yet Rowan, enveloped by the blade's aura, remained unscathed. It was as if the earth-shattering blow was no more than a gentle breeze. Your speed is passable. And your attack power is barely adequate. Rowan finally spoke, having been silent until now. With two slender fingers, he casually intercepted Lapis and Apos' full-force strike. Upon witnessing this, Lapis retrieved his blade and retreated swiftly. However, before he could regain his footing, Rowan launched a kick. Lapis, wary of any negligence, raised his sword to defend himself. With a dull thud, the immense force traveled through the sword and into Lapis, sending him hurtling backward like a broken kite. He crashed heavily onto the ground. Dozens of meters away, he leaped to his feet, and in the blink of an eye, Lapis infused energy into his weapon. Instantly, the longsword glowed intensely, radiating an aura of terrifying power. Lapis aimed at Rowan and unleashed a colossal blade of energy, hundreds of meters long, which roared toward Rowan with overwhelming force. As the massive blade approached, the surrounding air twisted and distorted under its immense power, emitting an ear-splitting hum. The entire space seemed on the verge of collapse due to this earth-shattering strike. A subtle curve appeared on Rowan's lips as he slowly raised his right hand. He brought his slender fingers together, forming a sharp sword, and then slashed forward. In that instant, a deafening roar erupted. Boom! The earth-shattering sound seemed to tear the very fabric of space. The blade unleashed by Lapis collided with Rowan's seemingly effortless sword fingers, creating a dazzling explosion of light, like a shooting star streaking across the sky. The surrounding air was violently displaced by the impact, creating a turbulent vortex that swept outward. Even the ethereal void could not withstand the collision, and cracks appeared, resembling a shattered mirror. As the light subsided, a stream of blood trickled from Lapis's lips, and a bloody hole was visible on his shoulder, from which blood flowed. Despite the grievous injury, Lapis gritted his teeth and said, "Indeed, you are formidable. In my current state, I cannot defeat you. But now it's my turn to get serious." He spat out a mouthful of blood and rapidly tapped several points on his body. In the blink of an eye, his injuries were completely healed. At that moment, a deep, authoritative voice echoed in Lapis's mind. What a useless waste, unable to even handle this simple task. "Allow me to take over." As the voice resonated, two sharp horns emerged from Lapis's forehead. Simultaneously, his facial features began to change, becoming rounder and more endearing, with a hint of baby fat. Rowan, who had been closely observing his opponent's every move, raised an eyebrow, and a playful smile appeared on his face as he said, "Ah, you must be the mastermind who bestowed the title of World Lord upon those fellows." Lapis tilted his head slightly, his gaze fixed on Rowan, and an innocent smile graced his face. His voice, seemingly influenced by this pure atmosphere, sounded more childish than usual. "I didn't expect you to perceive my presence. I didn't intend to reveal myself, but this fellow is no match for you. I have no choice but to forcefully take over." Rowan feigned annoyance and cleaned his ears, retorting, all right, whatever. You're possessing him anyway, so quit your blathering and get on with it. Show me what you've got." As Rowan finished speaking, Lapis clapped his hands together, and a brilliant light coalesced in his palms. In an instant, the light transformed into a gleaming spear, its tip radiating a chilling aura. With a flick of Lapis and Apos' arm, the spear shot forth like lightning, aimed directly at Rowan. Faced with this assault, a gleam of excitement flashed in Rowan's eyes as he roared, "Well done." His right arm bulged with muscle as he clenched his fist and slammed it against the incoming spear. A deafening crash reverberated, like a thunderclap erupting from the ground. The two forces collided, unleashing an earth-shattering explosion. A shockwave of untamed energy radiated outward, tearing apart the void, distorting space, and obliterating everything in its path. In the wake of this cataclysmic collision, a colossal mushroom cloud billowed upward, reaching into the heavens. Rowan and Lapis were engulfed by the shattered space, disappearing from view. Rowan surveyed the fragmented space, which resembled shattered glass, and stretched his arms. This space is spacious enough for me to unleash my full power," he murmured. As he spoke, An intense aura erupted from his body, engulfing the broken space like a tidal wave. Blinding green lightning materialized, swirling around him like ethereal dragons. The shattered space trembled violently, as if on the verge of collapse. Apart from the lightning, his hair and physique remained unchanged. Lapis, watching from a distance, frowned, inwardly marveling at Rowan's formidable power. He recalled Lapis's report, which had casually mentioned Rowan's origins. As Lapis's attention wavered, Rowan vanished. In the blink of an eye, his fist, brimming with terrifying power, slammed into Lapis's cheek. A crisp sound echoed through the air as several of Lapis's teeth fell from his mouth, crimson blood gushing from the corners. Without hesitation, Luo Chuan delivered a cruel kick to Lapis's abdomen, the immense force causing his back to arch dramatically. Before Lapisi could react, Luo Chuan seized his shoulders tightly and forcefully hurled him backward. A dull thud resonated as Lapisi's body crashed heavily onto the ground, creating a substantial indentation in the surface. With a gasp, Lapisi coughed up blood, the blows inflicting severe damage despite the body not being his own. The pain, however, was undeniably real. Just as Luo Chuan prepared to stomp down, Lapisi swiftly rolled over, clapped his palms together, and exclaimed, "Time stasis." In an instant, time ceased to flow within a 100-meter radius centered around him, creating a realm where only he could move freely. In this domain, Luo Chuan stood frozen in place. To his astonishment, Lapisi realized he had resorted to this technique, lamenting the state of his current body, pondering the need to reconstruct it anew. Approaching Luo Chuan, he murmured to himself, his palm turning to reveal a sharp katana that appeared in his grasp. He gently caressed the blade, which shimmered with a layer of energy. Before striking at Luo Chuan, the shattered space split apart like tofu as the blade sliced through. Clang! The sword struck Luo Chuan, producing a sound akin to iron clashing. Sparks flying. Luo Chuan remarked nonchalantly, "Is that all? Did I not mention that I transcend time?" For someone of his caliber, even the ability to freeze time was inconsequential. Grasping the blade with his left hand, he seized Lapisi by the throat with his right. What? It dawned on him that Lapisi had previously mentioned his origins from a world named Dragon Ball, a realm he dared not interfere with. Luo Chuan regarded Lapisi with a smile. "I've enjoyed this encounter. I hope our next encounter will be against the real you. I trust it will be even more exhilarating. Until next time." With a swift motion, he crushed the katana in his left hand and delivered a powerful punch that pierced through Lapisi's chest, extracting and obliterating his heart. As the heart shattered, Lapisi reverted to his original form, his complexion pale as blood flowed incessantly from his chest. "Farewell, Luo Chuan. It has been a pleasure knowing you. Though I regret my lack of agency," he uttered in fragmented breaths, his body dissipating into sand within the space. Luo Chuan sighed, clenching his fist and striking the fabric of existence, causing it to collapse, leading to his own disappearance. In the air above the culinary festival, Luo Chuan materialized, sensing his surroundings. Although some things had changed, the situation remained manageable. He then vanished in an instant, returning to the villa approximately 2 hours later, where he organized his belongings and stored them within the alternate space of the time-space gate. Within that alternate space, in addition to Mai and her 2 pet penguins, there was a dragon and a monkey, both of whom were among the 8 kings of the culinary realm. Summoning the time-space gate, he stepped inside, and as it vanished, Luo Chuan departed from this world. Chapter 79. The most powerful Wijin in a dimly lit alley. Luo Chuan held the delicate hand of Mai as they stepped through the portal of time and space. "Darling, what is this world truly like?" Mai inquired softly. Her bright, star-like eyes filled with curiosity as she gazed up at Luo Chuan. Instead of answering immediately, Luo Chuan sought the guidance of the text, which provided a comprehensive response. As he delved deeper into the information, enlightenment dawned upon him, revealing the intricate origins of the world before him. It turned out that this realm was an illusion born from the death of the world lord, a captive of culinary delights known as the Wijin goddess. In his previous life, Luo Chuan had been oblivious to this, having never encountered any related works. Fortunately, the text had just thoroughly introduced him to the entire narrative of this world. After organizing his thoughts, he conveyed the general situation to Mai in simple, comprehensible terms. Upon hearing this, Mai blinked in surprise, only to be swiftly replaced by a radiant smile. "Darling, if what you say is true, does that mean we can find a few good sisters for me here?" she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Luo Chuan was taken aback by her whimsical thinking. "Let's see how it goes." he replied, playfully pinching her cheek. Days later, Luo Chuan and Mai checked out of their accommodations and strolled down the street. They paused at the entrance of an alley. Luo Chuan took Mai's hand and led her into the narrow passage, a sight that elicited head shakes from passers-by. A few young men with ulterior motives entered the alley as well, but they found no trace of the couple. Embracing Mai, Luo Chuan traversed through the mist, the wind howling past their ears, and moments later, he gracefully landed in a tranquil park. As soon as their feet touched the ground, Mai eagerly wriggled free from Luo Chuan's embrace and asked, "Why are we here?" Her beautiful eyes blinked with curiosity and confusion. A mysterious smile graced Luo Chuan and Appo's lips as he replied softly, "Did I not promise to help you find sisters? There happens to be one right here." With that, he winked playfully at her. Upon hearing this, Mai was momentarily taken aback but quickly recovered, teasingly reaching out to tickle Luo Chuan, pouting, "Oh, you were such a rascal." Luo Chuan, playing along, pretended to be unbearably ticklish, laughing heartily as they frolicked like innocent children. As they passed a pavilion, they instinctively halted. Inside sat a stunning woman, her figure alluring and her face radiant. She possessed an impressive bosom and appeared flushed, her gaze hazy, clearly inebriated and in a state of mild intoxication. Luo Chuan turned to Mai and asked, "My dear, what do you think of this lady? Could she possibly become your good sister?" Mai scrutinized the drunken beauty intently, her gaze initially fixated on the woman's ample bosom, before glancing down at her own, subconsciously comparing them. After a fierce internal debate, she ultimately nodded in agreement. Thus, hand in hand, Luo Chuan and Mai approached the pavilion and settled near the inebriated woman. Noticing their presence, the woman slowly lifted her head, her dazed eyes briefly flickering towards Luo Chuan and Mai, yet she said nothing, returning her gaze downward as if lost in her own world. Suddenly, without warning, the Wijin pattern on her forehead began to emit waves of warmth. This unexpected sensation left her bewildered, as she mused inwardly, "How can this be? The Wijin pattern, it cannot be. I was clearly abandoned by M.B. Ian should not possess a Wijin." However, the increasingly intense warmth of the pattern jolted her back to clarity. Seeing this, Luo Chuan inquired, "Miss, are you all right? Do you feel unwell?" The woman gently shook her head, her eyes locking onto Luo Chuan's as she boldly asked, "Are you my Wijin?" In response to her direct question, Luo Chuan smiled faintly and replied, "If you believe I am, then let it be so." His gaze met hers without flinching. At that moment, the warmth on her forehead intensified, causing her complexion to flush a deep crimson. Then, unexpectedly, she lunged forward, kissing Luo Chuan passionately. A bold move that caught him off guard, and even Mai, sitting beside them, was astonished by the seemingly demure woman's audacity. In an instant, a low humming sound resonated. A pure, ethereal light erupted from the Wijin pattern on her forehead. Within the brilliance, a pair of magnificent wings, white as snow and imbued with a dreamlike aura, unfurled behind her. As the wings spread, a fierce gale swept through the park, an icy chill radiating from her, spreading rapidly in all directions. Within mere moments, everything within a 100-meter radius was enveloped by this chilling aura, freezing solid. The entire space fell into a profound silence, the only sound being the howling of the frigid wind echoing through the air. According to the information provided by the text, this woman named Qiujin had been abandoned due to her overwhelming strength, which rendered her incapable of transformation. However, this notion was merely a limitation imposed upon others. For Luo Chuan, there was no such thing as impossibility. As the radiant light gradually faded, everything around them reverted to its original state. As if nothing had ever changed, a fleeting, dreamlike vision. Qiujin's expression was one of astonishment and disbelief. Her beautiful eyes wide in shock as she struggled to comprehend the reality she had just experienced. She had indeed succeeded in her transformation. For Qiujin, the inability to transform had long been a heavy curse. Yet now, this man before her had effortlessly shattered that burden. "How do you feel?" Mai asked, her curious gaze fixed intently on Qiujin, eager to witness the wonder she had just observed once more. Hearing Mai's concerned inquiry, Qiujin promptly knelt before her, humbly responding, "Thank you for your concern, my lady. I am quite well." Mai helped her to her feet. "No need to kneel or call me my lady. Just call me Mai. And from now on, we shall be sisters." "Sisters," Qiujin murmured, her eyes lighting up with an inexplicable glow. Unbeknownst to her, her newfound Wijin was the most powerful of all. Chapter 80 is generally quite good. Luo Chuan, wearing a smile, leisurely strolls through the bustling streets, holding the hands of two stunning beauties. His handsome appearance captures the attention of numerous passers-by, while the two ladies beside him, radiant and alluring, provoke envy and admiration from all around. The trio's laughter fills the air, as if the entire world belongs solely to them. Time slips by unnoticed in this cheerful atmosphere, and before long, the sun begins to set, painting the sky with a brilliant hue of twilight. They find themselves near a picturesque forest park. Suddenly, Luo Chuan halts, his expression calm and steady, and softly remarks, "I say, having followed us for so long, are you not planning to reveal yourself?" At these words, Qiujin's heart jolts. It is astonishing that with her strength, she failed to detect someone tailing them. Yet, this seemingly ordinary Wei possesses such acute awareness, leaving her quite astonished. Just then, a graceful figure clad in an exquisite kimono emerges slowly from behind a large tree. She moves with a lithe elegance, as if she has stepped out from a painting. With her arrival, a powerful aura envelopes the vicinity. After a thorough appraisal, Luo Chuan speaks in an even tone. "You must be a Sama Mayo, correct?" Upon hearing this name, Qiujin's face instantly reflects shock, for she has heard of Asama Miyo's illustrious reputation. Luo Chuan recognizes her from written descriptions that declare her as the true strongest among the wagtails and a synchronizer of the S10. He never anticipated encountering her here. In response to Luo Chuan's inquiry, Asama Mayo smiles slightly and replies, "Indeed, that is I. I was merely curious to observe who had successfully transformed Qiujin. I did not expect a Wei to possess such keen perceptive abilities, which has left me quite impressed." Luo Chuan offers a faint smile, holding the delicate hands of the two beauties, preparing to turn away. At this moment, Mayo suddenly speaks again. "I sense that you are no ordinary person. An extraordinary aura emanates from you. Therefore, I would very much like to spar with you." Upon hearing Miyo's words, Luo Chuan halts and turns back, his gaze slowly settling on her. He inspects this poised woman carefully, musing to himself, and then responds with a smile and a nod. "Very well. Let me experience your esteemed skills." The reason for his agreement lies in his desire to understand the prowess of this world's top-tier fighters, primarily to pass the time. Seeing this, Qiujin steps forward, resolutely positioning herself in front of Luo Chuan. "Luo Chuan, allow me to take this challenge," she asserts, her face etched with determination. "Though I know not how formidable Asama Mayo truly is, I fear her not, and I am willing to fight for you." However, before Qiujin can finish her declaration, Mai swiftly reaches out and gently pulls her back, offering a reassuring smile. "Trust in Luo Chuan. His strength far surpasses your expectations. We need only to watch quietly from the sidelines." With that, Mai leads Qiujin to a safe distance. Now, only Mayo and Luo Chuan face each other, and the atmosphere thickens with tension, as if the very air has solidified. Unbeknownst to them, Mayo has quietly drawn a wooden longsword from her waist. In an instant, an intense and formidable aura erupts from her. As she swings her sword, onlookers can faintly perceive strands of sword energy flickering in the air, weaving through the void like a wandering dragon. Asama Mayo lets out a sharp cry, her sword striking forth with incredible speed, unleashing a fierce wave of sword energy that soars toward Luo Chuan with astonishing force. Yet, in a flash, Luo Chuan's right hand extends, precisely capturing the intangible sword energy within his palm. Then, with a resounding thud, he clenches his fingers, shattering the seemingly invincible sword energy with ease. Witnessing this, Asama Miyo's eyes widen in disbelief. "You are certainly no ordinary Weiya," she remarks, her demeanor becoming gravely serious. This man before her is not to be underestimated. Meanwhile, Luo Chuan, relaxed, beckons Mayo with a finger, a teasing smile gracing his lips, as if to say, "Come on, let's continue." At the same time, in a room within the M.B.I. building, Yuzhong Hiroto sits calmly at a large desk. The walls adorned with screens displaying real-time footage from various regions. His gaze is riveted on a few screens, his eyes occasionally glinting with sharp insight. He had not anticipated that this man possessed such formidable power. What could his background be? Yuzhong Hiroto muses inwardly. It turns out that when Luo Chuan first transformed Qiujin, Yuzhong Hiroto had detected this through surveillance and immediately dispatched his subordinates to conduct a thorough investigation. However, despite deploying substantial resources, they ultimately uncovered nothing. Now, witnessing this mysterious Weiyu engage in fierce combat with Asama Mayo, Yuzhong Hiroto's heart swells with shock and confusion. He understands well Miyo's strength. Only those of exceptional caliber can rival her. Thus, he wonders what influence the sudden appearance of Luo Chuan will wield. Asama Miyo swiftly shifts, seemingly employing a technique to close the distance to Luo Chuan in the blink of an eye. Just as Luo Chuan anticipates a fierce slash, she unexpectedly crouches slightly and unleashes a breathtakingly swift draw of her sword. The sound rings out like a clash of metal, deafening in its intensity. Remarkably, Luo Chuan merely uses a single finger to effortlessly intercept this powerful strike. In an instant, a powerful wave of energy ripples outward, the surrounding leaves rustling as if accompanying the fierce clash with a symphony. Simultaneously, the wooden sword in Asama Miyo's hand begins to emit a faint glow, her aura surging to new heights. Xiujin, a short distance away watching with Mai, distinctly feels the overwhelming pressure radiating from Miyo, involuntarily swallowing hard in astonishment. Truly deserving of the title #1 among the wagtails. Her strength is indeed unfathomable. Xiujin then shifts her gaze to Luo Chuan, a flicker of admiration shining in her eyes. I never imagined my Wei master to be equally remarkable. On the other side, Luo Chuan contemplates. While certainly inferior to the realm masters, this is quite commendable. I mustn't be overly critical. As Asama Miyo perceives Luo Chuan's momentary distraction, her anger flares, and she swiftly closes the distance, lowering her body as she lunges forward, her wooden sword aimed at his chest. Luo Chuan remains still, unflinching. Miyo, taken aback by his audacity, resolves to hold nothing back. The wooden sword's tip indeed pierces Luo Chuan, yet the anticipated torrent of blood does not ensue. Asama Misa, having discovered a wooden sword that differed from her own, found herself obstructed by a thin veil emanating from Rokuchuan. Just as astonishment washed over her, an immense force suddenly surged towards her. Caught off guard, she was struck by a palm from Rokuchuan, propelling her through the air. Fortunately, her timely defense mitigated the blow. Yet she was still sent flying several hundred meters, crashing through numerous trees. Regaining her composure, Asama Misa wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, acknowledging her defeat. Although she had not unleashed her full potential, she sensed that even at her utmost capacity, she would likely fall short against the formidable Aich. Chapter 81. The worthless game, how about it, my little brother? Do you still want to fight? The voice of Luo Chuan echoed through the air. Asaka Misa raised her head to see him smiling at her. She shook her head, a bitter smile on her lips. I concede. You are indeed formidable. I can rest assured knowing that I can leave Akatsuki in your hands. Luo Chuan merely chuckled, turning away and disappearing. He took Mai and Akatsuki with him, leaving the forest park and checking into a luxurious presidential suite at a hotel for an extended stay. Thus, time flowed swiftly like a fleeting shadow, day after day, in tranquil harmony. During this period, Luo Chuan gradually came to understand the nature of the game known as Wagtail. Initially, upon arriving in this world, he had only gleaned insights through textual descriptions, filled with curiosity, envisioning a unique and thrilling experience. However, after personally experiencing it, he found the game to be nothing short of dull. One midday, sunlight filtered through the curtain seams, illuminating the room as Luo Chuan blissfully awakened between two ethereal beauties, stretching languidly. At that moment, a thought crossed his mind. Should he leave this seemingly vibrant, yet ultimately uninteresting world? Lost in contemplation, Luo Chuan gently lifted the covers, tiptoeing out of bed to avoid waking the slumbering ladies beside him. He quietly entered the bathroom and meticulously freshened up. Once prepared, he approached the room's telephone and politely requested the front desk to deliver breakfast. Just as he hung up, he heard a soft rustle behind him. Mai and Akatsuki had awakened as well. Dear ones, hurry and freshen up. Breakfast will be here shortly, Luo Chuan said gently, a smile of affection gracing his features. Upon hearing his words, the two women nodded obediently, quickly dressing before dashing into the bathroom to wash up. In no time, they emerged, elegantly seated at the dining table, ready to indulge in a sumptuous breakfast. The trio gathered around, enjoying their meal while engaging in cheerful conversation, the atmosphere warm and harmonious. Luo Chuan picked up a delicate pastry and, after savoring it, turned to Akatsuki with a smile. Akatsuki, what are your thoughts on the game 108 Wagtail that you are currently participating in? In truth, this question had crossed Akatsuki's mind before, and she believed the game held profound significance. Yet now, when asked again, she fell silent, uncertain of how to respond. Although everyone knew that becoming the ultimate victor would grant them the chance to fulfill a wish, Akatsuki and Appo's deepest desire, to be helped in her transformation, had already been realized. Thus, faced with the inquiry, she found herself at a loss for words. Noticing her sudden silence, Luo Chuan continued, "In my view, this is nothing but a worthless game. How about you join me in leaving this place and exploring another world instead?" Upon hearing this, a myriad of questions filled Akatsuki's mind, pondering the meaning behind Luo Chuan's words. Realizing that he had never mentioned his origins from another world, Luo Chuan was taken aback. Mai quickly took over the conversation, explaining the situation to Akatsuki in detail. As she recounted the events, Akatsuki was left in awe, astonished by the wonders of the world Luo Chuan hailed from, where a dragon could grant 3 wishes. This was simply too fantastical, almost beyond belief. "You truly are." Akatsuki began, but before she could finish, a divine portal appeared before her. Luo Chuan opened the dimensional door, inviting her in. Upon entering, Akatsuki was greeted by a whimsical world filled with delightful creatures, including 2 penguins, a dragon, and a monkey, wonders she had never encountered, leading her to accept Luo Chuan and Appo's origins as truth. Emerging from the portal, Akatsuki contemplated Luo Chuan and Appo's earlier suggestion. "I want to leave with you." Indeed, this was her resolution. Why stay confined to this corner of the world when there were grander horizons to explore? Luo Chuan smiled and nodded, knowing she would agree. After tidying up, they vacated the presidential suite and, in an instant, vanished. On a mountaintop far from the city, Luo Chuan summoned the dimensional portal, leading the 2 women through it as they disappeared. Meanwhile, in the M.B.I. building, Yuzhong Hiroshi wore an expression of disbelief. What had he just witnessed? The surveillance captured Luo Chuan and the 2 women vanishing in an instant. How could this be possible? Doubts flooded his mind. Was this truly something a human could accomplish? In reality, Luo Chuan's speed of teleportation was beyond the camera's capacity to capture. He had merely slowed down intentionally. Yuzhong Hiroshi manipulated the machines in search of Luo Chuan and the 2 women, but despite his exhaustive efforts, he could not locate them. The city's surveillance systems yielded no results, despite his thorough searching. In a parallel world of Dragon Ball GT, Luo Chuan's former subordinate, Goku Vegeta, was gasping for breath. His once majestic Super Saiyan form now appearing battered and bruised. His body was riddled with wounds, particularly on his arms, blood flowing profusely, staining his battle attire crimson. The once bustling city now lay in ruins. Towering skyscrapers had crumbled into heaps of debris, and the once straight steel beams now resembled monstrous claws emerging from the collapsed concrete. The air was thick with the acrid scent of charred remains, mingling with swirling dust and dense smoke, creating a suffocating atmosphere. The ground was pockmarked with craters, resembling a scarred visage. Broken glass and bricks littered the streets, shimmering coldly in the sunlight, silently narrating the horrors of the recent catastrophe. Flames raged uncontrollably amidst the ruins, mercilessly consuming all that remained intact. Billowing black smoke ascended like a colossal dragon, ominously darkening the sky, a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Goku Vegeta's eyes widened as he fixated on a figure standing defiantly against the sky, shrouded in an impenetrable veil of malevolent darkness, obscuring their true visage. Yet even through the haze, he could sense the overwhelming aura and deep-seated malice emanating from the figure. Fury ignited within Goku Vegeta, his eyes blazing with rage, as if the very flames would reduce the figure before him to ashes. "Vegeta, I told you that you could never be my match. Not in the past, nor in the present." The shadowy figure spoke in a voice that was indistinct, resonating with an otherworldly chill, akin to a whisper from the depths of hell. Upon hearing these words, Vegeta suppressed the tumultuous surge of blood within him and roared with unrestrained fury, "Return my family and companions to me. Otherwise, today shall be your demise." In response to Vegeta's outburst, the shadow merely scoffed, erupting into a boisterous and derisive laughter. Subsequently, it raised its right hand, and a colossal, dark azure energy sphere rapidly coalesced within its palm, which it hurled towards Vegeta with astonishing swiftness. As the menacing energy sphere, imbued with terrifying power, hurtled towards him like a shooting star, Vegeta dared not hesitate for a moment. He lifted his left hand, gathering the entirety of his strength, preparing to unleash the ultimate Kamehameha wave in retaliation against his adversary. His energy reserves were nearly depleted, and should he fail to withstand this onslaught, his life would be forfeit. At that critical moment, a voice that resonated with familiarity suddenly echoed in his ears. "I say, how did you end up in such a dire predicament? Do not forget, you are my subordinate." Vegeta, startled, Vegeta looked up to see a figure standing before him, none other than his esteemed mentor, Brother Luo Chuan. In the blink of an eye, Brother Luo Chuan swept his right hand, delivering a razor-sharp chop that cleaved through the air. Instantly, the once ferocious energy sphere, hurtling towards Vegito, was bisected as if struck by an exquisitely sharp blade. With a thunderous roar, the two halves of the energy sphere erupted in a violent explosion. Flames shot skyward, smoke billowed, and the very ground trembled violently, as two enormous, bottomless craters, each several meters in diameter, were blasted into the earth. Chapter 82. Battling oneself, who are you to dare interrupt me? A voice, shrouded in shadows, resonated. Luo Chuan did not respond. Instead, he reached for his bracelet and retrieved a slightly worn small cloth bag. Untying its delicate string, he extracted a celestial bean. It had been so long since he had last used this bag that he had forgotten the existence of the celestial beans within. Luo Chuan tossed the celestial bean to Vegito, then raised his gaze, locking onto the mysterious figure above with a grin. I am your ancestor. As he spoke, Luo Chuan's form instantaneously vanished, reappearing before the figure. Without hesitation, he swung his right palm, unleashing a fierce gust of wind as he struck. His attack was swift and fierce, and the figure also raised a hand to counter, resulting in a thunderous collision that echoed through the air. With the impact, waves of immense energy radiated outward in ripples, creating a tempestuous whirlwind. The surroundings were engulfed in roaring winds and flying debris, the entire space quaking under the force. Neither combatant showed any sign of respite. Almost simultaneously, they each unleashed another palm strike, resulting in yet another violent clash. This time, both felt the weight of each other's formidable strength and instinctively recoiled. You possess some skill. The figure's previously indistinct voice gradually took on a steadiness, revealing a masculine tone. The dark aura surrounding him dissipated, unveiling his visage. He had short hair as dark as ink, neatly tucked behind his ears. His features were unremarkable, yet a black mole adorned the left side of his nose, adding a unique touch to his otherwise ordinary appearance. Furthermore, his earlobes were slightly larger, giving them a rounded aspect. Hey, you lack any distinguishing features, Luo Chuan bluntly stated after scrutinizing the figure for a moment. At these words, the figure's expression darkened. For Bomer, nothing irked him more than others commenting on his appearance. Despite his capability to alter his looks at will, he believed that only by retaining his true form could he reveal his authentic self. Any alterations were mere facades. In that instant, Bomer swung his right arm forcefully, delivering a rapid punch that sliced through the air like a razor, tearing it apart. Alongside this powerful punch, an irresistible gravitational force emerged, causing stones and dust from the ground to rise as if summoned, rapidly being pulled into the whirlwind of energy. In the blink of an eye, the debris intertwined, forming a small yet formidable vortex of storm, roaring towards Luo Chuan with a chilling howl. Luo Chuan snorted, muscles swelling as a powerful aura erupted from within him. Amidst a shimmering light, he transformed into a super scion form. Now, he radiated a dazzling green light, resembling a brilliant star descending to earth. His physique grew tall and muscular, exuding explosive strength. In this form, Luo Chuan and Apos' power surpassed Vegito and Apos' expectations. He slowly raised his right arm, clenching his fist as green spiritual flames ignited fiercely around it. As he infused energy into the flames, they coalesced into a dragon, fierce and roaring. The dragon appeared almost alive, imbued with its own consciousness, its menacing visage and sharp claws evoking fear. Bomer, undeterred, manipulated the powerful gravitational storm, directing it towards Luo Chuan. This storm resembled a colossal black hole, devouring everything around it as it surged forward with catastrophic intent. The two forces collided with a thunderous roar, reminiscent of a cosmic explosion, reverberating through the air. The violent energy expanded wildly, causing the earth to tremble violently, deep cracks forming in the ground, creating a labyrinth of chasms. Molten lava erupted from the depths, resembling giant volcanoes erupting skyward. Bomer staggered backward from the force of the explosion, a flicker of surprise crossing his usually impassive face before it vanished, returning to its cold demeanor. He swiftly altered his hand gestures, forming complex and mysterious seals while chanting an incantation, seemingly invoking a potent spell. As his incantation echoed, countless black spikes emerged in the sky, raining down upon Luo Chuan like a torrential downpour. Each spike glimmered with a chilling light, their destructive power capable of easily piercing through any solid object. As they sliced through the air, they left behind elongated, dark fissures in the fabric of space. Luo Chuan flickered, transforming into a green lightning bolt, darting effortlessly through the rain of spikes, leaving behind a trail of afterimages that rendered Bomer's attacks ineffective. Seizing the moment as Bomer's assault waned, Luo Chuan appeared before him, delivering a fierce knee strike to his abdomen. Bomer let out a grunt, his body flying backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing into a mountain and shattering it to pieces. Slowly rising, a more potent aura surged from Bomer. "Scion, I must admit, you possess extraordinary talent. Now, my body is fully engaged. The true battle begins." Bomer roared, raising both hands high as energy surged into his palms, coalescing into a pitch-black energy sphere. This sphere resembled a bottomless black hole, imbued with an insatiable darkness that greedily consumed surrounding energy, growing ever larger. Meanwhile, Luo Chuan stood steadfast, his hands resting on his waist, a radiant green light erupting from his palms, forming a formidable wave of energy. In an instant, the contrasting energies collided, unleashing a cataclysmic shockwave. The surrounding space twisted and contorted, losing its original shape as if manipulated by an unseen hand, and even time seemed to freeze in that moment. In unison, Bomer and Luo Chuan shouted, channeling their amassed energy into a powerful release. The colossal black energy sphere surged towards Luo Chuan, while the emerald wave shot forth like lightning. Finally, the two forces met mid-air, resulting in a cataclysmic clash that reverberated throughout the cosmos. A blinding light erupted, akin to a supernova, illuminating every corner of the earth. The brilliance was so intense that it pierced through the vast darkness of the universe, allowing countless life forms in distant galaxies to feel the terrifying might of this overwhelming energy. The reverberations of the energy clash utterly dismantled the Earth's atmosphere, leveling everything upon the planet's surface. In the eye of this chaos, Luo Chuan and Bayam endured immense pressure. As the standoff persisted, Bayam suddenly revealed a peculiar smile and began to chant an ancient incantation. In an instant, the space beside Luo Chuan warped, and a figure that mirrored Luo Chuan materialized slowly. "Is this me?" Luo Chuan gasped in astonishment at the sight of his replica. "Indeed. It possesses the same powers and combat techniques as you. Let the two of you engage in a delightful duel." Bayam cackled madly, retreating from the energy clash's vicinity, vanishing from sight. Without a moment's hesitation, the duplicate Luo Chuan launched an assault on the original. With astonishing speed, he appeared before Luo Chuan in the blink of an eye, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Luo Chuan's face. Luo Chuan swiftly sidestepped, retaliating with a punch of his own. The battle escalated instantaneously into a fervent clash, the sound of fists colliding resounding through the air. Their velocities surpassed the limits of the naked eye, leaving behind trails of luminescent afterimages flickering in the void. Each impact generated a fierce surge of energy, causing the surrounding space to shatter and reform incessantly. Truly, what an impressive display. Indeed, I am remarkable, Luo Chuan thought to himself, even amidst the tumult of battle. As he fought, he contemplated strategies for overcoming his adversary. As the skirmish progressed, Luo Chuan discerned that although the duplicate possessed his powers and skills, it lacked in combat awareness. Thus, he began to feign vulnerabilities, enticing the replica to attack. The ruse worked. Upon spotting Luo Chuan's apparent opening, the duplicate launched a fierce offensive. Luo Chuan deftly evaded the onslaught, seizing the opportunity to exploit the replica's weakness, landing a solid blow to its chest. The duplicate was sent flying but quickly regained its footing, resuming its assault. Chapter 83. Further Advancement, Slaying the Ancient God, Part 1. Suddenly, the clone, Luo Chuan, teleported behind the original Luo Chuan, delivering a devastating punch that tore through the air with a sharp whistle. Luo Chuan reacted swiftly, relying solely on instinct. He tilted his body slightly to evade this ferocious strike effortlessly. Without hesitation, he pivoted rapidly, his right fist enveloped in emerald energy, soaring towards the clone's face like a shooting star. The clone, unfazed, raised its left arm to effortlessly block the assault. With a thunderous crash, the tremendous impact warped the surrounding space, creating dark fissures that seemed intent on consuming everything. The two engaged in fierce exchanges, their fists and feet colliding with ear-splitting sounds. Powerful shockwaves radiating outward like surging tides. Their speed was so astonishing that they appeared as mere blurs of green and black shadows darting through the realm. Suddenly, Luo Chuan sidestepped, his right leg sweeping horizontally towards the clone's waist like a sharp battle axe. The clone transformed into a swirl of black smoke, skillfully avoiding the attack. As the smoke reformed, it crossed its arms in front of its chest, gathering a sphere of dark energy that pulsated with chilling terror. The energy within flickered ominously. In response, Luo Chuan formed a green energy sphere between his hands, illuminating the space with a sacred aura that clashed against the clone's malevolent presence. Huh. They both shouted simultaneously, launching their energy spheres at each other. Upon collision, the spheres erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, generating a colossal energy vortex that drew everything into its maw. The surrounding space fractured and collapsed under the terrifying shockwave, birthing immense black holes. In the midst of this chaos, both Luo Chuan and the clone transformed into their bipolar forms. Luo Chuan's gaze deepened and steadied, while the clone's dark aura merged with a layer of eerie crimson light, intensifying its chaotic energy. With the transformation complete, Luo Chuan initiated the attack. He flickered and appeared before the clone, his right fist charged with boundless power aiming for its chest. The clone raised its arms in defense. Yet Luo Chuan's strike was no easy feat to withstand. The force propelled the clone away, leaving a long black trail in its wake. Regaining its balance midair, the clone counterattacked, summoning dozens of black swords that coalesced into a massive blade. Luo Chuan narrowed his eyes, his gaze piercing through the clone. After a fierce exchange, he discerned the clone's true strength and felt the moment had come to conclude this battle. Taking a deep breath, an overwhelming aura exploded from within him. A triad of silver, purple, and green light radiated as bolts of lightning danced like serpents in the air, an inexhaustible energy coalescing between his palms, akin to two stars on the verge of detonation. With a resonant and powerful roar, Kamehameha, the energy wave surged forth, resembling a colossal projectile from ancient times, carrying a terrifying momentum that raced ahead. As it tore through the atmosphere, the air was shredded like fragile parchment, creating a vacuum passage stretching dozens of yards long. Within this corridor, all material seemed to lose its essence, leaving only a haunting void. The ground beneath could not withstand such a violent gust, and the stones were swept aloft, colliding and grinding against one another, ultimately disintegrating into fine powder that cascaded down, cloaking the previously tranquil land in a thick layer of dust. At the moment the energy wave was unleashed, the heavens erupted in a deafening roar. It resonated like 1,000 thunders igniting simultaneously, akin to the earth and Apos' furious growl during a cataclysmic upheaval. The sound waves expanded rapidly, causing even the towering mountains in the distance to crumble under the immense force. Echoes reverberated, persisting as if the very fabric of reality would be upended by this extraordinary strike. The Kamehameha surged forth like a torrential flood, brimming with unfathomable power, racing towards the sky, while the inky black energy sword met it head-on. The collision was cataclysmic, akin to two colossal celestial bodies colliding, unleashing a thunderous, earth-shattering sound. This noise echoed throughout the universe, causing nearby celestial bodies to tremble in response to the overwhelming force. The Kamehameha and the black blade intertwined, violently grinding against one another, generating dazzling sparks that illuminated the dark void like fireworks. However, this fierce confrontation was short-lived. With a sharp crack, the black blade shattered under the might of the Kamehameha, which then surged unimpeded, piercing through the clone's form. The clone slowly bowed its head as its body began to disintegrate into countless fine particles, scattering into the wind. Witnessing this, Luo Chuan nodded in satisfaction, lightly clapping his hands, murmuring to himself, "Though this clone is formidable, it pales in comparison to my true self." Just as Luo Chuan prepared to teleport away, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A strange mass of black gas surged towards him like a bolt of lightning. It approached with such speed that Luo Chuan could not react in time. In the blink of an eye, the black gas infiltrated his body. Instantaneously, he felt an irresistible force spreading throughout him, rendering him rigid and immobile. Simultaneously, horrifying black patterns emerged on his skin, slithering like venomous serpents, quickly spreading to every corner of his being. Externally, Luo Chuan appeared as if encased in a layer of black ice, exhibiting a bizarre glass-like state. This eerie energy resembled a ferocious beast, baring its fangs as it ravenously consumed his own energy. Luo Chuan realized that, alongside the depletion of strength, his very life force was trickling away like sand through an hourglass. Suddenly, words appeared before him, revealing that the intruding black gas was, in fact, the power of the ancient god. This particular strength was unique, belonging to the ancient deities of this world. The text also disclosed a method of counteracting it. By consuming and refining this ancient power, he could not only preserve his life, but might even ascend to the realm of Super Saiyan 6. Haha, how does it feel to be devoured by my divine power? A sinister laugh echoed ominously. A figure emerged from the void. It was Bomu, the ancient god. The history of the ancient god far predates that of the Kaioshin, and now, the Kaioshin and their realm had been utterly severed by him. In the moment when the fatherly font of Luo Chuan was summoned, Bohm had concealed a unique divine essence within the clone. Now that the clone of Luo Chuan has vanished, this dormant divine power has, according to its predetermined course, automatically locked onto a new target and infiltrated Luo Chuan's being to commence a frenzied consumption. You are indeed formidable, having bested your own clone. However, I must admit a profound disdain for individuals like you, particularly regarding that countenance of yours. Bohm approached Luo Chuan with deliberate calmness, raising his left hand with fingers slightly curled, intending first to strip Luo Chuan of his face, rendering him faceless, before ultimately ending his life. Chapter 84, Moving Forward. Slaying the Ancient Gods, Part 2. A piercing sound of air slicing through the atmosphere echoed as Gogeta soared forth, his form darting towards Bomb like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, Gogeta was upon Bomb, his fist, as large as a cauldron, clenched tightly. A radiant, golden energy enveloped his hand, blazing fiercely like a roaring flame, bearing the destructive force of annihilation as it struck towards Bomb's chest. With a soft grunt, Bomb raised his arm, effortlessly blocking Gogeta and Appo's formidable punch with just his forearm. The collision erupted with a thunderous roar, unleashing an incredibly powerful wave of energy at the point of impact. This energy wave seemed capable of tearing through the very fabric of reality, distorting the air around it. In an instant, golden and black light intertwined and clashed, creating a vast energy field. Although Bomb successfully deflected Gogeta's attack, the force still compelled him to stagger backward. Regaining his stance, a flicker of irritation flashed in Bomb's eyes. He opened his mouth, and from the depths of his throat surged a torrent of dark energy. Subsequently, a massive black energy column erupted from his mouth like a dragon breaking through the sea, roaring forth with a thunderous might aimed directly at Gogeta. Gogeta's expression shifted slightly, acutely aware of the threat posed by this wave of energy. Even with instantaneous movement, he could not evade it, for he was already locked onto. Without a moment's hesitation, he crossed his hands before him, channeling the immense energy within him into his palms, swiftly coalescing it into an indestructible energy shield. The energy column collided with the shield, producing a deafening sound as ripples surged across its surface, threatening to shatter it at any moment. Gogeta gritted his teeth, amplifying the energy output, stabilizing the golden shield against Bomb's onslaught. In the instant the shield dissipated, Gogeta shouted, teleporting before Bomb, his legs striking like a pair of sharp battle axes, delivering a rapid series of kicks toward Bomb's head and chest. Bomb countered with both hands, each block accompanied by violent tremors and energy shockwaves, the ground beneath them marred by numerous deep craters. Luo Chuan clenched his jaw, veins bulging on his forehead, exerting all his divine power to resist the devouring force of the special divine energy. This energy rampaged through his veins like a wild stallion, each surge igniting excruciating pain akin to 1,000 ants gnawing at his bones, a torment that penetrated to the marrow, threatening to tear his body and soul asunder. A sudden roar erupted unexpectedly in Luo Chuan's ears, jolting him. His pupils vividly reflected a colossal, ferocious gorilla, its body cloaked in a dense green fur. The beast bared its fangs, its face contorted in rage, fiercely thumping its broad chest and emitting a chilling, blood-curdling howl. In an instant, Luo Chuan found himself unleashing a primal scream. His entire being trembled uncontrollably, like a flower battered by a tempest. His skin, which had begun to crystallize, gradually softened, reverting to its normal state. A surge of primal energy, originating from the depths of his transcendent bloodline, erupted like a long-dormant dragon awakening. This overwhelming energy swiftly melded with the divine power, creating a terrifying synergy that countered the onslaught of the special divine energy. With this new force's intervention, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. The special divine energy, now akin to a nemesis, began to falter, ultimately being forced into a narrow corner by the close cooperation of transcendent energy and divine power, rendering it defenseless. Subsequently, these two formidable energies relentlessly besieged and divided the cornered special divine energy. Meanwhile, the clash between Gogeta and Bomb escalated to a fever pitch. Enraged by Gogeta's relentless attacks, Bomb roared, his surrounding black mist swelling exponentially, enveloping him entirely. "Prepare to meet your end, Gogeta." Dark Annihilation Wave. Bomb's voice thundered from within the mist, and a colossal black energy wave erupted forth, its potency magnitudes greater than previous assaults, warping and fracturing the very space it traversed. Gogeta sensed the immense threat of this attack. His aura surged dramatically as he maximized the power of his Super Saiyan 5 form. Kamehameha. With a mighty shout, he unleashed a similarly robust energy wave toward Bomb's black energy wave. The two energy waves collided mid-air, illuminating the entire realm with their tremendous force. As the ensuing storm of energy swept across the battlefield, Gogeta's form trembled slightly under the strain of the energy's overload. "I remember sparing you once when I first defeated you, and again. I never anticipated you would step forward to protect him. It baffles me what you are thinking," he declared, observing Bomb's haughty demeanor, who intensified his energy output to suppress Gogeta. Suddenly, the conflicting energies vanished, and Luo Chuan appeared in the center, his appearance drastically transformed. His hair had turned olive green, styled like flames, with dark green tips, his pupils narrowed into serpentine slits, and his irises shimmering with a violet hue. Unlike Super Saiyan 4 or 5, he bore no body hair, enveloped instead in a unique aura of silver, green, and purple. Luo Chuan now exuded an aura both eerie and sacred, embodying the essence of Super Saiyan 6, a form uniquely his own, achieved through further awakening of his transcendent bloodline. "Big brother, you did well. I will take it from here," he nodded at Gogeta. In that fleeting moment as he turned, Bomb lunged forward, striking at Luo Chuan's head with a knife hand. Without even glancing, Luo Chuan instinctively evaded the blow, his Super Saiyan 6 power, enhanced by the principles of effortless mastery, surpassing Bomb's capabilities. Though he could only maintain this form for 30 seconds due to his physical limitations, it sufficed. In a flash, Luo Chuan vanished, not through instantaneous movement, but sheer speed. What? Bomb was taken aback, unable to track Luo Chuan's movement. When Luo Chuan reappeared, a massive iron fist loomed in Bomb's vision, rapidly enlarging. Bomb hastily summoned a defensive shield and reinforced it with his arms to bolster his defense. Alas, it proved futile. The punch shattered his defenses, and the sound of breaking bones echoed as the force penetrated his body, surging toward the distant horizon. From outer space, the Earth's atmosphere mirrored the scene within the punch, splitting it apart. Bomb spat blood, his eyes wide in shock as he gazed at Luo Chuan, feeling the overwhelming power in his gaze. Reminiscent of the way he had looked at Gogeta moments before. A single punch had gravely wounded him. How could this be? Your power has surged so dramatically. Who are you? Bomb roared in disbelief. Luo Chuan smirked. This power has reached the 15th dimension of loading, but unfortunately, it can only be sustained for a brief moment. Zzz. Luo Chuan clenched his fist, electricity crackling around him. With a fierce glare, he unleashed a punch, a torrent of formidable energy erupting forth, coalescing into a divine dragon. He unleashed the dragon fist once more. The dragon, though not enormous, surged forth with Bomb in its wake, ultimately piercing through Bomb's body, resulting in a catastrophic explosion amidst agonizing cries. After executing this technique, Luo Chuan returned to his normal state, staggering as he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Vegeta approached Luo Chuan, inquiring about his condition, to which Luo Chuan waved his hand dismissively, indicating he was fine. After a brief respite, Luo Chuan turned to Vegeta and asked, "Now, tell me, what is the situation with that individual? And why are Gohan, Piccolo, Ten, and even the Supreme Kai absent?" Vegeta exhaled deeply, no longer concealing the truth, and began to recount the events in full detail. Chapter 85. Apologies for the slip of the hand. Half an hour had elapsed when Goku finally concluded his elaborate and lengthy narrative. Sitting attentively, Ruchuan absorbed every word, nodding at the end to indicate his complete understanding of the unfolding events. It turned out that merely a few weeks had passed since the harrowing battle with the Super One-Star Dragon, when a mysterious figure named Palm made his appearance. From the outset, Palm boasted brazenly, declaring that humanity was nothing more than playthings for his amusement, and without hesitation, he forcefully abducted nearly all of Earth's inhabitants. Faced with such an unexpected and formidable adversary, the Z fighters could not remain passive. They rose to resist, yet the disparity in power was insurmountable, and ultimately, Even these valiant warriors succumbed, falling into Palm's clutches. Strangely, however, Palm did not immediately turn his attention to Goku. Instead, he chose to spare him. According to Goku, Palm seemed intent on allowing him to experience the profound depths of solitude, waiting until despair engulfed him before striking to capture him, an act of cruelty reminiscent of a cat toying with a mouse. Upon hearing this, Ruchuan furrowed his brow, gently stroking his chin in contemplation. After a moment, he spoke slowly. If, as you say, Palm views humanity merely as toys for his entertainment, then perhaps Chi-Chi, Bulma, Gohan, and Trunks are not in immediate danger of losing their lives. After all, for Palm, directly exterminating these toys may not offer him sufficient amusement. He paused, gazing into the distance as if plotting his next course of action in his mind. Indeed, this is why I am determined to defeat him and extract information on the whereabouts of everyone else. However, I never anticipated his strength to exceed my expectations. Goku bowed his head, his face etched with frustration and disappointment. Ruchuan rose and gently patted Goku's shoulder, speaking earnestly, "Do not lose heart. Victory and defeat are commonplace in battle. Let us consider other strategies." As he spoke, Ruchuan silently posed a question to the text. Within mere seconds, a pop-up appeared, clearly displaying a message. Successfully intercepted the transmission location of the ancient god's soul. Specific coordinates to the ancient realm can be traversed using the bracelet you wear. Accompanying this was a detailed set of coordinates. Ruchuan was astonished, his curiosity about the origins of the text intensifying. He instinctively murmured, "Who are you truly?" Initially, he had not expected a response from the text, for whenever he had previously sought to uncover its secrets, it had remained silent. To his surprise, this time the text not only reacted but also unleashed a barrage of question marks and exclamation points, followed by a note indicating that Ruchuan lacked sufficient authority. Taken aback, Ruchuan pondered, if my power has reached such a level, what must one do to possess greater authority? Must I ascend to the level of the Omni King? The thought made him chuckle to himself. "Little brother, I've devised a way to rescue everyone." He dismissed extraneous thoughts and turned to Goku. Goku, filled with excitement, eagerly inquired, "What method?" "It's simple. We shall venture into that fellow's realm and rescue everyone." "I understand, but brother, how do we get there?" "We do not even know where it is." "If only the old Kaishin were here," Goku sighed. Ruchuan stretched his limbs and smiled at Goku. "Fear not. I know the location of his realm. Place your hand on my shoulder, and we shall go together." Initially startled, Goku quickly complied, resting his hand on Ruchuan's shoulder. And in an instant, they vanished. In a vast, independent space, islands floated, each spanning millions of square kilometers. These islands formed a circular arrangement around a central area, where a connected fortress housed a young man sitting in the grand hall. This young man was strikingly handsome, with striking blue eyes, dressed in short sleeves and shorts reminiscent of Hawaiian attire. To his left and right sat others, though one chair remained empty. Who would have thought Palm would meet his demise at the hands of another? "Such a useless fool," scoffed a one-eyed man with a half-shaved head and a thin mustache. Among this group, he ranked second to last, and with Palm's death, he now held the position of the weakest. At this moment, a round-faced, portly individual holding an abundance of food interjected, "Though Palm was a fool, his death impacts our pride. The one who killed him has undoubtedly trampled upon the dignity of our ancient gods. We must identify the perpetrator." A rugged man with a bushy beard added, "To defeat Palm demonstrates at least some level of power. I will confront him when the time comes." The two who had spoken previously exchanged glances but did not respond. At this juncture, the young man spoke again. "I have already dispatched someone to investigate. News will arrive shortly. By the way, how are those creatures faring?" The portly man chuckled, wiping crumbs from his mouth. "They have all been well fed." Upon hearing this, the young man nodded, his gaze penetrating the fortress as if looking far beyond. "The sacrifices will commence in 2 days." The remaining 3 men responded respectfully and departed, leaving the young man to sit in quiet contemplation. "If this succeeds, I shall escape this wretched place and return to the main timeline," he murmured, before dissipating into smoke. On one of the islands, as Ruchuan and Goku materialized, they plummeted rapidly. The gravity here was unlike that of Earth or the Kaishin realm. They adjusted their energy and landed smoothly. "Brother, look at that." Goku pointed ahead, and Ruchuan followed his gaze. Approximately 100 meters away, numerous cages stacked upon one another formed a mountain. Inside these cages were not only humans, but also creatures of the demon realm, and even elves. The captives appeared to be in high spirits. "Hey, You two have some nerve to wander out here. Do you wish to face the god's wrath? Get back at once, or I shall break your legs. An angry voice interrupted their observation. Turning, they beheld a towering alien with two heads. This alien brandished a spiked club in one hand and a flail in the other, glaring menacingly at them. Are you speaking to me? Ruchuan pointed at himself. With a furious glare, the alien retorted, You dare speak to me like that? You seek death. He swung the spiked club downwards. With a resounding crash, dust erupted, and the ground trembled. One of the alien's head spat phlegm as he attempted to retract the club, only to find it immovable. The alien glared at the weapon, realizing that the human had seized hold of it, which only fueled his rage further, compelling him to exert greater force. Suddenly, Luo Chuan released his grip, and the extraterrestrial, exerting excessive force, struck his own head with the spiked mace, causing a gruesome splatter of brain matter. Luo Chuan blinked and offered an awkward smile, apologizing for his slip. The remaining alien, visibly enraged, swung a meteor hammer, but before it could be launched, it detonated, revealed to be the result of Vegito's punch that obliterated the weapon, followed by a ki blast that dispatched him. The commotion swiftly captured the attention of the guards, prompting a horde of bizarrely shaped sentinels to rush towards them. What a nuisance, Luo Chuan remarked to Vegito. I'll leave them to you while I go rescue those imprisoned. Vegito nodded in acknowledgement as Luo Chuan soared away. Chapter 86. Farewells. In a swift and ghostly manner, Luo Chuan moved like a specter, shattering the towering cages one after another as if they were mere paper. As the cages crumbled, the individuals confined within lost their support and began to plummet from great heights, their screams echoing in a cacophony of terror. In this critical moment, Luo Chuan raised his hand decisively, unleashing an overwhelming force from his palm that enveloped the falling people, gradually decreasing their descent until they landed safely on the ground. The survivors, shaken but relieved, soon turned their tearful gazes of gratitude towards Luo Chuan, expressing their thanks in a chorus of voices. In response to their heartfelt appreciation, Luo Chuan merely smiled gently, choosing to remain silent. His act of salvation, however, was not purely from benevolence. It was a request from Ma Yi, who, witnessing the plight of these individuals in the alternate dimension, implored him to lend his assistance. Once gathered together, the group did not immediately disperse but remained rooted in place, leaving Luo Chuan perplexed and contemplative. Just then, a thought flickered in his mind, hinting at a possibility. He called out loudly, Hey, are you all from different places? A slightly older man nodded in affirmation from the crowd. Don't let them escape. Recapture everyone. The shout reverberated like thunder, and a battalion of well-trained, heavily armed soldiers surged forth from all directions, quickly forming an impenetrable encirclement around the newly liberated individuals. At that moment, Vegito's figure flickered, leaving behind a series of afterimages and a chilling glint in the air. In an instant, blood splattered as the soldiers' heads rolled like overripe watermelons, landing with a dull thud on the ground. Just as Vegito was on a rampage, a sharp metallic clash rang out, clang. A burly soldier wielding a massive axe had managed to block Vegito's strike. However, his resistance lasted merely 3 seconds before the seemingly indestructible axe shattered into countless pieces under Vegito's immense power, followed by the soldier's lifeless head rolling away. Simultaneously, in the dining hall of the third building of the interconnected fortress on the massive island, a plump man, indulging in his meal, suddenly changed countenance. The jovial expression on his face was replaced by a dark cloud, as if a storm were brewing. He cursed vehemently, How dare someone cause chaos in my domain? They must be tired of living. With that, he seized a bowl of foul-smelling, nauseating food from the table and ravenously stuffed several mouthfuls into his enormous mouth. Gradually, his form began to dissipate like smoke until he vanished into thin air. As Vegito wreaked havoc, Luo Chuan gleaned insights into the situation of these individuals. As he suspected, they had all been captured from various locations. The captors had not killed them, but had imprisoned them in cages, delivering grotesque food daily. Though unpalatable, they had to consume it to survive, eventually growing accustomed to it, with some even gaining weight. Luo Chuan described the appearance of Bomu, and a few nodded in recognition, while the majority shook their heads. This led Luo Chuan to surmise that there must be more than one ancient deity. As expected, text revealed the answer. There are 5 ancient gods in total. The one defeated on Earth ranks 5th. The third-ranked ancient god is en route. Luo Chuan raised an eyebrow, a smile breaking across his face. How intriguing, there is still more to come. Soldiers continued to pour forth like a tidal wave. Seeing this, Vegito roared, unleashing a surge of energy that transformed him into a super scion. In that moment, he resolved to release the pent-up frustrations that had long burdened him. Vegito charged into the fray, reminiscent of a divine warrior, wielding his energy sword with lethal precision, each strike unleashing a torrent of bloodshed. However, just as he was reveling in his onslaught, a sudden voice pierced through, sharply interrupting his momentum. To act so recklessly in my territory is akin to courting death. Prepare to meet your end. With that fierce proclamation, a colossal hand emerged from the void, descending upon Vegito with devastating force. Quick as lightning, Vegito reacted, crossing his sword in front of him to brace for the impact. The collision resounded with a thunderous boom, the shockwave akin to a cataclysmic event. Despite his defense, the force was overwhelming, propelling him backward like a cannonball, until he finally regained his footing after soaring hundreds of meters. As the dust settled, a stout figure became visible. This rotund man exuded an oppressive aura, first casting a cold glance at Vegito before shifting his gaze to Luo Chuan. In that fleeting moment, he discerned the distinct yet formidable energy signatures emanating from both. Humph, regardless of your origins, daring to intrude here means there is no escape from death. The man sneered, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Then, two brilliant energy lasers shot from his eyes, hurtling directly toward Vegito. Unwilling to be passive, Vegito countered with a powerful energy wave from his left hand. The two attacks clashed in midair, resulting in a colossal explosion that shook the earth, fracturing the ground like a spider's web and causing nearby mountains to collapse, debris flying in every direction. The relentless shockwave swept outward, reducing everything in its path to dust. Witnessing this, Luo Chuan furrowed his brow slightly. With a casual wave of his hand, a transparent shield materialized, protecting the nearby panicking humans from the oncoming energy storm. Vegito retreated several hundred meters before stabilizing himself, a grave expression etched on his face, fully aware of the adversary's formidable power. At that moment, a figure darted to Vegito's side, Luo Chuan. He gently patted Vegito's shoulder and spoke in a low voice, "Go protect those humans. Leave this to me." Vegito nodded subtly, replying, "Understood, big brother, but do be careful." Before he could finish, Vegito vanished as swiftly as a specter. However, just as Vegito moved, an enormous hand suddenly reached out from the void, descending upon him with the weight of a mountain, aiming to not only obstruct his path, but also to annihilate the innocent humans. In that fleeting moment, Luo Chuan clenched his fist without hesitation and swung it with great force. In an instant, a tremendous force erupted from his fist, coalescing into a tangible, colossal hand that collided fiercely with the descending palm. A thunderous roar reverberated through the air, shaking the very fabric of the heavens and earth. The entire island quaked under this terrifying force, the ground tearing asunder, collapsing in layers to form gaping chasms of unfathomable depth. For a brief moment, the two forces remained locked in a stalemate, each unwilling to yield. After a fleeting few seconds, the struggle reached a decisive conclusion. The massive hand shattered explosively, while the fist, forged from concentrated energy, veered off like a released arrow, hurtling towards the rotund figure nearby. With a disdainful huff, the hefty man swiftly raised his left hand, transforming it into a blade, and struck downwards with ferocity. The clash between the hand and the fist ignited a spectacular display of dazzling sparks, a sight to behold. Following this, a muffled thud echoed as the once formidable fist was cleaved in twain, dissipating into two streams of energy that vanished into the ether. Simultaneously, the hefty man's form wavered, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared before the protagonist, launching a merciless punch aimed directly at his forehead. In that critical moment, the protagonist exhibited astonishing reflexes and combat prowess, countering with a punch imbued with cataclysmic power, causing the surrounding space to ripple ominously. The hefty man staggered slightly, absorbing the force of the blow, yet it was not enough to break his defenses. Repeatedly, the protagonist unleashed a barrage of punches, each met with the same result. Your strength is commendable, intruder, but alas, your assaults are futile against me, the hefty man taunted, his voice dripping with derision. The protagonist remained silent, relentlessly striking with his fists. Meanwhile, the guardian of humanity, Vegito, furrowed his brow, puzzled by his brother's intentions. However, upon closer observation, the realization dawned upon him. "Heed my warning, hefty one. Do not speak so boastfully," Vegito remarked with a knowing smile. As the hefty man opened his mouth to retort, his body suddenly convulsed before erupting in a powerful explosion. The protagonist stood with a smile, having withdrawn his assault, understanding that while one might disperse force, Speed and attack would always prevail. Just as the hefty man exploded, ominous clouds gathered above, and the island trembled. A violet-red beam shot skyward, and from within it emerged a slender figure with 6 arms and 2 pairs of eyes. I concede, I underestimated you. What follows is the beginning of your descent into hell, he declared. The aura emanating from him was drastically different from that of the hefty man, a stark contrast. Meanwhile, the others within the interconnected fortress sensed the energy fluctuations. In room 2, a man with a thick beard stood by the window, gazing into the distance with a glimmer in his eyes. Well, looky, your power has indeed grown. Quite impressive. However, to force you to reveal your divine strength suggests that your opponent is formidable as well. Could it be those who eliminated Borm? In room 1, a young man held a wine glass and wore a smile, though upon closer inspection, his gaze was unfocused, as if he were lost in a trance. Chapter 87. Curb your arrogance. If you possess the capacity for it, behold, Aluki's 6 arms, previously arrayed on either side of him, commenced a gradual convergence in a peculiar, measured rhythm. As time elapsed, they ultimately coalesced into a singular pair of limbs, both elongated and robust, emanating an aura of profound disquiet. Subsequently, with an unperturbed countenance, Aluki reached behind him, as if concealing some arcane secret. In the ensuing instant, accompanied by a faint crepitation, he audaciously extracted his own spinal column from his corporeal form. Yet, this brutal act appeared to inflict neither pain nor impairment upon him. Upon the spinal column's removal, a novel one swiftly materialized, regenerating in the blink of an eye. Aluki and Appo's frigid, merciless gaze flickered, alighting upon Luo Chuan in the distance. A mere glance conveyed a homicidal intent and frigidity that plunged one into an icy abyss. Then, before anyone could react, Aluki vanished from his position. Confronted by the onrushing Aluki, Luo Chuan's aura escalated exponentially, swiftly attaining the apex of the divine transcendence 5th stratum. Luo Chuan brandished his chi sword, unleashing a peerless sword energy, imbued with cataclysmic force, slashing forward. Instantly, the air reverberated with acute, grating metallic clashes, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. As the sword energy was discharged, the surrounding atmosphere became intensely torrid, as if ignited. A potent torrent of air surged forth, coalescing into a colossal vortex, ascending heavenward. In its wake, the clouds in the sky dispersed, revealing an expanse of cerulean clarity. Thus, the two exchanged blows in a fierce and protracted engagement. Each collision engendered earth-shattering reverberations, deafening to the extreme. After several exchanges, Aluki abruptly halted, raising his right arm, his palm conjuring a globule of pitch-black energy, which he then hurled with unrestrained force toward Luo Chuan. Witnessing the onslaught, Luo Chuan's lips curved into a subtle smile. He, too, unflinchingly extended his palm, releasing an energy wave. The two energy projectiles, akin to celestial meteors, collided violently in midair. A deafening explosion ensued, utterly detonating the air at that instant, as unbridled energy cascaded outward, forming an expansive vacuum. The surrounding space, unable to withstand the immense concussive force, fractured into a dense network of fissures resembling a spider's web. How can you possess such formidable power? Who exactly are you? Aluki stared at Luo Chuan in disbelief, his visage darkening as if capable of exuding moisture as he contemplated a possibility. Luo Chuan merely grinned, revealing a row of pristine teeth, the smile imbued with an elusive quality. He remained silent in the face of Aluki's interrogation. Aluki, realizing the futility of further discourse, ceased his inquiries. With a flicker of movement, he transformed into a shadowy figure, darting into the distance. Luo Chuan, unwilling to concede, propelled himself forward, pursuing Aluki's form like an arrow loosed from a bow. In that fleeting instant, both figures vanished simultaneously. Moments later, the once tranquil sky erupted with thunderous combat. Bang, bang, bang. Each resounding boom reverberated through the firmament, accompanied by ripples in the void with every ferocious impact. From below, one could discern concentric undulations, akin to water patterns, emanating across the heavens. Boom. Then, another cataclysmic explosion resounded. Instantly, a dazzling radiance erupted, illuminating the entire sky as if it were day. A terrifying heat wave, like successive tidal surges, radiated from the epicenter, wreaking havoc in all directions. Flora withered, rocks fractured, and desolation reigned. Amidst the violent concussive force, Aluki was propelled backward, retreating hundreds of paces before regaining his footing. He felt a churning in his chest, a metallic tang in his throat, and a torrent of blood involuntarily spewed forth. Aluki licked the blood from his lips, his already somber countenance now macabre. His aura deepened, becoming increasingly oppressive, instilling a sense of dread. Despite this display, Aluki harbored thoughts of retreat, aware of his inferior strength. However, as one who valued his reputation above all else, he could not betray any hint of trepidation. Damn it! Even if I cannot vanquish you, I shall not grant you respite. He inwardly seethed. Aluki roared, ultimate destruction blast. A colossal black energy sphere materialized, hurtling toward Luo Chuan with overwhelming force. The sphere rent the void, emitting ominous rumbles. Luo Chuan remained composed. A subtle smile graced his lips as he murmured, evidently, "You are unaware that in a clash of energies, the one on the left invariably falls." With that, Luo Chuan channeled his divine transcendence fifth stratum energy to its zenith. Instantly, a brilliant white-green luminescence erupted from him, akin to the sun's radiance. He positioned his palms at his waist, then thrust them forward, unleashing the devastating ultimate Kamehameha. As the black ultimate destruction blast collided with Luo Chuan's ultimate Kamehameha, time seemed to stand still. Then, a piercing shriek pierced the heavens, followed by a cataclysmic explosion. The clash of these immense energies plunged the world into darkness, eclipsing the celestial bodies. Centered on the two combatants, the space within a radius of hundreds of meters warped, forming an unfathomable abyss. The surrounding air churned like boiling water, unleashing violent shockwaves in all directions. Rumble, with the earth-shattering roar. A surge of energy erupted like a volcanic eruption. The tidal wave of energy swept outward, obliterating everything in its path. A pallor washed over Aluki and Apos, as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The force of the blast had clearly taken its toll. Luo Chuan seized the moment. Appearing before Aluki in a flash, he tensed his right arm, channeling his strength, and unleashed a devastating blow aimed at Aluki's head. "Intruder, curb your arrogance." At that critical juncture, a voice thundered through the void, and a figure materialized. The individual, with a full beard, exuded power. He stepped forward, intercepted Luo Chuan's attack, and parried with a punch. Bang! The two fists collided, emitting a dull thud that seemed to shake the very fabric of space. Visible shockwaves emanated from the point of impact, shattering the void and revealing dark rifts. Remarkably, the shattered space swiftly repaired itself, lasting only a few breaths. Not only that, but the numerous fissures left behind by the previous intense battle also restored themselves in the blink of an eye, as if nothing had ever transpired. The two retreated simultaneously, steadying their forms before locking eyes. Luo Chuan cast a glance at the enigmatic figure that had suddenly appeared before him, pondering to himself, "This fellow possesses formidable strength." Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a text prompt nearby, which clearly stated, "The ancient realm space is remarkably robust, comparable to the realm of nothingness. Unless one wields a terrifying energy capable of utterly annihilating the ancient realm, breaking its spatial barrier is an impossibility." Just as Wu Luji was about to engage the bearded man in conversation, Luo Chuan suddenly seized him by the throat. Before he could utter a single word, Luo Chuan tightened his grip, rendering Wu Luji utterly voiceless. The bearded man's gaze sharpened. He had failed to perceive the speed of his opponent. "You say I should temper my arrogance? My arrogance is founded upon my unparalleled capabilities." In the midst of his words, Luo Chuan exerted a violent force, tearing out Wu Luji's windpipe with a gruesome display. Despite the brutality, the presence of ancient divine power prevented his demise. Instead, the severed windpipe began to regenerate. Discarding the windpipe upon the ground, Luo Chuan raised his left hand, thrusting it violently toward Wu Luji's heart, just as his hand neared the vital organ by mere millimeters. The bearded man managed to grasp it in a timely manner. Though they referred to themselves as ancient gods, they were, at their core, not true deities. Chapter 88. The Exiled Apprentice Angel, Part 1. The man named Gawa, second in rank, wore a dark expression as he uttered, "You seek to drink, and yet refuse the toast." In that moment, Gawa exerted a sudden force in an attempt to crush Luo Chuan's hand. However, Luo Chuan merely scoffed, swiftly extracting his hand from Gawa's grasp and retaliated with a powerful punch. Gawa, seeing this, sneered, confident in his own strength. Without hesitation, he swung his fist to counter, and an explosive sound echoed as their fists collided in midair. Soon after, a series of rapid, crackling sounds reverberated around them. The two figures darted through the air like lightning, their attacks clashing incessantly like a tempest. Suddenly, Luo Chuan bellowed, unleashing a surge of power as he launched a fierce kick towards Gawa. This kick was imbued with terrifying might, prompting Gawa to hastily cross his arms in front of him in a futile attempt to block the onslaught. Despite his desperate defense, the overwhelming force sent Gawa hurtling backwards like a cannonball, soaring thousands of meters away in an instant. Yet, Luo Chuan did not pursue him. Instead, he swiftly changed direction towards Waluki. An inexplicable intuition urged him onward, suggesting that absorbing the unique divine powers possessed by these individuals would yield unexpected rewards. Just moments ago, Waluki, still recovering from his injuries, bore a pallor of weakness when suddenly his pupils constricted in sheer terror. In that very instant, Luo Chuan appeared beside him with ghostly swiftness. With his right arm taut, a palpable, heart-stopping force coalesced within his fist, and in the next moment, that fist, charged with unfathomable might, hurtled towards Waluki's forehead. "You dare to drive me to my demise?" Waluki roared in a mix of fury and fear, summoning all his strength to withstand Luo Chuan's lethal blow. A thunderous impact resounded, shaking the very island to its core. The deafening sound was beyond words, encapsulating the immense energy and force involved. In this cataclysmic clash, Luo Chuan's fist shattered Waluki's arms and mercilessly obliterated his skull. The residual force continued its path, carving a deep chasm through the island. Harnessing his divine power, Luo Chuan directed the remnants of Waluki's divine energy into himself. However, he refrained from immediately absorbing it, choosing instead to seal it away for future use. He casually discarded Waluki's mangled body aside. Gawa, returning just in time, witnessed this gruesome scene with an expression devoid of emotion, his gaze as cold as ice. He slowly turned his head and spoke to an unseen presence, Old Four. "I know you are here. Stop merely spectating and come assist. This man is undoubtedly the one who murdered Old Five. We must eliminate him quickly to ensure the upcoming sacrifice proceeds without a hitch. Otherwise, we will both face dire consequences." "Understood." A voice responded, and a figure gradually materialized. It was a man with half of his head severed, known as Bashik. Gawa and Bashik simultaneously unleashed their unique divine powers. In an instant, Gawa was enveloped in blinding lightning, crackling with energy that seemed poised to rend the very fabric of reality. Meanwhile, Bashik exuded an aura of frigid cold that rapidly engulfed the surroundings, freezing the air itself and encasing the space in thick frost. "Thunderclap!" Gawa shouted, unleashing a colossal, dragon-like bolt of lightning towards Luo Chuan. Bashik, not to be outdone, called out, "Ice Surge." A torrent of bone-chilling cold surged forth like a raging flood, barreling towards Luo Chuan. In the face of these two formidable energies, Luo Chuan displayed no fear. His gaze remained resolute as he confronted the oncoming tempest of thunder and ice. With a commanding shout, he transformed into his Super Six form, amplifying it with the polar shift. Instantly, his physique underwent a remarkable transformation. Muscles bulged, bones cracked, and an overwhelming torrent of energy erupted from within him, akin to a volcano in eruption. This cataclysmic energy radiated outward from Luo Chuan, creating visible ripples that spread in all directions. When it collided with the oncoming thunder and ice, a deafening explosion ensued, utterly obliterating both forces in an instant. "What?" Gawa and Bashik stood stunned. Disbelief etched across their faces. Yet, in that fleeting moment of distraction, Luo Chuan seized the opportunity. With a swift movement, he teleported before them, flashing a grin that revealed a row of gleaming teeth, his eyes glinting with mockery. By the time Gawa and Bashik regained their senses to react, it was far too late. With two thunderous impacts, Luo Chuan's fists, infused with boundless power, erupted through their skulls, splattering brain matter and gore in all directions. His hands darted forth like lightning, piercing through their chests and crushing their hearts with astonishing force. This sequence of actions flowed seamlessly, executed with the swiftness of a tempest, leaving no room for reaction. Moreover, Luo Chuan expertly drew in their divine energy, sealing it within himself. After completing this feat, he exhaled deeply, the ferocity of his energy gradually subsiding as he returned to his normal state, ultimately releasing his transformation. At that moment, the individuals under Vegito's protection gaped in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief at the unfolding scene, filled with fear and reverence. They recognized the overwhelming power of Luo Chuan compared to the strong beings of their own world. Should the formidable forces of this realm choose to invade their own, the consequences would undoubtedly be catastrophic, plunging their world into a sea of bloodshed. Especially with a superpower like Luo Chuan, capable of apocalyptic destruction. The onlookers were filled with trepidation. Following this fierce battle, they finally grasped the true extent of Luo Chuan's strength, leading to an ever-deepening respect. Even averting their gazes from him in fear, Luo Chuan gently descended to the ground, surveying the battlefield, which lay in ruins, littered with dismembered limbs and pools of blood. Although the conflict had ended, a new dilemma loomed: how to secure the safety of those he had rescued. After all, he and Vegito could not remain by their side indefinitely. They needed to find a secure refuge for them. Contemplating this, Luo Chuan furrowed his brow, lost in thought. In room 1 of the connected fortress, a young man focused his gaze, his brow furrowed. They are all dead? How could such a turn of events occur? No, regardless of who it may be. The sanctity of the sacrifice must not be compromised. I am determined to return to that world. His gaze pierced through the edifices, fixating on the island. On that island, Luo Chuan, deep in thought, sensed something and looked up. Their eyes met, igniting sparks in the void. Buzz. In the next instant, the young man materialized above the crowd. Chapter 89, The Exiled Apprentice Angel, Part 2. Ah, the last one has arrived, just in time, saving me the trouble of searching. Luo Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly, a glimmer of sharpness flashing within. The young man, named Smamy, was their elder brother. Like a bolt of black lightning, Smamy vanished from his position and reappeared before Luo Chuan in the blink of an eye. His strength coalesced in his right fist, the muscles of his arm twisting and writhing like serpents, crashing toward Luo Chuan with overwhelming force. Bang! The punch detonated like a heavy bomb in the air, compressing it to its utmost limit, producing a deafening explosion. A powerful shockwave radiated outward in a circular pattern from the point of impact, uprooting trees in its wake, as leaves danced through the sky like kites severed from their strings. In his normal state, Luo Chuan felt an incomprehensibly terrifying force bearing down upon him, his feet carving deep ruts into the ground as he was uncontrollably pushed backward. Oh, to withstand my punch, you certainly possess some strength. A slight smirk curled on Smamy's lips, his expression mocking Luo Chuan's overconfidence. As he spoke, his body flickered, and he instantaneously appeared before Luo Chuan once more. His palm hardened to the toughness of steel, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind as it struck down at Luo Chuan. This blow seemed to contain the boundless power of the cosmos, tearing the air to shreds as it passed. Seeing this, Luo Chuan did not hesitate to activate his full-powered Super 5 form. In that instant, a dazzling light erupted around him, radiant as the sun, illuminating the entire sky. He swiftly raised his hands, firmly catching the young man's strike. With a thunderous crash, a powerful energy surged from the point where their hands met, creating a circular shockwave that pushed outward. The ground within a radius of thousands of meters instantly collapsed, forming a massive pit. The surrounding peaks crumbled under the force of this energy, colossal boulders tumbling like raindrops, kicking up clouds of dust. Seizing the chaos, Luo Chuan swiftly disengaged from the contact, teleporting at high speed to another island. Smamy, taken aback momentarily, scoffed and similarly moved at high speed, arriving at the island where Luo Chuan had landed. As they reappeared, the two charged toward each other, their figures intertwining like flashes of lightning, each collision of fists and feet generating violent energy waves. Each strike bore the potential for cataclysmic destruction, rending the space around them into fragments. In mere moments, they had exchanged countless blows. Their attacks cascaded like a torrential storm, overwhelming the senses. The island, unable to withstand the sheer force of their battle, erupted into a cacophony of splintering earth. Their forms flickered through the void, reappearing on yet another island. Smamy's hands danced gracefully, and suddenly, a strange liquid surged forth from his sleeve, appearing almost alive as it swiftly fell to the ground and began to writhe. In the blink of an eye, the liquid transformed into 4 figures upon closer inspection. They were the very individuals Luo Chuan had previously slain. Without mercy, these 4 unleashed their unique abilities, assaulting Luo Chuan like a tempest. In an instant, the scene was ablaze with light, energy surging, creating an extraordinarily intense atmosphere. Smamy stood at a distance, arms crossed, watching the conflict unfold with apparent amusement. Having orchestrated the attack with ulterior motives, through their brief encounter, he had keenly sensed that Luo Chuan was concealing a portion of his power. Thus, he resolved to employ these 4 to compel Luo Chuan to reveal his true strength. At that moment, Luo Chuan finally made his move. An overwhelming aura emanated from his entire being, and a faint tricolored energy enveloped him. His bipolar transformation. With this transformation, both his speed and power surged dramatically. He darted among the 4, each strike precise and brutal, forcing them to retreat in rapid succession. Is that a combination of the ultimate ease and destruction? Smaimi's eyes widened with disbelief as he gazed at Luo Chuan, clearly astonished by the abilities he displayed. Luo Chuan, hearing Smaimi's exclamation, felt a flicker of surprise. He had not anticipated that this individual could discern his current state at a glance. Smaimi gestured for the four to cease their attack. In an instant, they evaporated like a pool of liquid into the air. Smaimi then flickered, appearing before Luo Chuan, his gaze piercing, as if attempting to uncover the secrets within Luo Chuan's exterior. However, aside from perceiving the fusion of ultimate ease and destruction within Luo Chuan, Smaimi could glean no further information. A smirk played upon Smaimi's lips as he spoke slowly. You shall join the others I have chosen as my sacrifices. Upon hearing this, scenes of Chi-Chi, Bulma, Gohan, and others flashed through Luo Chuan's mind. Suddenly, Smaimi unleashed a unique divine power, his body trembling as a tremendous energy erupted from within him. As this energy coursed, his appearance underwent a remarkable transformation. His youthful visage aged rapidly, wrinkles forming at the corners of his eyes and forehead, his black hair turning silver in an instant. A staff materialized in his hand, entirely black, exuding a peculiar aura. When Luo Chuan beheld Smaimi in this form, his brow furrowed, an unsettling feeling swelling within him. This appearance, it resembled an angel. Aside from lacking the halo characteristic of Weiss, the resemblance was uncanny. Smaimi, clearly noticing Luo Chuan's change in expression, raised an eyebrow in surprise, then wore a half-smile as he inquired, "Given your reaction, you must recognize my identity. But what is yours?" Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Luo Chuan smirked coldly. "As an angel, shouldn't you maintain neutrality? Why then engage in sacrificial acts? Neutrality? What does that have to do with my status as an apprentice angel? Besides, I have already been exiled. As for why I conduct sacrifices, you are welcome to speculate. I lack the time to explain." With that, Smaimi threw a punch, and Luo Chuan responded in kind. In an instant, a thunderous roar erupted. Boom. It felt as though the entire world was shaken by this immense power. In that moment of shock, the space at the center of their fist began to warp, as if being forcibly kneaded by an irresistible force. The cause of this phenomenon was the overwhelming energy they both unleashed, surpassing the limits of what space could bear. Accompanied by this deafening sound, the ground began to tremble violently. A sharp crack echoed as the earth beneath Luo Chuan's feet split apart like torn paper. The myriad fissures spread rapidly, resembling a spider's web, covering tens of thousands of meters in mere moments, nearly claiming half the island. Caught off guard by the sudden rupture of the ground, Luo Chuan lost his footing. Smaimi, who had been locked in confrontation with him, seized this golden opportunity. Without hesitation, he intensified his force and unleashed a powerful punch. With a resounding bang, Luo Chuan was sent flying, as if struck by a cannonball. His body soared through the air with incredible speed, resembling a blazing meteor streaking across the sky, ultimately vanishing at the island's edge. Yet, this was not the conclusion, as Luo Chuan was propelled backward. He collided with several floating islands in quick succession. Each impact resonated with a deafening roar. It was not until he struck the fifth island that his backward momentum finally began to wane, crashing heavily onto the surface and stirring a cloud of dust into the air. Truly, it was careless of him. Rising from the ground, Luo Chuan spat in frustration, vexed by his earlier blunder. However, he did not linger long. Swiftly loosening his limbs, he transformed into Super 6 and activated bipolar ease. He was determined to vanquish the angel. With a sudden, forceful stomp, a resounding crack echoed as the island shattered into countless fragments, scattering in all directions. In that fleeting moment, Luo Chuan's figure vanished into the void. Chapter 90. The Annihilation of Angels, exclusive new form in a flash. Luo Chuan surged forward like a bolt of lightning, executing a sweeping kick with tremendous force. Smaimi raised his staff in an attempt to defend himself, but the sheer power of Luo Chuan and Appo's strike shattered the staff with a sharp crack. Smaimi was sent sprawling backward, akin to a kite severed from its string. Before Smaimi could hit the ground, Luo Chuan had already materialized behind him. Sensing the disturbance behind, Smaimi swiftly turned and threw a punch to repel Luo Chuan. However, Luo Chuan evaded the strike with instantaneous movement and quickly extended his right hand, resembling an eagle's claw, aiming for Smaimi's neck. Smaimi's eyes gleamed as he grasped Luo Chuan's wrist, yet before he could retaliate, he was met with an overwhelming force. Seizing the moment when Smaimi had caught his wrist, Luo Chuan yanked him forward and delivered a powerful kick to Smaimi. Bang! The impact was akin to a thunderclap, resonating as their legs collided, sending forth a shockwave that reverberated through the air. The sheer force compelled Smami to retreat repeatedly, his footing faltering. Nevertheless, in his backward motion, he inadvertently pulled Luo Chuan along, allowing Luo Chuan to unleash a dazzling wave of energy that engulfed Smami. Boom! With a resounding crash, thick smoke billowed forth, enveloping the two combatants. Within that swirling haze, the sounds of a fierce struggle echoed, indicating that their conflict raged on undeterred. Each collision of their bodies shattered the very fabric of the void. What is happening? Smami sensed that Luo Chuan was growing stronger with each exchange. Just as his thoughts drifted, Luo Chuan's fist struck him squarely in the face, sending him flying. Bang! 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 Luo Chuan unleashed a relentless barrage of powerful punches, forcing Smami into a defensive stance. After a flurry of blows, a heavy uppercut sent Smami soaring into the sky. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Chuan thrust both hands forward, releasing a surge of supercharged energy. Stabilizing himself, Smami conjured a protective shield. With a thunderous roar, Luo Chuan's attack collided with Smami's defensive barrier, generating a tremendous shockwave. The ensuing storm of energy swept outward, shattering nearby islands into mere dust. Smami and Appo's shield began to crack under the strain of Luo Chuan and Appo's assault, the fissures widening alarmingly. Ultimately, the barrier shattered, and Smami was hurled away by the overwhelming force. How is this possible? Smami gazed incredulously at Luo Chuan, never having imagined that a mere mortal, imbued with divine power from an unknown source, could breach his defenses. Luo Chuan did not grant Smami a moment's respite. He charged once more, intent on delivering a fatal blow. In response, Smami swiftly raised his hand, unleashing a barrage of energy beams toward Luo Chuan. Employing his mastery of evasive maneuvers, Luo Chuan effortlessly dodged the energy beams, closing the distance to Smami and delivering a crushing blow to his chest. Smami, caught off guard, was struck and expelled like a shooting star into the depths of the sky. Yet, as a novice angel, Smami possessed remarkable vitality. After being struck by Luo Chuan, he quickly regained his composure and returned to the battlefield, his eyes ablaze with fury. He resolved to unleash his most potent technique to vanquish Luo Chuan. The judgment of angels, Smami bellowed, raising the severed staff, which radiated with brilliant light. A surge of immense energy coalesced into a colossal beam, hurtling toward Luo Chuan. This beam embodied boundless destructive force. Wherever it touched, space shattered, and time appeared to cease. Luo Chuan felt the terrifying energy and, rather than fear, he was invigorated. So be it. Let us see whether your judgment of angels prevails or my dragon fist reigns supreme. Luo Chuan expelled all the energy within him, and a tricolored dragon avatar materialized around him, roaring as if to shatter the constraints of this realm. With his left hand clenched tightly, the dragon coiled around his arm, imbued with its strength, and he charged towards Smami's energy beam. As he neared the beam, Luo Chuan swung his fist with all his might, the dragon fist clashing with Smami and Appo's judgment of angels. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion reverberated, shaking the ancient realm to its core. The clash of their formidable powers illuminated the world, reducing dozens of islands to ashes as the very fabric of the ancient space began to collapse under the strain. At the epicenter of the energy explosion, the silhouettes of Luo Chuan and Smami flickered. Their dragon fist and judgment of angels were locked in a stalemate, neither gaining the upper hand. Luo Chuan continuously mobilized his energy, striving to breach Smami's defenses. A flicker of pain crossed Smami's face. He had not anticipated Luo Chuan's strength to be so formidable, nor that his ultimate technique would fail to defeat him. Fear began to creep in, a sensation he had never experienced since becoming a novice angel. Impossible. You cannot defeat me. I am a god. Smami murmured, his voice laced with despair. Ignoring Smami's words, Luo Chuan focused all his spirit and strength, unleashing a furious roar. Break for me. As his roar resonated, the power of the dragon fist surged anew. The dragon became more defined, roaring fiercely as it charged towards Smami's energy beam in a final assault. Under the might of the dragon fist, Smami's judgment of angels finally shattered, the dragon piercing through his form. However, this did not obliterate him entirely. Seizing the moment, Luo Chuan unleashed the last remnants of his energy, propelling himself forward at an incredible speed, employing the same method as before to absorb Smami's divine power and temporarily seal it within himself. This entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye, culminating in Luo Chuan condensing the remaining energy to unleash a Kamehameha wave. With an explosive sound, the novice angel Smami was utterly annihilated. Having released the final Kamehameha wave, Luo Chuan could no longer maintain his super form and reverted to his normal state. Gasping for breath, feeling utterly drained. After catching his breath, he consumed a Sinza bean, instantly revitalizing himself. Surveying his surroundings and finding no immediate threats, he settled into a cross-legged position to begin refining the divine power he had absorbed. Meanwhile, Vegito was also exhausted, panting heavily. The sheer number of guardians was overwhelming, as each defeated wave was met with another. However, upon Luo Chuan's victory over Smami, the guardians instantly slumped to the ground. Vegito sat down, gazing into the distance with a smile, knowing that his elder brother had triumphed. After waiting for a while without seeing Luo Chuan return, a sense of worry crept in. Just as he contemplated searching for him, an immense pressure suddenly bore down, pinning him to the ground. Struggling to lift his head, he beheld a beam of energy shooting upward into the sky. The individuals he had protected were rendered unconscious by the overwhelming force, yet fortunately, this pressure merely subdued them without inflicting further harm. At Luo Chuan's location, he floated within the light beam, radiating a brilliance akin to the sun. His hair gleamed golden, the tips resembling flames dancing wildly, encircled by a golden halo. After a few breaths, Luo Chuan opened his eyes, and the beam of light dissipated. He stretched his body, feeling an unprecedented sense of well-being. Although he could not perceive his complete appearance, the radiant aura surrounding him instilled a sense of confidence, leading him to believe that his stature was quite remarkable. In fact, he harbored an absurd notion that even a conglomeration of several Super 6 versions of himself, enhanced by dual polarities, would not stand a chance against his current self. Congratulations on achieving your unique form, known as the Radiant Golden Glory Mode. Its power surpasses that of the two guardians of the Omni King, reaching an extraordinary combat level equivalent to 34 Zai, the text proclaimed, offering both congratulations and a name for this newfound state, while also elucidating his current strength and thoughtfully providing a combat power metric. This revelation took Luo Chuan by surprise. He had not anticipated that his combat power would ascend to such heights. He felt immensely satisfied. In an instant, he teleported back to where Vegito was. Upon witnessing Luo Chuan's new appearance, Vegito was equally astonished. The aura emanating from Luo Chuan was profoundly enigmatic. Noticing the unconscious individuals, Luo Chuan displayed a slight expression of embarrassment. Turning to Vegeta, he stated, "I have located Chi-Chi and Bulma." Before Vegeta could respond, Luo Chuan vanished in another instant, only to reappear moments later, accompanied by Chi-Chi, Bulma, Gohan, and a group of others. Chapter 91, The Space-Time Arena Contest, Gotenks vs. Vegito. As the gathering unfolded, the participants engaged in lively conversation, sharing tales of recent events. After a considerable duration, Rachuan activated his bracelet, and a coordinate materialized, enabling instantaneous travel back to the GT world. Regrettably, those rescued from other realms would have to remain where they were. He could not return everyone. Upon returning to the GT world, a tranquil period ensued. During this time, Rachuan introduced his two wives to everyone. 1 month later, on a particular day, while engaging in some intimate activities with the two women by the villa's pool, Rachuan paused his actions. Mai and Akatsuki shot him playful glares, prompting a chuckle from him. Rising from the pool, he entered the villa and was greeted by the sight of a small floating figure. "Esteemed Mr. Rachuan, greetings. The Space-Time Arena Contest sincerely invites you to participate." As it spoke, the small figure produced an invitation and handed it to Rachuan, who accepted it just as the figure vanished. Intrigued by the invitation, which contained an address that could be reached by inputting energy, Rachuan recalled that the small figure was likely a servant of Eo's. He placed the invitation on the table, changed his attire, poured himself a glass of red wine, and stood on the balcony, sipping while gazing into the distance. Indeed, it had been a while. It was time to depart. With that thought, he drained his glass. During lunch, Rachuan presented the invitation, explaining its contents to the two women. He inquired whether Mai and Akatsuki wished to accompany him or remain in this time-space. "Of course, we'll follow you. Do you intend to abandon us?" Mai exclaimed, feigning anger as she pouted, her eyes wide. Observing this, Rachuan shook his head with a sigh. "That is not my intention. I merely feel it burdens you. After all, being with me resembles a perpetual journey, lacking a stable home. Especially you, Mai. It must be exhausting to travel everywhere with me." Mai, brimming with indignation, retorted, "What nonsense. I choose to be with you. Everything we've experienced is an exhilarating memory for me. I find I have grown fond of this thrilling life. Her excitement crescendoed until she declared resolutely, "So, do not utter such words again. I do not feel burdened at all." Rachuan was taken aback by Mai's unwavering declaration, moved by her conviction. He gently caressed her delicate face, savoring her warmth and softness. Gradually, he leaned in and kissed her lips, his hands becoming bolder, prompting Mai to emit soft sounds as the scene became increasingly enchanting. Akatsuki's cheeks flushed as she too became involved in the intimate moment, creating a captivating tableau within the room. As evening fell, Rachuan transported the two women to another dimension and then utilized the invitation to leave this world. In a vast expanse, countless clocks hung like stars, resembling an ocean of time converging in one place. This was the venue for the space-time arena contest. At this moment, the second round of the elimination match had commenced, and numerous powerful beings from across dimensions were fiercely competing. In the time courtyard, the former Supreme Kai sat at the foremost position, her gaze fixed upon the vanishing scrolls of time. Each scroll that disappeared signified the annihilation of a time-space. Yet a subtle smile graced her lips. Only through this method could a coherent historical timeline be unraveled, she mused softly. At that very moment, an electrifying battle unfolded on one of the arenas, pitting the fusion warriors Gotenks and Vegito against each other. "Ha!" Gotenks shouted, seizing Vegito's ankle and spinning him rapidly like a top. After several rotations, he unleashed a powerful throw, sending Vegito soaring through the air, crashing onto the arena floor and raising a cloud of dust. Observing this, Gotenks swiftly unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, initiating the prince's technique. The arena resonated with thunderous explosions, smoke billowing and flames erupting, as the powerful energy shook the entire arena. Suddenly, a piercing sound sliced through the air as Vegito surged forth from the smoke, his fists like cannonballs aimed at Gotenks. Reacting quickly, Gotenks raised his hand, expertly blocking Vegito's assault. However, Vegito was relentless. In an instant, he kicked at Gotenks. Vegito leaped gracefully, landing deftly behind Gotenks, and without hesitation, launched a punch filled with unmatched force aimed at Gotenks' back. In a split second, Gotenks, as if sensing danger, spun around with astonishing speed, countering Vegito's punch with one of his own. A resounding clash echoed, akin to two meteors colliding, erupting in a dazzling display of sparks. The overwhelming energy surged forth, creating a fierce shockwave that tore through the surrounding air. Under this immense force, both Vegito and Gotenks were compelled to retreat, leaving deep imprints in the ground with every step. "Not bad, Gotenks," Vegito remarked, regaining his footing, a glimmer of admiration on his face. "But continuing this back and forth is merely a waste of time. Why not unleash our full powers and settle this decisively?" Gotenks smiled confidently. "I agree. It's time for you to witness my true strength." Concentrating his energy, Gotenks' body quivered as every cell absorbed the surrounding power, a tremendous aura erupting forth. As he released a low growl, this potent energy surged outward, causing the surrounding clocks to crack under its force. In that instant, Gotenks was enveloped in a radiant golden light, a fierce glow exploding forth and completely encasing him. As the light faded, Super Saiyan 4 Gotenks emerged, his body adorned with a layer of crimson fur, muscles sharply defined, radiating strength. His eyes sparkled with confidence, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Ha! This is me," Gotenks began, intending to declare this as his ultimate form, but he suddenly noticed Vegito transforming as well. The same golden light enveloped Vegito, his body gradually cloaked in red fur. Gotenks was momentarily taken aback, realizing Vegito's transformation mirrored his own. He too had attained the Super Saiyan 4 form. Now, this battle promised to be exhilarating. Gotenks' smile broadened, brimming with anticipation. With a light chuckle, he lightly tapped the ground, his body accelerating like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he rocketed towards Vegito like a golden shooting star. Vegeta, undeterred by the confrontation, slightly crouched before leaping forward with ferocity, akin to a wild beast pouncing upon Gotenks. The speed of both combatants was akin to lightning. In an instant, they stood face to face. Simultaneously, they raised their fists, striking each other with unrelenting force. A thunderous boom reverberated through the void, reminiscent of a lightning strike. The impact of their blows was immensely powerful, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. In that moment of collision, an enormous surge of energy erupted, cascading outward like tumultuous waves. The air, under the strain of this formidable energy, shattered explosively like splintering waves. Where the energy exploded, A vast region of searing vacuum formed at the point of their fists' collision, even tearing a rift in space itself. From this fissure, chaotic energies seeped forth, yet both warriors remained oblivious to it. The overwhelming recoil sent both Super Saiyan 4 Gotenks and Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta hurtling backward. However, they deftly flipped in the air, landing firmly back in the arena. Locking eyes, they ignited with the flames of battle, and once more charged at each other, their fists and legs intertwining in a dazzling display. Each collision unleashed potent shockwaves that rippled outward, shattering the clock faces marred by cracks around them, sending fragments of time flickering through the void. Suddenly, Gotenks darted behind Vegeta, delivering a fierce kick. Vegeta, quick to react, sidestepped and countered with a palm strike. Gotenks hastily defended himself, and thus their fierce battle settled into a stalemate. Chapter 92, Waiting for You. Useless to me, Gotenks swiftly retreated, creating a considerable distance between himself and Vegito in the blink of an eye. Suddenly halting his movements, he took a deep breath, his chest swelling dramatically, before opening his mouth to unleash several spectral figures that bore an uncanny resemblance to himself. The moment these phantoms appeared, they seemed to be imbued with vibrant life, swirling and dancing in the air. Behold, Vegito. Super Ghost Kamikaze Attack! Gotenks shouted, his voice echoing with fervor as he thrust his hands forward with great force. The phantoms, as if summoned by a battle cry, transformed into ethereal streaks, hurtling towards Vegito at astonishing speed, the air around them being violently torn apart, producing a sharp, whistling sound. Vegito, however, remained composed, a faint smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. He swiftly maneuvered his hands in front of him, fingers flying as energy orbs erupted like a torrential downpour. The energy blasts collided fiercely with the ghosts in midair, producing a cacophony of deafening explosions. Boom! The shockwaves from the explosions radiated outward in a circular fashion, reminiscent of tumultuous ocean waves, causing ripples to spread through the surrounding space. The brilliant light illuminated the dark void, akin to a grand fireworks display, leaving onlookers awestruck. Meanwhile, the scorching heat generated by the blasts surged forth like a tidal wave, threatening to evaporate everything in its path. This won't do. I must end this swiftly, Gotenks contemplated, his eyes darting as he resolved to unleash his full potential with his most powerful technique. Bear witness. Gotenks and Appos, aura surged dramatically, releasing a formidable energy as he rapidly gestured in the air, energy coalescing in his palms. In an instant, an ultimate burning Kamehameha burst forth, trailing a long tail of flames, embodying an annihilative force as it roared towards Vegito. Vegito, refusing to be outdone, summoned his own energy, bellowing, "Behold my ultimate pulse flash." He thrust his hands forward, a dazzling beam of energy erupting from his palms, surging toward Gotenks and Appos, Kamehameha. Bang! Boom! The two powerful energy beams collided at the center of the arena, illuminating the surroundings with blinding brilliance, making it nearly impossible to behold. The violent clash of energies unleashed a cosmic tempest, spiraling outward from the point of impact. The surrounding space cracked like fragile glass, unable to withstand the overwhelming force. And even the massive platform began to shatter under the strain. As the beams of energy clashed, both Vegito and Gotenks strained, their faces flushed, teeth gritted, and veins bulging as they poured their energies unabashedly into their attacks. Their hair whipped wildly in the chaotic energy surge. With a sudden, guttural roar, Gotenks tightened his muscles, exerting himself mightily, and the brilliance of his Kamehameha surged, gradually forcing back Vegito's energy wave. Vegito, feeling the pressure, felt every hair on his body stand on end. He let out a piercing howl, channeling even more energy. In an instant, the radiance of his ultimate pulse flash intensified, resulting in a deadlock with Gotenks' Kamehameha. At this moment, the arena had been reduced to powder by their awe-inspiring energy showdown. The two warriors floated amidst the vast void, the surrounding platform trembling in fear of shattering at any moment. As their energies dwindled, both Vegito and Gotenks began to exhibit signs of fatigue, their breaths becoming ragged. In that critical moment, a glint of insight flashed in Vegito and Appos' eyes. He abruptly retracted his ultimate pulse flash and vanished from sight, moving so swiftly that not even an afterimage remained. Gotenks' heart raced, realizing the imminent danger. Before he could react, Vegito appeared behind him like a specter, gathering all his strength into his elbow, delivering a crushing blow that struck Gotenks' back with a resounding crash. Gotenks coughed blood, propelled forward like a cannonball, tracing a bloodied arc through the void. Struggling to regain his composure, he slowly turned to face Vegito, a grim trace of blood staining his lips. "This battle is far from over," Gotenks declared, his voice low and resolute. "Indeed, it is not yet time for the finale." Vegito roared as he surged forward once more, colliding with Gotenks in an explosive clash, akin to two celestial bodies colliding. As their fists and feet met, energy waves shot out in all directions like errant arrows, the very fabric of space vibrating with the intensity of their conflict. Each collision resonated like the clash of stars, unleashing blinding light and energy that stung the eyes. The speed of Gotenks and Vegito was unfathomable, their figures flickering in the void like fleeting shadows. Just as the battle reached a fever pitch, Gotenks suddenly maneuvered, utilizing hyperspeed to appear behind Vegito. With his fists clenched, he amassed his strength, resembling a blazing meteor, and struck down upon Vegito with ferocity. Vegito, with equally impressive reflexes, sidestepped the formidable blow, and with a swift motion, seized Gotenks and Appo's arm, hurling him away like a kite severed from its string. Boom! Upon Gotenks and Appo's impact with the platform, it trembled violently before shattering, fragments scattering like snowflakes in the wind. At this moment, the battles on the other platforms had concluded, and the defeated had vanished. The few remaining spectators focused their gaze intently on Gotenks and Vegito, all awaiting the outcome of this titanic clash. Meanwhile, in the time-space courtyard, Eos observed the battle with a furrowed brow. Moments later, a chilling smile crept upon her lips, reminiscent of frost and winter, sending shivers down one's spine. "Humph, daring to plot under my watchful gaze. Do you truly believe I am oblivious?" Her voice, though soft, resonated with authority and disdain, echoing clearly in the silent courtyard. No sooner had she spoken than her figure vanished from her seat, leaving only a faint afterimage. In the void, the two formidable warriors, Vegito and Gotenks, engaged in a breathtaking confrontation, the Prince and Appo's battle technique. Accompanied by thunderous roars, it felt as though the very fabric of reality itself was being torn apart by their terrifying power. Explosions erupted relentlessly, an endless barrage of energy rampaging through the void, creating a dual spectacle that struck at the very depths of the soul. Yet, just as the battle reached its most critical climax, everything in the void abruptly stilled, as if a pause button had been pressed. The surrounding energy fluctuations vanished, and even the flying debris and turbulent air froze mid-flight. Then, Eos's figure materialized slowly, her presence commanding. "You two have been exceedingly reckless." Eos's voice was icy and merciless. "Today marks your demise." With her words barely spoken, Eos unhesitatingly unleashed her formidable abilities. With a swift motion of her hands in the air, the space surrounding Vegito and Gotenks began to contort in a bizarre manner, as if being maniacally kneaded by an invisible and colossal hand. This distorted space resembled an unfathomable vortex, emanating an overwhelming gravitational force, attempting to ensnare the two formidable warriors and obliterate their very existence. However, at this critical juncture, Vegito and Gotenks unleashed the full extent of their energy, akin to two supercharged meteors. Each executed their ultimate techniques, converging their energies into a superlative energy wave with a diameter of 1,000 meters. "We have been waiting for you." "Aha!" accompanied by their fervent roars. This super energy wave surged forth like a colossal dragon breaking free from its chains, charging towards Eos with cataclysmic force. Eos was utterly unprepared for such a staggering display of power from the two in the face of impending doom. She had no time to mount an effective response before being consumed by the unparalleled shockwave in an instant. The explosion illuminated the surrounding space. "Well done, Gotenks," Vegito praised. Gotenks, hands on his hips, laughed heartily. Yet, at that moment, a chilling voice interrupted his mirth. "Is it truly that amusing? Your timing is indeed commendable. But it holds no significance for me." Eos emerged from the vortex. Chapter 93, Father and Son Battle. "How is this possible?" Gotenks exclaimed, his face a mask of astonishment. Vegito's expression mirrored his disbelief, as he was utterly unprepared for the realization that their formidable assault had no effect on the adversary before them. Eos observed their shocked faces, and a cold smirk crept across his lips as he mocked. "You are truly the epitome of foolishness. I am a former Kaishin of time. Do you truly believe your meager tactics could inflict harm upon me? Such delusions are laughable." Before he could finish his taunt, Eos prepared to launch another attack when a figure clad in a black robe suddenly emerged, gradually unveiling his true identity. It was Cain. Stop, Ios! Kane shouted, his voice commanding. At the sound of his name, Ios paused, yet the amusement in his expression only deepened. You think just because you say stop, I will comply? That would be quite unbecoming of me. With that, Ios manipulated the surrounding dials, and the hands above began to tick ominously. As they turned, the very fabric of space twisted violently, and luminous tendrils emerged from the void like venomous serpents, lunging toward Gotenks and Vegeta. Taken aback by this sudden onslaught, both warriors were momentarily caught off guard. However, Kane did not stand idly by. She immediately activated her abilities to counter Ios's attack head-on. In an instant, the two colossal energies clashed in midair, creating a thunderous cacophony. The warped space seemed to be gripped by unseen forces, twisting uncontrollably. The tendrils that were meant to ensnare Gotenks and Vegeta were sent spiraling back, like leaves caught in a tempest, hurtling straight toward Ios. Unfazed, Ios raised his hand, and new tendrils sprang forth, multiplying with astonishing rapidity. These fresh strands intertwined with the previous ones, forming a massive net of energy that intercepted the incoming assault. After several rounds of fierce exchanges, a faint smile appeared on Ios's lips as he unexpectedly ceased his attacks. His form began to shimmer and blur like a mirage, ultimately vanishing into thin air, leaving behind a cryptic message. For the time being, I shall grant you this courtesy. Moreover, if you wish for the time-space treasure box, come alone, Kane. Kane stood still, gazing toward the direction Ios had vanished, and after a moment of silence, she softly replied, very well. A diminutive figure then emerged, announcing, the third round of the competition begins now. As the words left his lips, the scene transformed instantly, with the contestants being allocated to various battlegrounds. In a desolate land where yellow sand swirled and ferocious winds howled, Sun Wukong and Jiren appeared almost simultaneously amidst the sea of sand. Sun Wukong greeted Jiren with a warm smile, yet Jiren merely nodded indifferently, seemingly uninterested in Sun Wukong's overtures of friendship. While Sun Wukong conversed with Jiren, their gazes converged upon a figure not far ahead, cloaked in black. Sun Wukong curiously scrutinized the warrior, who slowly removed his robe to reveal his true visage. To Sun Wukong's shock, the man bore an uncanny resemblance to him. Kakarot, let me see your strength. The black-robed warrior, who was none other than Sun Wukong's father, Bardock, gazed intently at him, anticipation emanating from his eyes. Who are you? I don't believe we've met. Sun Wukong questioned, his face etched with confusion as he pondered the stranger's identity. Although uncertain, vague speculations began to form in his mind. Bardock offered a self-deprecating smile and replied, I am merely a scion who has forsaken his name. Now, enough of the pleasantries. Let us fight, Kakarot. His voice was deep and resolute, imbued with determination. Sun Wukong, undeterred, nodded firmly and turned to Jiren, apologetically stating, I'm sorry, Jiren, but he is here for me, so I'll take this battle. Jiren, showing no surprise at Sun Wukong's decision, crossed his arms and nodded slightly in agreement. Bardock descended gracefully, his feet landing firmly upon the ground. With his arrival, an overwhelming aura erupted from him like a volcano, a dark red essence intermingled with golden lightning, enveloping the very space around him. In an instant, his form transformed dramatically, his ordinary appearance replaced by the dark Super Saiyan Force state, radiating an oppressive pressure. Sun Wukong did not falter. He inhaled deeply, unleashing his full power. His body trembled slightly as a silver glow enveloped him, culminating in the transformation into his ultimate form. Such potent energy. Bardock narrowed his eyes, unable to sense Sun Wukong's aura, yet the overwhelming pressure surged toward him, instilling a sense of wariness. Nevertheless, Bardock was undaunted. He smiled and launched himself like a blazing meteor towards Sun Wukong, delivering a punch. Instinctively, Sun Wukong dodged, countering with a kick. Bardock swiftly crossed his arms to defend, successfully blocking the strike, but being propelled backward by the force, with Sun Wukong in hot pursuit, throwing a punch. At the moment Sun Wukong unleashed his fist, Bardock's reflexes kicked in, narrowly evading the blow, but the razor-like wind from the punch grazed his face. Bardock stumbled back, and before he could regain his footing, Sun Wukong appeared before him. Startled, Bardock had no time to think and shot an energy blast at Sun Wukong, only for it to strike his afterimage as Sun Wukong had already moved behind him. With both hands gripping Bardock like iron pincers, Sun Wukong suddenly leaned back, slamming Bardock into the ground. The impact resonated like a meteor strike, creating a massive crater, dust swirling and smoke billowing, as if the world itself trembled from the force. Amidst the thick haze, a brilliant light erupted, and two figures burst forth like lightning, engaging in a fierce aerial clash. In an instant, sparks flew and energy radiated around them. Suddenly, Sun Wukong shouted, thrusting his hands forward, unleashing a brilliant energy wave that surged forth like a roaring dragon, imbued with unparalleled might. As the wave coursed through the air, it tore through the atmosphere with a piercing shriek, an unstoppable force that would obliterate anything in its path. Bardock's countenance shifted as he swiftly waved one hand, unleashing a powerful energy wave to confront Sun Wukong's Kamehameha. The two waves collided midair with a thunderous explosion, illuminating the sky as if the sun itself had dimmed. Immediately, a colossal shockwave radiated from the point of impact, sweeping outward in all directions. From a distance, the scene resembled a massive fireball birthed from a planetary explosion, leaving onlookers in awe.